Inbound goes over to Koulibaly, right side, dunk, two hands, exclamation point, Champagny. Timeout, Denver. And if you're looking for a candidate for the worst loss of the year, I'll give it to you right here in the nation's capital. The Washington Wizards have not won a game in November or December. They have lost 16 straight. Jokic has 56, 16, and 8, and it's not good enough. There's a horn. 16-game losing streak is over for the Washington Wizards. They win a basketball game for the first time since October. Westbrook has it at the midcourt circle. He goes to the left hand. Stutter step and a drive in the paint to Jokic. Floater, no good. Put it back up and in. Make it 102 points for Nikola Jokic in back-to-back games. There's the horn in Georgia. Well, Denver bounces back off of their worst loss of the year and blow out the Atlanta Hawks 141-111. And Nikola Jokic, 48 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists. Michael Porter Jr. chips in with 26.
Yeah, kind of a mixed bag over the weekend. Man, you get to this point where you're kind of looking at bad losses, not just bad, I mean really, really one of the worst that this group of Nuggets, I think, has had. And you can say, you know what? Well, they played against the Wizards and they didn't have Aaron Gordon and they didn't have Jamal Murray. I don't care. That Wizards team is terrible. And to lose that game, I hope that serves as a giant wake-up call for everybody there. And judging by the game yesterday against the Hawks, maybe it did. But when you have Jokic going for 56, 16, and 8, and you're playing against the worst team in the league, and it results in an L, it seems impossible. So the next night, you follow that up with Jokic giving you 48, 14, and 8. And you don't just win, you crush Atlanta. But I will say it was mostly done with, yes, dominating performance offensively, but also, hey, man, you played a little bit of defense in that game at least. And it was so frustrating watching the Wizards of all teams throw up 122 on you, where you just can't get a stop. I believe they've only hit 122 points one other time this season. You know, sticking with the theme that Nuggets defense is still some sort of mirage that doesn't exist but should exist, that you're wondering when it's going to come. I mean, it's weird. But at least they put together a nice defensive effort the following night and got the win against Atlanta to make you feel better. And again, you just hope that something like that Wizards loss can now propel them into, all right, we need to get this figured out in a hurry. The following night looked a lot like Nuggets basketball. And I'll tell you what, they got a few days off now. Don't play again until Friday against the Clippers. Remember, the last time they played the Clippers, they put up 126 points. You couldn't stop Harden and Norman Powell and different guys from hitting threes. So you've got a long period here to get rested up. And then hopefully put together another performance like you did on Sunday. Because it's pretty insane the way that weekend went from that low of a low to that dominating of a game the following night. And to the Avs part of it, the Avs get the thing that you've been waiting for all year, which is in back-to-back nights, two different goaltenders, really, really impressive goaltending performances. Wedgwood with the shutout against New Jersey yesterday. New Jersey is not a bad team at all. 25 saves and 25 shots. Got a whole bunch of guys getting in the scoring column. It's great to see Ross Colton back on the ice as he scored against Jersey. You got Parker Kelly with one. You got Lehkonen with one. LOC got on the board. So you got a whole bunch of different guys stepping up in a game like that are part of your lower half of your forward group. But getting contributions from them is big. And then you get a grind-it-out type of game against Detroit, in which I thought Georgiev won you that hockey game. It was a battle between him and Husso, and Georgiev comes out on top. Only goal he allows is something he could do nothing about. But in that game, Val gets a goal, Makar on the board, and you win 2-1. The Avs look a lot more similar to sort of the team that we want to expect to see on a nightly basis than maybe what the Nuggets are right now. But this is a byproduct of the Avs getting a very good player back in the lineup, which is Ross Colton, and how much of an impact he has on really all aspects of their team offensively and defensively. And when the team plays that way, even though you're still missing a couple of different bodies, you're missing, Josh Manson still, you're still waiting on Miles Wood to get back in the lineup. The Avs are looking like a team that, at least over the weekend, that's a team that would be a cup contender. You get goaltending like that, along with the offensive firepower that they have, you're in good shape. So they're in a good place right now, and hopefully, this is going to be sort of riding out the hot hand for whoever's going to be between the pipes for them. I don't think they have a true number one, but Wedgwood, in the games that he stepped in and played for you so far since the trade, remember, he came in that Buffalo game where you were down 4-0 after a period and pitched a shutout for 48 minutes in a win there. Carolina game, he gave up 4. It didn't feel all that bad. He made 30 saves on 34 shots. But you end up losing to Carolina, and then he steps in this game against Jersey and gets another shutout. Like, encouraging to see him kind of walk in here and be pretty damn good. I mean, overall, since being acquired from the Avs, he's got a .950 save percentage. So good to see, and it's good to see that Georgiev put together a game like he did against Detroit. Making big-time saves, staying big in the net, especially late in that game where you're trying to get these extra attacker opportunities. And what happens at the end of the game? Like, the Avs used to be pretty elite at empty net. You find a way to get the puck in, and they would, play a game of who's going to get it. If somebody's got 2 goals, then you get control of the puck, find that guy, have him throw it in for a hat trick. And now, I mean, who was it? McKinnon's shot that rang off in the inside part of the iron and still stayed out? Couldn't get one to kind of close out and ice out the game, but thankfully Georgiev kept making saves throughout the course of the night. But back to the Nuggets for a second. I just want to point something out to everybody about what we witnessed over the weekend, which was, first of all, a very mixed sort of feeling that you come out of it. With I would argue it's the worst loss that the Nuggets have had since this core has been put together against Washington. I'm sure there's other ones you can find. That one, though, is terrible. And it's going to be in that conversation. But then you follow that up with a 30-point win the next night over Atlanta. And in 24 hours, Nikola Jokic put up 104 points, 30 rebounds, and 16 assists. 104, 30, and 16 in 24 hours. Nobody else on the planet is going to put together those numbers. Not a single other person. And all you want to see is response. You have to see it. And they gave you that against Atlanta. But now you have a long layoff for guys like Murray to get healthy again, for guys like Gordon, who still didn't look himself in that game against Atlanta, to get healthy again. 4 days. and he had 4 days to put together a defense or talk about effort or whatever the problem is, because I don't know what it is. I don't know if this is about an effort thing. I don't know if it's something schematically. Like, I don't know what's wrong with the defense. But you got 4 days to get this figured out before you play against a tough opponent again. That being LA. And once you do that, then you'll play against Sacramento, whose record isn't good this year, but they put up points in a hurry on people. So you're going to have a Friday-Monday matchup that is, I think, going to tell you a lot on whether that game against Atlanta is real or if that's the one-off. Because over the course of the season, the bad defensive performance is what you come to expect every night now. And it will stay that way until this team changes that perception. But that's up to them.
To review some stuff.
But that's the thing, man, is between Washington to Atlanta makes you feel a little bit better about Washington, but Washington's my main takeaway. Like, I can't believe a game like that can happen against a team with this kind of talent. Don't care that AG and Jamal are out. You're still far better than the Washington Wizards.
That was a bit of a false start on my part as I queued up this clip. I think JJ Redick can explain what happened to the Nuggets against Washington.
Schematically, certainly we'll have to review some stuff. Clearly the spirit to compete just wasn't there.
I can't stand that. That is so rude for somebody to be chomping on whatever that thing is. A Jolly Rancher, a peppermint, a lozenge, whatever it was, to do that directly into a microphone is insane. But yeah, it's kind of like that.
Clearly
Now listen, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that happened from over the weekend. Obviously, an NFL weekend that featured a couple of really good games, and you were this close from finding things to really helping you that just fell through at the end. Like, I thought the Jets had the Dolphins. Thought they had them. So we'll get to that in a bit. College football playoff results out. And no Bama. And I know that a lot of SEC people, Bama fans, are freaking out about this. And I have 2 words that I think you should listen to in this. It's shut up. You lost 3 games. Don't sit here and bark at me about how deserving you are when you lost a quarter of your schedule. Okay? Whenever that happens, you're going to leave things up to chance. And I'll explain why I don't think there's any issue with what the College Football Playoff Committee did. This is not going to be an exact science for how these guys put together this bracket. But one thing I believe is for certain, and it's that you put this together, you choose the teams that are in the college football playoff. If you're a team that's sitting there living outside of your conference championship game for the weekend, you don't really have a leg to stand on, and you're leaving it up to the gods. And I swear to you, if Bama's name, if their players and their uniforms were traded with that of SMU, Bama fans aren't arguing about SMU being left out this year. You lost to a bad Vanderbilt team. For Vanderbilt standards, a decent team, but a bad team overall. And the worst Oklahoma team in recent memory, like in the last few decades, to close out your year. That was your lasting impression because you weren't going to the SEC championship. You have
Win more games, Cub Scout.
You have no room to argue anything. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes as well. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. All right, conference championship weekend in college football, and every game was great with the exception of the Big 12 game. That was ASU just murdering Iowa State. Arizona State is fun to watch. Really fun to watch. Scatabo, Levitt, they got a whole bunch of really fun pieces on offense, and they just obliterated Iowa State. But for the other games, Oregon hangs on for dear life against Penn State. I didn't think Penn State was capable of putting up that many points on Oregon, but the final score 45-37. Both of those teams, it was weird because both of them were going to make the playoff no matter what. So it was just about the pride of calling yourself a conference champion, which Oregon gets the right to do, and Oregon remains the only team, at least in the Power Four, that is unbeaten this season. I think the only team, well, are they the only team in the country that's unbeaten? I think they are. Yeah, at 13-0. So they take that one. Georgia, Texas goes into OT, and what a wild sequence that was. Texas hangs in there. Game is forced into overtime. Carson Beck, who suffered an elbow injury in the middle of that game, couldn't do anything with it. They have the backup come in from Georgia. And, you get the local kid from the county that Georgia is located in. This Gunnar Stockton steps in, doesn't play super well, but holds it together. And then takes off in overtime after Texas kicks a field goal. A touchdown wins it. This Gunnar Stockton runs up the middle, doesn't see a guy flying from the outside, and takes a shoulder shot directly to the face. Helmet gets popped off. You watch him go down, he's out. Like, he had the full UFC knockout thing happening where the eyes kind of rolled back. As he's dropping back, his leg is trapped under him. Like, it was pretty brutal. And so Georgia's like, well, what do we do now? We're at, what was it, the 6-yard line? A chance to win? They trot Carson Beck back out. His arm is hanging there. Like, he can't move it. You know they aren't throwing the football. And still Georgia's able to punch it in, not just for the touchdown and for the SEC championship win, but punch their ticket to the playoff. If they lost, who knows? I think they'd probably still be in it, but they might not. But Georgia wins 22-19 in the SEC championship game. And then SMU, who I feel for, and this is why I'm so glad they got in. SMU this year, they lost one game the entire season. They were the only team that was unbeaten in conference play heading into that conference championship game. The one loss they suffered was early in the year, an 18-15 loss in week 3 to BYU. So it was close. They're playing against Clemson. They're down late. They need a touchdown to tie things up with 4 minutes left in the game. And they orchestrate a 16-play drive for 79 yards to tie the football game up, leaving only 16 seconds left on the clock. And you're like, here we go. Another overtime game coming our way after SMU was down 21-7 after a quarter and 24-7 at half. So they battle all the way back to force this game in OT. Except the ensuing kickoff with 16 seconds left is taken 41 yards to their 45-yard line. One pass later from Klubnik. They're in field goal range. And Sean McDonough's call on this, by the way, was fantastic. 56-yard field goal for Clemson to not just win the ACC championship, but to punch their ticket into the college football playoff, which left you wondering a few things. Number one, okay, is SMU out? Is Alabama the last team in? How are they going to do this? Do they throw a team like Miami in there? Like you didn't know. And instead, SMU gets cleared. They become that last team into the playoff, leaving everybody who is an Alabama fan pooping their pants. And I heard Nick Saban. I sent this to you in a DM just a few minutes ago, Nelly, if you could get this ready for me. Nick Saban, who now is, I guess, the only ESPN member allowed to curse every 2 seconds on television. He has dropped an S-bomb on game day like 3 times per show since he's been on it. And I think he's just like, I dare somebody to say something to me. They brought in Saban to talk about Bama not making it. And, of course, they're going to trot out that strength of schedule thing, which I cannot stand. We all know that playing games against better competition should matter. But that can't be your only argument. And for Nick Saban to sit up there, and I get it, he's going to defend his school that he just left, and he doesn't want to, I'm sure, throw the new guy under the bus in Kalen DeBoer, who has now one of the first 3 lost seasons, at least in the span of the regular season, in years for Alabama. But if we got this from Nick Saban, let's hear it, because...
Well, do I need to bleep it? You just said he gets the S-word pass.
No, I think we're good. Go ahead.
Well, I think one of the things that I've mentioned, throughout this football season is if we don't take strength of schedule into consideration, is there any benefit to scheduling really good teams in the future? Like, here at Alabama, we're supposed to play Notre Dame, Ohio State, Wisconsin, Florida State in the future outside the league. Well, those are great games for fans to see, and that's what I think we should be doing. In college football is creating more good inventory for great games that people are interested in. But do you enhance people wanting to do that, where what's the athletic director going to do? He may go cancel all those games now, knowing that the SEC is tough enough. But at the same time, I do think the best teams are in the playoff, which I think is most important. And no coach should have any complaint about what his circumstance is relative to getting in the playoffs or out of the playoffs, because they all controlled their own destiny and they all had opportunities and they had some flaws and bad losses that contributed to their circumstance.
Credit to Saban for saying the last thing, because I do think that matters. I don't think that's him couching and trying to stay like media neutral on this subject. But I want to go back to the strength of schedule thing, because that's what Bama fans want to talk about on why they got left out. And I'll tell you this. If Bama made it and SMU was out, there's not a lot of room to argue with it. I would understand that too. But here's why, if you're a Bama fan, you should shut up. Strength of schedule. You're just talking about the SEC, correct? That's all you're talking about. Because your strength of schedule can't be your non-conference games, because I'll read them to you. It's Western Kentucky, South Florida, Wisconsin, and Mercer. Mercer, by the way, in week 10 of college football season. When injuries rack up and things start to get tough, you put a cupcake smack dab in the middle of that. So, you aren't talking about the non-conference, you're just talking about your conference. So let me ask you guys a question. Texas walks in their first year in SEC play and is this close to winning the entire damn thing. Not only for the entirety of the regular season, but they are an overtime away from winning your conference in the conference championship game. Now, let me ask you this. What do you think SEC fans would have said if Texas did the exact same thing in the Big 12? They wouldn't have thought Texas is that good, right? Certainly not better than the SEC champion because of strength of schedule or something, right? If Texas did the same thing and they were in the Big 12 this year, you would cut them down for being in the Big 12 instead of evaluating how good the football team is. That's what I can't stand about strength of schedule. Yes, it matters. Yes, it's more difficult to play in the SEC or the Big 10 than it is the WAC. We all understand that. But Bama, you lost 3 games. And 2 of them were to teams that would have been middle-of-the-road Big 12 teams. In Vanderbilt and Oklahoma. That's why I don't care. Like, not for a single second. If you're any team that especially has more than 2 losses on the year, shut up about making the playoff or not, okay? You earned nothing if you lost a quarter of your games this year. Nothing. Say what you want against SMU. SMU's only loss before that ACC championship game was to the number 17 team in the country by 3 points. That's it. So that's when it comes to the playoff and it gets down to these final 10 through 12 teams or 10 through 15 teams, and you're wondering who's in and who's out, everybody should just take a warm glass of shut the hell up and accept the results because you weren't good enough to control anything beyond that. That's the problem. So 303-504-0925. Chump Mazda text line. Going to the NFL, you had a chance to get help over the weekend, and I thought you were going to get it. I thought the Jets were going to beat the Dolphins, put them in the rearview mirror to make this Indianapolis Colts game essentially a you win and you're in situation. But here's the interesting detail, and I wonder if anybody else put this together. Friday, Saturday, Sunday morning, all the NFL shows talking about the decision of Detroit to go for it, basically in chip shot field goal range with 40 seconds on the clock, and they went for it on 4th down and not give the other team the opportunity. The exact same situation presented itself with the Jets and Dolphins. There's 40 seconds left. It's a 4th and 1 or 4th and 2 for the Jets. They opt to kick the field goal. They go up 26-23. That leaves 40-ish seconds for the Dolphins to get down in field goal range and tie it up, which they do. Game gets sent into overtime. Dolphins win the toss. Dolphins score. First drive of OT, game over. Just wondering if that changes any minds or what people think, because two situations of very similar circumstances played out. And the Dolphins not just tied the game up, they went to win in OT. And now Miami is 6-7, still very much alive in the playoff discussion. Got a tough game at Houston coming up next week. Then they have the Niners, then it's at Cleveland, then it's at the Jets again. They got a chance to make a run here, and who knows what their final record can be at the end of the season, but that one really, really hurt. And then as much as it might have hurt last night to watch that Chiefs and Chargers game, and the Chiefs again find a way to win in a super weird circumstance. It's like their 4th kicker they've had this season who's lining up to hit this game winner. And it looks like it's going to miss. I mean, it's hooking in a hurry, even for a short field goal. And it doinks its way through, which has just been the Chiefs' entire year. And the Chiefs are now 12-1, and not a single ounce of me feels like that team is going to win the Super Bowl with the way that they're playing. Not one bit.
There's that scene in the original Pirates of the Caribbean where one of the British guys is talking to Jack Sparrow, and he says, "You are by far the worst pirate that I've ever heard of." And he says, "But you have heard of me." That's exactly how I feel about the Chiefs. This is the most fraudulent team that keeps winning.
Yeah.
But they keep winning. The proof is in the pudding, man. They keep finding a way, and we can stand up here and listen to the clip of Adam Schefter telling us last week, if I'm the Broncos, I don't want to play the Chiefs in the playoffs because the Chiefs are mortal. Are they?
Well,
because it doesn't look like it.
Here's the bottom line to this, though, is this is a good thing for the Broncos. As much as you hate to see the Chiefs win, the Chiefs beating the Chargers is better for you. Now, the Chargers had the same record as you do. It's an 8-5 record. You have a chance now to start jumping around and shuffling through some of this AFC West stuff if you continue, AFC Conference stuff if you continue to win. Like the Broncos in the next couple of weeks, because they play the Colts this week, they play the Chargers the week after that, they can push themselves into, instead of a 7 seed, maybe a 6 seed, maybe a 5 seed, and put you in firm playoff positioning and have teams like the Chargers start to worry about, like, the Dolphins coming up from, the dead. You can do that, and not to mention, get yourself a better playoff matchup where instead of going to Buffalo, you'd be going to, a Houston, or you'd be going to Pittsburgh, which to me is far more preferable. Now, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, same record, both 10-3 right now. But it's just something to monitor as the season continues. But God, this is wild to look at. It's the Broncos at 8-5 at the 7 seed. It's the Colts at 6-7 in the 8 seed, and the Dolphins at 6-7, which is the 9 seed. And the next team has 4 wins. Everybody else in the AFC is eliminated. There's one team eliminated from playoff contention, although there's soon to be more, but one team is eliminated in the NFC, and that's the Giants. In the AFC, the Browns, Jags, Jets, Titans, Patriots, and Raiders are all eliminated already from the postseason. Crazy that we're at December 9th, and you've already pared down the AFC to this amount of teams. Wild. But the Chiefs win, as much as you hate to see it. It helps you. It helps you a lot. Gives you an opportunity to not just continue to try and punch your playoff ticket, but also do some maneuvering and maybe grab a little bit of a higher seed. So 303-504-0925, Shunt Mazda text line. Speaking of Adam Schefter, he will join us at 8 o'clock this morning, so stay tuned for that. Back after this. Yeah, we got a problem here. We got a real problem. The New York Mets have signed Juan Soto to a 15-year, $765 million contract, and I want to know, what are we doing here? $765 million. Juan Soto's a good player. $765 million over 15 years is insanity. And it's got to stop. I don't know. I don't know how you really keep this together. But contracts like this are the reason why the MLB is never going to have a salary cap. Because you can't go back on this now. You can't in the middle of multiple people signing contracts like this, whether it's Soto or Shohei or whoever, say we're going to change all the rules now and put a hard cap in place, and you guys got to figure out how to do that while paying somebody, like $60 million a year, $70 million a year, and doing that for a decade and a half. Juan Soto, by the way, is 26 years old. By the time this ends, he'll be 42. I mean, what is this? What is this sport? And the fact that only a handful of teams, and a small handful, I can count them on one hand, handful, can afford a contract like that is what are you supposed to do? When you're starting to pay guys amounts of money that would be a large stake in ownership were they to buy the team is pretty wild. $765 million for the New York Mets. I would assume if you were to buy a minority stake, that's got to be somewhere around what? 20% of what the team would be? Maybe a little bit less than that? It's insane.
Also, here's the thing that I don't understand about baseball. So you said it's a 15-year contract,
Yes.
right? As it stands today, Juan Soto is 26 years old.
Yeah,
that means
go till he's 42.
41, exactly. So we're assuming that when he's at age 41, he's going to pull a Vic Lombardi and just be entering his athletic prime. That's a $765 million gamble you're willing to take there, New York.
This is what they're willing to do. They're willing to bet that the next 6, 7, 8 years of that contract are going to be worth the back half of it. In the same way when the Angels signed Pujols to that giant deal after he left St. Louis, they knew at the end of that contract he would be terrible. But they were banking on the beginning part of it would lead them to championships, so it would make the back end of it worth it. That's why you give him a deal like that. Now, it's stupid, but I don't know. That's just how much of it is deferred till after the contract's done. To my knowledge, none of it for New York. They aren't doing what the Dodgers are doing. But just insanity. Meanwhile, the Tigers were in the playoffs with an entire payroll of $17.8 million. That was the entire playoff roster's payroll for the Detroit Tigers last year. 17.8. This guy is making $765 million by himself. But I guess baseball's going to baseball. What are you going to do? So a couple things here. I loved watching college football over the weekend. I thought I wouldn't be as into it with stakes feeling seemingly less on the line. Initially, when you're looking at it before these games started, and they turned out to be so damn good that it didn't matter. Just a point of reference for both CSU and CU, the bowl games that they're going to play in. CU is going to play Miami of Ohio in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl. Because I guess celebrities just get bowl games now. Do celebrities have to do that with everything, by the way? Was at the liquor store over the weekend? Does every celebrity have some sort of wine or tequila or something like that? Does everybody have one?
Speaking of that, this weekend, I actually had the chance to sample the Rocks brand of tequila.
What's that called again?
It's called Terramania.
Terramana.
Or something.
Terramana. Yep.
Yeah, I got to. After I had a few sips, I couldn't remember what it was called. But no, it actually, give him credit. It's pretty good. He actually knows how to pick a booze.
Well,
but
here's the thing with those. Because I'm actually with you. I had Terramana Añejo. I'm a big Añejo guy when it comes to tequila. Terramana Añejo is like, for the price point, like pretty damn good for the price. But here's what they do. They go to these existing places, these people that are bigger brands of tequila that know what they're doing, and they sip out of like a cask of them, and they go, yep, that one. And they just put their name on it. It's not like The Rock's out there, despite the commercials you'll see. He's not picking agave plants, okay? He's showing up to a literal plant, like a manufacturing plant, and having a sip and going, yep, put my name on that one, and then it's mine.
But I'm with you that now celebrities are getting bored with endorsing, I don't know, pizza and booze and all sorts of perfumes, that now the next step is going to be, which bowl game are we going to take over?
Exactly.
Who would sponsor the Myrtle Beach Bowl?
I can take Shaq showing up on a commercial doing the general, right? Like him and the general riding around the car. I've accepted that. That's part of my life. It's always been that way, that celebrities are in commercials. Taking over the booze world, slapping their name on a college bowl game, enough. I'm over it. So again, see, the point was CSU is playing in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, and CU is going to play BYU in the Alamo Bowl.
Hey, the Valero Alamo Bowl.
Okay.
Put some respect on Valero, Brett.
I hate that CU's playing BYU. What I thought bowl games were about is an opportunity to play somebody outside your conference. And I get that CU didn't play BYU this year, but still, it's two Big 12 teams. We will see that game. Wouldn't you rather see them play somebody who's not someone who's going to be on their schedule almost every single year? Like, isn't that better? And I know they have like these certain rules with bowl games that if you're from this conference, you got to play in this thing. Like, just throw them out the window. None of that matters anymore. Just find what you feel like is two evenly matched teams with the most interesting sort of, I guess, style between the two. Why not? Like, that makes way more sense than scheduling a conference opponent. That feels like kind of a bummer, actually. Would you rather see that, or would you rather see CU play Miami? Like, that would be a lot of fun. CU play Bama would be a lot of fun. CU play LSU or somebody, like, that's a lot of fun. Why are they playing against another Big 12 opponent? It doesn't make sense. By the way, recently, Dion was on stage with Antonio Pierce, Raiders head coach. I don't know where this was at. It looked like a charity function, but he was speaking. And he said this to Antonio Pierce.
I need you to draft those Sanders boys next year.
So he said, now I just need you to do one thing. I need you to draft these Sanders boys. And Shador and Shiloh both stand up. The open lobbying for Shador to go to the Vegas Raiders is pretty wild. It's not just Dion saying that. Shador just took a picture on social media of the Death Star out there in Vegas, saying how cool it would be to play there, or he called it like the Kingdom or the Palace or something like that. Now, people have taken this too far. I know that there was a conspiracy theory early this year where you want to know how I know that Shador wants to be drafted by the Raiders. Every day or every Sunday that the Raiders have lost, he has tweeted out, God is good. And I go, and hear me out, my theory might be a little insane. It's Sunday and he's a Christian and he's saying God is good because it's Sunday. Maybe that's it. And then the Raiders just happen to lose every week. And it's just coincidental in that way. I don't think he's waiting for the Raiders to take an L and then saying God is good. I don't think that's the plan. I think it's just probably Sunday and he's a Christian. Because, again, I checking my notes here. Christians celebrate their Lord on Sundays, is what it says right here.
And I'm also checking my notes here, and I think it says that the Raiders tend to lose on Sundays.
Yep, that too.
So there you go. We got that figured out.
It was right underneath. Christians celebrate the Lord on Sundays. It was right there. The Raiders lose on Sundays.
I just don't want this to happen for the sake of all the CU fans who are certified Raider haters, as you should be in this part of the country. So you're going to want to see Shedeur Sanders succeed in the NFL, but then that means that the Raiders would have to start winning ball games. I don't like it, man. I don't know what to do, but I'd prefer he didn't go there.
Well, that's going to be an interesting story to see the Dion honks and the people that love Shedeur. If he does go to the Raiders, what happens then? Where do your loyalties actually lie?
Well, the Giants are also actively tanking, like before our eyes, actively tanking to the point where Drew Lock had a wide open run up the middle for a first down that was so wide open that even I could have run for a first down, and instead he tripped mysteriously at the line of scrimmage. I'm like, the Giants are trying so hard to lose, they're not even hiding it, and they also are going to need a quarterback. So what are the chances that the Sanders boys actually make it to the city that never sleeps?
It's a matter of, I think Dion might be doing an Archie Manning with some teams, and I don't know if the Giants are on that list or not. They're usually a respected organization when it comes to that stuff. I mean, that's why Eli went there. But it'll be interesting to see. By the way, a texter says, Maddie says, the last time CU and BYU played football, I was a senior in college, 1988. I'm 54, bro. Understood. I'm saying they're going to be playing each other frequently in the next few years. I want to see a game that's not going to happen very frequently. That's all. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Inbound goes over to Koulibaly, right side. Dunk! 2 hands, exclamation point. Champagny. Timeout, Denver. And if you're looking for a candidate for the worst loss of the year, I'll give it to you right here in the nation's capital. The Washington Wizards have not won a game in November or December. They have lost 16 straight. Jokic has 56, 16, and 8, and it's not good enough. There's a horn. 16-game losing streak is over for the Washington Wizards. They win a basketball game for the first time since October. Westbrook has it at the midcourt circle. He goes to the left hand. Stutter step and a drive in the paint to Jokic. Floater, no good. Put it back up and in. Make it 102 points for Nikola Jokic in back-to-back games. And there's the horn in Georgia. Well, Denver bounces back off of their worst loss of the year and blow out the Atlanta Hawks 141-111. And Nikola Jokic, 48 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists. Michael Porter Jr. chips in with 26.
All right, lot to get to from over the weekend. College football championship weekend. The playoff is set. We'll talk about that. The weekend that was in the NFL with Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock this morning. Moj, I want to save the Avs and their good weekend for just a second because I feel like over the last 2 days with 2 double dipperoos consecutively, it was said by Kaz at the end of that call against Washington, worst loss of the year. I think you'd argue it's the worst loss since this core's been together. That game right there against Washington. They lost 16 straight. I think that's the worst loss since all of them formed this group that's competing for a championship. And they had to respond. And thank God they did the following night against Atlanta, because I don't know what we'd be saying if they followed that up with an Atlanta loss. We'd be talking some wild stuff this morning, so at least that held that in check. But what a weird weekend for the Nuggets.
I'm not able to watch the game really because I'm calling my own game. They're going on simultaneously. There's no breaks in the action for me. And timeout. There's no breaks in the action, right? I get to the intermission, I can turn it on, but I've got to do intermissions because it's a long story.
It's all right. I think most people understand that you're calling a hockey game.
Yeah,
I think they're okay with you not paying attention.
It's tough for you to watch.
The details of the Nuggets game. Yeah. I don't think you have to apologize on air for not catching every second of a game while you're working a hockey game.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, I didn't catch the game. I was shot 15 times over the weekend and in the hospital. I missed a little bit of it.
I'm sorry. I couldn't pick up bananas for you at the grocery store. I was mugged and sent to jail for a month.
Wait, you got mugged and then sent to jail?
Yes.
Wow.
If I'm a smallmouth bass, you're a largemouth bass. And I can hear it this morning.
Without the B.
Far and wide. But my bass eye, my regular eye is on my game. My bass eye floats around to the Nuggets game. I cannot tell you how pissed off I was on Saturday night.
Yeah,
mm-hmm. I was seething. Mm-hmm. But while it's my own game, I'm excited. It's a 2-1 game, and you're in Detroit, and blah 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 blah. I'm seething at what's going on in the nation's capital. Just like, literally teeth gritted, like you mother, this kind of thing. Then they come back last night and totally redeem themselves because you're not supposed to win back-to-backs in the NBA. You're just not supposed to do it.
They're 4-0.
I know about 78% of the time, though, in the NBA, I don't care who you are, you lose that next game. And they come through and they blow the Hawks out of the water. Good stuff last night, De Vittorio. Good stuff.
Help me understand, people, why the Denver
Nuggets...
and
incidentally, hold on, one more thing. I don't know how this happens, but I'm calling my game, and it's second period action, and I hear you in the post-game show in my ear as I'm calling my game. I'm listening to you go, it's so much fun. Tickle time, Dems, tickle time. Would you like to tickle me? Because I'd like to tickle you. For about 45, 50 seconds a minute before, I don't know, the audio guy in my truck finally hits the switcher to turn you off of me.
Because everybody in your truck is watching our post-game show. That's why.
Tickle.
Everybody in the Avs truck is like, screw this game. Let's watch Demps and Vic on the post-game.
Right. Okay. Uh-huh.
Listen, I don't know what this is, and I don't know why we're both wearing the same shirt today, but it's cute. I don't know how the Nuggets do
Oh, that
this,
was cute.
but for the last 5 years, I think it's 4 or 5 years, no team in the NBA has a better record on the second game of a back-to-back than your Denver Nuggets. This year, they're 4-0. I want to repeat it. Second game of a back-to-back, 3 of which meant traveling from one city at least 500 miles to another, so the travel's not been easy. They did it last week when they lost to Dallas here and then went to L.A. and beat the Lakers in L.A. the following night. Last night, again, I don't know how or why they have more energy in the second game of a back-to-back when the rest of the NBA, the rest of the league, usually they lose that game. They surrender that game. There's just not enough left in the tank. Not the Nuggets. They're better in that game. Could be because they're embarrassed over what they did the previous game.
Totally.
Could be, right? Could be that they ease into it. They're not overthinking. But I think last night proved something to me, guys. And you guys in Nuggets Nation, you tell me if I'm off base here. We're worried about this team. They're 12-10. They're still a very average team record-wise. Okay, we're worried. And rightfully so. You can't lose to the Wizards the way they did and not be worried. But when you assess what the issue is it a talent issue? Is it a effort issue? Is it a coaching issue? Is it a personnel issue? Is it all of the above? I'm going to tell you after watching the first 22 games of this season, I think it's an effort issue more than anything. And last night proved it.
Well, in a game where there are guys on the Nuggets, so at least there's a guy, maybe a couple guys. I mean, Trey Alexander, I guess I would notice. If I'm walking down 16th Street Mall and PJ Hall kicked me in the yang, I go, who's that big guy that just kicked me in the yang? I wouldn't know who he is.
Well, he's
okay?
6'11".
That's why I said I would acknowledge that he was a big guy, okay, tall dude. That tall dude just kicked me in the yang.
Okay,
I don't know who
but
that
PJ
is.
Hall's not playing, Moshe. Like, what's
Well,
you
why
saying?
would you
That's my
recognize
point.
him?
That's my point. Last night he played. You know it's a good night when a guy that if he kicked you in the yang, you wouldn't know who he is. If that guy gets into the game, then it's a good game. And so, Vic, I'm going to agree with you. I thought you had a very good tweet. It's not a talent level. It's not. It's a cohesion level. It's a togetherness, want-to level. That's what it is right now for the Denver Nuggets. It's not
a
a talent
defense.
level.
It's defense
Yes.
is effort. Defense
Yes.
is hustle.
Yes.
Last night they held a team that had won 6 in a row, a team that scores in droves. They held them to 111 points. Now, 111, that's still a lot, but it's much better than what the Nuggets are used to. They've yet to hold anybody to under 100. And it's defensively their best first half I've seen all season.
Yeah.
First half. They got off to a quick start. They defended the three-point line. They shut down Trae Young. Trae Young, guys, he had 1 point until 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Third quarter. He had 1 point. Credit to Russell Westbrook and the entire defense for making sure he didn't go off. So when you can play defense like that, that's an effort thing. And yes, the opponent has to miss some shots. But you guys, you watch both games. Did Atlanta have as many wide open threes as Washington did?
No. And that's where you asked the question to start, and I don't have an answer for you, Vic. Like that's what's making this kind of frustrating. I don't know what the issue is. Like in a game like Washington, you can say it's effort, and that's fine. So here's the thing, though. The games that have looked like Atlanta have happened like 2 or 3 times this year.
Yeah.
And so those are the anomalies. Those are the outliers to the equation. Most of it has been what we've seen against Washington, which was, if you want to call it a lack of effort, fine. So they haven't cared like for 90% of the games this year?
Sure.
Like, that's tough to believe.
Here's the other issue. And I've said this all season. There is a talent issue when it comes to your backup bigs. There is a talent issue. Your 5th highest paid player is a DNP most nights. Your 6th highest paid player had an ankle issue, Dario Saric. He's been a DNP most of the season. The guy that you drafted hoping to play that role is hurt. He's out for the season. So you have 3 players now that you can't play. Vlatko Čančar, who would have been a good Band-Aid to play the big in many occasions, he's out for the foreseeable future. You have 3 guys. That's a big deal. That's a very big deal to be missing those players, especially early in the season when you have to play a lot of guys. That forces you to play guys like Nikola Jokic more minutes than you want to That forces you to play Aaron Gordon more minutes than you want to. That forces you to play DeAndre Jordan. What did he play, 12 minutes last night? You have to find different ways. But you cannot tell me those dudes I just mentioned, especially Vlatko. Vlatko would have played last night. He would have played last night. Deron Holmes would have played last night.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, he would have.
What's
Hey, Brett,
getting
real quick.
lost? What's getting lost in all this, by the way, is over the span of 24 hours, Nikola Jokic put up 104 points, 30 rebounds, and 16 assists.
Yeah, he's just a player.
Okay.
That's 24 hours of work.
That's unbelievable,
Bretsky,
really.
there are certain things that when voters get stuff in their head, it's hard to dig it out. You can take a jackhammer and try to blast it out of there, right? But you can't get it out. If voters don't look at the 56 and what was it last night? 48.
48.
Right? 56 and
56 and 48.
56 and back in the back-to-back with the rebounds and the 8 assists each night. But he had to do a lot of heavy lifting. I don't know how this does not put him directly in space number 1 for his 4th MVP.
Well, I'll tell you how.
Because that's something – well, hold on. That's something that the voters haven't seen Nikola Jokic do before. They've never really seen him, quote, get off for a big old scoring night, right? Not in his prime. Now, he broke out as an NBA star that time in Madison Square Garden with 41 on Porzingis, and it was a really big deal. But these back-to-back games where the ball's going in for him and he's in full command, I mean, all these guys on the National, they must be licking their chops this morning. I can't watch it because if I turn my TV on, I'm going to get in trouble, right? Brett, you already said that. But these guys must be licking their chops. Vic, my question to you is, do you think he's already pigeonholed himself in to the number 1 slot, and now it's just up to somebody else to try to come take it away from him?
Well, I'll tell you how ridiculous the NBA is. Take a look at Nikola Jokic's numbers in the month of November. All right? Take a look at his numbers in the month of November. Compare those numbers to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who had a great month as well. Tell me who had better numbers. And I'm going to tell you what the NBA is already doing. I could feel it. I could sense it. Look at his numbers overall. Compare them, please. Somebody have them yet? And I'm going to give you some other reasons, some other things that are going on behind the scenes that are really troublesome.
Typically, when you say that, you have them at the ready, and then you just sort of inform us what's going on.
I don't have the numbers at the ready.
In November?
Yeah, in the month of November. Give me the numbers, what they average in the month of November, each player.
Jokic was 29, 13.5, and 11.
Okay, so he averaged a triple-double in the month of November at 29 points. Shai.
31, 5, and 7.
Okay. Whose numbers are better?
Jokic.
Who got the NBA Player of the Month award?
I guess I'm assuming Shai from what
Shai
you're
did.
saying. Yeah.
Shai did. Yeah. How? Why?
Because
They want to spread the wealth?
How?
Are they trying to spread the love around the league? What are they trying to do?
A guy averages a triple-double for the month. He averaged a triple-double for the month. I mean, it's how?
Well, I mean,
By
but if
default,
it was,
it's over.
If it was 12, 10, and 10, that'd be one thing, but it's not. It's nearly 30 points.
It's a 30-point triple-double. He leads the league in rebounds. I'm going to give you another example of why I'm just tired of this. Do you guys know who Eddie Johnson is? Eddie Johnson is the
former Sacramento King?
Yeah, he's the television analyst for the Phoenix Suns.
It's notorious.
He's been around for a long time.
He sent a series of tweets over the weekend just hating on Jokic after the Washington loss, ripping Jokic, in a roundabout way. He said, if he's so good, why can't he carry this team? This is after he scored 56. And I see these people, and this guy played in the league. Eddie Johnson was a great player for a long time.
He really was a good player.
Yeah, and he got skewered for this, obviously, but it's not going to change his mind. I don't know. I don't see what the other people see. I'm blind to what they see. How somebody like that, who played in the game and understands how hard the game is, doesn't understand the brilliance of this player. Somebody asked me last night, why do you guys spend so much time defending him and glazing him? I go, we're just enjoying. We're enjoying in Denver because we don't get this often. We've never gotten this. We're enjoying the presence of the greatest player on earth that is doing his thing right before our eyes right now. We're just enjoying this. And when we hear other people attack that, we're just quizzical. We're like, what? What are you talking about? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you not Is everybody
Yeah, but
blind?
those guys are they're the minority, Vic. He's won 3 MVPs. If it ended today, he'd win his 4th.
But this guy is an NBA analyst. He calls games for another NBA team. How could you be so blind? How could you be that blind? How could you see a guy who go? Because correct me if I'm wrong, guys. If it's all about scoring, if Nikola Jokic wanted to, Mark Mosier, do you think he can average 35 a night if he wanted to?
Oh, of course he could. It would be no problem for. I mean, as evidence the past 2 nights.
Yeah,
it would be no problem.
No
him,
issue,
yes.
right? Just shoot it
Correct.
30 times a night. Do you think he wanted
Correct.
to shoot the ball 38 times in Washington? Do you think he
You're
took
damn right
joy
he did
in
not.
doing that?
Of course not. No, he did not at all.
Are there players in this league who do take joy in doing that?
Sure.
Absolutely.
And that's the difference.
Well, we can get back to this in a bit. I want to jump to the Avs and their good weekend because they got something we haven't seen in a while, which is 2 straight games of pretty elite-level goaltending in both of those between 2 different guys. That and then the weekend of college football that resulted in controversy, air quotes, of the college football playoff committee putting together these rankings and Alabama getting left out. I got 2 words for anybody in Alabama that's upset this morning. Shut up. Shut up. We'll get to all that next.
Hey, man, it's the holidays. It's a time for love. It's a time for joy. But if you're suffering from some form of erectile dysfunction, this season can be tough on you. Let's get real, man. It's no big deal. We're just talking about it. If you got an issue, fix it. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year and give the best gift you can. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because the treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some treatments, you can even last an hour or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade. It's successfully treated tens of thousands of men. All you've got to do is go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Your initial visit, just $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, but you know it will. But if it doesn't, the entire office visit is absolutely free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be right back in the game after your first appointment. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you from Fort Collins all the way to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or, again, visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
2 seconds, 1, and that is it. The Avalanche come into Motown, and they mow down the Red Wings. In their last 13 games, the Colorado Avalanche are 12-0-1 versus Detroit. Cale Makar gets the game winner. Alexander Georgiev makes 28 saves on 29 shots. And Colorado clips the Wings. 2 seconds, 1. And that is it. The night belongs to Scott Wedgwood. His second career shutout versus the team that drafted him. He makes 26 saves on 26 shots. He gets goals from Colton, O'Connor, Arturi Lehkonen, and Parker Kelly. And the Avalanche danced with the Devils and shut them out by a final score of 4-0.
Two things you love to see over the weekend for the Avs. Number one is great goaltending, which has come very inconsistently this year, but over the course of 120 minutes, Moj, two different goalies, Alexander Georgiev and Scott Wedgwood, gave up one goal in 120 minutes, which is a pretty good sign for you having success. And secondly, God, is it good to see Ross Colton back on the ice for that team.
Yeah.
Because he's a difference maker.
It really is. It really is. Georgie was terrific on Saturday night. The only goal that was scored on him was a redirect by Lucas Raymond, which there's not a goalie in the league that can stop it. When there's listen, if I say, maybe if some goalie could have had that, I might throw it on him to be a little bit better. No goalie in the world could have had that save. He was great, and then Wedgwood was great last night, and I said, hey, that flipper, man, on that power play. He goes, oh, you mean the back door? I was walking down the hallway. I said, yeah. This is where goalies are being aggressive, and they're feeling it, and you like that battling. There was a play last night for the Devils where the puck was going across the top of the crease, and he stuck his right pad out, and he booted it straight up the slot. Devils got it and shot it right at the front of the net. He was in perfect position. But he denied the backdoor play on his own, right? Some goalies will put their paddle out there, whatever. A lot of goalies, that pass will get through the top of the crease, Vic, and then it's a backdoor tap in, and you give up a goal.
Why'd you change your shirt?
Because I don't want to hear you whine for the next 3 hours.
I liked it. We were uniform. We were a team.
Well, then you should have said that originally instead of we're wearing the same shirt today. I can't believe that crap.
It was great.
Brett, tell me.
Sorry.
I'll tell you this, that Wedgwood was great yesterday, and that was a dominant win. Now, the game on Saturday, I don't know what it is about the Avs and their inability to get an empty netter anymore. Like, the fact that McKinnon hit it off the inside part of the post and it still didn't go in is unreal. But how about
I know, man.
Georgiev during that just mad scramble at the end of the game, getting not only the initial block, but then sticking the toe out full splits on that back corner to make sure it didn't go in. He saved you the game. Like, he was great. You had a battle between him and Husso, and he won you a hockey game.
Certainly did. Now you've won 3 out of 4 games on this trip. Now, I don't know what you think about the Pittsburgh Penguins, but they're not going to make the postseason this year. I think what you should do is you should win tomorrow night here in this building, and I know we'll get to it coming up tomorrow. And if you win 4 out of 5 away from Ball Arena on this trip, you think that's pretty damn good? Yeah. You're damn right it is. Yeah. But you talked about the return of Ross Colton, and what an epiphany I've had about old RC. I met his old man last night. He had all of his family there, but he's from a town called Robbinsville, New Jersey, which is about halfway between Newark and Philadelphia. And so the whole crew was there, including Grandma, the whole 9 yards. It was awesome. Ross Colton.
Oh.
It was cool, and so I'm talking to his old man for a little while, and he's like, "Yeah, we watch every game. We love you guys." But I'm like, "Well, thanks." I said, "But having your kid back in the lineup is the best thing that we could have asked for because we get excited about him." I mean, he came out of the gates with 8 goals in 10 games. Vic, Brett, to be able to have a guy who's an elevator guy. I'm thinking, okay, he's brought here to be a third line center. That's what his job is. And he's out of necessity playing on the top line to begin the season. And can he handle the minutes? Yeah, you're damn right he can. Hey, can Ross Colton handle power play minutes with the top unit?
Sure.
I think he did pretty damn good. And so to be able to have that guy elevator up and down the lineup and go from center back to wing and flourish in that role, I mean, this is a valuable dude, man. And his old man, and maybe this is part of it, he said he loves playing in Colorado. He loves playing with these guys. That's cool.
Well, that's
a good thing. And listen, I just think it shows, Brett. It just shows in his game that this guy's a true NHL gamer. It's great.
Here's the big detail from last night for me. Your goal scorers were Ross Colton, Parker Kelly, Logan O'Connor, and Arturi Lehkonen. Here's what those guys all have in common. Their names aren't Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen, or Cale Makar. Like, you're going to need those guys, obviously, to step up and take some of the scoring load off of your big dogs in that lineup. And
you want to throw Val Nichushkin in that top list, too, because
oh, yeah.
My God, has he been good lately,
Yes,
huh?
he has.
It's not just him producing on the ice, guys. It's where he's putting himself. It's what he's doing. Last night, I get to the hotel, and I'm setting up my equipment here and everything, and I have NHL Network on, and Dave Reed, former Avalanche Stanley Cup champion in 2001, is talking about the game last night, but he's talking about the defensive side of things. And they had Val like in 3 different clips, him along the boards winning puck battles. His stick is in the right place, excuse me, at the right time. He's doing it all right now, in addition to, again, putting the puck in the back of the net. And it's just great to see. You got to have that, though, if you're the Avalanche. You got to have more than one line going, and hopefully that middle stat line is going to start going now, really going, because they have the past 2 games in a big way.
Last night after the game, Wedgwood went on the postgame show. Did he say it to you or did he say it to Kyle and them? Talking about,
it was Kyle and Mitchie.
Yeah, show me a great team and I'll show you a great goalie. You got to have it. It's got to go hand in hand. I mean, he was not afraid to say that. Sure. And you're not going to play great every night, but you win games like that, you have to have the play at the back end. You have to, or you don't win.
Yeah, and so last night, Nelly, I don't know if you have this clip from Jared Bednar, but I ran down to talk to the coach and to do kind of the post-game scrimmage thing, but I got most of like the first 5 questions in. But I asked him about the defensive side of things last night. And maybe this is the most impressive thing, guys, is that you're playing in a back-to-back and you're playing against one of the high-powered teams in the NHL. The New Jersey Devils really are that. They're that good. They were the 5th best team in the league points-wise going into last night's game. And you shut them down. You made them look like they were a step slow. And this is a team that can skate as well as the Colorado Avalanche. And I'm not kidding. They are really, really good. But here's what the coach had to say.
I think it was their best game of the year on the defensive side of it, to be honest with you. I just felt like we looked really organized, really disciplined, above the puck early. Really good offensive team we're playing there, and I felt like we made it difficult on them to generate any type of speed and find open ice all the time. And then in the defensive zone, just look like we're really organized. It's what my problem was with our game the other night in Carolina. I thought we did a nice job in Detroit, and then I felt like it took another step on that side of it for sure here tonight.
There you go. I mean, to play in the back-to-back, Vic, the Nuggets and the Avs have a knack for it. The Avalanche are the best team in both halves of the back-to-back of any team in the National Hockey League since the start of 2020, 2021.
And the Nuggets are the same. Nuggets and the Avs have the same type of reputation. I think it's high-altitude training.
Might be. Genetics? Is it genetics?
Well,
it might be. I don't know. I don't know the reason.
You just laughed. You laughed at... Did you hear him just laugh at a commentary I made?
Yeah, because that's not
like
a real. That's not a real. It's not a real theory. It's just you're just guessing into the wind.
No.
I think it's high altitude trading. If you ask my expert opinion.
Yes. All right. The question is, how do 2 professional teams that share the same venue from the same town, how do they both dominate on the second game of a back-to-back, and they've done it over the last 5 years? What do they have in common?
Well,
high altitude training.
Okay, I guess if you're looking for the simplest answer, Vic, that very well could be it. I'd like to see some empirical data that would back that up. But I talked to Logan O'Connor about it. He said,
I got your data. It's right here. It's oxygen. You see it? It's right here.
You almost choked on air.
Almost
when you
did. See, I don't have high altitude training.
Hey, can we bounce back?
No,
to this?
but I will say this.
Quickly.
It's just it felt really good to see that team do what it did. I mean, your best defense. You're playing the back-to-back. You're flying from Detroit to Jersey. We didn't get to the hotel till 2 a.m. Sunday morning, and then you got to play a game. You got to leave for the damn rink at 3:30 the next day. It's crazy. But to play with that kind of defensive effort and to have the scoring punch up and down the lineup come through, And it was just really, really good to see. And again, Wedgwood was terrific between the pipes, guys. It's kind of the best case scenario.
CM Randall says it on the Twitch feed, and you're exactly right. When I go on the road, like if I go to Miami, if I go somewhere and I go for a run, I could run forever. I could run. If you had me run in Miami, I'll run all the way through the Florida Keys. I'll run to Cuba. I can run. I never get tired. Never. It just works. I'm telling you, it's high altitude training.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Brett, help me out here. Welcome to Miami.
Bienvenidos a Miami.
Before we move on to the next topic, I know it's going to be college football. I do have to congratulate Mark Mosier because your guy is in. Google Dave Parker hose.
Dave Parker made it, baby. Congratulations to Dave Parker getting in the Hall of Fame.
Hey,
and
you remember
for all
the time
you
we
kids
had
out there that don't understand, you Google Dave Parker hose, you'll know exactly what we're talking about. That's why he's in the Hall.
I love this. See if I can find it. Ricky Cobb is the guy who's Super 70 Sports on Twitter, right? And it was great because he sent out a tweet 13 hours ago. Cooperstown is now flavor country, blanker. Congratulations to Dave Parker and to Dick Allen in heaven, because Dick Allen got in as well. But the picture he sent out is both of them hammering a dart, which I think is awesome. Both Dave Parker
here we go.
and Dick Allen deserve.
He's Googling Dave Parker hose live on the air, which could be very unsettling.
All right, hang on. The top two, but don't do anything now.
Okay.
The top two Google searches for Dave Parker hose are, number one, from MLBBro.com, remembering Dave Parker's hose show in this 1979 MLB All-Star game.
Smart.
The very next one is the Altitude Sports Radio Twitter account.
You've got to be kidding me.
You're kidding.
We made
That's
Google?
awesome.
Dude, we made the Google search engine.
Yes,
exactly
segment. Right.
For all of you youngins out there, when I was a youngin, here was the story. When a guy got thrown out at the plate, you called it, hey, man, he hosed him, right? I mean, this guy got – I don't know, Brett, do people still use that term in Major League Baseball?
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
he hosed him at third.
Yep.
Dave Parker, there's especially in the All-Star game, I think is that the one that they're showing on the top Google search that Dave Parker put out at home?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
The All-Star game throw.
Dave Parker could throw Sons of Guns out from Pueblo into Denver, man. This guy was unbelievable. I just made a mistake one time of saying Google Dave Parker
hose. The fourth YouTube video result that we got here, the top three are him and his arm strength. The fourth one says, are your hoses compromising your food safety, in case you guys want to check that out, too. Just quickly here.
And the fifth one is the Pittsburgh Pirates locker room interviews.
We'll talk to Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock this morning. I want to get to college football next because I want a full segment on that. So just quickly, with the NFL yesterday, you had two opportunities for things to really help you as the Broncos were sitting around idle this week with a bye week. Mm-hmm. One was the Dolphins losing to the Jets, which I thought could happen, and it almost did. The Jets had a 3-point lead with about 40 seconds left, end up losing to Miami. I want to get to that in a second. And then, of course, because it's the Chiefs, and this actually helps as much as you hate to see it.
I know.
It helps you.
It does.
The Chiefs doink in a field goal because it's the only way they haven't won yet this year is by doing that. So
you know
they had
what,
to
Chiefs
do it.
fans, and those of you who are brave enough to listen to this show, just slurp it all in right now. Slurp in all that great fortune that you've had, because you have had a lot of it. I mean, a ton of it. A whole season of great fortune. I mean, again, it will end. And when it does, we'll be there for it. There's no way you can continue to play like this. There's no way you can get doinks off the field goal post that are good to win. It just can't continue at this rate.
By the way, Tirico might be one of the best in the game doing football stuff right now. His call was fantastic.
The kick will come from Matthew Wright. This is for the division, for the Chiefs. And Wright off the upright and in for the division. It's the doink for the division for the Chiefs. Oh, my goodness.
What a call.
Yeah, it's great. I love Mike Tirico. Used to have him on the program a lot. Just a great dude and a great broadcaster. And I for the life of me, I didn't see it, obviously, until we got out of the game and onto the bus. I mean, these guys.
It'll end.
Vic,
it will end. I'm telling you. It's
I know
going to end.
You're a doctor, though, and I raised the question. I don't know how many months ago, maybe years ago, there's a horseshoe buried somewhere in somebody in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere inside their person. I'd love to see the x-rays and or the CAT scans to find out where that horseshoe is buried. But even Chiefs fans have got to believe now that somebody has had a four-leaf clover implanted somewhere in their cavities.
You know what's funny about
someplace,
this? Chiefs don't scare anyone. They don't scare anybody.
They don't.
You could tell opposing teams play that team, and they're like, yeah, whatever, dude. I mean, they lose because the Chiefs doink, field goals in to win. But they don't have that same intimidation factor they had just a year ago, the year before. Are we all fair there? They're just not?
They can't score that way anymore. You get scared of a team that scores, can put up 35 on you. That's why teams like Buffalo scare the hell out of you. It's, Detroit, whoever. Teams that can put up 31 points on a bad day can scare you. The Chiefs can't.
By the way,
their best day, they can't do that.
Are we just going to let their tackles move freely whenever they want before a snap?
Yeah.
Is that just part
of
it? They always have.
So, yes.
Vic, they always have. I mean, they only get dinged on it once or twice a year as the officials try to send a message to them, and they go right back to doing it the next series. I don't get it. I don't know how that happens and why it's allowed to happen. It makes no sense.
Hey, but guess what? You are now, when you look at the standings in the AFC, the Broncos are 8-5. So is the team that's ahead of you in the 6th seed, in the Chargers, and so is the team that's ahead of you in the 5th seed, which is the Ravens. Tie record with all of those teams in wild card spots.
And both those teams beat you head to head. So you've got to make up a little ground here. Well, you have the chance against the Chargers. The Ravens, they control their own destiny.
Well, now that you're playing a home game in LA, because that'll be a Broncos home game. We've been there before, right? We've been there. We've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're doing this on a short week after Indy. Remember when they made that move to Thursday Night Football? We were like, yeah, okay, more time to prepare for Cincy. I wonder if in hindsight now it's not a good thing because you have a chance to overtake the Chargers. Didn't you want a full week to prepare for that game? You don't get a full week now. You get 2 days.
Right.
Now in hindsight, I wonder if that move to Thursday Night Football sucked.
Well,
welcome to Cincinnati.
We can break that down in a little bit. 303-504-0925. So
Miami, Cincinnati.
College football were some amazing games over the weekend, and then we get the news of who made the playoff and who didn't. And I got about 3 different audio clips of people who are in the playoff or out of the playoff or whatever, that no matter what, everybody's mad still. Everybody's mad about something. We'll get to it next.
great high school kickers in the history of the United States. It'll be a 56-yarder. The wind really not a factor. Snap and hold are good. That one is good! At the buzzer! Clemson wins the ACC.
God, I felt for SMU on that one. I mean, they're down 24-7 at halftime. They battle all the way back. They got 4 minutes left to have a game-tying touchdown drive, and they put together a 16-play drive, leaving only 16 seconds left on the clock to tie the game up. And you're like, wow, what a comeback. Only to have the ensuing kickoff return for like 45 yards, one pass later, 56-yard field goal attempt is good, and Clemson wins the ACC. But outside of the Big 12, every championship game was fantastic. Every single one. The Big 12 was a mess. Arizona State just rocked Iowa State.
Scotaboo. That dude, man. Holy moly.
Yeah, he's a player.
Wow. You're exactly right, man. The ramifications for each game, too, all the levers that are pulled when you watch the results of each game, you can sense what kind of impact it has on the rest of college football.
Right.
Conferences, teams, their coaches watching. Lane Kiffin is having a convulsion right now. He's got an aneurysm because he thinks every SEC team should be in. And here's my message to the SEC. Because every coach is complaining. Even Nick Saban was campaigning during that show last night. If that's the case, why don't we just shut it all down and just make it the SEC? Because that's what you want, right? That's what they want. That's all they want. Just shut it all down. Why should any other team compete? Why should any other team even play? You think that every team in your league is worthy and nobody else is. Well, here's my message to Alabama. Try not losing 3 games. You lost 3 games.
That's a quarter of your schedule. That's a quarter, okay? And here's the thing. I heard Cam Newton talking about this Friday on First Take, too, where he was saying nobody wants to see Boise State and SMU in the college football playoff. Wouldn't you rather see Ole Miss or LSU or somebody? And here's the thing. Cam, if that's what you want, you get that for 12 weeks. It's called the SEC Network. You can watch that every single week with a whole bunch of games if that's what you want to watch. But here's what bothers me about this. And look, if they left Bama in and they took SMU out, I would still kind of shrug my shoulders, Vic, and say, okay, fine. That's the decision you made. Once you get to that, the 12th and 13th and 14th best teams in the country, whatever. I mean, you're splitting hairs anyway. But for everybody who's an SEC person or a Bama fan to go to the strength of schedule argument. Now, I want to play this from Nick Saban, who was on ESPN on their selection show. Now, the early part of this answer, he's kind of making the schedule excuse. At the end, I think he's pretty honest, though. Listen.
If we don't take strength of schedule into consideration, is there any benefit to scheduling really good teams in the future? Like, here at Alabama, we're supposed to play Notre Dame, Ohio State, Wisconsin, Florida State in the future outside the league. Well, those are great games for fans to see, and that's what I think we should be doing. In college football is creating more good inventory for great games that people are interested in. But do you enhance people wanting to do that? What's the athletic director going to do? He may go cancel all those games now, knowing that the SEC is tough enough. But at the same time, I do think the best teams are in the playoff, which I think is most important. And no coach should have any complaint about what his circumstance is relative to getting in the playoffs or out of the playoffs, because they all controlled their own destiny and they all had opportunities and they had some flaws and bad losses that contributed to their circumstance. So this could be a learning lesson for each and every team and every individual on those teams.
So I appreciate the back end of that answer because I do think that is the proper way to look at it. But as far as the first, and I'm seeing this quote here from Alabama's AD, Greg Byrne. With this outcome, we will need to assess how many P4 non-conference games make sense in the future to put us in the best position to participate in the CFP. That is not good for college football. Hey, Greg Byrne, here's your P4 non-conference games. Western Kentucky, South Florida, Wisconsin, and Mercer. Let's not pretend you were doing that already, okay?
Come on, man.
Let's not pretend that's happening with you.
Guys.
The best team you played was Wisconsin, who is a middle-of-the-road meh team in the Big Ten, okay? That's the best that you played. So what is he talking about?
I can't believe the amount of hand-wringing and whining going into this, including from Lane Kiffin. By the way, I thought that the guy from the committee...
If you lose 3 games, you lost 3 games.
Yes.
There is no argument.
Right.
Why is there an argument? You lost 3 times. 3 of them. Alabama they got bludgeoned by Oklahoma, a team that got bludgeoned by other teams most of the season.
It's the worst Oklahoma team that we've seen in, probably 2 decades?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And you got embarrassed. That game alone, it's over. It's over. Listen, man, everyone's going to talk about every team in bad losses. My team had a horrible loss, horrific loss. I thought my team would never rebound, but they never lost again, and they blew everybody out after that.
That
One loss is different than 3.
Yes.
I thought the guy from the committee had a good point. He said, we do take strength of schedule into consideration. And that's why Alabama is above a 2-loss team in Miami. I mean, that's why they're above them as of right this second. So, look, and then to watch Curt Cignetti, who I've got a great deal of respect for.
I got
my
this.
God.
Moshe, can you hang on to this just for a second? I got one last point about the Bama stuff.
Absolutely.
Here's what I would just pose this to every SEC fan who feels like his team got screwed and left out, whether you're Lane Kiffin or a Bama fan or whoever. Here's my proposal. Texas was this close in the SEC championship game to winning against Georgia and taking not just the regular season conference championship crown, but the actual championship game crown too. Which, by the way, we'll get to that later because the end of that game was pretty wild. But Texas was this close. If Texas did the exact same thing, exact same team, exact same performances in the Big 12, what would they say? If I said that Texas had to stay in the Big 12 one more year before moving to the SEC, they would get dogged for playing in a worse conference in the SEC. Correct. And they'd be told, well, Texas, pretty good team. Overrated, though, because they don't play anybody. They walked into their conference and damn near stole it from everyone. Yeah. The first year they got there. Yeah. And now, all of a sudden, Texas is in the club. Like, oh, you did it in the SEC. Well, now that matters. But that's my entire point, is they could have done the same thing in the Big 12 this year, and you wouldn't have given them credit. Because you would have been talking about schedule.
Vic, this is also, you're right, Brett. This is also the first year of this, 12-team playoff. And I see what you have to do, too. You cannot, I don't know what Alabama is thinking. SMU came back in that game, and they lost on the last-second 56-yard field goal. And they're in their conference championship game. But they were already ranked ahead of Alabama going into that game. Just because they lost an extra game in excruciating fashion doesn't mean you should drop them below a team that just sat around with their teeth in their mouth and their thumb up their tail. I don't listen.
Nobody's crying for
it's
Alabama.
Just like
nobody here is crying.
Well,
and if you if you're crying for Alabama and you live in Denver, Colorado, and you're listening to this show, I don't know, move to Tuscaloosa. That's all.
It's
nobody
just like
cares.
this.
Take that L on the way out.
Nobody cares.
They're like a spoiled kid at Christmas that didn't get, the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip in addition to everything else that he got. And
nobody cares about your problems.
Yeah,
I will say
I'm sick of it.
There's a flaw in the system. You can't have the number 5 seed with the easiest road to the national championship game. They have to reseed after the initial games. They can't.
There should be reseeding
because
it's
dumb.
And maybe that'll come down the road.
Yeah, you can't, because the way it's set up now, the top 4 seeds and the way it works, the number 1 seed in this thing is going to end up playing the tougher team. That shouldn't
correct.
be the case.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be the case. As soon as they're done with these first games, reseed it all. That's all. That's all you have to do.
That would be a great idea. We'll see how it plays out, Vic. Maybe we'll be surprised. I mean, I give SMU a puncher's chance against Penn State all day and all night. James Franklin hasn't done a great deal of things with that Penn State program. Every team has flaws, including Oregon, but Oregon's pretty damn good.
Yeah,
but every team has flaws.
But Oregon, look at Oregon's schedule. They barely beat Boise State. They had some tough games. So you're right. That's the beauty of this, man. The beauty of this format and where we are this year with college football. I can't look at it and say, oh, there's no way. There's always a way. Mm-hmm. Any team can beat another team, and that's the beauty of it. I love it.
I'm very happy, Brett. I'm very happy for Arizona State. Picked to finish last in the Big 12. They win the conference title.
God, they're fun.
I'm very happy for them. And that, by the way, that Scatabo, right? Scatabo, whatever. You know where he came from?
He came from California, right?
Yeah, he was a Sac State Hornet. transferred
really?
to
Wow.
which is why we were good.
Get your stingers up.
I had when Lil Scatterbo was running for the Hornets, we were in the national playoffs. My stinger was vibrating like crazy, and he's like, you know what? By the way, I'm going to ASU. I'm like, damn it! All right, that's the end of that dream. Anyway, but the fact of the matter is, I just can't help think about what could have been, right? Because I think that the Buffaloes would be there right now. I really do, and I'm not upset about the Alamo Bowl because I enjoyed my time at the Alamo Bowl previously watching the Colorado Buffaloes with Vic's brother.
Yeah, but you know what? Don't play.
But
don't play
playing
Big
BYU
12.
is really stupid.
It is. It's really dumb.
Playing BYU is so
everybody wanted to see
dumb.
it, including the two coaches and the two teams. Everybody wanted to see CU versus Miami. Why couldn't they make that happen?
Over, yes.
Why couldn't some bowl? You know why? Because there's still these affiliations with these bowl games.
Stop the affiliations.
Stop that crap. Nobody
get a
cares
good
about your
matchup.
conference affiliation. Nobody cares now. Those games don't matter. At the end of the day, they just want to see the best matchups. If you want a bowl game to matter, give me the best matchup. And the best matchup, I'm telling you right now, if you gave me CU Miami in a bowl game, that's more attractive than some of these freaking CFP games.
CU,
Give me
LSU, CU, Ole Miss,
CU,
like something.
Ole Miss. Hey, CU, South Carolina?
Sure.
Totally agree. I don't know what they're doing.
But
don't
put
why.
two conference teams in the same bowl game. That's just so dumb. It's just so stupid. I'm really mad. I don't want to see it. I was really disappointed when I saw their opponent. Really disappointed.
Well, you have to disenfranchise. You have to remove the bowl games from their conference affiliation. That's Plan A, and then you can move forward.
CSU, by the way, is playing against Miami of Ohio in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, in case anybody was keeping track. So we'll get to that a little bit later, but let's take a break. Got Adam Schefter, ESPN, next. Time for our weekly chat. Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every Monday at 8 o'clock. Adam, can we just get this out of the way? I just want to be prepared for next week because now the Chiefs have won on a doinked-in field goal. What's the way that they haven't won yet that I can expect for next weekend? Just to mentally prepare.
Yeah, well, it's an oblong ball hitting a circular post, right? So if I did the math right now, I could tell you what that would be, but I don't have time for math. I can tell you this. Would you agree, Adam? The Chiefs are not as intimidating as they were even a year ago. I think there are teams lining up waiting to play the Chiefs in the playoffs, to be honest with you.
Well, Vic, I would say yes. You don't look at them and go, oh boy, like this team's going to blow our doors off. Like I think the Lions and Eagles are scarier, but there's still that aura of a champion that comes along with playing Kansas City. There's still that clutch factor of teams being unable to put them away. There's still the Chiefs' ability to find ways to win when it looks like they're out and they come through. Just like it was when John Elway played quarterback in Denver all those years and Denver was on the ropes and Elway would find a way, improbably, impossibly, to pull them from behind, carry them on his shoulders, and then win the game. And it's not all that different with Patrick Mahomes. It really isn't. It's the same type of thing. He comes through when it matters. You still have to beat him. You could say they're more vulnerable. Agree. You could say they're not as good. Agree. You could say that we'd love the opportunity to play. Agree. Still, they just won their 9th straight division title, and they have the best record in football.
Yeah, screw them.
Yeah. Well, I listen, I don't disagree with Vic's sentiments here, Adam. But there's no team in the league going, oh, yeah, you know what? I can't wait to go play at Arrowhead in the month of December, January. That's going to be really fun. Nobody's saying that, even if they do look vulnerable. I'm curious about you because you work 24/7 all year round. I mean, you live this stuff and you have to for your job. What's your favorite time of the NFL season? Is it when the postseason's approaching and teams everything's coming into view as to who's going to be doing what? Is it the off season? I mean, what's your favorite time?
Well, I think that's a question that really relates to work, right? So if we're just talking work, I always think the start of the football season is always just awesome. You know that you have 20 plus weeks of football ahead of you. Your Sundays will be filled again. It's exciting to see all the storylines that are ahead. I think that the start of the postseason is always really entertaining and intriguing. But again, I think of it just in terms of workloads, right? So when the regular season ends and we're getting ready for the playoffs, I always think, okay, well, I got to now worry about what teams are firing head coaches and what teams are hiring head coaches, although the hiring cycle has slowed down dramatically, but you're always kind of on guard for those types of things. And, I love the build up to the draft because it's a lot of speculation and conjecture without having real answers. And we don't get the moment of truth until the draft rolls around. And that to me is fun. And it also means that the most enjoyable time of the year is around the corner because once you get past the draft and it quiets down for a couple of months, there's a couple of months of peace. But even in this league, it's not very peaceful. It's just more peaceful than the other times.
Adam Schefter, ESPN with us. Adam, a month ago, the Atlanta Falcons played a game against the Denver Broncos in which they lost 38-6. They entered that game 6-3. They've lost 4 straight, and Kirk Cousins has not thrown a touchdown since that game. Well, before that game, the week before it. Are they thinking about making a change with Michael Penix, seeing what he's got?
Raheem Morris ruled that out yesterday. He said that's not how they're thinking. I know their plan has been to stick with Kirk Cousins, but the more they lose and the more interceptions he throws, the more this question is going to come up, and eventually it becomes a possibility because there's no way you could just keep playing like this on a 4-game losing streak. He hasn't thrown a touchdown during those 4 games. He has thrown 8 picks, including 2 more yesterday. You could continue to deny it and say that's not in the cards or the plans all along, But at some point in time, you do have the 8th overall pick on the bench, and you're going to want to see, is he going to give us a spark? Because he's looked good in practice, and he's picked up the offense. And, I mean, they invested a lot of money in Kirk Cousins. We'll see how it works out, but they're not planning that. But I always think plans are open to change.
Tell me if this is real or fake. Since Russell Wilson took control of the Pittsburgh offense, the Steelers have the number 2 rated offense in the National Football League. Number 2 since he took over. How?
Well, it is true. I know that to be true. And he's brought a spark and life and energy to that offense. Arthur Smith's done a great job as the offensive coordinator. Russell's played very well at quarterback. He's played within the confines of what that team does, which is always play great defense, run the football, take what's there for him. Obviously, I think he learned from his time in Denver, his time in Seattle, obviously. And I think he was just waiting for this kind of year. And it's not like you look at him and say, boy, he's lighting it up, but he's playing good, effective football for a team that's winning.
Hey, stats don't lie. Number 2 rated. Everybody can say, oh, well, it's fluky in this. Number 2. Would you take number 2 rated? Every team would. That's what he's got.
Now, again, it's why Mike Tomlin made the switch, why he went to Russell Wilson. Justin Fields was really liked, really well respected in that locker room. Players really liked him. But I can tell you they feel similarly about Russell Wilson, too, and they're very happy.
I'll tell you what, there's a quarterback from Capistrano Beach, California. I was convinced I went to his wake a couple of years ago, but he's back from the dead, Lazarus. What is up with Sam Darnold yesterday? 347 yards passing, 5 touchdowns. Brett was talking about the Falcons. Adam, can guys like Darnold, I don't know what Minnesota's going to do. I mean, obviously they like their first-round pick from Michigan. But for crying out loud, is this guy going to find a big-time job in the future? Is he proving himself enough that this guy is going to get a big-time contract, maybe with Minnie or someplace else? Or are people looking at it, he's a byproduct of the offensive talent he has around him?
Is he going to get that in Minnie? Like, do they just say, I know we drafted a guy in the first round, but he's playing well?
Well, they haven't had any talks with Sam Darnold yet about bringing him back. And I think that they've invested a lot into J.J. McCarthy. He's the only quarterback under contract for next year. I think they went out and got Daniel Jones for the reason that they could bring him in, get him acclimated, and potentially bring him back if and when they can't re-sign Sam Darnold. I think that they'd like to bring back Sam Darnold. The question will be, is there a team out there like the Jets or the Giants or the Raiders that doesn't get the quarterback they want in the draft, that feels like Sam Darnold is an upgrade, that is willing to pay Sam Darnold? If there is, then he's going to go. And I think that Sam Darnold has played himself into, let's just say, like a Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones type contract. Like, you can't say he's not playing well. And it's not the system. It's Sam Darnold. It's Sam Darnold in conjunction with Kevin O'Connell and the offensive firepower that the Vikings have. It's all those factors. But the fact is, he's played at a high level. He's played at a high enough level to get paid. He should do well. Again, let's look at this a second. So the teams that are going to need quarterbacks, I mean, again, we're just talking. Would the Browns be willing to pay him? That's interesting to think about, right? Would the Titans be willing to pay him? I could see that. Would the Raiders be willing to pay him? Would the Giants be willing to pay him? Would the Jets be willing to pay him? Would the Saints be willing to pay him? What happens if Matthew Stafford retires? What happens if there's another quarterback that retires? Mm-hmm. What about Seattle?
What do you have written in the What do you have written in the record and fact book that you're looking at?
What's on the front page of that book?
No, I'm just looking at. He's looking at
a Bible.
I keep it right next to me at all times.
Yeah, very good.
Every piece of information I want. And that's what we do.
Adam. So I heard a really interesting discussion you guys were having that was a little contentious between Rex Ryan and Teddy Bruschi on the pregame show on ESPN.
Yeah,
they were talking about Dan Campbell's decision to go for it on 4th and inches. And what's funny is I totally see both sides of that argument. And then I'm watching the Dolphins and Jets game. And look, it's not the exact same because the Jets had a 4th and 7. But similar part of the field, similar time left in the game. And the Dolphins come back, kick a field goal, force OT, and then win it. What's the overall thoughts from people around the league on the decision of Dan Campbell to go for it on 4th and inches with essentially a chip shot field goal to go ahead in the bag?
Well, I thought that was a great conversation between Rex and Teddy, and those are the two schools of thought. Rex is like, hey, people love what this guy's doing. He's bold. He's believing in his offensive line. He's saying, let's go get it. And then Teddy's like, hey, you gotta take the emotions out of it. You gotta play smarter sometimes. And to your point, I think there's truth in what both are saying. Like, it's worked for Dan Campbell. How are you gonna argue? Like, that's what worked for him. But he went one too many times against the Niners in the NFC Championship game last year, and it burnt him. But that's who he is. And as I read in that text that I got last week, there's nobody that has a better command of his football team, more in touch with his players, more aware of situational football than Dan Campbell. So, like, I'm not going to tell him how to do his job. And, it was an honor to sit next to Teddy there with him and Rex having that debate and just being a fly on the wall and listening in on it, because it was compelling and they each could make an argument for their respective cases.
Hey, I got to ask you a question about your craft, because undoubtedly you're the best in the business. That's why you are who you are. But have you noticed, is it tougher with Sean Payton running the show here? And one thing he's done very well, he's very tight-lipped. He keeps closed doors. Is it tougher to unearth information from Denver with him in control?
I don't view it that way.
Okay.
Maybe, what information has kind of stayed under wraps that you're referring? Is there something that you're referring to specifically, Vic?
Well, you know what I'm talking about. There are franchises out there that have some loose lips. Everybody's talking all the time, and that leads to bad business, right? You want everybody rowing in the same direction, and it feels like Sean Payton's got that happening here in Denver.
Well, Sean is the head of the organization. He's the voice, and he dictates how things are going to be run. So, whereas I don't know, like I think all organizations, I hate to refer to as leaks. It makes it sound like it's something illicit and bad. Like there are people that talk in every organization, right? Like, I don't know, like they're winning football games. Like what are we keeping secret here? Like there's nothing to hide. A guy's playing or he's not playing. A guy's happy or he's not happy. Like, what are we talking about? It's not like it's some government state secret that we're trying to prevent from going to another country. Like it's football, and Sean is the voice of the organization, and he does a great job representing the organization. But if you want information, you can still get. I don't call people there. It's not an issue. That's the way I view it.
You ever been hit with Russian disinformation for a football transaction?
No, I haven't.
I wanted to ask you about one other thing. Speaking of, because in my brain, this just doesn't compute. I can't see it happening, but I guess it's real. Belichick in North Carolina, that's a real thing that's being negotiated potentially?
Well, I can tell you this. It was being negotiated. Maybe, yeah. There are talks. I mean, the talks are ongoing right now. And I know people that, well, how could that? Well, he's talking to the school. His father was an assistant coach there. I'm sure it's got some sentimental value. And at his core, Bill Belichick is a head coach and he wants to coach. And last year, the NFL did not welcome him back in. He didn't get one.
Why?
I just think it didn't line up. That's what I think. I think the right opportunity just didn't work out. Like Atlanta almost worked out. And then I know there were people that thought he was getting the job that particular Monday. I remember this. I remember one conversation I had. Yeah, he's going to be named the head coach. Okay, well, let's see what happens. And then these things go on, and sometimes they change. That's the danger in covering these things and reporting on these things, because just when you think it might be somebody's job to lose, sometimes organizations change course. And I think that's what happened in Atlanta. Bill was going to get that job, and then other people spoke up and Raheem Morris got the job.
Did I see correctly that part of this too could be like there's a what do you call it? Eventually it would hand the job over to his son was part of the things that they were negotiating?
Again, there are a lot of things out there. I don't know what's real or not. It's not my world, the college world. I'm sure Bill would like to have his son Steven there in North Carolina with him. I don't know whether that means like there's a promise or a deal. I have no idea how this works. I just don't know. I would figure that if Bill's going to go coach there, someone would probably go coach with him. Why not?
Last thing for me here, Adam. Bye weeks are completely over. Here comes the home stretch for everybody. Is there anybody you see that you think is going to have a big final push to really solidify themselves as they get ready for the postseason? Would the Broncos be included in that? What are you thinking?
Well, they seem to have gotten better, and so I think it would be disappointing for the entire city. So I would expect that they're going to make a push here. And, listen, they've gotten better, and I'd love to see them in the playoffs. So they're certainly a team. I still think the Chargers will be a tough out in the playoffs. I still think that, despite losing last night, despite the fact that the Chiefs are going to win the division. And again, it's the postseason, right? It's one game. Who knows what's going to happen. But I think, the fact that Denver's in the position it is today, and everybody's talking about the playoffs. I mean, we're on December 9th or whatever it is today, and the Broncos are in position to go back to the postseason.
All right, Adam. You revel in your darkness there. You enjoy your day in darkness.
Yeah, you know what? I adjust the lights. I don't like to put them on too bright, so I always leave them dim for whatever reason.
It's a mood.
I guess it is darker than normal. I apologize for that.
It feels like you're ready to get down, but that's none of my business. I don't, hey, far be it from me to.
Yeah, well, that's. I apologize for that. Next week, maybe I'll come back to the light.
What is the flashlight?
Adam Schefter joins us every single Monday. Thank you, Adam. Always appreciate the time.
See you, buddy.
Hey, guys, have a great week.
You too.
Adam Schefter, ESPN. All conversations with Adam brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. So, by the way, I know it was an off week for the Broncos. I don't know. You guys were busy with some other games. Let me tell you guys something right now. That Bills-Rams game was unbelievable. It was like, you want to talk about elite-level quarterback play every time one of those guys took the field. Josh Allen had 3 touchdown passes and 3 rushing touchdowns, and they lost by 2.
The Bills, the first team in NFL history to score over 6 touchdowns without a turnover and lose the game.
Unreal.
NFL history. Over 6 touchdowns without a turnover and lose the game.
Dude, the Rams are they're scary. With Puka and Cooper Kupp in the lineup, that's a scary football team, dude. They obviously they don't do that every single week, but some of the catches that Puka Nacua was making in that game, you're just like, what the hell is this guy?
It's almost as if Cooper Kupp and Nacua on practice day just sit out there and say, all right, let's see what we could do, a balancing act we can work on now.
Yeah.
Let's see who can twinkle toe the sideline here, and it's all they do. I mean, it's really remarkable. If there's a ball in the air and it's near the sideline, one of those two is going to catch it.
It's unreal. But that was a hell of a game. So we'll get more into that as we go along. 303-504-0925. Weird weekend for the Nuggets. Good weekend for the Avs. Break them down next.
Hey, Kaner. We're in the middle of the hockey season, and I'm in Pittsburgh, bro. Hey, bro. I really am in Pittsburgh. I know it's a famous line from this silly famous line from this show. I'm in Pittsburgh, bro, but I am. Can I just say one thing? And I'm not complaining, but there's one thing I've learned about hotel rooms that I don't like over the years.
What floor are you on?
3 things, actually.
What floor are you on, Moshe?
Carpet.
Okay.
Number 1, I hate the do not disturb signs that every time you close your door, it goes flying off, or you open your door, it goes flying off into the hallway or into your room. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know those, Vic? Okay. Well, you know what I'm talking about, right, Kaner? Do you know? I mean, you open the door and it goes, just filters right off.
Yep.
Number 2, they only give you 2 coffee pods for your coffee pot. And I'm like, look, I'm a morning coffee fiend, man. I'll drink 5 cups of coffee sometimes, you know what I mean? So I had to order more. They're bringing more up. So I've already busted through 2 little coffee pods. And the cups of coffee are a little baby. Hello, little baby coffee.
This is a story.
This is
one of those stories
first
where
world problem.
Your brain, stop them. Your brain should have told you on a Monday when we have so much. Your brain should have informed you.
Okay.
This is the worst story you could.
And then here's
cares.
number 3. Here's number 3, and everybody will relate to this one. I don't like a hotel room that's designed that you can't turn the water on in the shower without getting wet.
All right. See, this is...
Does that make sense?
No.
Nelly, take them off Zoom for about 5 minutes. Take them off Zoom and off the air for 5 minutes.
Of your brain.
Later, I'm regretting it.
Where I'm trying to parse through, like, 15 hours worth of
much
content from the weekend, and you're talking about water in the shower at your hotel.
Nobody cares about your... I mean, seriously, grow a brain.
Grow it.
You know, you can't turn the water on without it getting you wet. You're like,
That's a fine. That is $2 minimum.
Cool, Carl.
Along with a lap. What did we say? Is he in the penalty box now? It's 2 minutes, no talking. 2 minutes, no talking, gone.
What's sad is there are people that actually defend you. There's somebody on text. Just let them finish the story. No. No, we police our own here.
Hey, man, when you got somebody who's 0 of 15 from the field and he's chucking up half-court threes with 20 seconds on the shot clock, you don't say, let him keep going. You shut that down.
It was nice to see Jalen Pickett score last night. Nice to see him shoot.
Well, it was nice to see I know it's because of injury, but some others getting in the lineup occasionally, too. By the way, before we start the Nuggets stuff, I want to go with Joker after the game against Washington, when, for my money, the worst loss in the history of this core being together was that team lost 16 consecutive games, and you walked in to Washington and let them put up 122, which I think was their second highest point total of the season. Here's what Joker said after the loss.
Reaction. In my country where I'm coming from, after this kind of stretch, you're gonna get a paycheck that is a little bit less than usual. So maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe a little motivation in that way.
So he was talking about he wanted to see a reaction heading into the game against Atlanta, and he said, "In my country where I'm from, with this kind of stretch, you're going to get a paycheck that's a little less than usual," is what he said.
He got a reaction. And it's funny, listening to Joker over all these years, everything he says is done with a smile on his face. Most of the time he's having fun, he's laughing. But you could tell that comment, although he did do it with laughter, deep down, you don't think he sort of feels that way?
Of course he does. Yeah.
Deep down, like if you took some truth serum to Nikola Jokic, you don't think he's upset with his teammates? You're darn right he is. You're darn right. Especially some of the higher paid teammates.
You know what that is? That's when you see a kid acting out in a grocery store and you say just kind of loudly, haha, maybe someone should get control of that kid.
Yeah. Well, maybe
and in your head, you're like, get the kid under control.
It's sort of like this show. Maybe someone should control Mosher. Same deal.
There's no reason for just 2 little coffee pods in a room. I don't know what else to say. That being said, Brett, what I typically do is yell down the aisle at the grocery store, "Shut that kid up!" That's what I do.
Honestly, though, like he says it with a smile and a smirk. Mm-hmm. He means it. He's like, show me some sort of reaction. Because here's what Joker's not going to do, and I'll do it for him. I put up 56 tonight. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I put up 56 points.
But he's not that way. He's never been that way. He's been a team player. He's modest to a fault. But you know what? He's starting to do the things that we all have wanted him to do. He's becoming more vocal. And that message, trust me, was heard. It was heard by teammates. That message was sent. Although he did it in a joking manner, mind you, you don't think every player caught wind of that? You don't think they did?
Hey, Moj.
Now what?
Here, I'll help you. I'm going to do a Mojerism here, but you're going to get it. He could, if he wanted to, pull the favorite line that I have from the movie Departed, which is, I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy. Like, he could have done that for everybody inside the locker room.
Yeah.
And you know what? The following night, you got a reaction. It was the most Nuggets-like game of the entire season.
But it requires that. This is where accountability, I've talked so much about this on the show, and Moj, you're in the hockey rooms all the time. Accountability in a pro sports setting, it's much more effective when it comes from the room. A coach can only go to his post-game press conference so many times and say, we were trash, and you did this, blah, blah, blah. They start tuning that out after a while. If it comes inside the room, if it comes from the leaders in the room, man, that hits to the core, especially a guy like Joker.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. And the key here is this. There has to be a certain amount, not only of self-motivation inside of any locker room, there has to be. There also has to be a large amount of self-policing amongst the players. And this is where teams get into trouble. The guys, luckily for the Avalanche and for the Denver Nuggets, your MVPs are incredibly self-motivated people. They're self-motivated players. They want it badly. And they set an example every single day of the way that they do it, which bleeds out into other players on how they should do it. Now, I don't know how much accountability Joker, demands of his teammates, but I know that Nate does, right? Now, again, there's more moving parts in a hockey club. There's way more moving parts in a football team than there is a basketball team. But you have a more concise group of guys in a basketball locker room, so maybe it's, I want to say, a little bit easier because the money's just so out of control. But this is what I would say to people. It used to be in the NHL this way. When guys were young, even if they were young stars, you never got that next contract until you were in your 20s, correct? I mean, you had to earn your way. The old guys got all the money. The older players got all the money. Now with the salary cap, teams are trying to lock up younger players. Let's say they come into the league at the age of 18, 19, 20 years old, and they're 3 years in. All of a sudden, they're getting the $10 million a year. Well, it flipped it over the years because of the cap. It flipped the power in the locker room because money is also power inside of a room. If you're going to have your guy be the highest paid player, he better be a damn leader too. He better be, which is why Pittsburgh was so good because of Crosby, which is why the Blackhawks, when they were good, because of Taves and Kane. Teams like this, your best player has to be the guy that sets the tone and makes everything happen when things aren't going right, and that's exactly what Joker did on Saturday night.
Well, let's take a look at the weekend as a whole, and I want to make this abundantly clear. Winning yesterday in the fashion the Nuggets did, blowing out a team that had won 6 in a row, doing so on the second game of a back-to-back. In my humble opinion, it's a great win and a temporary reprieve. It does not make up for what you did Saturday in Washington. It doesn't. That's a team that had not won since before Halloween. That's a team that had lost 16 in a row. That's a team that's a G League team with Jordan Poole. That's a G League team with Jordan Poole. It's a terrible basketball team. Terrible basketball. There is no excuse in the world to lose to that team. I don't care who you put on the court.
Yep.
I don't care. So let's be clear there. All right. You won and it's great and you got the needle pointing up again. Great. But there are deeper issues that you have to address before you get back at it Friday night against the Clippers. And the issues start with effort. We saw it last night. There are some roster problems. We've seen that already. Is Jamal Murray going to play? And if he does, will he play effectively? There are some questions that remain out there. And I don't think they were addressed just by beating Atlanta last night.
Agreed. Pardon me, though. I don't understand. I guess I've been on the road now for a week. What's going on with Jamal's hamstring? What is the issue here?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how he irritated, according to the team, irritated the hamstring.
Well, I think the idea would be, even if it's not incredibly serious, I don't know that him sitting out and trying to clear his head and just kind of getting off the court for a little bit doesn't help him.
I was going to say, listen, I'm not going to say that the team is making up the hamstring. We have hamstring issues all the time. I think it's healthy either way for Jamal to take a little time out.
Agreed. I absolutely
agree with me on that?
agree.
Take a little time out.
And which is why it was appropriate, in my opinion, for Alexander Georgiev to do the same kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
This was back when Juice took over the net for a week and a half, 2 weeks, and you're not seeing the ice just kind of. And even if you could just stash that guy away for a couple of weeks and say, "Hey, man, we know it's in there. We know that you can be good. Just go find yourself, man. No pressure. Go do your thing, and we'll chill out while you do that because we're going to need you."
Well, against the better teams, they're going to need everybody because Atlanta's a really good team, I think. And they had beaten Cleveland twice this year, the only team to do that. So you went to their place when they had won 6 in a row and destroy them, minus a starter. It's a damn good win. But again, I want to repeat, as good as it was yesterday, the loss in Washington was worse.
Yep.
It was the worst loss.
I agree with that.
I think that loss, in my humble opinion, was the worst loss in the last 6 years.
Oh, yeah. Since
there have been more
devastating.
There have been more devastating losses. Losing Game 7 against Minnesota was devastating. There's a big difference between devastation and just a bad loss. That's a G League team you lost to.
Before we get to a break, can I play a clip here? The Sacramento Kings are last in the Pacific. They got a nice little run here. They've won 3 of the last 4, including a 141-97 win yesterday over the Jazz. This is their head coach, Mike Brown. This is unedited. Okay? This is real. This is what he said in the postgame.
We just need to be methodical by stacking or playing the right way, possession after 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 possession. You guys got what I'm saying, right?
Reset him.
That's real. That was not edited. Somebody didn't splice that back to back. He did that for 37 seconds.
Am I the only one who felt uncomfortable listening to that?
No,
That
that's the whole point. It is incredibly uncomfortable.
Hit the reset. Like the record kept skipping. That's crazy. Is that his way of saying the Kings are inconsistent?
Yeah, I guess. Vic, if Malone did that, would somebody try and stop him in the middle of it, or what would you do?
Honest to God, I don't know. Those of you listening, that was torturous to me. I don't know why. Like if you said the same thing, 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 over and over again.
Oh, come on. I wanted you to keep saying the same thing.
I can't. I couldn't do it myself.
What was supposed to happen, you were supposed to say the same thing over and over again, and then now that we'd go to break and we come back from the next break where you're saying the same thing. The same thing. The same thing. That's insane.
A lot of people ain't going to be able to take that over and 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 over.
At least
over and over and over and over and over again.
At least he changed his tone
That
on the
is
overs.
true. No, that's the thing. You even watch the video of Mike Brown doing that. It looks like his head movements are the same.
No, I can't do
it. He
paces
back and forth to each side of the room like this. It's like one of those monkeys with the cymbals. It was the same thing. Over and over.
I got people chiming in. Stop that. Hurts my ears. Can't do it. You're right. Dude, that is a form of torture. That's worse than waterboarding.
All right. 303.
Hey, Mosier, Nick, when we come back, Mosier, let's do your coffee story let's do it for an entire segment.
I need more coffee pods. I need more coffee pods. I need more coffee pods. I need more coffee pods.
The right way, possession after possession after possession after possession after possession after possession.
You know, there's an opportunity tonight that the Dallas Cowboys, of all teams, can push the Cincinnati Bengals firmly in the rearview mirror of the Denver Broncos for the playoff race, and you can find those odds as the Cincinnati Bengals are 5-point favorites on Monday Night Football right there on the Circa Sportsbook, as they have that and so much more, and especially you're heading into the bowl schedule of the college football season. No better time than now to jump on with the Circa Sportsbook, as they have the best odds in the game, better than anybody else doing it right now. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download that Circa Sports app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Right way, possession after possession after possession after possession after possession after possession after possession.
I don't like it
after
either.
possession,
No,
I don't like it either.
No, no, stop it. My wife texted me. She goes, "Shut the blank up. You're so annoying."
Wait, is that when you were saying the same thing?
Yes.
The same thing?
What is it about us human beings that we can't handle that? We can't take that. There's got to be some scientific reason.
I don't know. We just did an experiment. That was a sociology experiment.
No, it really was, and it was awful. I get what he's trying to say. I get what he's trying to do, but why does that make us incredibly uncomfortable? Why is that?
So there's a show, I think I've discussed this before. My daughter watches it every night before she goes to bed. It's called Miss Rachel. It's a YouTube show for kids, okay? And they have somebody on that show who doesn't blink. and it makes me feel like I'm being hypnotized, which I also don't appreciate. It's like the no blinking is just the ocular version of whatever that repeating yourself
Wait,
thing is.
Is it a human
Like,
being that doesn't
yes.
blink, or is it like
No,
a
no,
Teletubby?
No. A human being who does not blink, and it freaks me out.
Yeah.
It's like staring into your soul. It's like, give me just a couple of these occasionally, just a couple. All right, so few things here. Number one, the Broncos bye week is now gone. They have a huge game coming up against Indianapolis. They are currently tied record-wise with two other teams. All three wild card spots have the same record with 8-5. The issue with the Broncos is they got a really tough final three games. I'm throwing Cincinnati in the very tough category, by the way.
But they also control their own fate, and that's all you could ask for.
100%. And especially getting a win this weekend would do a lot for your sort of case to be made that you're a playoff team. And they're right there on the cusp. When you look around the league and you see the way that other teams are playing, because this blew me away. Guys, it's December 9th. Okay, we have over a month left of football in the regular season left. And take a look at the standings right now. This is what the AFC looks like compared to the NFC. The NFC has a single team eliminated from the playoffs right now. It's the New York Giants. Now, we all kind of we know the Panthers aren't making it. You know, the Bears aren't making it. We know that, but not mathematically eliminated yet. The only teams left in the AFC are the teams currently in a playoff spot, Indy and Miami. Cincinnati. Cleveland, eliminated. Jacksonville, eliminated. Jets, eliminated. Titans, Patriots, Raiders, all gone already. At this point in the schedule, which is wild, that you only got a couple of teams to kind of look out for behind you. But, God, that Miami comeback win in overtime didn't help your case.
No, it did not. It did not. But they're two back, dude. I mean, I don't worry a lot about teams that are two back at this point, unless the Dolphins run the table and you slip up. You're going to beat the Colts. I'm confident of that.
Right.
The Chargers game is going to be hella tough because they're going to be just as motivated as you are to have the higher seed.
Are we doing this again? Were you just going to assume wins?
I'm not assuming anything. I'm using logic to.
They should beat Indy.
Make my case.
They should.
Yeah, should. But I'm never going to say you're going to. They should. Every reason not to. They should. But you can't assume they will. Is all I'm saying. If you beat Indy, they're done. Indy's done. It's over. Mm-hmm. And that leaves you with one more win in the last three to guarantee yourself a playoff berth.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yep,
that's it. And you're in.
And you know what? If you're a playoff team, then you should be able to win one of your last three.
I just wonder, again, when they flexed the schedule and they said, okay, we're going to move the Broncos Chargers to a Thursday nighter, and they screwed with the schedule, the initial reaction here was, great. It gives the Broncos more time to prepare for Cincinnati because Cincinnati will be in the way. That's the obstacle. Well, that changed now. Now you're in a fight with the Chargers for playoff seeding. That game has become more important, and that game you only have 3 days to prepare for.
Yeah.
So maybe you just sort of shot yourself in the foot there.
If the Broncos lose to the Colts, and I do not believe that they will, I just don't believe, unless Anthony Richardson becomes the greatest running quarterback of all time and bowls through the Broncos defense, he's not going to pass his way to a victory. I promise you that. Mm-hmm. But if they should somehow lose to the Indianapolis Colts, then my pucker factor gets magnified greatly. But I don't believe they're going to do that. Then all you need is one win in your last three, and you're going to be in at 10-7.
Let me make this very easy. Mind. They've got 4 games left. If you go 2-2, you're a playoff team.
100%. 100%.
If you go 2-2, you're a playoff team.
Yes, you are.
But to Mosier's point, if you lose, like the difference between winning and losing this weekend, winning against the Colts would have you feeling so comfortable, like you could kick your feet up on the couch, chill, whatever. You lose.
Yeah, I'll be doing one of these.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh God, your feet. Get your feet. And what's attached to your feet? What's on there?
Get off. No.
That's no. Gross.
What's wrong with my feet?
Just put your bare feet in the camera.
Not in the camera. Put them on the table.
Yeah, but they were in camera frame. They were in camera.
No, this is in the camera. This is in the camera. See, there's a difference.
Your boy Jan the other night, I come into the studio, and Jan's got his feet just sitting out there, out of his shoes, just his feet. And I'm like, what's going on? Oh, just letting him breathe a little bit. When are human beings, especially men, going to understand? When are
my
you
dogs
men,
are barking.
Listen to me. When are you men going to understand? I don't want to see your feet. No one wants to see your feet.
I agree with you.
Ever.
Says the guy who studies.
No. I don't care if you have nice feet. It doesn't matter. I don't. Help me out, Brett. Help me out.
I've been saying I agree.
Says the man who studies the thighs of every man he meets.
Different.
And
different
doesn't
than
meet.
feet. It's different than feet, though. Like, I hate this new trend of people on a golf course. Like, oh, I'm just going to go barefoot now.
It bothers the hell out of me.
Oh, I love playing golf barefoot.
You would.
Absolutely love it.
You love it so much, like everybody did the last 3 months after John Daly did it on with Bryson DeChambeau. Then everybody started doing it, and I'm like, you guys understand? There's geese
Damn
poop.
shoes on.
There's geese poop everywhere on this course. You're just getting your feet disgustingly filthy.
I can go home and take a shower. Oh, you think your sweaty feet inside your golf shoes is any grosser?
They're confined.
You smell like the stock show every time I golf with you.
Yeah, they're confined. It's different. Anyway.
You ever been to the stock show? You ever been by the pig pen at the stock show? That's you on a golf course.
Great. What we were getting at, though, the difference between the win against Indianapolis, where you're super comfortable, to a loss where you're incredibly nervous then. Like, you're still in control. That's the weird part. Even with the loss, you're still in control, but you don't feel comfortable whatsoever with whatever lead that you gave up. The difference between 9-5 and 8-6 is massive, especially with tiebreakers that are on the line. But
I don't. At this point, Brett, I sit here and the Broncos are still in the 7-hole. I feel remarkably calm and confident about it. Vic, I'm not going to go over the top. I'm not going to make any proclamations. I'm not going to put any flags in any ground or anything like that. But I'm probably like a lot of other Broncos fans, or I'm just very calm about it. This team has put me in a position where I can feel calm. I appreciate that. They've done enough, and they've shown me enough, and the quarterback has shown me enough that at this point, right here today, I'm like, home postseason, home.
Guys,
feel good.
We just spent some time talking about, wow, you can catch the Chargers now. You can catch the Chargers. Let me ask you a question. Do you really want to? Does it really matter?
Depends.
On?
What do you want to go to? Do you want to go to Buffalo or do you want to go to Pittsburgh?
I'd rather go to Pittsburgh. That's what it depends on. But with Buffalo's loss, now them and Pittsburgh are both 10-3, and I don't know who's going to finish
That's
where.
what I'm saying. Everything can change in the final week. Matchups to me, who you match up against, matters way more than your seeding. Like, oh, let's make a push here. What if you push yourself into a tough matchup?
Well, here's a guarantee, Vic. If you finish as the 5 seed, you're playing against Houston in Houston, which is not going to be a bad option, considering the rest.
That option.
Yeah,
that's a very good option.
I like that option.
In my life, I'm coming to the point where, I don't need drama in my life. I just don't need it. Now, in my sports, that's where I get my drama itch scratched. I would love, not only because I think it's a better matchup, because I'm scared of going to Buffalo. Who knows what the weather's going to be like, and who knows what that witch Josh Allen is capable of. But I would love to see the Broncos and the Steelers rock and roll. I mean, I would absolutely adore that matchup of Russ and company versus Bo Nix and company.
Yep.
I mean, that just for the drama for us on the program, selfishly speaking, can I be selfish? Can I be?
Mm-hmm.
Selfishly speaking, I want to see that matchup. That would be just amazing.
By the way, Mose, you gave me a great idea, your disgusting foot episode there. In a football game, if a defender is charged with targeting, and we've seen this especially in the college game, you're not kicked out of the game. You have to play the rest of the game barefoot. Let me see you try to tackle. Let me see you run around there barefoot. Yep. That's the new rule. My rule.
I thought you were going to say you got to go smell a guy's feet.
No.
Out of his cleats.
You play. Can you imagine playing a football game barefoot?
No, I cannot. I mean, obviously Tony Franklin did it, and
he's a kicker.
Rich Carlos did it kicking the football, but you're just kickers. Yeah, you're not exactly doing anything crazy.
Yeah,
that's
so
funny.
The playoff, for example, like one game is going to be played in South Bend, Indiana, in December. You got to be barefoot for that.
Dude, December 20th in South Bend. It's cold October 20th in South Bend.
Yeah.
This might be Reykjavik. This might be Siberia. I had a buddy of mine say, hey, let's go to the game. I go, are you insane? I'm not going to go sit in the stands December 20th.
Columbus, Ohio, and Penn Station aren't much warmer either. I mean, these are going to be pretty cold.
And what's interesting, these cities have never had a home game this late in the calendar year ever. Has Notre Dame ever played a home football game near Christmas?
Never.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what the hell to expect?
303-504-0925. Chomp Mazda text line. I want to get to some audio, by the way, of Dion from over the weekend that I think is really interesting to keep an eye on for the next few months. And the Avs with back-to-back great goalie performances from two different guys sweeping the weekend. We'll get to it next. All right, so I want to talk about the Avs, a whole bunch of other stuff this last hour, but just quickly. So Juan Soto gets a 15-year deal for $780 billion, whatever it was, $765, I think.
Dude, this is so dumb.
Is there any deferred pay? Is it Dodgers method, or are they going all in? Is any of it deferred?
I didn't see any deferred money. Okay. I think this is all just upfront, but it's 15 years, $765 million. I've lost count after the 750.
Can you even begin to fathom what that means for the game or what that means for the future and how the inequities between teams?
Well, hang on, Moj. Before it gets to that, I know we could do the same sort of the haves and have-nots discussion in the MLB, and we need a salary cap. We could do that forever, okay? But we've done that, and we've heard that before. Here's what bothers me about this. Soto's good. He's a very good player. He is not worth $760 million, though. And I'm like, if guys like him are getting that money, then who else is getting 15 years for $760? Like, if that's the going rate for a really good player, but like Shohei got $700 million, I can make that argument easy. He's a $350 million pitcher and a $350 million hitter. Put them together, boom. You got $700 million. He does two things.
Do we want to talk logically or philosophically? Because philosophically, what player's worth? I mean,
just in the context, I understand that everybody is just making an insane amount of money in professional sports now. That's understood. I'm saying within the context of the league still, Soto getting $760 million is an insane amount for somebody who's nobody would argue Soto's the best player in baseball. I don't even know if he's
I would argue that Ohtani probably is pretty damn close. I mean,
he's not Shohei. He's not Shohei.
Right. No, he's not. No, he's not. I misunderstood you. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm just Soto. Soto, yeah.
Yeah, he's not the best player in baseball. No, he's not.
It's just that his contract's up and he's next in line. And it's much like the NBA. When you're next in line in the NFL, you're going to get more money. But when does it end? How does it end?
But it's the cartoonish figure, though. The cartoonish figure of the number with Shohei made sense because Shohei was like an unseen thing that never happens.
You know when he's an absolute unicorn.
People ask, when is it too much? I'll tell you when it's too much. Here's my own claim on that. I have stopped paying attention to salaries in sports. I don't really care anymore. It's so cartoonish now. It's so out of whack and ridiculous. Like, remember when you would peg a player and say, yeah, this guy makes this much. I don't even apply that rule anymore. I don't. My label, like, oh, this guy makes, I don't care. It's gotten so out of whack and ridiculous. Whatever. Whatever.
But do you understand what I'm saying here? Like, he's not even the best player on his own team last year. Now, he had a great postseason. He was a huge reason why they got to where they did in the postseason. But here's his numbers. 288, 41 homers, 109 RBIs. It's a good player. It's a great season. Mm-hmm. It's not $750 million. It's not that. And I'm just like, if that's the standard now, then if you're one of these teams, not even like the Rockies, a team that's like a tier below the Mets, Dodgers, Yankees level of spending, you can't even afford like a pretty damn good player anymore if that's what they're going for.
Would that be like Seattle? Like would you say Seattle? Would you say, teams of that nature, Seattle Mariners, even the Houston Astros aren't that level, and they spend a lot of money.
Like the Angels. The Angels are kind of like that. They spent a lot more, about 5-10 years ago. But that's what I don't get.
The Padres and the Giants are in great markets, and they can't do that either. Okay. Is it my fault that baseball has turned me off? Moj, you're turning your back on a good game and all this kind. I can't, when I look at baseball, I can't get the inequities out of my mind. Therefore, it turns me off. Therefore, I don't want to watch. I don't want to pay attention. I don't know how long I'm going to live. I hope it's a long time. Let me knock on some wood here. The Rockies will never have a chance in my lifetime. They will never, with the way baseball has gone, they will never have I'll never see them get to another World Series in my life, ever. And I could live to 150, and I won't see it.
So much of this is
it just sucks.
Some people look at this as in vile terms. There's no enmity towards Juan Soto. Hey, man. This is more agent-driven.
Yeah, this isn't about Juan. What I'm saying is not about him.
Yeah, and if there's an owner out there or a group that's willing to put this money up, that's on them. It's on them, man. It's not The player, if you're in that situation, yes. Why not? Give me more.
I'll say this right now. I love Juan Soto as a player. I think he's really fun to watch. He's one of the rare guys that goes to the plate with an actual plan, which isn't just I'm going to try and rip it 450 feet every time I swing. Like, he's almost always the league leader in walks. Like, this guy, he plays and takes an approach to baseball in the way that it should be taken. So this isn't about him. But a texter says, what's so attractive about the Mets for him to sign there? $765 million over 15 years. That's what's so attractive. I mean, $765 million contract for 15 years, Mose. You got to live in Winnipeg. You cool?
Yeah. Listen,
Okay.
I live in Antarctica and make a penguin my mate.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, just.
I mean, well, you know what I mean. It's like, but it's just, how can baseball survive? The Mets need the Cincinnati Reds. The Mets need the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Mets need other teams to be viable. They need the Florida Marlins. They need other teams to be viable to play somebody. You can't just price teams out of the game. And it's, again, you have it's like almost like college football, though. It's almost like you have, the Yankees and the Mets and the Dodgers and whatnot. They're the SEC. And then everybody else is like the MAC.
Moj.
I don't get it. I don't see how that can possibly work.
Moj, I want you to think about something. I want everybody to think about this. Juan Soto grew up in the Dominican Republic. All right? Could you imagine a young Juan Soto, 8 years old, being told that during the course of your lifetime to hit this baseball, you will make over $1 billion in net earnings to hit a baseball? You will make, when it comes down to endorsements and salary, $1 billion to hit a baseball. Think about that for just 1 second.
I mean, good for him, dude.
No,
if I could make $1 billion doing anything, I'd probably do it.
You're a kid growing up in the Dominican Republic, playing on those fields. You don't have these upscale batting cages that you have here in the States.
If you're
not going to
the Dominican
Slammers every day.
No, you're hitting seashells on the beach to start out, right?
Bottle
I mean, you
caps
don't have
with
two nickels
sticks.
to rub together.
Yeah.
$1
billion.
By the way,
good for him. It's just, but if you're talking about the game itself and the longevity and the future of the game, and listen, if you're the owner of the Cincinnati Reds, I'm just picking them out, or you're the owner of, whatever the Oakland, soon to be Sacramento A's. I mean, you've got to just be going, what do I do? I mean, what can I do? I have no shot. I got no shot at anything.
The GDP of the Dominican Republic is $121 billion, and he's almost got $1 billion to himself. This is going to be pretty wild. Anyway, just a little baseball for you. We'll move on. Moj, the Avs over the weekend get a couple of great wins backed by really good goaltending from both Georgiev on Saturday night and then Wedgwood, who gets the shutout last night. Is this just goalies playing better? Is this better defense around him? I mean, is it a combination of both? I will say at the end of that game on Saturday, Georgiev made some unbelievable saves to keep the 2-1 lead intact.
He really did. Can you guys, even from your layperson's position, when you guys watch Georgiev battle the way he did, can you see a difference? By now, can you tell when he's on or off?
Of course.
Yeah, he looks quick. I mean, just quick twitch. He looks, the quick twitch muscles are active.
Optically, you just see it, right? You just go, oh, he's on tonight. I mean, he's a really, really easy guy to kind of pinpoint that he's either got it or he doesn't got it. But he was very, very good, guys, against Detroit, and he had to be. The Red Wings are a team that had lost 4 games in a row, but they lost every game by 1 goal, and 2 of those in overtime. And they've got some good young talent on their team. I see what they're trying to do. I see what their idea is there, and they can hurt you. They really can. But they're without a couple of their goalies, and they started Ville Husso, and he wasn't bad at all for them. But it was a tough game, really tough. Avs played well, and then they kicked it up a notch the next night, last night, in New Jersey against a very good hockey club. 5th best team in the entire league, 2nd best team inside their division. Washington has had a phenomenal start to the year, and it's not even a start anymore. They're having a phenomenal year. So it's a very good club, and then you throw that up. So I'm really encouraged. But I will say this. I'm watching morning skate in Detroit on Saturday morning, and typically guys start to filter out one by one, and then 2 guys will come on. And this is, as the Zamboni is still doing its thing, guys will come on out and they'll hit the ice and kind of go up and down where the Zambonis are already cleaned and resurfaced. But nobody came out. Nobody. And the team came out as a whole. And I thought to myself, I wonder if they had a discussion about some things before they hit the ice. And it turns out they did. They had a discussion about things. You know, they wanted to talk about what this road trip is about, where they are in the season. You know, there's nothing like crazy or anything like that, but it was sort of let's everybody understand where we are and get on the same page. And they behaved like it in morning skate. They were really, really focused. Carried over to the game, carried over to last night. And I asked Jared Bednar about that. Nelly, I don't know that you have that cut, but I said, is there a certain seriousness that's taken over the team? And he was like, no, it's just that we know what we have to do. Essentially, that's what it was. So a couple of really good wins, guys. They've won 3 out of 4 on this roadie.
Well, and not to mention, like, when you're in the middle of this 13 road games and 17 games total, you're going to be fighting it a little bit just being on the road constantly. Like, Moj, how long you been on the road now? It's been over a week, hasn't it?
Yeah, and then they'll come home for a couple of games and then right back on the road again.
Yeah.
For another week to Vancouver and then San Jose and Anaheim, and we're staying over after. I got to talk to you guys about that.
Well, hang on. The point that I want to make here,
I may be flying for one or two of the shows. We'll see.
The point that I'm making here is, you know, the difference between sort of the little stretch that they had in the middle of this extended period where they lost 3 of 4 and it didn't feel good and all that different stuff. I wasn't at a freak-out meter similar to the Nuggets because I think overall they're still doing what they're supposed to be doing on this extended sort of road trip, whatever you want to call it. Like, they're still taking care of business for the most part. They had a bad little stretch in the middle there. Okay, fine. It's going to happen when you're on the road this much. But they've been doing their job. That's the thing. And they've been sort of looking the way that you would like. And you get good goaltending on top of it. I mean, it's all a bonus.
I have a new parameter, and it applies to both teams now. And the Avs did it first. It finally happened. The Avs got a shutout, right? They got a shutout.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, we never thought it possible. A goalie got a shutout. And that happened before the Nuggets could hold a team to under 100.
So what, should we start a competition now?
Yeah.
Shutouts to under 100 games?
Exactly right, because that's the parameter, right? It's both defensive.
That's the equivalency, yes.
It's
that's
exactly right. Tell me if those work. So right now the Avs are up 1-0. Both teams won yesterday. Both teams won going away. But if the Avs can get a shutout, I want to see the Nuggets hold the team to under 100.
I like it.
Here's the comment from Jared Bednar about the mentality of his team, Nelly.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. And I don't know if it's not that our guys aren't serious. I just think it's like just the evolution of our team and where we need to get to. You know, like I've liked the way we've played on a lot of nights this year, and I've disliked it on others. So it's about that consistency. Like, it's not like we haven't played stretches of games like we played tonight, but tonight was a full 60, and some nights it's going to take the full 60 and sometimes beyond in order to win hockey games consistently.
There you go. And he's right about that. You want to find that consistency not only with your team, but obviously your goaltending. If you can just get a little bit more predictable, you're going to be in really good shape.
By the way, what's this all about, Vic? So the Avs and the Nuggets both had back-to-backs Saturday and Sunday. The Avs will play again tomorrow. The Nuggets play 2 games by next Monday? It's
part
Friday
of the,
and Monday?
Yeah, it's the NBA Cup scheduling quirk. They had to leave this week open for the teams that did not qualify.
That's right.
For the next wave of NBA Cup games. And now these teams will play each other. That's exactly what it is. And what it does, Moj, what it does, what sucks. All right, calm down. What sucks
NBA
about this.
NBA Cup, baby.
We know this. We know. What sucks is that look at how many games the Nuggets have played versus some of the other teams. The Nuggets have only played 22 games. Some teams have played 26. So what you're going to get in the next few weeks after this NBA Cup action,
jam-packed.
Oh, you're going to have some congestion.
Yep.
A lot of congestion. And I don't know if that's good or bad. Given the way the Nuggets play on back-to-backs, though, given the way the Nuggets play with little rest, this is great. They play better.
The Avalanche handled it very well, too, Bretsky, and It's I don't recommend it because you don't want to be doing it. But with the way the leagues are set up now, and the Four Nations Cup coming up, and next year the Olympic Games, like this Four Nations Cup is sort of a precursor to next year's Olympics. The schedules get compressed, they get mashed, and back-to-backs, and more of them are inevitable.
Picture says, Brett, define GDP. It is gross domestic product. I do crossword puzzles. I know what this means.
I'm going to give you credit. You're not lying about that. Listeners, I want you to listen to me closely. Every Sunday, and I'm not kidding you, Brett is like a 73-year-old lady from who knows where, Wichita. Mm-hmm. He likes to do the Sunday New York Times crossword puzzle, and he does them old-fashioned way with a pencil in his hand and the crossword puzzle in the paper in front of him.
And I do not
it's
cheat.
Amazing.
If I can't do it, then I can't do it. I don't cheat.
You're much more patient than I am. I've tried to do crossword puzzles, and I lose patience after about 2 of them. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Good for you.
I mean, he does. Brett is really.
I enjoy it.
I'm not saying you're not a deep thinker, but you like. You're not opposed to actually using your brain, which I admire a lot.
You are. It is weird. You have smarts in certain areas, but when we make a trip to Los Angeles and you assume those are the Rocky Mountains, that to me is mind-numbing. But
again, I will say I was correct because they do emanate from the same place in Canada. They just split apart.
Okay.
So I am correct.
Dude, they split apart 4,000 miles north, you dork.
When you utter this sentence and
if you want to go down all the way through Mexico and all the way down to the Andes, it's probably a lot of the same kind of deal.
Yeah, yep.
It's a sense that it still resonates with me and Mosier to this day. When you look and we're driving to a stadium and you look at the mountains overlooking LA and you say to us, "Are those the same mountains we have in Denver?"
This, and then they go.
Do you remember that sentence, Moshe?
Of course I do. I laughed my ass off.
Well, look, I'm not a complete idiot. I knew that wasn't still the Rockies. I'm just like I said.
I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh to try to make you feel bad either. I laughed because I thought it was so hysterically funny that somebody could be that ignorant.
I wanted to open the car door and let him out while we were driving.
Yeah, at about 68 miles per hour. Absolutely. Thunk. Just kick you right on out.
I should have got a $39 a night hotel like you did then, Moshe.
I know, we weren't in the greatest part of town either. He goes, I'm going to go get a hotel. All right.
What was the name of that place?
What do you mean?
The Murder Inn, I think.
I thought it was the Murder Inn. Something like that, yeah.
Look, man, you give me a hotel room where my door opens to a parking lot, I'm going to probably pass, okay? Bill Burr has a great joke about that. Those they're called motels, right? That's where the doors open the parking lot.
Well, it's either that or...
It's
either that or sleep in a room with you and Jesse's feet. I mean, I chose intelligently.
He said, you're just not prepared for a fight to the death when you come home drunk from the bar at a motel and somebody kicks your door in. You're just going, da-da-da, da-da-da. Oh, God, no. I mean, it's so true. Brett, we all know what GDP stands for. What does it mean? GDP is essentially the value of your country with goods and services. Correct?
Correct.
No.
It's
how much money you spend on Major League Baseball players in your given territory.
That too. What's the worth of your total athletes in your country? That's the GDP. All right. 303-504-0925. Our Adele golf winner, by the way, the custom set of clubs you get fitted for with the good people over at Adele, will announce the winner at 9:45. Stick around. Again, our winner of those custom-made SMS irons, a 4-iron through a pitching wedge from Adele Golf, where you get fitted and have your game looking nice. We'll give those away at 9:45 this morning.
I saw this guy, Troy Beck, on the Twitter. It's kind of funny. He says the Pirates have offered Juan Soto $15 million over 750 years. You know what I mean? That's it.
Nailed it.
And listen, here's the thing. From my hotel room window, and it's funny, I'm on the wrong side right now, but before I could look over and see the baseball stadium, right? It's right next to the football stadium. Pittsburgh has some really beautiful stadiums and arenas and whatnot, and that's great. I mean, Pittsburgh's a great city. I love this place. I really do. But they don't have the financial generation and the ability to generate those finances that the gigantic markets do. And that there's such a huge difference, which is why there's so many inequities. I mean, the Mets sit in Queens, New York. And no offense to Queens, but it's Queens, bro. It's not, and the Yankees are in the Bronx. You know, we're not talking about Manhattan, but there's just so many billion people there that they get all that money. I mean, they have all that wealth generation going on, and other teams can't do that. They simply don't have the financial infrastructure for it with the citizens. It's crazy. Anyway, I just thought that was funny.
So
because
we
that
rednecks
shows the
are poor?
inequities of baseball. What's that?
Us rednecks, we poor? Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. Well, I mean, if you had a team, and I'm not being silly here, if you had a team in Omaha, Nebraska, an NBA team, and there was no salary cap, could they pay as much as, let's say, the Nuggets could pay? No, I mean, it's all relative.
But that's the beauty.
It's all relative.
That's the beauty of the NFL. The smallest market, Green Bay, Wisconsin, is among the elite. I mean, they're playing great football.
Same with the NHL. Yeah. I mean, the NHL. The NBA is different because guys can place where they want to play, and there's a smaller amount of players. But the NHL, the Winnipeg Jets are having a phenomenal season, and I don't know one human who would say, you know what? I think I want to go play for Winnipeg. I want to live in Winnipeg where it's 40 below in the wintertime. I don't think that a lot of people want to do that.
If the NHL's figured it out, and the NFL has figured it out, why do we live in 2024, almost 25, and Major League Baseball still can't figure it out?
It's too late.
What do you mean it's too late? What do you mean it's too late?
It's too late, baby. Now it's too late.
Because
we really
Mose, shut
did.
up. The MLB can't go in now.
Mose, shut up.
The MLB can't go in now and shut up. The MLB can't go in now and institute a salary cap when guys have a $750 million contract. There's no way to negate that. You're basically going to tell Soto and Ohtani that their contracts don't exist anymore.
All right, so is college football going down that same road? Because we're now paying college football players. We're paying college football.
Sorry, I'm on a delay. Carole King was rad, so you shut up. Go ahead.
Cool, Carl.
You happy you got that in? That you cut off Vic just to say Carole King was rad? You happy about that?
It was important.
I don't even know what
Is that a good decision? You said college football. Are they going down the same path? I don't get it. What do you mean?
College football is going toward the path of paying players. Correct? They're going to pay players.
Not $750 million.
Yes, and they're doing so, but they're doing so with no real collective max. There's no max. You can pay whatever you want to whomever you want. It's very much the same road that Major League Baseball is going down. Correct? So unless we have a formulated structure in place, one school has this amount, and I know they've talked about it, but it's still not in place.
By the way,
we're in the Wild West here.
Who's the rich movie villain Rockefeller guy that wants to buy college football teams?
Did you see that?
Who is he?
No,
did you see that?
It's one of those conglomerates. What do you call those, Vic? A venture capital company.
Yeah, that guy needs to be locked up for even suggesting that.
And I'm telling you, it's already happening where there are billionaires that want to buy stakes in college football teams. If you do that now, if they're selling equity in college football teams to help finance the NIL, well, who owned the team? If the CU Buffs are going to be owned by a billionaire or an investment firm, are they called the CU Buffs? What do you call them?
Well, yes, they have to be. Because the whole appeal, again, I'm not saying this to you, Vic. I'm saying this to everybody else out there. The whole idea that the college football team would be uncoupled from the college football institution is so antithetical to, or well, hang on. Was not confident in using that word. Let me use another one. It is so, it is so ridiculous, the notion that you'd uncouple it, because the whole appeal of college football is that you're rooting for your school. And if you don't have them called the CU Buffs and instead they're called the Boulder Turnpikes,
all right, so let me
nobody
ask you,
cares anymore.
And I'm going to ask you.
That's a great nickname, though, dude. That's a great.
Moj,
that would be a great nickname.
Moj, this is a great question for you. This is a great question I want you to chew on. And one of our texters jogged my brain into asking this. We are supporters of capitalism. And I think we know each other well enough that we're capitalists, right? That's what makes our country great. It's the basis of our country.
Absolutely.
If we support capitalism so much, why do we now push for communism in pro sports?
Because pro sports won't survive without. If pro sports are just purely capitalistic, they won't survive. At least not the way that we know them.
Think about what I just said, though. Then how has our society survived if capitalism trumps all?
Because sports isn't just capitalism. The whole idea of it is it has to be successful with parity. You have to have multiple teams vying for championships to have it make the most money you can.
In life, the only competition is human ingenuity, which is why you also have monopolistic rules and that sort of thing, Vic, because we've seen problems over the years, which is why they broke up Pac-Bell, and I can go into a million different scenarios. But competition is a good thing in life. Ingenuity is capitalism drives ingenuity. It drives creativity. But in professional sports, I'm trying to listen. If Steve's House of Hamburgers puts out Joe's House of Chicken, puts him out of business, well, that's competition, right? But Joe's House of Burgers Steve's House of Burgers doesn't need Joe to survive. The New York Yankees can't just play with themselves, or they can, but not everybody's going to be digging that. You can't just play. You have to have opponents to play. And if you price all the opponents out of being able to play the game, then you don't have a league. Is that simple? Is that simple to understand?
How about this?
Pro sports is not reality. It's not real life, knuckleheads.
When
I don't know, those $756 million that Juan Soto's about to make, that's real.
When you're watching fencing in the Olympics and two guys have those little swords, are they called EPs or whatever they're called?
Yeah.
They both have those. You can watch
You
that.
said they have PPs? What'd you say?
I think they're called epes. Epes, sorry. See, crossword puzzle. EPEE. I don't know how to say it, but I know how to spell it.
Yeah, PPs.
Two people got those little swords. That's a sport you can watch. And then you give somebody a gun. It's not a sport you can watch anymore because that's no longer competition.
Right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
I like this text, though. European sports, like the Premier League and the way, that's more capitalism than what we have because you get promoted and demoted based on merit, based on skill, based on talent, based on results. If you play well, if you compete well, if you make money, you make more. If you don't, guess what? You go down a couple notches.
Well, then good luck.
Isn't that the way it should be run?
Good luck trying to find a guy who's going to buy a team for $4 billion with the thought that he might not be on national TV anymore. That's not going to happen.
How does it work in Europe then?
Because they're European, they don't understand what sports is supposed to be. We in America do.
All right, I know you're saying that with a smile on your face. So why does it work there and it doesn't work here? I'm playing devil's advocate here. A lot of these questions I'm asking, I know the answers to, but I'm just curious. Let's put it on the table. Wouldn't you think in a college format? Let me ask you this: in college, where you have so many teams, college football, I think it's the perfect situation for relegation. I think if we inherited relegation to college football, it'd be ideal. You want to complain about Alabama not getting in over SMU? You want to make all these complaints about this team's schedule's tougher than the next? If you institute relegation into college football, boom, I think it'd be ideal. Perfect.
I think it would be ideal in pro sports as well, but they're not structured that way. They weren't built that way. They weren't set up that way. And do you recall, all of you European soccer people, do you recall what happened, what was it, a year ago?
Yeah, when they tried the Super League?
Yeah, when they tried to get all the best teams out of England and Spain and Italy and Germany all together to one Super League. And what happened?
Oh, they
Because they said we're going to cease to exist if you do this.
That's exactly right. Pro sports is not real life. and the fans revolted. All the other fans revolted like crazy. But that's essentially what college football has become and is becoming.
See, but this is what I don't get. Like, we're having all these conversations, and it's like we're trying to reinvent the wheel. This is very simple. If the MLB just had a salary cap, they'd be fine. We don't need relegation in football like in the NFL.
But the whole conversation started with me asking you if every other league has one and baseball is among the oldest leagues, why don't they see that the other leagues are thriving? Why don't they go get one?
Because
they're still making a lot of money. Even the poor teams are. The revenue sharing is what's kept them afloat and kept other teams afloat all these years.
Again, I don't even know how they'd begin to broach the subject when it would have to start with Ohtani and Soto's contracts no longer exist. You guys need a new one because we can't have a cap when somebody's making this amount of money.
So they'll never be able to institute a cap when they keep handing out these contracts.
It's too late. Yeah,
it's too late.
It's too late.
You're exactly right. The Ohtani deals. I mean, when you're giving out a contract to one player that's worth more than the value of an entire team, it's over.
Right. And Mo, you said this in hockey. When hockey did this, guys had to take some sort of pay cut, and they got burned because of it. But that's the difference between a couple $1 million and $400 million that somebody's owed.
Okay, let me go back. When the National Hockey League needed to implement a salary cap, the Avalanche payroll was above $60 million. It really was. It was somewhere, I want to guess around like $64 million, maybe a tick right around that. When the league came back from the lost season in 2004-2005, they had a salary cap. The high end of the salary cap, because of all the revenue they lost, was $39 million. The Avs had to trim, just south of $30 million off their cap, right? Somewhere in the mid-20s, which is why Peter Forsberg was gone. Adam Foote was gone. Other players were gone. They couldn't sign them. They weren't allowed to. The ceiling was $39 million. Now it's gone up. In fact, in 3 years, it'll probably be $100 million, the salary cap for the National Hockey League. But I would argue to you, and while the Avs are winning Stanley Cup championships, the league is in a healthier place today than it ever has been in its existence. And the reason is the salary cap, because you need other teams to be viable to play in a league.
Nobody disagrees with that, but what I'm saying with baseball is how the hell do you have teams that feature the Ohtanis and Soto contracts getting underneath it? It's impossible.
Brett, because can I tell you where I'm at, though, Vic? Can I tell you where I'm at? I'm to the point where I don't care.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
Baseball,
I don't care.
Baseball's lost me. I don't care.
Neither.
It's a.
I'm
what
right there
I'm
with
seeing
you.
happening now is it's a joke. It's beyond a joke.
Yeah. I'm numb to it. When I heard about Soto's contract, and it is so off the deep end for me that if you get every 4 or 5 years a competitive baseball team, especially here, great. I'm all in. But until then, what does it really matter? Baseball has proven they don't want equity. They don't want parity. They don't want it. They don't desire it. It's not in their DNA. So why should we care?
Well, and here's the other thing, and baseball is going to keep trotting this out there. And you know what? I got to give them credit. It's at least a decent argument. So what was the World Series this year? Dodgers-Yankees.
Yeah.
And you'd say, well,
I've almost forgotten.
Well,
honest to God,
but
you
just
asked me what the World Series was, and I had to say, I don't know.
Hang on a second. Here's what I'm getting at. It's Dodgers and Yankees, and you say, well, duh. Those teams spend $18 trillion on their roster. Of course they're in it. What was the World Series last year? It's Rangers, D-backs.
Diamondbacks, yeah. But we've talked about this. Yes, you can have those years where the Wobegon franchise, the try-hard franchise makes it there. But you have more room for error when you can spend money like the Dodgers and Yankees.
Vic,
you can eat your tail, and all of a sudden a new tail grows. It's easy for that to happen for those teams.
You're not hearing me because I agree with you. Well, all I'm saying is that's what the MLB is going to say back. Why do we need a cap? Last year it was Rangers and D-backs. That's what they're going to say, and it's going to be stupid, but they'll trot that out there.
It's also known that Major League Baseball has had the strongest players' union in the history of professional sports and continues to have that. So, look.
So you're blaming the unions?
Well, no, I'm just saying they push back on everything and they get their way. And
you know what it is?
They look at it. Listen, if Juan Soto's getting that kind of money, that means I'm going to get that
Okay.
kind of money.
All right, so let me follow that. Which sport, professional sport in America, has the weakest players' union? The weakest. You know the answer. You shouldn't even have to think about this.
Hockey?
It's the NFL. The
Hockey's
weakest
probably
player
pretty
union.
close.
The
Yeah,
weakest of all unions is the NFL's player union.
Well, and you know why? Because you're right. I mean, hockey's it's pretty.
It's
damn
the
strong.
NFL's player union. They get
and
it's by far the weakest of all unions. And which is the most popular of the sports?
The NFL. But the reason also is that you have so many more players and so many more different mindsets inside that room, and so many guys making not a ton,
no guaranteed contracts
of bread,
no
not
guaranteed
a ton of
contracts.
bread.
Every
Right,
other
correct.
sport's got guaranteed contracts. The NFL doesn't have
Correct.
guaranteed contracts.
That is correct.
Just quickly, I just thought of this. You know what the MLB is? Rob Manfred is Rob Pelinka, and the Players Union's LeBron. And it's like, yeah. No. Try and tell me what we should do again. What's that?
Kinda. Yeah, kinda.
303.
Look, I mean, it's all very complicated. It's all very complicated. I'm not privy to the insides of the CBAs in every league. I know the periphery stuff, and what I do know is that baseball is dead to me. It's just dead to me. I mean, imagine if the A's came up for sale. Who the hell would want to buy the A's?
The guy in Vegas. I still love the idea.
Well, no, they're just moving. The same guy's going to own it.
I still love that LeBron and Rich Paul are trying to say he has this illusion of power. LeBron doesn't have power. And then his podcasting buddies, his head coach, and they go, let me draft my kid for funsies.
It's so funny. Isn't it?
It's
so
for
funny. It's
saw
almost like a TV show, like one of those. It's a mockery. It is really. It's a mockery TV show. You're mocking life.
I'll tell you later, but I just saw the funniest thing on the internet about Bronny James. It's not even, it's sad to be honest with you. It really is. LeBron has done his kid wrong.
Our winner of the custom-made Adele golf clubs fitted for you. We'll announce it next.
Hey, man, it's the holidays. It's a time for love. It's a time for joy. But if you're suffering from some form of erectile dysfunction, this season can be tough on you. Let's get real, man. It's no big deal. We're just talking about it. If you got an issue, fix it. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year and give the best gift you can. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because the treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some treatments, you can even last an hour or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade. It's successfully treated tens of thousands of men. All you've got to do is go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Your initial visit, just $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, but you know it will. But if it doesn't, the entire office visit is absolutely free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be right back in the game after your first appointment. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you from Fort Collins all the way to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or, again, visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, yeah, Adele. Spelled differently, pronounced the same. The winner of the Adele Golf Clubs. Again,
Hold on, this is a big deal. This is a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
It's a big deal. We've been to Adele. We did our show from there. We know those people. D-Dub is a good friend of ours. They do a great job. These clubs are a killer. They've got all the killer pro shafts. The clubs themselves are rad. Brett's already knocking down birdies, and he thinks he's ready for the Q school and all this crap because of his wedges. They can customize the stuff on the back of the clubs. It's pretty damn. Yeah, I know they're gorgeous, dude.
American
They're awesome.
flag there, and I have a message to myself, which is don't bleep this up.
Yeah.
On the other
So this is a really great prize from Adele Golf. So if you're not shooting low next spring, then it's on you. Whoever wins these, it's on you.
And you know what? If you aren't the winner, you can go to Adele Golf, EDEL, adelegolf.com, and look at their special section for a whole bunch of Christmas specials they got going. So the winner, without further ado, of these custom-made SMS irons, 4-iron through pitching wedge from Adele Golf is Joel Pomeroy. Congratulations to Joel.
Joel Pomeroy?
Huge, yes.
Any relation to Drew Pomeroy? Do you remember Drew Pomeroy?
What about Ken Pom?
I do
Ken
remember
Pomeroy.
Drew Pomeroy. Yeah. Hey, I want to talk to Joel Pomeroy. I want to find out what his handicap is. I want to get a handle on this guy. I want to feel. Well, I just want to feel like I want to see if he's worthy of this prize, Joel Pomeroy.
Well, Joel,
Listen,
congratulations.
You better not be a hack because these would be too good for you. You better not.
What do you mean?
I'm just
Those
saying
are
that
the
right
guys.
now.
Those are the
Vic,
guys that should get them because then their game gets
no,
better.
Look, no, these are the guys who would shoot. You know, they shoot the same score with a broom handle or Adele clubs. I'm talking about guys who can get lower.
Allow people to get better. A year ago, our boy Brett was a hack, and now he's better than you are.
I went from a 14 to an 8.2, baby.
Brett Kane, any day of your life, and I mean this, any day, no matter the weather conditions, any course, anywhere. If you want to play and you want to bring pink slips or your wallet and Grammy's C note, whatever it is you want to do,
Moj, I hate to tell you this, I would
I will
take
be
Kane.
there.
I would take Kane.
Well, that's interesting.
Moj, and I mean
well,
this,
then you're
and
an
I
idiot.
love you.
Well, then because you're an idiot.
Well, that's interesting. What happened the last time we played?
What happened to the other 563 times we played?
No. The last game is the only game that matters, and what happened? I want you to tell everybody what happened.
I had 2 whiskeys and a brewski before we teed off.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. So as we round out the show here, can we go back to the college football playoff for a second as that is set? And I'm so excited for this stuff. Like, I can't describe to you the anticipation I have for not just like some of these matchups, which are going to be cool, but you get a college football playoff game that's going to be played at home stadiums, which I think is such a cool idea.
You know what I love about this whole thing? I don't know who's going. Like, I don't have a bona fide favorite. It could be anybody. Now, do all 12 teams? Do I think equally? Do I think SMU's going to win the national championship? No, I think they'll stumble. I do. Do I think Arizona State has enough? Maybe. I don't know. But outside of that, do I think Boise? Nah, maybe not. But the other 9 teams, would you guys be surprised?
All these games are within 10 points
get this.
in a spread.
I tell you that I watch bowl games. You guys are like, shut up. I do. I watch the Weed Eater and I watch the Bahamas and all this kind of stuff. But all that stuff's on before Christmas. How about us getting national playoff games on the 20th?
Yeah.
Dude, hold on, it's a dream come true. And once all the whining and the moaning and the complaining and we didn't get our respect or we didn't get in with 3 losses, once all that crap is done and you focus on the task at hand. Dude, Indiana, I mean, how cool is this? Inside of the wonderful state of Indiana, the Hoosier state, you've got the Hoosiers at the Fighting Irish. Vic, how bitchin' is that?
The
That's
battle of the
awesome.
Hoosiers. You know what sucks about them?
It's killer.
I wanted to see at least one of these matchups with the northern schools it's going to be cold. I wanted to see them host like an SEC Southern school or something. I wanted to see that.
Like Georgia go up to play in the snow at Penn State or
I wanted
something?
to see that.
Yeah. Hey, when was the last time Indiana played Notre Dame? Do they ever play each other ever?
God, I don't remember. I don't remember. That'll be a fun game to watch. I have no idea what to expect in that game, to be honest with you.
Wait, so you wanted like a warm weather team to go and play somewhere cold? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, you get Tennessee and Ohio State. Tennessee's not exactly like frigid.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. You got that one.
Well, hold on a second. There's been plenty of times I've been in Nashville road.
But you're, I don't know. If you're living in Tennessee, you aren't dealing with winter snow a whole lot.
Agreed. Agreed. But yeah, I'm with Vic. I would love to see. Yeah, I would just love to see one of those snot-nosed SEC
It's great to watch on television.
Go up and play the horseshoe.
I ain't going to that crap. Again, I have friends who are going to that Notre Dame game saying how fun it would be. Ain't nothing fun about sitting in the stands on December 20th and 8 p.m. By the way, that game kicks off at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Think about this for a second. 8 o'clock South Bend time on December 20th. You can have it. Take it. I ain't doing that.
Quickly, before we get to fact checker, here was Deion Sanders. He was at this event with Antonio Pierce. I don't know what this was. Seems like a charity thing. And he had the microphone standing next to Antonio Pierce, head coach of the Raiders. And he said this.
Now I just need you to do one thing. I need you to draft those Sanders boys next year.
He said, I need you to do one thing. I need you to draft those Sanders boys sitting right there. And Shiloh and Shedeur both stood up. It's been kind of odd, the open sort of pining about Shedeur and the Raiders and stuff like that. Like, they obviously want it to happen. Shedeur over the weekend took a picture of the Death Star out there in Vegas and basically called it like a palace or something. I forgot what he said, but he was praising just the stadium.
Does this feel like an Eli Elway thing?
That's what I'm saying.
Is that what it feels like to you?
Like, they might not get the top pick. I think first pick right now, is it the Raiders or is it the Giants? It's one of those two. But would Deion step in and do the Archie thing? Would he say, I want my kid to play here, so he's going to play here?
Yes.
Yeah, but
yes,
how
he
far?
Would. Yes, he would.
How far can you take it?
Right.
You can do that if it's one or two teams that are near the top. But like, what if a team is drafting 15th?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not going to work.
What do you do?
He'll be gone by then. I mean, he'll be way gone by then. And the Raiders stink. So this is something that looks like Coach Prime could make it happen.
By the way, the Raiders lost another quarterback yesterday. They got two quarterbacks gone.
Somebody tried to tie in. And
so what?
This is what's funny about the Shedeur thing. He obviously wants to go to the Raiders. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They've made it pretty clear. But somebody tried to tie this in during the course of the year. They go, did you know that every day that the Raiders have lost this year, Shedeur Sanders has tweeted, God is good? And I said, okay, maybe it's because the Raiders lost. Or maybe, and hear me out, he's a Christian and it's Sunday. And he tweeted that because it's Sunday.
That's a good point.
And he's a Christian. And coincidentally, the Raiders play on Sundays, and they're really bad at football.
And maybe because God is, and maybe because God is indeed good.
Maybe that's what he meant when he said that.
Brett, I would ask you, can't they all be true?
No, I don't think so. I think he's just tweeting God is good because it's Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really enjoy these conspiracy theories when it comes to dictating where a guy's drafted because it's such a damn crapshoot and nobody has any control over that. Sure, you can, if you're a dad, you can push a guy in a certain direction, but at the end of the day, dude, those teams are going to do what they want to do. And they're going to make a pick based on who they think is the best player. Good luck.
Good luck is right. Fact checker, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
It's been kind of a weird show today. You guys have been throwing around a lot of high concept terms and things like GDP and net profit versus revenue, and you use some big words. I would just say if you guys are going to go that route, one thing I would request is that you be a little bit more methodical.
Be methodical by stacking or playing the right way, possession after possession after possession.
No.
After possession.
No.
After possession.
Nelly, cut it. I want to try and get one last thing in before the break. I just DM'd you something. See if you could pull it up on Twitch. I need you guys to see this. Before the game started last night with the Chiefs and the Chargers, it's in Arrowhead. So they bring some former player back to bang the drum at Arrowhead Stadium before the game, right? A lot of teams do this. So the Chiefs brought back, you remember Tamba Hali, good edge rusher that they had for years?
Yeah, I remember that guy. Yeah.
I want you to look at the definition of a man who's held on too long because I want you to see Tamba Hali's hair. He's got 3 little threads at the very back of his head, and dude, it's time to let it go. Okay?
Where? I don't even see him.
Look, hang on, go back and pause it, Nelly.
I can't even see.
Look at those at the very back of his head. It's like that's not even receding hairline anymore. Let that go, dude.
Oh,
it's
Riker.
done.
Oh, Riker. Riker. My
All right.
boy.
Have a great Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
There's the horn in Georgia. Well, Denver bounces back off of their worst loss of the year and blow out the Atlanta Hawks 141-111.
The few who are left are booing. 3 seconds to go. 2 seconds, 1. And that is it. The night belongs to Scott Wedgwood. His second career shutout versus the team that drafted him. He makes 26 saves on 26 shots. He gets goals from Colton, O'Connor, Arturi Lehkonen, and Parker Kelly. And the Avalanche danced with the Devils and shut them out by a final score of 4-0.
Wild weekend, mixed bag for the Nuggets. A back-to-back sweep for the Avalanche. College football playoff and title games galore. It was phenomenal. We'll get into every single piece of it this morning on the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi, Coach Mike Sanford, you guys, 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. We will get heavily into what happened over the course of a nutso. And yes, Coach, you called it on Friday, a chaotic college football Saturday. We'll get into that in a couple of seconds, but I got to start with the Jekyll and Hyde of the Nuggets, in which you come off, without a doubt, the worst loss in the Jokic era. In a weekend where on back-to-back games, this dude plays 80 minutes, puts up north of 100 points, but you lost to a team that hasn't won since Halloween? You lost to a team that's got one win at home, a team that had lost 16 straight. You were playing from behind the entire game? What is going on?
Yeah, we'll start with that one because that felt to me like absolute rock bottom for the Nuggets this season. Now, you could argue, and there were plenty of people in the local media scene that were arguing that this is rock bottom and it's not going to get any better, or it's just going to continue into a bad season, a disappointing season. But when I heard Nikola Jokic in the post-game locker room after that game,
he was pissed.
I was like, immediately for me, I've been there, and it's different when your superstar player is saying the things that Nikola Jokic said, and we can play those when we have a sec. Called everybody out. I mean, and he did it in a passive-aggressive manner, which that is my family system that I come from, my mom and dad, particularly on my mom's side, who's all European. That's the way we communicate disappointment in each other, is by making jokes. And there's truth behind the jokes. And that was exactly what Nikola Jokic did. And it's just different when it's coming from a star player than when it's coming from Michael Malone. And I think that was the wake-up call that the Nuggets as a franchise need. I'm not saying needed because I don't think we're out of the clear, but it was exactly what was needed. And then you saw the switch against a better Hawks team than the terrible Wizards and playing a completely dominant game.
73 minutes, 104 points, 30 rebounds, 16 assists, 4 steals.
Just hand him the MVP. There's nobody in basketball more impactful to a franchise than Nikola Jokic. Like, outside of anything crazy happening, his early season stretch has been ridiculous, Raj. Ridiculous. Like, he's playing at levels that we in Denver haven't been able to see him play at.
And the conversation around the Nuggets and around Jokic, obviously, all these years has been, well, he hasn't been surrounded by an all-star cast. He has not been surrounded by players that are up to snuff, right? You look at other MVPs and they've got other all-pros around them, which then can turn a roster into a dynasty. Look at what Golden State did. Look at who, I know LeBron has dragged some teams by the scruff of their neck to prominence, but he's been paired with Anthony Davis in Los Angeles. He gets paired with Kyrie Irving in his second stint in Cleveland. Obviously, the trio down there in Miami, Nikola Jokic has not had that around him. And it's always been the conversation of, well, yeah, Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray aren't all-stars, but they are star-level players. It hasn't been the case this season that anyone has stepped up to star-adjacent level. While Porter was better, certainly against a good Atlanta team that you blow out by 30, he puts up 26 points, but he only goes 1 of 5 from 3. It's just another feather in his cap to go, I'm going to drag this roster. I'm going to drag this team to the postseason and hopefully do something when the rest of my guys wake up. I don't know if it's a blessing in disguise that Jamal Murray was out for these 2 games, that he's resetting right now. I do think that there is still a philosophical disconnect with this Nuggets franchise and where the rest of the NBA is going in terms of the 3-point shot. They just don't shoot enough. And I know it wasn't good. Like, it was really, really bad. It was god awful on Friday night when you lose. But you still got to shoot them.
You do have to shoot them. And if there's anything about this Nuggets championship run that we can look back to and learn from, is that while this team is not just going to shoot a barrage of threes consistently, if you're not going to do that, guess what you have to do on the other end? You've got to defend the hell out of the 3-point line. And when this team does it, they win. When this team doesn't do it, they get blown out. Or they just can't come back, and they're always in that 8 to 12 point kind of deficit area.
I know they didn't shoot it well on Friday night, and they shot it better on Saturday. But they have
12 of 27. Still not enough, though, by current NBA standards. 27 3-points.
Massive gap from them to the next fewest in the league in Toronto. Toronto averages 33 attempts per game from beyond the arc. Denver averages just, and I mean just, north of 30. That is a far cry from Boston at 52. I'm not saying that you have to chuck up 52, but they need to jump that up by 6, 7, 8 more 3-point attempts a game, because they shoot it well. Friday was actually the anomaly. They shoot pretty darn well from beyond 3. And yes, Nikola Jokic being on fire all year has helped those numbers, but it's just a data thing at this point. Like, I'm not saying I'm certainly not a basketball savant. It is just a data thing that the rest of the league, from a philosophical standpoint, is leaving you in the dust. Just shoot more. I'm telling you, it's going to help. And it's not a Michael Malone thing that he wants to do. It's not something that Nikola Jokic wants to run his offense through. But honestly, you got to get with the times. And it's going to help them get out of this. It will.
Wouldn't you argue that the roster construction of the Nuggets, starting with Nikola Jokic, as somebody that can get a bucket at any given time inside the paint or around the elbow area, wouldn't you argue that this should be the type of construction? And you throw Aaron Gordon in there, you got a dunker, you got a guy that can hover around and above the rim at all times. Wouldn't you argue that the construction of this roster should lead to way more opportunities than even the average team in terms of open looks behind the arc? I mean, that would be the simple logic behind how this thing is built and how it can go from here on out. But who are the guys? Who are the guys that are going to hit threes consistently? It's got to be MPJ. It's got to be Jamal Murray. And by the way, where is Jamal Murray? Where is he? He didn't play the last 2 games. Am I missing something? He had a hamstring injury. When did that injury happen? I didn't see anything. Like, was he on the bench in the game in Atlanta? Was he on the bench in Washington? Does anybody have any updates? Where is Jamal Murray?
He was on the bench in Atlanta.
Okay, thank you. Didn't show much. Is he healthy? Is he just getting some mental, what's going on? Do you know? Because it seems weird to me.
I don't think it's the worst thing for him to sit down for just a little bit. The 406, this is not a 3-point shooting team. What they need to do is increase their mid-range attempts for MPJ and Murray. The numbers don't say that they're a bad 3-point shooting team.
Volume.
They're the 5th best percentage in the league in 3-point, behind Cleveland, New York, Milwaukee, Brooklyn. You're the 3rd best in the league in 3-point percentage. You just don't shoot enough to keep up with the Joneses some days. And that was unbelievably evident the 3 games before they got this 30-point win against Atlanta. It was. I don't know what's going on with Jamal. It's an injury thing, but I also think it's a little bit of you're not playing well, so that little thing that's kind of hampering you on your hamstring, we're going to let you sit down for a little bit and get your noodle right.
You good with it?
I'm fine with it without a doubt.
I am too. And
it was a distraction for the first part of the season. That's what it was.
I learned this from traveling to all Stanford football games with Dave Fleming, the voice you hear on every sport on ESPN as a play-by-play guy. He was the San Francisco Giants play-by-play guy as well. And especially 10, 15, 20 years ago, diehard San Francisco Giants fan. And I would always ask him, like, what is going on with name the player that we're on, like, the injured reserve list? And he's like, let's just say that the IR.
It's an upper body injury.
There's a lot of, upper body injury that happens to be above the shoulders and between the ears. And that happens so much in sports. And you know what? It's okay. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. All I want to see is Jamal Murray get back to a place, a headspace, a mentality of, I am the guy that you signed me to. And that's that I need to score points on a consistent basis. I need to throw up 3-pointers left and right, and I will create open looks for myself by staying active on both sides of the floor.
Hey, opposite side of the coin, back-to-back wins for the Avs where they get not only just competent goaltending, but phenomenal goaltending.
It's like we had regular season Connor Hellebuck by virtue of Georgiev and Wedgie in back-to-back games. It's awesome.
Georgiev played against a bad team in Detroit. Detroit's not going to make the playoffs. Something is not clicking with this Yzerman playing with their young core and the veterans that he brought in. They don't have goaltending right now because they're very, very injured in that department, but that's not a team that's going to be a playoff roster. There's rumors that like Dylan Larkin wants out. He's their captain. He's been their longtime captain, their American-born player. But the Avs didn't necessarily play all that great. And at the end of that game, Georgie stood on his head. He made 4 or 5 backdoor stops make a tough stop look very easy. Tough for me to stay there as well. He looked great against Detroit. Wedgwood against a, for some reason, sluggish Devils team. And the Devils are damn good. Devils are an Eastern Conference contender without a doubt.
I just love that Wedgie just looked him straight down in Prudential Center, looked across the ice and said, "Not today, Satan. Not today."
There's a lot of money on the board. Are you familiar with the money on the board tradition in the National Hockey League?
I'm not.
So money on the board.
Never heard of it. Let's go to the board.
It's a little game. It's a little game that you play in the locker room where one of the players contributes to the team fund. Typically, you contribute to the team fund in like a kangaroo court session. Like you embarrass yourself, you do something stupid. You have a weekly kangaroo court session that one of the boys calls you out on and says, "Hey." In the NHL, it's like a $500 fine. In AAA and junior hockey, it's a $25 fine. It's a $50 fine. You looked like an idiot at the team party last night. You struck out with that girl when you had a great chance. $20 fine, something like that. You wore something stupid to the game. $15 fine. In the NHL, you put money on the board this way, where you walk up contributing to the team fund when you're either feeling a goal that night, you're on a hot streak, you're playing.
It's like a juju.
You're playing in a city that you are either from, or you're playing against a team that you
previously played for.
Right. So, or not Georgie, but Wedgwood. Money. That's a night where money's on the board for Wedge. He walks up and he throws down the minimum in the NHL is around probably $500, but he throws down a G on the board. A win, I'm contributing $1,000. A shutout, I'm contributing $2,000 on the board. So not only did he have money on the board, assumedly, on Saturday night, I would also assume that Ross Colton, New Jersey-born kid, also had money on the board.
Speaking of money on the board, speaking of money on the board, Raj, we are now 16 minutes in to the Monday morning after the college football playoff rankings came out. And I'm decked out over here. In pride of my alma mater. And it's been 16 minutes and you haven't said one thing to give any flowers to my alma mater, the 3 seed in the college football playoff with a bye.
We'll do that next.
Oh, brother.
I mean, Jesus deserves all the glory. I mean, we serve a champion. He died on the cross, but he rose again 3 days later. That's the God I serve, man. Anything's possible. And our players, they don't run from hard work. They just keep swinging, keep swinging, keep swinging. That's uncommon. They deserve the credit. Jesus deserves the credit. We got the best staff in the nation, and we got the best fan base in the nation, too. Bronco Nation undefeated.
Boise head coach Spencer Danielson, after the Broncos hold off UNLV 21-7 on Friday night, they punched their ticket to the college football playoff as Mountain West champions. 32 carries, 209 yards, and a touchdown from Ashton Genty. Army gets a win that, tree falls in the forest, no one hears it. Who cares? Saturday was nuts. And I'm going to give you your platform. you are decked head to toe in Boise State blue. I get it. While it was a good game on Friday night, it didn't hold a candle to what we saw on Saturday. And you're
right.
Complete chaos.
Yeah, Boise State got out 21-0 in the first half, and then at that point, it just hold on for dear life, and they did. And it was against the top 25 team. It was against a UNLV team that Boise State beat twice, once on the road at UNLV, and they were the hottest team in college football at the time that wasn't named Oregon. They had beaten 2 Big 12 teams on the road at Houston, and they beat that same Kansas team that spoiled the Big 12 party. So that happened. So before anybody wants to throw shade at Boise State for being in as the 3 seed, they beat 3 teams that at the time were top 25 teams, and their only loss was the only dominant, truly unblemished team in college football, and that was Oregon. They lost by 3 at Autzen Stadium.
How pissed off am I at Kansas for ruining what should have been a great Big 12 championship game? Kansas screwed everyone in the country because all of those games, every one of the games that we got to watch on Saturday were bangers. 45-37. Penn State keeps up with Oregon every step of the way. We get an overtime game in the SEC where both coaches tried to throw the game away for their own teams. Carson Beck comes in with half of an arm and actually is able to take a snap and hand the football off.
Raj, you hear what the injury was this morning?
What was it?
He's got the UCL, so he's going to go out and get Tommy John and come back Rookie of the Year style and going to be throwing 100-yard piss missiles. Dude, he's so bad. The quarterback play in the SEC championship game was disgusting.
Not good at all.
Disgusting.
Not good at all.
And the college football national media contingent were telling us all preseason, offseason, that those are the 2 top quarterbacks in the draft. Those guys suck. I can't stand watching Quinn Ewers. I can't stand watching Carson Beck. I did like this dude that came off the bench. My man Gunnar Stockton gets obliterated, has his head, he got his melon decapitated. And he's like, and he got interviewed after the game, and it's like, this is a real Southern boy that's been hit before in the head, and he's fine.
Was it on Mars?
Gunnar Stockton's going to be the quarterback for Georgia. I honestly think that'll be the scariest thing in the postseason for everybody else because I love that dude.
The unknown factor. So you get an overtime game in the SEC, 22-19. They punched in with ETN to beat Texas. Both of those teams get in. Clemson and SMU, which looked like it was going to be a blowout at the half. SMU comes all the way back, only for Clemson to kick a 56-yarder.
True freshman.
So all of these games it's exactly what we were hoping for.
Chaos.
Just chaos.
The only one that I thought was going to happen is Penn State was starting to kind of feel themselves. Oregon's just good. And Dillon Gabriel, if Dillon Gabriel had played like he played in the Big Ten championship throughout the course of the entire year, he might be in the Heisman. He might be the Heisman winner.
All of those games get spoiled because of one stinker. And Arizona State, give them the credit. An unbelievable season from being picked to finish dead last in this new Big 12. Being one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the Pac-12 last year. They go behind Kanscadaboo in 3 touchdowns total, 170 yards and 2 tutties on the ground. And
he is awesome.
Hammer Iowa State. If Kansas doesn't come in and go on like a little 5-game heater in the middle of the season for, well, apparently no reason, we would have gotten another one. That would have been a 45-42 game against Colorado. We got screwed out of 4 straight awesome games.
Yeah, but you also have to consider that Kansas didn't just spoil the CU narrative of being in the championship game. It spoiled it for BYU as well. And BYU is playing phenomenal football up until the final 2-3 games of the season. And The Big 12 just has a parity problem. And that's just that's the bottom line right now of the non-Power 2 conference teams. And I've been saying that all year. And the committee backed that up. There isn't respect for the ACC and certainly the Big 12 outside of the conference champion. And I think that the committee was forced. They were forced to put SMU in, because then I would go out to say that teams would opt out of playing in their conference championship games, just like in 2020. Like, yeah, we don't want to play. Well, because we're gonna be penalized insofar as we lose, while Notre Dame just gets to sit at home and watch everybody, or Tennessee, they get to watch everybody else lose and get out of the conference championship.
So there was a line in the sand that was drawn, Coach. And was it the right line? The College Football Playoff Committee decided title games are more important than non-conference schedules. And that hasn't necessarily been the case over the years, right? It's always been about having the greatest strength of schedule, so that, especially in the BCS days, where you had to make sure that you go out and get really, really good non-conference opponents, and then also take care of your business within your conference schedule. They made a mark. They drew a line in the sand that said, hey, listen, non-conference for us doesn't matter anymore, because these conferences are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You're likely going to play more conference games as it goes forward. The SEC, now they play one fewer game.
They play 8.
You're going to have to change that up, right? If you don't have to deal with the tough non-conference schedule, you're going to have to add one more to the SEC schedule. They made a decision. Playing in your conference championship game and winning conference football games matters more than Alabama scheduling Ohio State during the regular season.
Alabama has no place to speak whatsoever about non-conference schedules. They played Western Kentucky and beat them 63-0. Western Kentucky was in the Conference USA Championship game, which was a snooze fest, against Jacksonville State and lost by 40.
Timothy Chalamet called that one.
South Florida, they beat them 42-16. South Florida was a 6-6 team that had one of the most dysfunctional offenses in college football this season. Mercer, the mighty Mercer. Name the mascot. Anybody
Mercer, the Knights, the Lancers.
Anybody? Yeah, you're from the South.
I don't know the chickens. I don't know.
They're the Bears. Okay, so just for anybody,
yes.
That's your conference. That's your non-conference slate right there for Alabama. I'm trying to find their fourth one. Western Kentucky, South Florida. And Wisconsin. Wisconsin, who is a 500 Big Ten team. Cool. Awesome. And you only play 8 conference games. If you want to end, don't put up 3 points against Oklahoma. That's and don't lose 3 conference games. It is what it is. And you did it at the end of the season, so you can't go with the logic of Notre Dame.
And you lost to a bad team.
Yes. Vanderbilt and Oklahoma. Bad ball.
The question from the 318, why was Boise State at home?
The Mountain West Conference, because of you're not a power conference. You're not going to have, just imagine if this had been CSU versus UNLV in a neutral site playoff game, let's say in Los Angeles. There would have been 1,200 people at that game. So from a revenue standpoint, they want to have the home team fill up a stadium. And the optics of it are awesome. Did you see
the Big 12 title game? Nobody was at.
It looked awful. The ACC championship.
Also,
awful.
And you sent us a text message. Has our boy Neo lost his fastball?
Wait, say it again.
Has our boy Neo lost his fastball?
Oh, Neo is awful.
The halftime performance there.
God, it was terrible.
Was not great.
Like it felt like all he was doing was covering other people's songs. Like my daughter's like, who in the heck is that? It's like, I had to search it. I had no idea who he was.
You do? Hold on. And I know he's lost his fastball, and maybe we'll do this tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to put in my request early for 2K Tuesday tomorrow. I need to hear some Neo.
Well, because Neo, just don't play the live version.
That dude was fantastic. Do
not play his live 47-year-old rendition of his songs, because his voice was horrible.
Did you take the opportunity to educate your daughter on some 2007 Neo?
I didn't have any place to stand on it because of how bad the performance was. My daughter was just done. All she wanted to talk about was the final errors to her concert last night.
Because of you? Closer? The guy just threw out bangers left, right, and center, man.
I just can't
Sexy
stop.
Love? Sexy Love was unreal.
Bro, absolute amazing
If I don't get
song, man.
KJ, if I don't get Sexy Love tomorrow on 2K Tuesday, we're gonna have some words.
I didn't even talk to you guys about this that much, I don't believe, but one of the neatest things about my Hajj to Circa for the Broncos Raiders, I was at the Circa Music Festival, and I got to see some unbelievable like 90s and 2000s stars that were actually really good at the time. Like they were good in person and they were good in the 90s. I did not have I'm drawing a blank on who I saw.
I saw these guys who were great.
They were so
idea
good.
who they were.
Who was that? The overweight white rapper from
overweight white rapper?
It must be Fat Joe.
No, he's like Dominican.
DJ Khaled?
Those guys are like Dominican.
I was
He's
gonna say both
from the South.
Overweight white rapper?
His name is
Jelly Roll?
Oh my gosh.
The country star? I can't help you out.
When
there.
you Google overweight white rappers, how the hell does Eminem come up?
Eminem's never been overweight.
It's always been slim. Yeah.
It was an unbelievable college football week, and I guess my question to you is:
I saw Twista, who's not an overweight white rapper. He was really good.
Dude, you are all over the place. Bubba Sparks, yes, Travis.
Bubba Sparks, that was it. Bubba Sparks was not overweight. He's lost weight. He looks great.
I found you,
and he was
Miss
killing
New
it. And then Twista was out there killing
I
it.
need that tomorrow too. You know what? All of you guys who text in your request tomorrow for 2K Tuesday, I'm not letting you guys get on the board. It's just gonna be me and Coach tomorrow picking the tunes.
Bubba Sparks, man. I was not looking forward to that show, and it was phenomenal.
My overall question to this as we get back to the college football playoff. Thank you for the herrings. Did they get it right? Did the committee get this right? Did they do it properly? And there were always going to be little kinks in this system. And the main kink is the number 5 seed has the easiest route to the championship game. And that's something that they got wrong planning it. But did they get the 12 teams right?
Yes, absolutely.
Did they get the seeding right?
I had this, and I had a prediction immediately after Clemson kicks the game-winning field goal. And I knew that field goal was going to solidify Boise State as the 3 seed. And actually, if SMU had won that game, I think that the committee would have looked long and hard at jumping Boise State with Arizona State in the 4 seed. I do. But because both are in, they didn't have to explain themselves, and they can just say, yeah, Boise State's 3, they won. They were ranked at the time 6 spots ahead or 5 spots ahead of Arizona State. But Arizona State with game control against a 10-2 Iowa State team, I was nervous that Boise State was going to miss out on the bye. Had SMU won and kept Clemson out of the dance.
As it stands right now, Oregon, only undefeated team in the country, bye. Georgia, SEC champion, earned it, bye.
All good.
Earned it. And the pedigree over the last few years of what Kirby Smart has done to stake his claim to, like, we are the program now in the SEC. Now that Nick Saban is gone from Alabama, it is ours and no one else's. You get that. Like, that's who you are. Number 3, Boise State, Mountain West, bye.
12-1 final. That's a record. 12-1. So say what you want. All the people on Twitch, what a farce. Win games. Win freaking games. That's how you get in the dance.
Is there also something to be said about the history? Like, I talk about Georgia's recent history. Is there something to be said about Boise State's history of performing in big-time games when they either are thought to be less or lesser of an opponent, where they're expected to not perform? Most of the time when they're in these Fiesta Bowls, man, they show up.
Do you notice what I'm wearing here, Raj? It looks like I went out and bought a Fiesta Bowl Boise State sweatshirt. It arrived, one day after the announcement. Nope. This is a vintage Boise State Fiesta Bowl sweatshirt. And this was 2014, year that I coached at Boise State. We played against Pac-12 champion Arizona. Regular season, and they lost to Oregon in the Pac-12 championship. This is going to be Boise State's 4th Fiesta Bowl. You know the record so far in those Fiesta Bowls?
Is it 3-1?
3-0.
3-0. Oh,
3-0.
yeah, well, that's how math works.
Beat Oklahoma, beat TCU, beat Arizona, and then they're going to beat the winner of SMU or Penn State.
The Oklahoma game will always make me think that Boise State can win any game. And I know that was like 2007 or something like that, maybe even earlier.
Raj, it feels a little different.
Is Kyle Zabransky the quarterback?
Jared Zabransky.
Yeah,
and he beat me out. I was a senior. He was a sophomore. So it was 2 years
Am
later.
I opening up a wound right now?
Yeah.
Did you hold on? I've never asked this question. Did you ever scout team run the hook and ladder or the Statue of Liberty play?
Oh yeah. That was a part of the staple. I mean, I've run it as a quarterback.
Did you ever think it was going to work?
Oh yeah.
When they called it, did you think it was going to work?
Oh yeah. 100%. It's magic, man. There's magic on that blue field.
But they changed.
And that blue field, it travels with you to the Fiesta Bowl. It just does.
They changed the video game because of that play. Like, I know they do it now. Like, they put Saquon's backwards hurdle into Madden the week after because they've got
AI. They have all these different things they can just...
You can just do that now. But, like, the next year, after the Statue of Liberty play and the hook and ladder, EA Sports put both of those plays in the game.
Just, that's the kind of program.
I run it on second down and 6 from the 37.
Raj, the only team that I saw when the final CFP seedings came out that I personally think got punished for not having a conference championship is Notre Dame. And I think Notre Dame right now is playing in a top 4 level. And I know they can't get into the bye. I know they can't be a top 4 seed because they reward the highest conference champions. But they should have been the 5th seed. Does it really matter? I don't know. I actually think that Notre Dame would love hosting Indiana, which is exactly what they're going to be doing. But Notre Dame should have been the 5th seed.
Notre Dame might have the toughest route to the final.
It's a rough one.
You have to host Indiana, who is a team with a chip on their shoulder.
And can score a lot of points.
Hosting Indiana, really good football game. Then you have to go and take on Georgia in a quarterfinal, who has been there, done that year after year after year. And if you win those first 2 games, your semifinal matchup is, you're going to hate that I say this, it's likely Penn State.
Boise State, yeah. It's going to be Boise State, Notre Dame. How about this?
I think it's going to be Penn
for
State.
Me personally, if that happens, I left Boise State, my alma mater, after winning a Fiesta Bowl to go coach as the offensive coordinator at Notre Dame. So you talk about just like the convergence of paths. It's similar to me of Ashton Genty versus Travis Hunter for the Heisman Trophy win. It's been one of those wild years.
What's the best first-round game that you expect? Clemson at Texas, Tennessee at Ohio State, SMU
that's it
at
right
Penn.
there.
That's
Tennessee, Ohio State. 2 true blue bloods. And I love the drama factor of Ryan Day coaching in front of a home crowd.
He's coaching for his job.
That arguably will be booing him actively during a playoff game.
I've seen some Ohio State fans and Ohio State media members that are like, I would take a first-round loss against Tennessee to fire Ryan Day. Imagine being there with your fan base, being so pissed off about what happened against Michigan the last 4 years, despite being a national championship contender the last 4 years, which is what the Buckeyes are. They're so pissed off about those 4 straight losses that they would take a first-round playoff loss to get rid of the coach.
How does the committee justify Ohio State being ranked above, where's Penn State? Okay, never mind. Yeah, no. How does the committee justify Penn State being ranked above Ohio State when Ohio State recently beat Penn State?
Because Penn State didn't get blown out against OSU. The score was closer than what the game was, but it was not a blowout. And I do think that despite not beating Oregon, they showed.
Yeah. I guess at the end of the day, both teams they get to host. So it's a bit of semantics. If it had been, say, Penn State 7, Ohio State 9, and now Ohio State probably would have loved as a team, and Ryan Day would have loved to be on the road, get away from the toxicity of Ohio Stadium, because that's going to be, the horseshoe is going to be very tense.
Getting it right or getting it wrong, the one thing that happened for us as college football watchers and fans, this is exactly how it should have always been. This is awesome.
And it was entertaining as hell.
Entertaining as hell, and in 2 weeks' time, it's going to be even more so. They knocked it out of the park this year with a 12-team playoff. I absolutely loved it. On the other side, we're going to continue the playoff talks, but not about college football. I want to know who your preferred playoff matchup is for the Broncos moving forward if they can find a way to beat the Colts this weekend. It's Morning Sprint on Altitude.
This could be a learning lesson for each and every team and every individual on those teams.
Chiefs get a doink on Sunday night to beat the Chargers. Helps the Broncos. Don't like the Chiefs winning and locking up the AFC West yet again, but as a Bronco fan, you wanted the Chiefs to beat the Chargers, especially if you want to find a way to play against, let's call it, maybe at this point, Pittsburgh in the first round. You don't get help there. You don't get help from the Jets, who couldn't hold off Miami, and I thought you were going to get it. Because if Miami loses, it's a playoff game this week against Indy. You basically win and you're in. And it's kind of that way. Like, you beat Indianapolis.
It feels that way, but it's... I think there's a lot of Broncos fans, a lot of Broncos country that the last 9 years are still just dooming their mindsets about this team.
Oh, I'm so confident right now.
I am too. And it's not overconfidence. It's not jinx. Trust the film. Trust the film. Trust that you have an elite defense. You have health on your side that is healthier than the last time you will have been out on the field. Although I did learn last night that Riley Moss is probably not up this week against Indianapolis. Don't love that. We'll see. But that's the talk coming out of Broncos camp.
As it stands right now, Chiefs and Bills are locked into AFC playoff picture. The Chiefs get a win. The Bills, which for a Sunday that was full of crap NFL games as compared to what we got on Saturday. And it was kind of a letdown. After what we got to see in these conference championship games, we turned on Sunday's games, and it was just a bunch of... I don't care about any of these football games. At least the Bills and the Rams gave us something to cheer for. And the Puka Nacua catch, that is the toe tap catch that he had. That's the catch of the year.
It was beautiful. He's a really good player. And I think him getting healthy at the time he's getting healthy for the Rams, they're going to win the NFC West. Flat up. I mean, they're the best team in the NFC West. And you did it by beating arguably the hottest team in the NFL in the Buffalo Bills, and with a ridiculous Josh Allen performance.
Is that the stamp on the MVP for Josh Allen?
I mean, you talk about padding stats, and that's not what he was doing. He was trying to win a football game, but my goodness, those stats.
It could have been 7.
Jeez.
4th and 1 on the sneak. Could have had 7. That's a team that I don't want to see. I would rather see the Kansas City Chiefs. And that was my question going into break. Who is your preferred playoff matchup? Let's assume that the Broncos don't find a way to get into that first wild card. Because right now...
Don't assume that, Raj. That's small mind
I
thinking.
Know it is. I know.
That's a small town mindset. We're not in one of these major markets. I was watching the darlings of the NFL that were, once again being displayed on a platform, national platform game, the Chiefs versus obviously the game last night versus the Chargers. And at the end of the game, they showed the live standings of the AFC. And I'm sitting there like, teams 4, 5, 6, and 7 all have the exact same record.
8-5, 8-5, 8-5, 8-5.
And you could say rose-colored glasses or orange-colored glasses, kind of like I've had for my Boise State Broncos all year.
That's okay.
Yeah, you're the 3 seed in college football playoffs. Denver Broncos need to go for the 5 seed, and they have the team to do it. They have the schedule, in my opinion, coming up that they can do that. These are teams that they can beat. Every one of them. Every single one of them they can beat. You win out, you get Houston, who has the sophomore slump of all sophomore slumps going on with their quarterback, and a defense that's giving up crazy amounts of yards.
As of right now, if the playoffs started this weekend, the Chiefs get the first round bye, the Chargers visit the Texans.
Which is what I want that. Beat the Chargers.
Baltimore visits Pittsburgh, and Denver visits Buffalo.
Not good, Ray.
For me, worst case Ontario. Because even if you find a way to pull off the miracle and beat who's likely going to win the MVP this year in Josh Allen.
What do you have against Ontario, California? Good place, man. It's a good place to fly southwest. You avoid the TSA lines of LAX. It's a good place. Is that about Canada? Ontario, Canada?
Ontario, Canada.
Worst case Ontario.
Worst case scenario, worst case Ontario.
I like that. Never heard that.
No.
It's a real hockey guy thing.
I can't take credit for that. That's Trailer Park Boys.
Is that a show?
You've never watched Trailer Park Boys?
Is it a Netflixer?
Yeah, you can watch on Netflix. It's good.
Is it Canadian based?
Yes.
Okay, I like
funny.
I like Canadian humor.
If you're gonna watch some Canadian like hockey adjacent shows, Letterkenny and
what do you like better?
Shoresy's the best of the bunch. It's not even close.
Okay.
Shoresy is Have you watched any of it?
None of it.
Do you have any idea?
I didn't know about this genre.
Shoresy is so damn funny.
Can I get my wife? Will she be able to get into it?
Oh, yeah.
Any like good-looking cats that look a lot better than her 42-year-old aging husband?
Yeah, the lead guy in Shoresy is a sharp-looking fella.
Okay.
Sharp-looking guy.
I can get her in.
Funny as hell. Has your type of humor. Has, honestly, your wife's type of humor.
Yeah.
Shoresy.
So we start with that.
Shoresy is a spin-off of Letterkenny.
Ooh. So do we have to start with Letterkenny?
It's better than Letterkenny.
Okay.
It's better than Letterkenny.
Take it.
Shoresy, Letterkenny, and Trailer Park Boys in that order for me. Your prize for possibly beating Buffalo in round 1 would be a team in Baltimore who beat the wheels off of you, and a Steelers team that just continues to win football games and has a that's the best defense in the league. The Steelers defense is the best defense in the league.
My power ranking of who I want to play after this weekend, because I didn't think the Texans would be even a possibility, which is crazy. It was bad foresight on my part, because the Chargers were going to lose to the Chiefs, just because the Chiefs, they win every one of those games. They doink their way to wins. They block field goals, obvious game-losing field goals. They block them. I want the Texans at 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, big drop-off, and then I want the Steelers, because I want Russ to have to face his past. And it's a really good defense that he'd have to face that does things really well that he doesn't do. They sack quarterbacks. He takes sacks.
Winning out doesn't guarantee you Houston, because if Baltimore wins out as well, Baltimore is going to have the head-to-head tiebreaker against you, and they will then go to Houston to play the Texans. You would need some help. Baltimore's remaining schedule after this bye week that they had alongside the Broncos, they're going to beat the wheels off the Giants this week. They then have Pittsburgh at home, which might tell you exactly who you're going to play at that point. They go to Houston in week 17, and then they play Cleveland at home in the final week of the regular season. You'll need one loss there. Then if you win out, you are that seed. You play Houston in round 1, and then you get to see Kansas City in round 2. And I still think Kansas City, I know it's playoff Kansas City. Dude, they're so beatable. And I wonder,
I think it's the biggest. I think this is the biggest fraud in sports right now.
Are you utilizing all of your luck right now in the regular season to be a one-loss team?
No, it's so postseason Kansas City is exactly fourth quarter game on the line in this awful 12-1 start to their season, Kansas City. So anybody who thinks that just because Kansas City doesn't look like maybe the team that you watched in the Super Bowl a year ago, they look exactly like the team that you saw in the Super Bowl a year ago. Whatever it takes, this team has the maturity to just beat you by 1,000 paper cuts. It's death by 10,000 paper cuts. That's what this Kansas City team does. I don't want to play Kansas City in the first round of the playoffs. I want to see...
It'd be the second round. You'd get them in the second round. If everything holds right now, Kansas City is the 1 bye.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So if the Broncos don't move up to the 5 seed, you would not intersect with how it stands right now. You would not intersect with Kansas City until a possible AFC title game.
Let me get this right. Coach, you'd rather play the Bills than the Chiefs?
No, I want to play the Steelers. I want to play the Steelers or the Texans in the first round.
No, I'm saying like in the second round. Like once we get to the second round, would you rather play the Bills or the Chiefs?
We're so far ahead of our skis right now as the Broncos sit in the 7th seed. We're talking about the divisional round of the playoffs. That's what getting the quarterback right does. That's what quarterback right does.
Even more than that's what having an elite defense does. Because defense means a lot in the postseason. A lot. And you got it. I don't think Buffalo's defense is particularly dominant.
It's certainly not. They gave up 44 points against LA?
I don't think that. I do believe that there is a level of vibe. Like, I like the Bills in the postseason if you're playing against them. I'll just say that. I don't like Kansas City in the postseason if you're playing against them. I'll say that.
There's nothing to be said about maybe the Bills have finally put it together after all of these decades.
They still have a lot of flaws, man. They still have flaws. I know Josh Allen's
Kansas
incredible.
City doesn't?
But Patrick Mahomes is a better postseason player than Josh Allen. It's proven out. Like time and again. It reminds me of Anthony Edwards.
You're telling me I'm small town minded because I don't believe that like the 5 seed is actually really attainable at this point. But you're telling me I got to shirk away from Kansas City with the way that they played this year?
You just beat the Colts and beat the Chargers, and then you probably don't have to have the conversation. Just beat those guys and beat the Bengals. And then you know what? Beat the Chiefs.
One thing that we know, playoffs start this week for the Broncos. You beat Indy and you're essentially in. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. And we'll get into hour 2. We touched on the Nuggets pretty heavily about how up and down and, well, actually quite awful of a weekend that they had if they didn't have a 100-point version of Nikola Jokic in 2 games. But the Avs, did the trade fix the locker room? We'll get into that next.
How good does tonight's win feel for you and for the team?
Oh, it's huge. I think, we took a good step there after the Carolina game against Detroit. That was a solid 60, well defended. And for the guys to, play a rested jersey tonight the way we did, forecheck like that, that's 2 team wins that are huge and a team shutout. I did my job, but I think maybe the second period, I don't know if I had more than 2 or 3 shots. So for us to play like that on the tough side of a back-to-back with travel and late sleep, that's a good room. And you show me a good team, I'll show you a good goalie. And they're making it easy to play behind them right now.
4 lines, 6D, 2 tendies all year. My guy, my new favorite Av is that dude. The backup goalie that they traded for, Scotty freaking Wedgwood. Not often do you trade for a glue guy that's a goalie, but holy smokes, does Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic look phenomenal this week. He comes in relief in Buffalo, backstops them to his own little shutout in a 5-4 comeback victory. He plays pretty darn well against Carolina and gave you a shot to at least get a point in that game. And then he shows up against a really good Devils team and posts a 26 save shutout. Are you kidding me? And he's like the most liked dude in the locker room? Home run.
I propose something to Avs faithful and to anybody else that partakes in enjoying the success of the Colorado Avalanche. Every time that Wedgie gets a win and gives up 1 goal or less, you need to give out a ceremonial, celebratory wedgie to either your kid. Like I'm gonna give one to I think my 8-year-old is deserving of a wedgie. I don't know if
assault, brother.
I don't even know if my 8-year-old's ever been wedgied in his life. And if you don't have kids, give your spouse a wedgie. Out of nowhere. Don't announce it.
See how that's gonna work out for you.
Don't announce it. Just give him a wedgie. If you don't have a spouse, give your partner a wedgie. If you don't have a partner,
right away.
Just give one of the homies a wedgie.
If you don't have a homie,
give yourself a wedgie. Hey! And it can get real weird.
I thought you were going to tell people to go give strangers on the street wedgies.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Listen, hey, I mean, you could meet
be
people that
responsible
way.
for that.
You can meet a few people that way.
I just love this. Look at this diagram of the wedgie. Yeah, it's just great.
Patrick Starr
wedgie
with the cheeks hanging out.
Yeah, I got some comic book cheeks.
Yeah, that's not what he wanted to cook.
So I don't know if I'm ready to say that the goaltending room and situation is fixed yet. It does feel as though this is, an ex saying that, hey, I've changed. I promise. I've changed my ways. I've atoned for my past sins. Take me back without having to think about what I've done in the past. That's where I am with the goalies because, well, yes, Georgie played very well against Detroit. Wedgwood, who is a career backup, has shown awesome in his first 3 games. It still feels as though it's a little touch and go, and it will be for the next month. I told you that I gave the Avs the grace period of November, right, to kind of figure it out. You're getting healthy and stuff, and now you need to start rattling off points in December, which is what they've done. They've already put a check mark on this 5-game road trip. You can make it an excellent one if you end up beating Pittsburgh, another craptastic team who's playing better as of late, but not a good team, on Tuesday. The one thing that it did fix was a locker room that just kind of felt deadish. And whether it was not having everyone in there or going through the slog of the first 25 games of the season in an 82-game year, Coach, it felt like it was lacking energy. Scott Wedgwood he's injected something into this team.
I just love that his post-game interviews they're great. He's able to verbalize exactly what happened to the fan base, which is selfish on my part because I love actually hearing something that helps me understand the game a little bit better.
Yeah.
I was listening this morning to Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. And by the way, Moj got pretty unhinged. So check out the Altitude SR on the socials because Raj put together a chef's kiss.
The old Gerald video.
It was great.
That had me rolling.
Mosier's sitting there just complaining about hotels and all the quirks of hotels that bother him. And he went on it was 6 minutes. It was like in the opening segment. So much sports to talk about. It's just talking about hotels and what bothers me.
Talking about the shower head sprays a little bit too wide so it gets the rest of the room wet.
The do not disturb sign.
Upset about how he only gets 2 K-cups in the morning.
Yeah, he needs 3 pods, maybe 4.
There's coffee downstairs in the lobby.
You know what I say to that? Get more famous so that the hotel knows that you're coming.
You know what? That's a good point.
Get more famous.
That's a good
Do
point.
more guts calls.
I don't think I've ever used the Keurig in a hotel room.
Oh, I use it all the time.
No, go get the coffee downstairs.
Yeah, I'm with you, Raj.
It's free, man.
So is the coffee in the lobby.
Well, depending on where you stay. If you stay at a full-service hotel, they don't have the Courtyard Marriott free coffee necessarily. You got to pay for it. They have like a Starbucks.
I do kind of get like he's got the little cup and it doesn't give you a full thing. You have to use the powdered creamer, which is just a bunch of.
All right, I'm getting away from hotel. They already ruined one show. The hotel ruined one show. I'm not going to let it ruin 2.
Today.
You don't get us. Not today, Satan.
See, they're trying this backdoor way of ruining our show because I did it last week when I was texting Moj in the middle of the program.
Yep.
Jedi mind tricks.
Back to the MLK.
We are not the droids you're
the
looking for.
The take that was actually sports related. I love this. Moj is at the morning skate. Did you hear this segment talking about typically the players, just kind of they come out one by one, kind of just mosey on out into the ice. This day was different. Moj is sitting there and waiting to see what availability, who's going to be wearing the PP1 jerseys and who's going to be netminder 1. And nobody came out until the entire team came out together. Just the optics of that as a coach, I love those optics. And it was because they had a meeting together as a team. And they took the ice together as a team. And then they skated with intent in that morning skate as a team. I love that. And it's proving to be a very fruitful road trip for these Avs.
Not all trades are just based off of what you can do on the ice. And while Wedgwood has exceeded all expectation on the ice so far, it matters who you bring into the room. And I don't want to sound like this guy. He's an English-speaking goaltender. Like, he's been around the league. He can inject some energy and some humor into the room that, quite honestly, both Ananen and Georgiev don't really have the ability to do as ESL guys. And both of those goaltenders...
So they're English is second... Literally English is second language.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So no ability to comprehend quick coaching.
You have the ability to comprehend quick coaching and face-to-face interactions.
More as a communicative on the ice piece.
Yeah, those are second language English guys.
Actually, when you said
from,
ESL,
Bulgaria.
When you said ESL, I thought it was some advanced hockey metric. I was like, wait, did he say English is okay?
English as a second language.
Yeah, I get it.
I know you don't have to deal with that with the kids right now. You're trying to.
But I do wish so bad that I could have
Also, by the way, hold on. Coach let us in on something. Coach Sanford is fluent in Spanish.
Sí se puede. Yo puedo hablar español.
That's actually not bad.
Todo el tiempo.
That's pretty darn good, dude.
Yo tengo un acento perfecto también.
Learn something new about you every day.
Bueno.
Well done, KJ. Well done.
¿Cómo está?
Estoy bien, ¿y tú?
All right. You too cool.
Sí, I know.
Would you too cool it? Avs look to make it 4 out of 5 on this road trip against Pittsburgh on Tuesday evening. You can hear that game on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Connor McGahee on the call. The other thing I want to get into, great college football weekend. Is there a certain player that you watched in those 4 games that you went, they have to be a Bronco next year?
It was Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State. I love him. And I love him for the big joker role that was occupied at the tail end of Sean Payton's New Orleans Saints tenure by Taysom Hill. Like, the dude plays quarterback. He lines up in every possible position that you can imagine. And he's also just a really good route runner, and he's got tremendous ball skills. He did drop one that I think actually led to the game turning on its head while Penn State was starting to show some comeback signs. But Tyler Warren and/or Colston Loveland from the University of Michigan, who did not play, but I want a tight end.
My dude is Cam Scatterbo from Arizona State.
See Toby Gerhart.
Really?
Yeah. And I love Cam Scatterbo. But I don't think it translates to bona fide number one in the NFL as a running back. He's going to be a fourth to sixth round draft pick.
I don't care about that's fine.
Yeah,
That's perfect.
Oh yeah, then I'm all in.
Even better.
I'm all in. I thought you were talking more about
not a first rounder.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about first rounder.
No, but I want him on the team next year. I think first rounder for me is set aside for number one wideout, or if you fall into that area, number one tight end. I still believe in coaches the same way that the Broncos are going to re-sign Garrett Bull to a 3 or 4 year deal, which is what you should do, who is a guy who's been better and better and better since those 2 horrible years in 2017 and 2018. You re-sign that guy. He loves his quarterback. His quarterback loves him. Nix doesn't get sacked as a result. He's not getting his block taken off the left side. I don't think you draft an offensive tackle in round 1. You get Nix a weapon on the wide receiver or the tight end spot. You don't overdraft a running back in that situation. If Scatterbo's available to you on day 2 or day 3, dude, sign me up. He runs mean, he runs hard, and his post-game conference, right, when he gets crowned,
he's awesome.
When he gets crowned MVP of that Big 12 title game and goes, I'm the best running back in the country. That was what signed it up.
I love the confidence.
Sign me up.
I love the confidence of Cam Scatterbo, and he is a phenomenal player. He's going to be a problem for whoever the Sun Devils end up facing in the second round of the CFP. But he clearly hasn't watched enough Ashton Genty film because that guy's got the entire skill set. The one thing that's different between those two players is that Ashton Genty not only can break tackles, he can make you miss in space, and he can finish a home run for 75 yards. That is not, and you can just look at the stats. That is not that's why that Cam Scatterbo won't be a first-round pick, what I believe that Ashton Genty will be.
The 478 says no chance for Genty in the first. I think the Broncos are going to be too good, and I think there's going to be a team somewhere between 10 and 20 that goes, that's our running back of the future.
The NFL is a trend league. And there is a trend right now with dominant teams having the unicorn at running back. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. They got the unicorn, Saquon Barkley. It's the Baltimore Ravens. They're not meh. They've kind of been meh, partially because their defense has been playing bad. Those two teams have the 2 premier backs in pro football, and they're winning. They're playoff teams. Bijan Robinson, you could argue, would be the other one in that conversation. I just don't think he's played into a top 5, top 10 draft pick that he was selected at. But you better believe that Ashton Genty will be off the board by the time you get to 22, 23.
And the way that the Broncos are trending right now, he's nowhere near you, unfortunately.
No, you won't have a chance.
And you're not going to trade up for a running back. This is a team that needs to continue to stockpile draft picks and get cheaper and cheaper and younger in their skill position sets. I think they're probably going to be drafting between 22 and 26 at this point. You're not getting Ashton Genty. You're not getting a running back in the first round.
Just for me, for my own personal taste, just re-sign Garrett Bowles. I don't want to take a project tackle in the mid-20s. Please don't do it. I want to see a difference maker with the ball in the hands.
NFL notes are next. Sean Payton talked to the media, and he had something to say about why they moved on from Josh Reynolds. Stay tuned. That's next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Coach Sean Payton addressed the media earlier today, so KJ, take it away.
Yes, Raj, he did address the media, and his first question right off the bat was about the release of Josh Reynolds. And in so many words, it is officially time here in Broncos country for a youth movement.
All right, two questions. I think from a roster management standpoint with Josh, it just became a numbers game. He's done a great job. We would have liked to have been able to keep him. But as guys got healthy and came from reserve injured, we had to have space. Some of the younger guys have been playing well. And, I wish him the best. He's one of those guys that helped us get to where we're at right now.
I completely believe and agree with everything that Sean Payton said. I did have a little bit of a tinfoil hat theory that there was some maybe just displeasure with the fact that the team was on a business trip to New Orleans and Josh Reynolds was in a position where he was the victim of a shooting. Just that locker room thing. I think that it truly became a numbers game as you saw the growth of Devon Vele, as you saw the growth of Troy Franklin. Whatever you think about him, he is stretching the field and he is getting yards in the underneath space because he is slippery and fast. I think that Josh Reynolds, just after that played out and he was available to return, he just wasn't in the plans for the Broncos.
This would have been a bigger issue had Vele not shown up, had you gotten rid of Patrick like you did in the offseason, moved on from him, and allowed the Lions to pick him up. This would be a bigger issue with an 8-5 team going into what we expect to be the postseason. How could you have let that guy go? You draft 2 wide receivers that are underperforming in this hypothetical scenario, and then the guy that you brought in to replace Tim Patrick, the sure-handed wide receiver who had a really good year with Dan Campbell and in this resurgent Detroit offense, right? And then you let go of that guy. It could have been a disaster. It's not. It's an afterthought right now. It doesn't make a difference to me. I don't think it makes them a worse team. They're doing just fine, and they're going to find a way to get a wide receiver in the draft next year. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to go after T. Higgins. They're going to get a wide out in the first round. That's my guess.
The identity of this team, and it starts with Sean Payton, and it's backed up by rookie quarterback Bo Nix. It's an identity of seriousness. It's an identity of process. It's not an identity whatsoever of drama and all the other things. Like, this team is focused. It's got a defense that does its job, that a bunch of these players weren't household names outside of PS2 before the season started. It's a team that everybody is pulling in the same direction, and I believe that the Broncos are in the best version of that right now.
Loop on Twitch actually does have you got a good point here. If those guys hadn't hit, like Vele and Franklin starting to come back right now, would you be 8-5? How many wins has Devon Vele produced for you this year, or Troy Franklin, or the combination of the two?
I wouldn't say they've produced any directly led to a win, but they've been in position to make very impactful plays in games that they have won, where I think the transcendent characteristic of your rookie quarterback, Bo Nix, is that he is turning out to be a lifter of all boats. And that, to me, is the most important development for this season from the Broncos. Because when you raise boats of 7th-round draft picks in their rookie year, or the 4th-round Troy Franklin that nobody else in the NFL wanted in his draft grade, which was 1st, 2nd, or 3rd round at different points, he's raising boats. And that is really good news for the Broncos.
KJ, what's next?
It's the doink for the division. The AFC West crown was secured on Sunday Night Football with the official doink for the division as the Chiefs won 19-17 over the LA Chargers. Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh was down, but he was not defeated as he had a quote that lives with him forever and ever.
Reminded of Sir Andrew Barton. Fight on, my men, Sir Andrew said. I'm a little wounded but not slain. I'll lay down and bleed a while, and we'll rise and fight again.
Oh, Jim. Jim sounded like he was. There it is. There it is. My hey.
I can't fight no more. I can't fight no more. But I can't fight no more. I can't fight no more. I'm gonna lie down. Lie down. Bleed a while. Bleed a while. Get up. Get up. Fight some more. Fight some more.
That is Jim Harbaugh. That is who he is. He's always been that. When he was my boss in 2007, 2008, I heard that same poem from the West Point. We heard Coach Jeff Monken in the postgame locker room. The Chargers are wounded, and I believe Justin Herbert is a bit wounded. He took some shots in that game. Chris Jones is a problem. And I like the Broncos to go into SoFi and put them out of their misery.
I mean, he marches down and puts them in position to take the lead at 14-13 right into the third quarter, right?
Yeah,
3-4 minutes left in that third quarter. It's a nice little pass to Quentin Johnston.
They're without J.K. Dobbins, though.
He marches him down the field, 14
banged up at
play.
O-line. Joe Alt's kind of hitting the rookie wall a little bit. Get some holding calls on just bad technique and bad times.
Herbert, he doesn't look hurt or injured to me.
He got banged up pretty. He got that one hit that he took. It was like he threw it down the field on a completion. Of course, it came back. He took a cleat to the thigh, and it was bad. Like, he was down for a while. Then he's got ankles and Liz Franks, and at some point, these hits are going to accumulate to the point where Justin Herbert's might miss a game or so. I'd love for it to be,
2 weeks from
2
now.
weeks from now.
It'd be
It'd be
really
great.
nice to be 2 weeks from now. KJ?
It's the dike for the division.
Oh, shut up.
The Buffalo Bills lose to the LA Rams 44-42 in what was an absolute thriller of a game. Josh Allen became the first player in NFL history to throw for 3 touchdowns and rush for 3 touchdowns in the same game. But the Bills also were the first team in NFL history to have 6 touchdowns, no turnovers, and still lose. Josh Allen is feeling the pressure of the sense of urgency, and I think he wanted to make sure that his teammates understood that as well.
Josh, you said last week that having the division clinched could potentially allow you guys to play freer. Do you feel like that took longer to get to today than it needed to?
Maybe, maybe not. We got to come out with some urgency, though, and I don't think at any phase of the game did we do that today.
Why do you think that was missing today with that urgency?
We'll talk about it as a team and try to figure it out.
The defense sucked. He wasn't lacking urgency whatsoever. The Bills defense just got exposed against a team that honestly right now is playing for more in the Rams. You're in the postseason. You're going to be either the 1 or the 2 seed unless you fall apart and Pittsburgh kind of goes on a run at the end of the year. You're really not playing for all that much. You are playing to be at the right spot, completely healthy, and starting to peak by the end of the season, not at the beginning of December if you're the Bills. They live in a different territory than the Rams do. So if you're talking about like game-to-game preparation and getting up for that one, the Rams had more to play for. It was a playoff game for the Rams. It was not for the Bills.
The Buffalo Bills, because of Josh Allen and his regular season brilliance, is going to have the same fate of a lot of teams that have the regular season MVP and then flame out in the postseason. Josh Allen's winning the MVP. And I do not believe that defense that I watched yesterday against a Rams team that has a lot of problems, I don't believe that team is going to be winning the Super Bowl this year.
Are you sure he's going to win the MVP over this guy? KJ, what's next?
It's the dike for the division.
All right, that's the last time I need to hear that. Thank you.
All right.
This is your segment, KJ. You do you. Do not cower to the pressures of one Alex Ryanemi.
Listen, in the words of Russell Wilson, somewhere in his millions of press conferences, I don't subscribe to pressure. The Philadelphia Eagles beat the struggling Carolina Panthers 22-16 on Sunday. Saquon Barkley, who Raj is talking about, became the Eagles' all-time single-season rushing leader, passing LaShawn Shady McCoy
Shady boy
for most rushing yards. Jalen Hurts, on the other hand, had a not so great game, and his teammates are letting him know about it, but specifically A.J. Brown, as the Eagles and egos go hand in hand.
Offense wasn't good enough. What are some things you think that the offense needs to improve on? Passing.
AJ, I know everybody wants to get in a rhythm, and Devontae was acknowledging that. Receivers, just like running backs, want to get in rhythm. How hard is it as a receiver to get into a rhythm when you guys are only throwing the ball like 20 times?
Incredibly tough. It seemed like there was a moment on the sideline when you threw your helmet into the bench. What prompted that reaction?
3 and out.
As a leader on this offense, what's kind of your approach this week in changing the result in terms of everyone, and not just you, a lot of the players on offense saying that this was just not up to the offensive standard?
Putting our head down and just going to work, doing the things we're doing and learning and growing.
What are the conversations like with Jalen during a game like this, where maybe the passing game isn't everything you want it to be?
Not too much conversation, honestly. I don't know.
Oh, the contradiction, the contrast of victory locker room celebration music and a extremely disappointed wide receiver 1, A.J. Brown. Remember what I said about the Broncos just about 5 minutes ago? It's a franchise that is built with no drama right now. That's why I believe the Broncos can make some serious noise in these last 4 weeks. And I think that the Eagles are going to be destined for what the Eagles have been known for, collapsing at some point.
Why is there an issue, though, when you're 11-2? I know you struggled to beat the Panthers, and Bryce Young has been playing better since he came back from being sat. That one play that he had evading a safety in the end zone, launching 150 yards. That's what we saw at Alabama, Bryce Young. So maybe they unlocked something there. You're 11-2, and one of the main reasons, if not the main reasons, why you are 11-2 is because you run the football with Saquon Barkley
and play really good defense.
Those are the two things you need to do. So, AJ, listen, do you want to win or do you want to have a bunch of catches? Those are the two things that you need to figure out how to reconcile within your own mind, because Saquon just needs 121 yards on average over his last 4 games to break the Dickerson mark. He needs 3 touchdowns to surpass what Dickerson did in that 1984 season. Granted, I know he's playing 1 more game this year. Dickerson did it in 16 games played. Saquon will have the opportunity to do it in 17.
Especially when A.J. Brown just signed a 3-year, $96 million contract extension that begins in 2024. You got your money. Don't be a distraction. Win a Super Bowl, and everybody will benefit.
You want Jalen throwing the ball more often? You really want that to happen?
Did you hear what A.J. said? He didn't say the thing that needs to be addressed is the passing game. He said passing.
Throwing the football.
Like the passer of the football.
That guy.
The actual person that releases the football from their hand.
I'd be pissed.
Dude, I'd be pissed too. I wouldn't throw that dude the ball. Oh, no, actually I would, because I want to win games. That's the problem with a lot of these wide receiver ones, man. The problem. And this is not a new problem in the NFL.
What's next, KJ?
It's the dike for the division.
I love it. Turn it up, baby. Do it one more time for the people in the back.
It's the dike for the division.
According to Pro Football Talks, Mike Florio, Bill Belichick is told to, he told Mike that he is very surprised that he is yet to hear from any NFL teams about a coaching job in 2025. ESPN's Pete Thamel came out earlier this morning saying that the talks with UNC and Bill Belichick are ongoing and that UNC is starting to dig their heels in. Well, Bill Belichick literally less than 15 minutes ago just confirmed that report on the Pat McAfee show. And his quote is, quote, "We've had a couple of good conversations and we'll see how it goes." And quote, "If you're Bill Belichick, should you use this as stock to show the NFL, I did it with you, and now I'm about to take this chance to do it without you?"
He also went on to, or he didn't go on the herd, but Colin Cowherd like 6 or 7 minutes ago backed up that report that if UNC does offer the job to Belichick, he would accept it. I still think this is a leverage play to get an
100%.
NFL team to come after him. There's a whole lot of work for that dude to have to put in to rebuild that. I wouldn't say rebuild. You're not like tearing it down to the ground, but like is Bill Belichick built for this world of college football? I don't think he is. The only tie that they have is that wasn't his dad a coach there once upon a time?
And he's got the tie of his preference in ages of women. That's the one thing that you see as an obvious tie.
Yeah.
But I do think this. Can you imagine Bill Belichick, head coach of Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, getting some seriousness in the building that has been lacking, some cohesion, and Travis Hunter as the skill player that you draft at first overall or second overall? That to me sounds very New England-like.
If he coached a college program, it would be, and this is a Belichick quote, a professional program. The college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that have the ability to play in the NFL under Belichick. And that's what he said on the McAfee show.
All right, Nick Saban.
It's a younger man's game, dude. It's a younger man's game. That ain't for you.
Boy, could you imagine the very first portal window that opens up and like 30 dudes jumped into the portal and Belichick's like, where are they going? Well, why did they leave? I just paid them. They just got money.
He's coaching the NFL people next year. Come on. Is that the Tar Heels? The Tar Heels? Get out of town.
You can run it in the ACC because it's one of those non-Power 2 conferences that still calls itself a Power 4.
I'll do it for NFL Notes. We do that every single day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj. It is brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
You see, the best thing never happened in the Pop-Tart Bowl. What's that? Them Canes, baby. Them Buffs. Go Buffs. Nah. You lucky we wasn't able to see y'all out there. You lucky. I'm lucky. You lucky. You lucky we wasn't able to see them Canes, boy. Hey, I don't get touched. I got them trench babies. Now, you on the other hand? See that? Hey.
Don't let them bait you. Don't let them bait you in the same. Don't let them bait you.
You know how to get touched and, still make it happen. Hey, my trench baby's different from your trench babies. My trench baby's there. They there. Man, hey, we gonna see December 28th.
Cam Ward and Shedeur talking a little bit of smack to each other. Not, unfortunately, going to see each other in a bowl game. So after
Raj,
what?
In the absence of any form of government regulation of college football, meaning the NCAA does nothing to regulate it, can bowl games or bowl teams go into the transfer portal and relocate for new matchups?
That'd be awesome.
I mean, why not? Everything else is permissible in the NCAA now?
After the great Saturday that we had, we get told over the weekend that CU's playing Brigham Young. Brigham Young? You're playing a conference game with the two biggest stars in the sport and the most recognizable head coach in college football. You're going to play a conference game against the BYU Cougars, and you had Cam Ward in Miami. One of the most recognizable brands in college football, right there for the taking. You could have played that game. You could have put him up against an SEC program in Mississippi. But no, we get to see CU play Brigham Young. Come on. What are we doing?
I am in
the Alamo Bowl against BYU.
Yeah, the Alamo Bowl, man. You're playing in the Alamo Dome. It's going to be rocking. You're going to have a lot of missionaries that are going to be showing up to the Alamo Dome for some serious BYU football against the CU Buffs. You talk about a clash of cultures. This is going to be great. I'm in the silent. I'm not in the silent. I am in the absolute minority of pundits and scribes in this here town that is actually really looking forward to this matchup.
You had a chance to pit two of the best quarterbacks in the country in that game. You also could have done it with Jackson Dart in Mississippi. Instead, you throw 9-3 milquetoast Duke at Mississippi. It's also not a good thing for CU, right? Like, you want Dion to show that, especially if he's going to play his two guys, because they have said, Travis went on a couple of podcasts and said, listen, they got to pay me millions to play in a bowl game. But Dion has said, I'm playing my dudes. I'm playing my guys in this game, injury risk or not. Like, Travis and Shedeur, as of right now, are going to play in this bowl game. It's not great for CU, right? Don't you want the opportunity to prove yourself against a Big Ten program? And I know Miami's not Big Ten, but they're a big-time brand in the ACC in college football in general. Don't you want to have your opportunity to look across that field and go, transfer portal's open, fellas. Come to Boulder. You want to talk? The guys are talking about their trench babies, right? Their offensive linemen. You want a trench baby? Go to the SEC.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's a good thing for CU, and it's a letdown for fans.
I love that Coach Prime has come out publicly multiple times and talked about playing his stars in the bowl game. Because I promise you this, BYU is going to play their entire roster.
Another reason why it's not good for CU.
Why? So you want a game against the team, or do you want a game against somebody you're just supposed to obliterate? KJ had a very valid point off the air in the break about the teams that CU missed during the regular season in the conference slate, and one of them was BYU. KJ, don't you think this is good for CU to now play one of the leaders in the clubhouse in the Big 12 that you didn't play for the regular season?
Absolutely. It gives them a chance to let everybody know, like, hey, what we did during the regular season wasn't a fluke. And I think that's important going into next year, especially Shedeur, Travis heading out, and it will leave a great taste in people's mouths knowing that on their way out, they took care of what was probably the second best team in the entire Big 12
It's
all
not,
season.
It's not as important nationally, though. Nationally, what have we talked about all season? The national narrative doesn't give a damn about the Big 12, and it did change after Arizona State's win, now having a bye in the college football playoff.
It just cleaned it up. It cleaned it up because it was no doubt of who was the best Big 12 team at the end of the season in terms of what you did on the field.
But for most of the year, what were we told by all of these rankings? No one gives a damn about the Big 12 because it's not on the same level as at least the SEC and the Big 10. You could also throw the ACC in there for a while just based off of rankings and what happened this year. You'd rather prove yourself against a team in the conference that the rest of the country doesn't care about, reportedly, than play against Mississippi, who just missed out on a playoff. I can't believe they didn't do that. Sure, it'll be a good game. BYU is going to play a bunch of dudes. It's not the best case scenario for Colorado.
Our Sean Mazda texters here. One price, one person, 1 hour. I love this one here from the 3676, and I'm going to read it to Raj in Macho Man, Slim Jim, Randy Savage mode. 10 wins on the season, brother. 10 win season on the line, brother. And then also here, 0023 says, Coach trying so hard to hype us up about CU, BYU, but my guy, this ain't it. I think it's a great opportunity for CU. And I know this. Coach Prime is going to get his team ready to play because he knows the ramifications of going into the offseason on a high note, and he's already put it out there that Travis Hunter, most likely fresh off a Heisman Trophy victory, and Shedeur Sanders, most likely, if not definitely, the first quarterback drafted in the draft, will be playing in the Alamo Bowl.
10-3 means a lot more than 9-4. 9-4 might have that little taste in the mouth that last year left you with. It was like, was this all real? What was it actually a thing? Were you really as close as you made us think 3.5 weeks ago? It does matter. Getting to 10 matters.
Raj, we talked a lot of Alamo Bowl, but there was some other significant news in the state of Colorado in bowl season.
What is that?
Go ahead and let that track spin there, KJ.
Oh, all right. A little Rammies action.
Okay. The
CSU?
Snoop Dogg Bowl, the Arizona Bowl, presented by Snoop Dogg, sponsored by Gin and Juice, the new product by Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre.
Is it actually a gin drink?
I think it's like a gin and juice drink like a High Noon is. Like High Noon has tequila drinks.
Oh, hell yeah. You know me. I can't turn down a gin and tonic.
What about gin and juice, though? Have you ever, you know about that juice?
I don't know what this is. Is this gin and like flavored tonic to make it gin and juice?
I don't know. Hey, KJ, what's the juice in gin and juice?
Oh, you got me beat on that one, man.
I think is it like Kool-Aid? Purple drink?
I've got a firewall. I'm not allowed to look at alcoholic beverages at work.
It's just juice, man. You want orange juice? You want
Listen,
cranberry juice?
I'll drink it, man. I promise I'll drink it. ABV of 6%. Cocktails come in 4 flavors: citrus, melon, passion fruit, and apricot.
Oh,
I'll
very
drink
nice.
all those
Very
things.
nice. I don't know about apricot. Apricot and gin. I don't know if that's right up my alley. I definitely. What was it? Well, give me the first 3.
Citrus,
love it.
melon,
Love it.
passion fruit,
Love it.
apricot.
Not so much. But I'm just excited for CSU. First bowl game since 2017, and they might even get a little concert, man. Snoop Dogg and his boys might come out and play the halftime show.
Playing against the Red Hawks of Miami, Ohio.
Who played in the conference championship, got the brakes beat off them.
They sure did.
By Ohio U.
It's easy to forget about, playing a football game when you get to, you ever been to Miami, Ohio?
I just learned from one of our texters.
It's like the hottest campus on the country.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Holy smokes.
It's solid. 6478. Gin and juice is normally defined as orange juice. So that would be the base would be citrus. Citrus flavored gin and juice.
I'm in.
I might be down there for that
Hey,
one.
we didn't talk about this, but for the rest of the day, I'm gonna go streaking throughout the the quad, as it were, because my Mets signed Juan Soto to a ridiculous deal. It's the closest I'm gonna get to a World Series, guys. Come on. What a day. What a day to be Raj. What a day. Don't go anywhere. PhD is coming up next. They will tell you who their preferred playoff matchup is for the Broncos, whether they think that the playoffs start this week against Indianapolis. Do not go anywhere. PhD is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
The question is, did yesterday kind of work out for the Broncos or not? And I'm still not really sure where we are on that. We'll get to that. And the NCAA is kind of set. That's weird because it's weird. But good, exciting. And Scotty's back from Atlanta, where if you didn't win that game yesterday, in my country, well, when you get the in my country speech from Nikola Jokic, you better...
People die.
The my country speech was Saturday.
No, I know. And then they won Sunday.
Which goes back to a whole bunch of conversations. Malone says, I need Nikola and blah, blah, blah to speak up. And then I don't know if you heard post-game after Atlanta where Malone said, and they had a walkthrough at the hotel, and he goes, and Joker really spoke up in that walkthrough.
Well, I hope he hit him with the in my country.
Well, and you know what? After Saturday night and then again, talking to him on the game, they played like somebody spoke, didn't they? They played like E.F. Hutton was talking.
And you know what it is? You got to lead early. You started fast, and you put pressure on the other team to hit threes instead of letting them play all loosey-goosey where they can just jack it up all over the place. I still don't think the Nuggets are actually taking enough threes, but
well, you
whatever.
know what's amazing about that? And Scott,
points.
you know this better than I, but I read somewhere that the Nuggets, like their field goal or their 3-point percentage is like top 3 in the league. Yeah, they just don't shoot them.
Yeah.
They just don't shoot them.
They're
now, is that because they're not shooting them because it's high or?
Well, I think they're fourth. Before yesterday, they were fourth in percentage and either 29th or 30th in attempts, something like that. I sent you guys that one thing. I think it was in there. Well, listen, I'm old school.
What does that mean? You're going to beat somebody
back
up?
in his country?
Back in my country. Don't talk about in your country. What happens in your country?
In my country, we were scoring 110 and taking 4 threes a game. So, I mean,
in my country.
In my country.
By the way, that's a great way to make a statement about how...
I think we adopt that
on the text line, in my country.
Yeah.
You just say how things are in your country.
In my country.
In my country.
In my country,
it is the equivalent of we walked uphill to school both ways.
A little bit, right?
Yeah.
In my country, if you can't shoot, you don't shoot threes. There's an old story. Marcus Johnson, who's in the, I believe he's in the College Basketball Hall of Fame. UCLA won all those championships with Wooden.
Yeah,
it's either him or Marcus Washington. At practice, he said, "Look, coach, I want to shoot these." It was an outside jumper, like an 18-foot jumper. And coach said, "Okay, Marcus, if you can make 10 in a row, you can do it." Hit 9, missed his 10th.
That's not good
enough. He goes, "What do you think, coach?" He goes, "You didn't hit 10 in a row."
Okay.
No.
Right,
and so guess what he couldn't do? Shoot 18-footers.
Well,
and that's in my country.
Hey, in my country, these days you don't have to shoot an 18-footer in the NBA. You either shoot it from 6 feet or from 30 feet.
But if you can't shoot an 18-footer, chances are you can't shoot a 30-footer.
That's probably
Nicole can shoot half quarters.
By the way, really
that was like perfect technique, like perfect form.
That was a jump shot or a jump set shot from 50 or 40,
he's 7
46
feet tall. They can do that. They're strong.
You think about like when you shoot half quarters at the gym or whatever, and like you throw it from your waist and you shot put the thing.
He just pulled it up and shot it.
Yeah, they just shoot. They're not real people.
Well, he's not real people.
In my
I know
country.
A lot of
By the way,
7-footers couldn't get it there.
You take them out. I mean, I get it. The game's over. You're up 30, whatever. But you take him out with 48 points. He doesn't get one more possession to go back-to-back 50-point nights.
Well, I kind of joked about it.
That's never happened in Nuggets history.
Ever?
Yeah, never back-to-back 50s.
I mean,
I don't know.
You don't leave him in for one more bucket?
Scott would have taken him off the MVP list if the Nuggets pulled something like that.
Oh, man. I think you got to keep him in for one more possession, don't you?
Listen, I told somebody this before the game. I was talking to Dominique Wilkins for the game. I said, the cool thing about Joker, and this is a sincere statement, he'd have been happy. He scored 56 in Washington. He'd been happy scoring 6 if they won the game.
Yeah, no, I get it.
You know
I get all that.
But it doesn't matter to him. And he's not going to.
I'm rolling
you know what he's
my
going to do?
eyes. I got it.
got grandkids on his knees and he's in his country.
He's got Igne on his knee?
Yeah, Igne's kids on his knee.
Kids, okay.
He's not going to go, man, I wish I would have hit one more bucket in Atlanta.
I know, but still, it was so juicy. It was right there. No, well, I see PJ Hall and the crew going, how about Zeke playing with those guys? Like, oh, boy. Man,
I want to see PJ Hall play.
I do too, and he did play well in preseason and in summer league. There's interesting things about PJ
I was
Hall.
told by a coach, he said, Scott, you ought to watch him in practice.
He's a strong guy too.
He said he's their best screener on the team, and he just goes at people.
Okay, then play him.
I'd like to see it.
We're seeing Jalen Pickett get in there every now and then.
And I thought he looked good the last 2
Put
games.
in PJ Hall. I don't care. Put him in. I mean, what's our guy there in Memphis now? Tall dude. I'm forgetting his name.
See, as soon as you said that, because I see his face.
Jay Huff.
Jay Huff.
Should have played him, man. Should have played Jay Huff. I would way rather have Jay Huff as a backup right now than Saric. Way rather have Jay Huff. Let that guy go, unfortunately.
Plus, he's 7 foot.
7'1", I think.
And he can move.
And he's a dunk show. And
Yeah,
he got
the dude can
bigger. He
move.
put some weight on.
And he
of
can
course. Yeah, I mean, why? All right, whatever, man. You know,
Isn't it amazing how guys like that just can wash out in the NBA? Just kind of become they don't find a foam. I know he finally found one, but
he's doing all
how does a
right.
dude that looks like that moves like that can jump like that?
Tyler, I thought that all last season when I'm watching him dominate the dunk competition in warm-ups. I'm what's wrong?
You would think that Joker has broken the mold of 7 foot gumpy-looking dudes that can play. That other 7 foot gumpy-looking dudes you might give a chance to play.
Yeah, but that dude's not gumpy. I mean,
he's gumpy.
He is?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
A little
Weighs
bit.
about 195 or 205 pounds. And
Well, he has put some weight on. He was skinnier last year for sure, but whatever. I like PJ Hall's got to be 6'10".
he's a tweener size. He's probably
6'9"
more of
and
a
a half.
power forward, true power forward size.
Listed as 6'10".
Like 6'8", 6'8 and a half.
He's listed at 6'10".
But that's with shoes on, you know.
Well, when don't you wear
Hey,
shoes?
but I'm going to tell you what, that dude's strong.
Play him then. What are we doing?
You probably never seen him with his warm-up top off, have you?
Mm-mm. Oh,
Well, he got in a little bit last night.
Yeah. Well, I saw him in preseason in summer league.
Dude, that dude's
We talked about it this summer. We said he's a yoked up dude. But anyways, whatever. There's Zeke out there. You know, just whatever you gotta do. Just move on from Zeke. Move on from Saric. He's not doing anything
Dude,
for
you're
you.
a little salty today. No Broncos football this weekend, so
no,
you're a little salty.
I'm not salty. I have some opinions about Jamal and the Nuggets.
It's hard to get over that Washington game. That's hard to get over.
Oh, that was brutal, bro.
I mean, come on.
That might have been the worst loss in Nuggets regular season history. Based on everything else. I could not believe they lost that
It would
game.
make a top 5 to be safe.
How
I
was
think
that-
you can say it'd be a top
How
5.
was that
And I
playing
guarantee you they went into that game just feeling like, there's no chance we lose to these guys.
Right.
Yeah, we don't need to break it tonight. We got this.
Well, obviously. But wake up.
Well, the funny thing doing the game, it wasn't hard to do the game because you just felt like, okay, here we go. All right, here we go. You get down to 4 and you miss. I think you miss 2 wide open threes down 4, and you're like, okay, here, and you're like, oh, they're gonna lose these.
Yeah, but because they were coming from behind the whole game, and Yoke was just like, I guess I got to do everything, which he did. The amount of shots he's taking this year is
stupid.
It is kind of dumb. And
he still shot 56%.
Well, he needs to.
Yeah, he has to. He no need to it. He has to.
Is he 50% beyond the line?
There was a guy I saw online
From 3? I don't think from 3.
He's been shooting pretty good.
Yeah, I think
50%?
I think he's rated at 50%
Yeah.
from 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's pretty awesome. In my country. Listen, this hamstring injury with Jamal, fine.
I think it's great.
You got 4 games in the next, I don't know, 13 days or something like that. You guys got a lot of time off here coming, kind of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they'll have off today. They got
Well-
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, game Friday, travel Saturday, play Sunday, then off Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. And then you play 6 games in 8 days or 9 days.
I hate the idea of having to manage a superstar's emotions, right? But I feel like you got to manage Jamal's emotions, just like I feel like you have to manage Georgie's emotions over on the Avalanche side as well, who, by the way, good to see a good goaltending play going on. But you do have that with Jamal. And this hamstring injury, it's good. Sit down, take a little time out, and We don't have to worry about that.
It wouldn't hurt my feelings at all if we don't see Jamal until December 22nd, home against the Suns. That's what I think. It's only four. It's only 4 games. That's only 4 games.
22nd or 23rd?
Is it 23rd?
We play a 23rd game.
It's the 23rd then. There's a home game, and then you play the Suns. It's a home and home, and the Suns in Phoenix on Christmas. Which you don't have, right?
Nuggets have had 2 long breaks this year.
What's that?
Nuggets kind of had 2 long breaks this year.
It's weird.
This is because of the Cup, though.
Great. Cool. So
they need practice.
Okay, and Jamal needs to probably rehab and get in better shape and clear his head. So if he plays, okay, fine. But I would say there's no rush here because the rubber's got to meet the road here in this next 20-game stretch. And Malone laid it out on our show, which was great. Hey, if we go 15-5, 14-6, we're good. And I'd say 13-7 is like, yeah.
Edge.
Yeah. 12-8 is not acceptable. Never mind another 11-9, which they already did. Well, you're 1-1 right now. So I think that's a smart way to look at it. How do we get to 15-5, maybe 14-6? How many of these games can we win without Jamal? Is Jamal more of a detriment than a help? And that might be yes. So let's bring some energy. You got plenty of rest. There's no excuses. Jokic is going bananas because he has to. And let's get some more energy going there. And we do not need an energy suck. We do not need players around this team that are going to suck energy away. And Jamal not going for that little huddle that AG was calling for is a great example of it.
You know, here's another guy that'll fit into your scheme that you talked about. We've talked about him in the past, who is not an energy suck. And I doing analyst stuff, Tyler knows this too. You don't have to just stare at the ball. And I hate dudes that are doing color on broadcasts that just stare at the ball because you're missing
Tell us why.
entirely different. You're missing so much more of the game because everybody watches the ball when you watch TV, but there's so much more of the game going on. Man, I sat there and watched a couple plays. Hunter Tyson is not an energy suck.
Mm-hmm.
That dude is going. Now, he may not be the greatest player, and he may not be super skilled or whatever you want to say. That dude plays hard.
Mm-hmm.
He don't care who he's playing against.
So play him more.
I liked him last night.
And you know what? In my country, Jamal came off the bench for Team Canada. If it ain't going great, Jamal can come off the bench for the Denver Nuggets. See how that goes.
In Jamal's country, he's a bench warmer?
Literally, he was. Actually, yes, as it turns out. So we'll see with the Nuggets. The Avalanche actually have they fixed themselves. It's crazy. It's that quick. They're fixed. That's it. They're good.
Yeah, they got goaltending.
Yep.
Yeah, Colton's good too.
Well, yeah, it all goes together. And they're going to get Drouin back at some point, and they'll get Manson back at some point. I don't know about Gabe. Maybe in March after the Four Nations face-off. Who knows? But I think the Avs are fine. They've won 3 out of 4 games so far. They got another game against Pittsburgh, who's kind of just so-so.
Well, the Avalanche has always felt so much more simple. Get better goaltending play, and you're going to probably be all right.
And that's if you look, they have the 3rd most goals scored in the Western Conference, but they've given up the 2nd most goals against. So it's not scoring. They're scoring at a fantastic rate.
Yeah, defense and goaltending.
But they're fine. I'm actually not really worried about the Avalanche. Not really. And if they have a blip in the radar like they did in Buffalo, which they won, which is crazy because it feels like they didn't, but they actually won that game, they're going to be okay. They're going to get guys back. They're going to get more consistent goaltending. You're going to split things with Georgie and Wedgie. It's the Wedgie-Georgie deal. You're fine. You're good for the rest of the year in terms of that, and we'll give it a run. We'll see how it goes. The Nuggets have a much more possibly serious situation going on. And they got 20 games to figure it out, or somebody's head is going to roll. It has to. It has to.
When?
Probably after this next 20 games. So put you halfway through the season. I don't know when the trade deadline is. You don't have to wait to the trade deadline. And if this is a sinking ship, and you're like, 3-9, then it could happen earlier in the next 10 games.
I don't know what head can roll, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A lot of heads could roll. Michael Malone's head could roll.
Not middle of the year.
Sure. What? Really? You're kidding me, right?
No, it's not hockey.
You think if they go 1-13 in their next 14 games,
I don't think this ownership group does stuff like that, quite frankly.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, but in my country, people pay consequences. I don't think that's going to happen, nor am I encouraging it to happen. You don't think Michael Porter Jr. could get traded? You don't think that could happen?
He might be the only one, maybe.
Well, Zeke Najee could be gone. There's all sorts of moves you can do. You could trade. I mean, I don't know about AG. I wouldn't want to trade him, but don't think you can't do nothing.
Well, you literally cannot trade Jamal. You can't do that till the max kicks in.
Well, that's a bummer, and we'll go from there. But things can happen, so get it together, and they got it together against Atlanta, thank goodness. The Broncos, was it a good day for the Broncos or a bad day? We'll dig into that next. It's Premier Heating and Air. I host the Premier Heating and Air Show, 7:30 on Saturday mornings, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Also available at altitudesportsradio.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Listen, this is a chilly day today. You can feel it. If you're in need of heating and air experts, call Premier at 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. Or hit them up at premieraircolorado.com. Just hearing me talk and using my name, you get from an $89 furnace tune-up to a $49 furnace tune-up. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and a gift card up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. They're the absolute best. Cold weather is here. Don't suffer in your home. 720-547-8009, premieraircolorado.com. Mention my name, DMAC, for exclusive offers. Reminder, Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
I mean, look, we played Monday night. This morning we met. We kind of went through what we felt like we did well, who played well. Guys will work out lip. There's no grand message. Key for us is just the process, the routine as we get ready for this game this weekend, and then certainly making the corrections in the game we just played.
News. Text line, first time in months I've listened to the show. Took the first segment to remember why D-Mac is awful. Go Nuggets. Man.
That was rude and true.
You think I'm rooting against the Nuggets?
I can tell you right here that call, he's not rooting against him. I will say this. You're actually more passionate about the Nuggets than I realized you were.
Yes.
Hey, you know what I was just thinking about in the last segment when you were talking about heads are going to roll? What was the last coach that Stan Kroenke fired on any of his teams?
Carl.
We're going back a while.
Yeah, it's been a nice run. It's been a good
pretty
run.
amazing, the amount of stability that he's had there.
But I mean, if Brian Shaw had 2 years left on his contract, if I hired him, I'm trying to think, was there anybody in between?
Yeah, but what year was George?
Was that pre?
George was right before Brian, I think.
Oh, okay.
George was before Brian, was he?
I believe so.
So Brian was in between George and Malone?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think you're right. And Bizdelic was before George.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's been a nice run of things, and there's no reason to keep it going. Malone's a great coach, I think. I think he is.
No,
he's been the most successful coach in Nuggets history. Listen, here's what everything centers around. It centers around Nikola Jokic in my country. And you can't wait here. There is no like building here. You got to build it. It has got to happen. Everybody knows that the window with Jokic is what? What are we talking about here? 3-4 years?
Let's say 5.
5? Okay, fine. You got 5 years before that dude walks out the barn forever.
And it might very well take a hard reset to get back to the top.
Well, then
a hard reset.
If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. There's time for the Nuggets to be the San Antonio Spurs.
Well,
you know, the whole conversation of Nikola Jokic, only MVP to do it without ever having an all-star on his team. That was like cute and all for a while, but now it is kind of like, God, can we get the dude some help? Like Jamal was that dude that, all right, well, they didn't have an all-star, but Jamal Murray plays at an all-star level. Can't believe Jamal Murray's never been an all-star. Well, now Jokic is putting up 50 points a night because that's what he has to do.
D-Mac thinks teams show up and win. Was proven wrong with the Nuggets and the Bills. The Bills. I was wrong about something, and it kills me to admit I was wrong about something because I had a great hot take, and it just went to garbage this weekend.
I thought the Rams could win that game.
Well, they did. Yeah. That was an awesome game, though. That was a really, really fun game.
Most points scored this year.
And the Rams are a little scary right now.
Dude.
Little scary right now with the Rams.
They're a confusing team because they play great against great opponents and they play bad against bad opponents.
Well, they're in a weird division. And
the NFC West is weird, yeah.
They're doing all right.
Seahawks are on top of it right now.
It's so strange.
They're at 8-5, same as the Broncos.
But the Bills, hey, man, the Bills lost, and it was really whoever has the ball last is going to win that game. And, you know, the Rams figured out how to run the clock out.
Kind of like the Chiefs-Chargers game. In the complete opposite.
You knew what was going to happen in that game, right?
Yeah.
We all knew with 5 minutes to go what was going to go on, right? Golly, man.
And then you get a doink off the
doink
goalpost.
Unbelievable.
Doink's
in.
A doink in. All right. All right, let's hash it out. Was that good or bad for the Broncos?
My initial reaction with coupling with the Buffalo loss and the doink win, that it was good for the Broncos because now to me it opens up Game 17 is let's rest Mahomes and Kelsey and everything else.
If they're the number 1 seed,
yeah.
So they're going to take 2 weeks off. You sure?
Well, they might play a quarter. Okay. Well, they're going to score. Their offense.
They'll definitely settle down.
They're going to score 34 in the first quarter. And
I don't know what they're going to do.
Bye-bye.
I think the Chargers losing is definitely what we wanted. It does feel confusing, and it always feels gross to root for the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, the best thing for the Broncos, and for multiple reasons, is to have the Chiefs stay on top and to have the Chargers losing ball games.
Okay, hey man, my humble opinion, I think I'd rather play the Chiefs in the first round in Kansas City than the Bills in Buffalo.
That's true.
And that's the situation.
True.
That's the situation.
Well,
right
hold
now.
on now. Aren't the Bills? Don't the Bills and the Steelers have the same record?
They do, but the Bills have the tiebreaker on them because of strength of schedule.
Oh.
How about that one? Did you know that was even a tiebreaker?
I had no idea. That's stupid.
Yep, degree of schedule.
So if every Bills person on their schedule this year now loses the last 4 games, that could flip flop.
Sure. I mean, the Steelers would have to lose the same amount of games, I suppose.
No, I'm just saying the opponents strength of schedule.
That's right.
So,
yes,
so all
possibly.
their opponents they played this year lost all the rest of their games.
Possibly, yes.
Their strength of schedule would drop. Just measured on wins and losses of opponents.
Yeah, that tiebreaker.
That's dumb. That's a dumb tiebreaker.
It seems dumb in any professional league having strength of schedule. Like it's the pros. It's not college football where we're scheduling McNeese State.
But there's 4 games to go, so that'll probably sort itself out somewhere along the line. I mean, the Chiefs still have to play the Steelers. The Bills are playing the Lions this weekend. That's a cool game, right?
Well, that could sink the Bills and put the Steelers up above them.
The Chiefs now have a 2-game lead over the Bills. It looks impossible for them, although 3 of their next 4 games of the Chiefs are on the road, and they have 3 games in 10 days.
What?
Scooby? Yeah. Because they play on Christmas. They play on a Wednesday. They play on a Saturday and a Wednesday.
Damn.
So they play Sunday,
That's a tough
Saturday,
draw right
Wednesday.
There. Ooh.
That's a real tough draw.
So, hey, you know what? Then you know what they're going to do in game 17? Take off. You're playing 3 games in 10 days.
Absolutely.
Then why wouldn't you take that next week off and give them 2 weeks?
Or,
that was a tough stretch right there.
Or you say, we need to get back in the mix. We don't want to rest too long. We're going to play this one out. We play football.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, look, Broncos, handle your business. As it sits today, Chargers have a 90% chance of making the playoffs. The Broncos sit at 75%.
There's a good chance that that game 17 doesn't mean anything to the Broncos or the Chiefs.
Right.
There's that possibility too. Or
if the Broncos take care of business this week against Indy.
There's also another wacky scenario where the game doesn't matter to the Broncos, but it would matter to the Chiefs for seeding. That being said, that Chargers game now is because the stupid Dolphins won. By the way, the Dolphins, same exact situation as the Lions, and they just kicked the field goal and played a little defense, got to overtime and won.
The Colts and the Dolphins are both in position to still make a run at this thing.
They are.
Colts are sitting at 6-7. The Dolphins are sitting there at 6-7.
They are.
And what were we about to say?
Another reason why the Lions can do what they did, they got a big old cushion that the Dolphins have no they're more on the razor's edge, aren't they?
Teddy Bruschi and Rex Ryan were yelling at each other about Dan Campbell. It was pretty funny.
Tua Tagovailoa has got to be the most underwhelming looking athlete quarterback of all time to be as valuable of a player as that dude is.
Now, how could Aaron Rodgers not figure that one out? How could Aaron Rodgers not just in a close game against a team that's not really that good? You can't figure it out, A-Rod, huh? You can't figure it out. You can't figure out how to win.
Well, listen.
So frustrating.
I told you time I played Mozgov, like we're doing a little mini one-on-one game. I'm like 50. I think I can still play. I think if a team signed me to a 10-day, I can still give him some.
Yeah.
I'm guarding him. He's on the baseline. I see he's going to head fake and drive baseline.
Yeah.
Head fake, drive baseline. I knew it. My legs didn't move.
You know what he's going to do?
The head was there. The head was there.
And that's Aaron Rodgers. It happens to all of it.
It happens.
I mean, he's going to head fake, go baseline. There's a head fake, baseline. Got it. And my leg didn't move.
God dang it. You did exactly what I thought you were going to do.
He didn't even move. My body didn't move. That's Aaron Rodgers.
That's Aaron Rodgers. It's done. He's done. He's done. It was frustrating, though, because you're just, I don't know, man. It's okay. You got to fight. You got to fight if you're the Broncos. Nobody said this was going to be easy. They didn't get any help, though, theoretically. Not really. The Colts didn't play. But the Dolphins won, and let's root against the Bengals, man. Let's hope they don't have anything to play for. I mean, they're bizarrely still sort of in it. They got to go on they can't lose another game though, because they're already 5-8, so they gotta roll here.
So in order of the potential playoff matches, you've got the Chiefs, you got the Bills, you got the Steelers. I would prefer Steelers, Chiefs, Bills in that order.
Me too. Steelers is the best story, and probably the right opponent to go against overall.
I don't know. Best story, quite frankly, is the Bills. I mean, the best story is playing. Forget
for the
Russell
Broncos.
Wilson.
For the Broncos,
yeah, forget Russell Wilson. It's playing the best opponent, but that doesn't make it the best matchup.
No.
It's not in a scenario, but the best story would be ending the 2 in a row and Chiefs going for 3 or whatever.
Sure.
That'd be the best story.
That'd be a cool story.
And then you got the people with the Russ derangement syndrome that still hold on here in Denver. They say, let's get the Steelers. I want to play who you can beat.
Yeah. Well, that's why I chose Steelers, Chiefs, Bills.
Well, I agree with you. I think the Bills are the worst matchup you could have. I think the Bills would kill the Broncos, unfortunately.
I don't know.
Russ would either in that game have a career ball-out, unbelievable game, or he'd be so afraid to prove Sean Payton right that he would just lockjaw himself and be dead in Denver and win. Because your mind is big in pro sports, and he would either go, really? Oh, F you guys, and he goes out and he just balls, throws 3 or 4 touchdowns and does Russ stuff, or he'll go, I can't prove Sean right. I can't prove Sean right.
I'll tell you this, man. Anybody who wants to say it was Sean Payton's fault with Russell Wilson, not Russell Wilson, boy, oh boy, do you got some ammo. Boy, do you got some ammo.
It's amazing seeing Russell Wilson, Tim Patrick, and Jerry Jeudy all balling on their respective teams, yet they couldn't figure it out on our team.
And 2 of the 3 teams are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of the 3 teams really good.
So was it a good weekend or a bad weekend for the Broncos?
I don't know, man. I mean, I think what we wanted happened. So, I guess it was a good weekend. Oh, I forgot about the Texans. That's an option also.
What's that?
Playoffs.
If the Broncos get to 5, they'd have to leapfrog the Chargers and the Ravens.
What do the Ravens got left?
I think Denver can beat Houston.
Oh,
that's kind
listen,
of a herky-jerky
fine,
team too.
but you got to leap the Chargers and the Ravens. First of all,
you know what? Win this week and go in the
don't
LA
forget,
and beat the Chargers.
Well, you would have to have a game on the Ravens. You can't be tied with them because they have the head-to-head.
Ravens might win out. They got Giants, Steelers, good matchup. Texans and Browns.
That had to be a special kind of collapsing for the Ravens to get ahead of them. You can't end up tied with them. You can win the tiebreaker against the Chargers, but you got to beat them. You can't be tied with them too. Like you couldn't, like say the Broncos were to go 3-1 in their last, 4 games, and that loss is against the Chargers. Well, then
it's a good thing that we willingly put that in a Thursday night matchup. Then
it's a tough spot. So I think the Broncos are going to end up 7. I do. I think they're going to lose that game. Frankly, I hate to say it. I hope they don't, but I think they will. I think that Bengals game is dangerous. Still, I don't care what the scenario is. That's a dangerous game, period, the end. And this is why this is a expected win against the Colts, and you got to get it. So get it. You should be rested. That's a good quarterback to play against. The guy doesn't really throw that great. Kind of runs all over the place. Kind of good for the Broncos. Not a pushover win at all. Not a pushover win, but that's a confused team.
It can be. The Colts can be a pushover win, but again, a very confusing football team that they don't know what their own identity is because they don't know what their quarterback's going to be on any given Sunday.
But all the advantages are in the Broncos' favor for this game. They are. Broncos, Riley Moss.
Well, it starts with home.
Riley Moss.
I'm not sure if Riley Moss can be playing in this game.
Oh, I don't think he is, and I don't think he's going to play in that Thursday night game either. I think Riley Moss.
Sean Payton described that injury as not a big deal, like the day after, and all of a sudden we're looking at maybe like a month long.
Well, they probably should have put him on IR, frankly, and then you would get another player to come up. I mean, yeah, I would be shocked if. Listen, we don't know and he didn't discuss it. They don't discuss injuries on the Monday thing. We'll know a little bit better on Wednesday if he's out there practicing. But I think you can survive this game without Riley Moss. And by the way, the Chargers, I don't know, man. Like, they just charger it up still. They still charge. They're not that dynamic. They're not as dynamic as they should be.
No.
And the damn Chiefs are pissing me off. I am a little pissed off, I guess. They're not that good. It pisses me off that they're not that good and they have one loss. You don't care. You're probably happy. You and your boys are.
Let me tell you a hot take. All right. Because we talked about Eric Bieniemy last week and just left UCLA, blah, 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 blah. And Eric Bieniemy's career looks to be in the decline since leaving the Chiefs. What's the Chiefs' offense done since he left the Chiefs also? Is there a correlation at all?
They haven't scored more. They've scored 30 points twice. They haven't scored more than 30 points this whole season.
If there's a correlation, it would be motivational. He wasn't calling the plays. Andy Reid was calling the plays. They would always make sure that EB would call plays once or twice a year, and they would really emphasize it. Like they would show it on the sideline. Hey, Andy Reid's letting EB call plays here. But Andy's the show. EB isn't he's a motivational dude though. So maybe.
Well, I think the Broncos are going to beat the Colts, not easily, but they're going to win that game. And then that Chargers game
to be honest, I don't know. The remaining 3 games, I have no clue what's going to happen. They could win. They could lose all 3. And I know that's talk about sitting on a fence, but I don't know what's going to happen against the Bengals. That's a tough team. The Chargers, their defense was lights out for the most part of that game. They just couldn't get anything going offensively. Talk about a bad feeling if you limp into the playoffs with 3 straight losses, which they could actually do.
Well, that would be a disaster. Sean Payton did talk about that, how to finish the season.
I mean, they could still make the playoffs and lose those 3.
Well, no dumb questions. We go to break and contemplate more likely 1-3 finish or 3-1.
They got one against the Colts. They're going to get that one.
I would say 3-1 is more likely than 1-3, but
I don't know. More likely in that scenario, 3-1 or 1-3? You know what? 2-2 is fine. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, it's PhD. We'll get back to the Broncos and hear from Sean Payton. I don't think he really wanted to talk to the media today, but he did.
Responsibilities.
Conference call, Zoom call.
What's that? Responsibilities. Not quite yet. Name the song.
Oh, don't know. Responsibilities not quite
Name
yet.
the band.
Blink 182.
Close. MXPX.
Oh, okay. Okay, they're good. They're good. Same sort of vibe. Don't know the song though.
I actually can't think of the name of the song. Responsibilities. What's that? Responsibilities. Not quite yet.
Can I tell you something, man? I enjoyed college football this year, Tyler, more than I ever have.
It's the playoffs. It's the playoffs. Because it gave you something big to dream of that felt realistic.
Yeah.
And almost every team in America had that feeling for at least a portion of their season. Any team with a resemblance of success this year felt the dream of the playoffs for a portion of that season.
And hey, man, my older son Connor, big ASU guy. You guys know. I mean, he's really entrenched. He worked for the athletic department. He went with his buddies down to Texas this weekend. So it's everything ASU is going through right now. There's part of me that, although I'm happy for my son and all that, but everything they're going through feels like, that could have been CU.
Yep.
They could have been in the Big 12 championship game. I think they would have kicked I don't know how they would have done against Arizona State, but I think they would have kicked the crap out of Iowa State. And the reason I say I don't know about Arizona State is Arizona State's built almost identical to Kansas with a heavy reliance on the running game that CU just had the darndest time with.
Well, they got the Riley Moss of running backs, so that's cool.
They got Cam Scattaboo, and he is quick to tell everybody how good he is.
That's a hell of a name for a running back, by the way.
It's great.
Scattaboo.
For a running back.
But you need to be about 5'9", 165, and run a 4.2 40.
He's kind of thick.
Oh, he's a load. He is not a sprint sort of guy, but he's fast enough. He's a perfect running back for the NFL for that. He's like a bigger version of Christian. He doesn't have the same athleticism as Christian, but breaking tackles, getting it's 6 yards. Oh no, it's not. It's 12.
I think he's going to be a dime a dozen in the NFL. I
don't know, bro.
Dude, he's had a hell of a season and a hell of a career, but I don't see anything special trait-wise about what he does.
Wow. Okay. Well, he does, because he's talking himself up left and right.
Well, in theory, he's a Heisman candidate.
He should be. Because if you want to say a Heisman is who brings their team to the highest level, look at what they've done. Look what they've done. And Genty, too. Yeah, okay. They're the two best running teams left in the NCAA tournament, Arizona State and Boise State.
That's why they've got a fighting chance. Because
right?
Physicality generally wins in playoffs or in championship situations.
And these SC schools and Big Ten schools, they haven't faced two teams that are kind of like that. So we'll see. But I just feel bad for CU, man. I could not help it. It was so exciting. And now CU's in the Alamo Bowl. Do you know why they're in the Alamo Bowl, by the way? It's the stupidest reason.
Because Deion's from Texas or
Nope.
lives down there?
Nope. Do you know, Tyler?
I guess I don't. I mean, I know it's between the Holiday Bowl and the Alamo, but I don't know how it was decided.
They didn't even have a choice. It's a pre-existing agreement with the Pac-12. They're the highest-ranked non-playoff team left over from the Pac-12 playing that same version of the Big 12, which is why they're facing BYU.
Oh, wow.
So it's really a Pac-12.
That makes sense now that you say it. But
It's so stupid. And you got the matchup we would want to see in a meaningless bowl would clearly be CU against Miami.
That would have been fun, man. I mean, for a bowl game, every bowl game means nothing nowadays. But for a bowl game that means nothing, to get Campbell versus Shedeur Sanders, dude, that would have been pretty electric.
Right?
Who's Miami even playing? I don't even know. Do you know?
They're playing in a better bowl than the Alamo Bowl. I don't know.
What's a better bowl? They all suck.
I don't know. They're all
saying
terrible.
CU BYU could be a fun game.
And they play in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. That's a bigger bowl game than the Alamo Bowl?
I don't know. It's in Florida. Not Texas and San Antonio.
CU's always in the Alamo Bowl. Whenever they go to a bowl game, I feel like it's the Alamo Bowl.
You're gonna. I'll let you spin me a tale there, Piano Man. Why BYU CU's an interesting game? Go for it.
I just think it's good. I think for this community, I think there's a lot of fans of CU and BYU in this community. I think this state will watch the Alamo Bowl.
Well, listen, it's two good football teams.
Rolling my eyes.
It is.
I think BYU's pretty good.
BYU, unfortunately, did not finish the season strong. But for a long time, that team was on top of the world. So, yeah, I mean, I guess if you like competitive bowl games, it should be a good matchup.
That's all I'm saying. But listen, let me just give you my hot take. And this I'm going to give you the get off my lawn hot take for the first annual 12-team NCAA football tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Crapola.
You're such an old fogey on that. Give me a break.
I have no problem with
It's a great first round of matchups.
It's crapola. Well, the first round's better than the people waiting. It's crapola.
Okay.
And I know I'm wrong on this, but I'm just telling you how I feel, but I know I'm wrong on this.
All right.
I wanted the first one to have like Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Oklahoma. I want USC. Penn State's in there. I know. I wanted like the big name. I didn't even, Boise State, Arizona State.
Well, they have buys.
I'll tell you. Okay, along those lines, though, about the Boise States, and Boise State's probably worthy of it, so it's a bad example. But of the automatic winners that get those buys, that's the first thing that's got to change. They got to go to just a straight seeding next year. Get rid of the automatic buys because you want a crappy conference. Give me a break.
You're right. Listen,
I would agree with that.
The Mountain West Conference, only 4 teams. 4 teams in the Mountain West had a winning record in the Mountain West Conference.
Honestly, ASU getting a bye, I roll my eyes at. Like, that's a good football team, but a bye?
They're the Big 12 champion.
I know. That's why they got it.
You know what? I agree with you. And it should be, well, if you're doing it the right way, the last team should be Clemson, okay? They won, but they barely got in. They needed a lot of help, but they won. So
right.
They're 12.
Right.
Boise
But
State.
they get a bye.
Boise State should be 11. The Mountain West, but that's fine that it's the highest rated team in a conference championship. They're 11. And you're right. ASU should be 10. And we go from there.
Yep.
So they did screw that up.
They'll fix it. That's got to change.
Did you see how
next
pissed
year.
off Joel Klatt was about everything?
No.
Oh, my God. Joel was on fire just screaming about how horrendous the whole thing was. But they made this goofy rule about the highest ranked conference champions getting buys. Yep. It's really weird. Like, I don't even know what they were thinking on that one.
Well, like I said, I don't know. And this is just.
But you realize if CU won, they would have been 4, man. They would have had a bye.
Yep.
I just can't see Tennessee's in it. Arkansas beat Tennessee, and Arkansas sucked this year.
What Tennessee?
You know what else I think they should change? Get rid of having them at a bowl site. Get rid of the old bowl sites. Just have it all be home games, whatever.
Well,
figure it out.
Contracts.
I know, but you know what sucks? Having a playoff game with a bad atmosphere.
Yeah,
That's what sucks.
The first round is all all home games.
I know, but then all the buys are at the old BCS games.
Yeah, that'll be packed though. The energy and excitement. Are you kidding me? The ASU's playing in the Peach Bowl? That's gonna be packed.
Well, they got to buy. And the bowl that they're playing is all the way in Atlanta.
Correct.
So why aren't they playing the Tostitos Bowl?
The Fiesta Bowl.
Fiesta Bowl.
They were damn close to it. I think that's Boise State, I believe. They were damn close to playing in the Fiesta Bowl, which would have been a home game for them.
Exactly.
It didn't work out, but it's all right. Like in college basketball, you got to travel all over the place to play. It's whatever. But believe me, ASU fans, you don't think they're traveling. Those games will all be sold out.
You
those
think
Final Four
ASU
games.
fans will go to Atlanta?
Well, you realize ASU has the most undergrad students of any college in America?
It's because it's the easiest college in the country.
They don't even fill out their own stadium.
Dude. Oh, this year they did. They were on fire this year. It was crazy.
All I'm saying is they're not notorious for being a great fan base.
They're bandwagon fans. Come on.
Yeah, when I went and watched you guys play in that hot ass day down in
about half empty.
At least half empty.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be stunned if
So it was 20 years ago. So what?
So you got Oregon, Boise State, ASU, and
what was Joel all ticked off about?
Oh, the path for Oregon is ridiculous because they'd have to play. Well, he's got, I'd have to look at it. He was all pissed off. Like, they'd have to play Ohio State. Then they'd have to play Texas in the Sugar Bowl. Then in the national championship game, they'd have to play Georgia in Atlanta. Joel's just like, that's stupid for the number one team to have that difficult of a path to go. It doesn't make sense. He's kind of right about that.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
He's not
Although
wrong.
I tell you this, the first round matchup, the best matchup in the first round is Tennessee versus Ohio State. I mean, that's two blue bloods right there. That's a hell of a matchup.
Who's got the Rose Bowl? Is it in part of the BCS tournament?
That's
this year?
Ohio State has it with who they playing. I believe it's Ohio State and help me, who are they playing? I don't know. I'd have to look at it.
Ohio State plays Tennessee.
That's
the first game's a home game.
Sorry.
And then they would play Oregon.
The Rose Bowl would be Oregon theoretically against Ohio State.
And that should be in the Rose Bowl.
It is. That's the Rose Bowl.
Because that way, at least, I mean, if Oregon fans travel, and I think they do, that's
Joel's point is the number one seed should not have that tough of a road. I mean, you'd have to, theoretically.
Well, theoretically, Joel, if you're having 12 teams out of 130, every single game you play should be easy, and you shouldn't theoretically have an easy John for anybody.
Well,
Alabama shouldn't have an easy John. Georgia shouldn't have an easy John. Ohio, none of them teams should have an easy John.
Well, but you do generally get rewarded for being the number one. Shouldn't they play?
How do you know?
Shouldn't
We
they
never
be?
played
Shouldn't
this
they be the
tournament
12
before.
versus the 5? Wouldn't that be the matchup that you would think they would have to play as the number one?
How many number
Oh
ones?
yeah, they don't reseed.
Right.
So I mean, if the 12, who is the 12?
Because the 12 is Clemson, and they play Texas, and then the winner of that game will play Arizona State.
I don't know. We can look at it. Joel's all upset about everything. Who knows? They're not reseeding, though. They're not reseeding after the first round. You just play who you play.
SMU, Penn State, that game's womp womp. I couldn't care less about that one.
You don't think Indiana, Notre Dame's kind of interesting?
That's not the one I said.
No, I get it. But in terms of first round games.
I mean, Notre Dame's got a name in Indiana, and they had a great season. But what do they call it? The Indiana Bowl. They ought to be playing in Lucas Oil Field. They ought to be playing in Indianapolis for that game. Two Indiana schools.
Well, and it's also stupid that Notre Dame gets to sit out the conference championship games.
Right.
They just get an automatic bye in there.
Why did SMU even play?
I mean, I know they don't have a bye in the tournament or in the playoffs, but they in essence got a bye by not having to play in the championship.
Exactly.
game.
SMU should have just tapped out. We're not playing.
Yeah.
Now what are you going to do about us? We're undefeated. What are you going to do now? I don't know. All that being said, college football to me has been freaking awesome this year. The whole thing has been awesome, and I just wish CU was.
I agree.
Going on.
This is the best thing they've ever done.
It's
because
awesome.
Every team felt a realistic hope to something that they never previously could even dream of.
All right, let's catch up with Sean Payton from earlier today. The Broncos back from their bye week. What's the latest and greatest? You'll hear it next.
Hey guys, the end of the year is always a great time to go shopping for a car. So if you need a new vehicle, go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best in the industry at what they do. Guys, they are the best car dealership. I've been buying all my cars there since my rookie year because I built a long-term relationship, and that's what you're going to do as well. Once you buy a vehicle from Phil Long, you'll be a customer for life. You'll realize it's a different car dealership. They respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to get the best price. So even though the end of the year is always a great time, you're not going to have to haggle for it. You're just going to be given the best price possible, and you will find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care if you're looking for new or a pre-owned car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all at Phil Long Ford because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans on that lot right now. So don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one car dealership, Phil Long Ford, find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, Phil Long has an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
from a roster management standpoint with Josh, it just became a numbers game. He's done a great job. We would have liked to have been able to keep him. But as guys got healthy and came from reserve injured, we had to have space. Some of the younger guys have been playing well, and I wish him the best. He's one of those guys that helped us get to where we're at right now.
That's Sean Payton earlier today about Josh Reynolds. You buying that? You buying it was a numbers game, or do you think there was something else?
Well, I buy the numbers game for the most part, yeah. Because you look at what's been happening on the field over the last month or so, and all of a sudden you got some wide receivers that are doing their job. Cortland's been great. Marvin Mims is figuring things out. We've always loved Vele, and I think Sean Payton's even loved Vele. Sean has admitted that he's guilty of just not playing the younger players because he doesn't trust them.
And you know what? Franklin's popped up a couple games. You know?
Yeah, I think he's trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't say that Franklin's figured it out, but
he yeah, exactly.
Right.
But he's popped up.
And he's a draft pick, so you're invested in that.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if they had activated Josh Reynolds, who would he have played over?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is a numbers game. Feels like a combo meal. Feels like a numbers game, and like it's okay that you're gone too, because it wasn't great what happened.
Well, now I always go the human side of everything. Now you wonder, and I think he got picked up. Did Josh Reynolds get picked up?
Yeah, Jacksonville.
That now you wonder what this guy's career is going to look going forward.
Yeah.
Was this a lifestyle change that needs to be changed? A lifestyle that needs to be changed? Is it just, he was hurt and there was a number of things here.
I'd probably be thrilled to be moving on if I was Josh Reynolds. I'd be thrilled.
And being shot at 30 times to get my attention. How many people in life, first of all, get shot at? Not a lot, thank God. You get shot at 30 times, and you get hit twice in the back of the head and the arm, and you're okay?
Yep.
Well, now you got, and
that's amazing.
The number game goes back to you got 3 dudes that are rookies or 1 year in the league.
Yeah, it's
or 2 years in the league.
It's probably the best for everybody, frankly. He gets picked up by Jacksonville. Best of luck to him, Moving on. Okay, here's some more from Sean. Message to the team during the bye week.
I mean, look, we played Monday night. This morning we met. We kind of went through what we felt like we did well, who played well. Guys will work out lip. There's no grand message. Key for us is just the process, the routine as we get ready for this game this weekend, and then certainly making the corrections in the game we just played.
He is pissed off about a couple things. The passing defense, not good. Penalties, not good. He made that clear today. And the passing defense, I think, really bugs him in terms of execution, and the mental mistakes are bad too. However, that being said, I think the bye week is coming kind of at a great time.
Well, hindsight 2020, it's pretty awesome. At the beginning of the year, it felt like that was the worst possible bye week you could get for the Broncos. Young team, young quarterback, the last available bye week. Now, it sounded like a disaster, but you're actually relatively healthy. Riley Moss is the big one. And quite frankly, hopefully this bye week was at a perfect time. I don't think he's going to be available this weekend, but hopefully it helps you get him at least for the last 2 games of the season. Or
all
3.
right, well, here is Sean Payton about the pass defense.
Obviously there's things when the game ends that you look back on and say, hey, we would have done this differently. And it's finding a way to get your best players against their top receiver. But there were a handful of things, not just on defense, but in all 3 phases that we would have done differently. And we got to learn from that.
Unless he's calling himself out, which we had all had that conversation. Who made the decision to be in zone coverage as much as they were, to not be man-on-man, good on good, Pat Surtain on Jerry Jeudy. And I think the 3 of us all kind of landed on, we thought Sean Payton had a pretty heavy role in that. Well, maybe he didn't, because it sure sounds like he's calling out VJ on that one.
That's a lot of autonomy for VJ. Do you think that's possible? You think he would give that kind of autonomy to VJ?
I don't think he has. I was told that Ravens game there was no autonomy.
Yeah, I don't know why this would be any different.
Yeah. Maybe he finally learned his lesson. Say, well, listen, I'm kind of getting involved twice. We kind of struggled. All right, VJ, it's all yours.
Maybe. Listen, this wouldn't be the first time that VJ had his wings clipped, running things with the Denver Broncos.
Here in Denver, right? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, there are probably some harsh realities. It feels stupid when we saw that Surtain was on Judy 60% of the time, and if he's on him 60% of the time, why not 85% of the time?
Actually, but 60% is probably a whole lot more than the average fan thought it was.
Okay.
I think most people thought it was like 20% of the time.
Okay. And then why Levi Wallace instead of Chris Abrams-Drain? And they did switch that out eventually. Well, and then you get into some weird stuff, like Levi Wallace was a free agent. Well, who brought him in? Who pounded the table for Chris Abrams-Drain?
When did he play for Payton in New Orleans? Oh.
You get into some weird stuff. All right, one more. But he was asked, and I thought this was a pretty good question, about the humps to get over. You realize one more win is a pretty big hump for the Broncos. One more win gets them over the non-winning record for a season for the first time since 2016. The Jets haven't made the playoffs. This will be their 14th year in a row not making the playoffs. But the Jets haven't had a winning record for 9 straight years. And that is just not something you want to hang on to. But how important is that?
I don't know that one person downstairs, myself included, have thought about right now this team just having a winning season. I understand the question and I appreciate it, but I think our aspirations are a little higher.
I think that's good. Although it's a significant hump to get over, they're not even thinking about it because there's just so much more to play for this year. That's pretty cool.
That's true. And you got something to play for the first time in those 9 years. Let's be honest. Other than the 1 year of Vic, and they kind of spit the bit the last 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
And don't forget last year.
Or no, I guess that was 16 with
the year after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, after Super Bowl.
They had a winning record that year. They won 9 games.
They did,
and they missed the playoffs because of a stupid game against the Chiefs.
They did. Good memory. Yes, that's right. And then the last game of the year. Do you remember what that last game was? It's pretty famous.
Raiders.
Do you remember what was going on?
Paxton.
Yep. We'll play Paxton. They had nothing to play for. Lynch is their first round guy. And Gary would not play him. And they were up 24-0 with 9 minutes left in the third quarter. And Gary still refused to play Paxton Lynch in that game. Yeah, I mean, it was epic.
Well, in Gary's country, if you're not going to study the playbook and know what's going on, you ain't playing.
We have breaking news about the Avalanche. Well, what's the trade? What's the deal, Dan?
The trade details aren't out yet, but Elliot Friedman's reporting that Mackenzie Blackwood, goaltender, has been traded to Colorado.
What do we know about Mackenzie Blackwood?
Well, I'm immediately fascinated if that has anything to do with Georgie, because are we going to carry 3 goaltenders? I know we did it for a quick minute, but
well, we did say on this show expect 6 or maybe 7 starting goalies for the Avs throughout the course of the season.
And I did say they traded the wrong goaltender.
So we just I was more interested, who's the Friedman person that broke that?
Well, he's the hockey guy. He's the Adam Schefter of hockey.
In the NHL?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know crap all about Mackenzie Blackwood, guys. I'm just keeping it real. I'm looking him up.
San Jose Sharks. That's what I know.
The San Jose Sharks have given up more goals in the Western Conference than the Avs. They have arguably that's funny. They are terrible. Look at their goals against. I don't know if he's responsible for it, but they're the one team in the Western Conference who's given up more goals than the Avs.
No wonder you can make the trade. No wonder he was available.
Wait a second. Dan, I'm super confused with this.
Goals against 3 per game. He's got a save percentage.
Which is better than Georgie.
What's Georgie?
Like 3.42 or something.
Okay. You guys think they're ditching Georgie?
I think it'd be weird to carry 3 goaltenders.
Who do they trade him for?
Would they really carry 3 goaltenders?
All right, get Raj on the line.
We're awaiting details on this trade.
All right,
so the details are not out.
Get our hockey nerd Raj on the line and see if he can help us out with this. Figure it out. Put out the bat alert for Raj. Let's learn about Mackenzie Blackwood. We got to figure out there's a trade, but there's no announcement like what the trade details are. Is Georgie still on the team? That is funny. They do
I
a
bet
deal.
he's not. I bet this involves Georgie.
You think Georgie's gone?
I do.
Or this is the first pillar. You trade a couple draft picks, and then you trade Georgie somewhere else for a couple more draft picks.
Okay, that's fine. But I do think this involves getting rid of Georgie.
Golly, guys. I don't know, man.
How old is Mackenzie Blackwood?
28.
No.
He just turned 28, December 9th. Well, today's his birthday.
Happy birthday. Well, hold on.
The dude got traded on his birthday.
To the Avalanche, so you don't think he's pretty excited?
Well, yeah, I guess San Jose sucks. That is pretty funny. You're trading for a goaltender, and you trade with the one team who's given up more goals than you in the conference.
And yet he has a better goals against than George.
All right, we'll get our boy Raj on the phone, and we'll follow the. So there's got to be some other details to follow. You don't trade somebody for nothing. So who's not on the team anymore? Or is it just picks, and this is a depth sort of thing? And you're doing a deal with the Sharks who suck at goaltending?
Yeah, Georgie's giving up 3.38, Scott.
Yeah. Is Georgie still on the team?
That.
All right, well, we'll see. We'll follow the details as they come. I got a great no dumb question. I know I got to ask your something. Have you walked around the building here today?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we're on the same page?
Probably.
Okay. That's coming up.
Don't go overboard.
You know what I'm talking about.
I think so.
Charlie Brown.
Yes.
Okay. We'll get to it coming up. Hey, it's Z-Mac from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, the holidays. It's chilly, the Christmas right around the corner, which is awesome. Time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, that's not fun. This can be rough. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. Remember the first time you failed to perform? Not great. Not great. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, okay? RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So if you've got the Christmas blues, let's get you turned on the right way with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Initial visits, $99. Medical consult, T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work, the visit's free. But the success rate is ridiculous. Call, put this in your phone, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
1:19 left, stays in the Colorado zone. Raymond up top for Sider, lets it go, deflected in front, save made Georgiev, rebound is there, cleared aside, still swept free, kept in the zone, Sider has it. Near side Raymond, one-timer, tipped on, save made by Georgiev! Pay homage to King George! What a sequence for Alexander Georgiev as he made 3 and 4 and 5 solid saves as the Wings were all over the Avalanche down low, and the last one may be his best.
So the Avs give up 1 goal and beat the Red Wings. Wait, was it 1 goal? Yeah. 1 goal on Saturday. Then they give up no goals with the wedgie.
They got the value up
on Sunday, and you realize, well, I guess if you give up 1 goal, you're out. I guess there was a tryout, and giving up 1 goal was not as good as 0 goals. Alexander Georgiev has been traded with Kovalenko, a 2025 fifth, a 2026 second, in return for Mackenzie Blackwood, who turns 28 today. Giovanni, and a 2027 fifth rounder. So this is where we lean on our boy Raj, who his hockey knowledge is far superior than all of ours. So
Giovanni Smith.
Giovanni Smith? The guy's last name is Smith, and they had to go fancy with a first name? Okay.
No.
All right.
6'2", 214.
Raj, walk us through this. Georgie is gone.
Before I do, I'm going to steal something from you, buddy. Yes!
We can't hear you.
Your celebration had you cutting out. You were so loud saying yes. So you're happy about this?
Yeah, I am happy about it. The front office saw a problem within the organization, and they took 2 steps to address it. They actually took 3 steps. Remember Kaapo Kähkönen?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what you want to have as a front office. You see issues, you make trades to try and fill those holes.
All right, well, talk to us. The Sharks are giving up more goals than the Avalanche this year. They're the only ones.
They're giving up more goals than the Avs. They are an atrocious hockey team. So I think it for Mackenzie Blackwood to be 6-9-3 with a .910 save percentage and a 3 goals against average on that hockey team
is good.
Put him on a better one, and they should be more than okay. He and Scott Wedgwood played together as a 1A, 1B tandem back in 2020, 2021 with the New Jersey Devils. And they were really good together. They work well in the room. They work well ham and egging games. I think this is a really good trade. It's maybe a little bit of an overpay with that second rounder. But listen, you're in a cup window. You can't screw around with these things.
Is this a legitimate number 1?
I think he's a 1A, 1B goalie. If you're looking for like legit number 1, Connor Hellebuck, Igor Shesterkin, those types of guys, Mackenzie Blackwood is likely not that player, but he does have a pretty good ceiling. I think he'll play 60 to 70% of the games, and then Wedgwood will give you the extra 30 to 40.
And you said they played together, so there is a chemistry, and everything I've heard early, the Wedgwood in the locker room has been fantastic.
He's like my new favorite Av. Have you heard this dude? He's a quote machine. He's unbelievable. Walks in 6D, 4 lines, 2 tendies all year long. It's not often that you get that type of glue guy from a goalie because they're always a little bit of a weirdo. But he seems like he's that guy. He's played really well for the 3 games. And to pair him with a goaltender that works well with him, it's like having a good quarterback room, a cohesive quarterback room. And I think the Avs have that now with the goalies.
Is there a significant amount of irony that Georgie's coming off a really good game against the Red Wings? And I mean,
they had to trade him while the hand was hot.
I mean, let's just think about this for a second. Yes, the Buffalo game was atrocious. Okay, agreed. But they did win the game. And then his next start, he plays great. And then Wedgwood gets a shutout and feels like, oh, okay. Or is this a deal where the train was rolling down the tracks and once it clicked in, it doesn't really matter what just happened?
I said it from the time that they went out and tried to get Kaapo Kähkönen as a backup goaltender that
there were more goalie trades to come. Was it going to be the Shesterkin thing? Probably not. My guy was John Gibson in Anaheim. I don't think that they just like upped the value for 2 games on, or rather 1 game on Georgiev, and then someone was a wanting trade partner. I think this was coming down the pike for quite a long time.
Okay.
They do move on from Kovalenko, that's questionable. But as Scotty said, Giovanni Smith, 6'2", 225 pounds. That's a mean hockey player who used to be a second-round draft pick.
Left wing,
He's a forward.
Okay.
I was going to say, so you the goalie is in the need, but then all of a sudden you get guys like a Giovanni Smith. Kovalenko kind of hurts a little bit, but then you get a Giovanni Smith come in here. Is that one of those guys that all of a sudden, 3 games in after trade, you're going, oh, by the way, he was a throw-in?
That's the hope, right? He has that pedigree, Scotty. He was a second rounder back in 2017 for the Sharks, either the Sharks or the Wings. I can't remember which team picked him up first. But he's a physical bottom 6 player. Like, will run through the wall. He's one of the few black dudes in the NHL, so the Avs got a little bit more diverse with this trade too. Kovalenko had a high ceiling. We were really high on him. Obviously has the ties to his dad playing for the organization, but the Avs lack size. They lack grit and physicality up and down the lineup. And while you move on from a skilled player in Kovalenko, Smith, if he turns into a guy, he's a big, big player.
Okay, so what would you give this trade? Great.
I think it's a little bit of an overpay with the draft pick, but because the issue with the Avs was goaltending, I'll give it a solid B+ right now. Remains to be seen what happens with Smith, but you addressed your biggest pain point on the team, and that matters.
So it feels like the Sharks took Georgiev, they acquired more picks, and maybe they'll be wheeling and dealing. He could be going some other place too. They
figured they suck anyways. Might as well just pick up some ammunition.
Yeah, they had to take Georgie to make the trade done. Kovalenko's got some promise, so Georgie may not be done falling down the tree here. We'll see where it ends, for him. But the Sharks didn't do this for Georgie. They did this because they need to build themselves back up. Is that fair?
100%. That's exactly. That's why anyone would trade for Georgiev at this point is to clear space or get draft picks.
I'll give the team credit for this, man. I mean, unlike the Nuggets, it felt very tangible what the problem is for the Colorado Avalanche, and they went out and got 2 new options.
Well, this is some major league scouting by them because they're saying this Blackwood cat is good if he was on a better team.
Yeah, I don't love that sales pitch right there.
Well, that's what it is.
That's a sales pitch, but I'm not sure I love that.
Well, he's got a higher winning percentage than Georgie on a far worse team, and he's got a better save percentage than Georgie on a far worse team.
Well, yeah, because next to Pittsburgh, the Avs have some of the, I don't know, they may even have worse. I don't even know what their goals against is compared to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's terrible, too, this year, by the way. And they're playing Pittsburgh on Tuesday. But Pittsburgh's kind of hanging in there record-wise. They actually they allow all sorts of goals. But the funny thing about the Avs, they've given up this ridiculous amount of goals. But I think, Raj, they're the 3rd best scoring team right now in the Western Conference. Something like that. They're right up there.
Yeah. They are up there, and they're like the nerd nose picker stat is like goals above expected, which basically brings in all possession stats. The Avs are like a top 5 team in the league with both offense and defense weighted. And what that tells you just from a pure data standpoint is what's the one thing that's not placed in offense and defense? It's goalies. And they were like, all right, let's try and figure out how to fix this hole. I don't know if they've done it, but they've certainly gotten better.
Okay. Avs and Penguins with your new goalie, Mackenzie Blackwood.
So when's Crosby coming over? When's that trade happening?
Oh, dude, don't get me started. Scotty, I'm already a Met fan. I'm happy. My heart might burst if you start getting me the Sidney Crosby train.
So by the way, you got yourself a new goalie without giving up Mikko Rantanen. Because that was the big hot, like, hey, this is what you're going to have to do to get a new goalie. Right?
Yeah, but they didn't get a stud.
No, they didn't get like the trade scenario for Rantanen was to go get Shesterkin, the former Vezina winner with the Rangers. You're not trading Mikko Rantanen for a guy like Mackenzie Blackwood. They'll re-sign Rantanen to a $12.5 million deal on an average basis, something like that. He's worth it, 50-goal scorer, 100-point guy, but there's not many Patrick Waugh out there, right? Like, they don't really exist.
They're trying to obviously replicate Darcy Kemper and Pavel Francouz. They're trying to do that. That's pretty clear. They're trying to say if we get average to mediocre goaltending with way above average offense, we can win. And there you go. Now it's, but what you can't have is way below average goaltending. You can't have bottom of the barrel goaltending, which is what they had.
No dumb question for Raj. How easy is it to acclimate on a new team as a goalie? How long does that take? What is there? See puck, block puck?
See block puck and make sure you're not a weirdo in the locker room. It should be pretty quick. Scotty Wedgwood made it look easy.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and Wedgwood, if they're boys, he can give them the lay of land when he gets here anyway.
100%, Scotty. I think it's a great fit. This is credit Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic for making a trade on a goaltending tandem that has already proven that they can be playoff worthy.
All right. How will Georgie be remembered?
The one that got away.
What's that?
The one that got away.
The one that got away.
Yeah, actually, he let this get away from him.
The one that was good from far, but far from good.
Yeah.
That's a good one. All right. Thank you.
Butterface.
Thank you, Raj. Appreciate it.
Love you guys.
See you. Okay, so we should be excited. It's a good deal.
A little bit, but it kind of feels like we got two of the exact same goaltenders that we already had.
Well, they're trying to be.
They're nearly identical in theme.
Can I tell you, man, just now that Georgie's gone, he was another doorknob in the locker room, man. It's just another there's.
Well, you said that last week.
Well, because it's true.
Right?
He was zero energy.
Well, he was an angry, emotional dude.
He was angry on the ice, Tyler. I'll agree with you on that. But it was weird. Like off the ice, the guy was like a robot, man. He was just
stick with the doorknob.
He was like a doorknob.
Yeah.
You gonna polish that one, Scott?
Let's get to no dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Thank you to Old Chicago, oldchicago.com. Order online at oldchicago.com to find a location near you. Go ahead, because I think we're on the same page.
Well, I wasn't going to be my dumb question. In fact, until you pointed out Charlie over here, I'm walking in. I walked in and went,
See, that's what I thought Scott was going to say. I know what you were going to say.
I'm like, two centerpiece Christmas trees, 6 inches tall, and 2 poinsettias. Woo, nothing screams holiday season like this place right now.
Why'd you explain?
You got to understand.
And then a 4-day weekend.
We've got like a how tall is that ceiling?
50?
Easy.
No.
Easy.
60?
No, it ain't that.
Come on, that's 50.
Okay.
Let's call it 50.
12, 20, I would say 24 to 30.
Let's
24, you're nuts.
It's 3 floors high, at least 3, maybe 4 floors high.
Scott's drunk.
There's a skylight.
But you've got a drop ceiling.
All right, what do you want?
Listen, it's a huge ceiling.
It's
okay?
at least 3 stories high.
You could put a 20-foot tree in there and you'd be okay.
We're in an old retail center. That's where we are, okay? So a huge ceiling up there.
There's zero doubt you could put a 20-foot tree there. Zero doubt.
Oh, yeah, easily. With probably 20 feet to spare.
And what do we have as our centerpiece tree?
I would call that,
5 foot.
No.
Are
we including the long stem on the bottom?
D-Max down. I think that's considered a 5-foot tree.
It's taller than me. It's taller than me.
So 5-foot tree.
It's a 5'2".
Maybe 6.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah.
And it's artificial. It's
also
6 with the stand.
And the funny part is
no lights or decoration on it, just a artificial tiny tree.
There are lights on it, but it's not plugged in. And there's a cord, like
those big orange roll
big
up the
orange
cord
roll the cord that's right next to it. That's almost the same size as the
so
tree.
If you put that tree in the corner of one of these small offices,
it'd be fine.
It'd be a cute little
tree.
tree.
Put it in the corner right here in the studio.
Put it in the studio.
Of course, there's no electrical outlets that you can plug anything into. So but right there in the corner of the tree.
We did build a studio with no electrical outlets in the walls.
Oh, that isn't. Oh, you're right.
No, there is not an outlet in the walls.
Oh, that's pretty funny. So we can start a
generator in here. CO2. Watch us slowly die from carbon monoxide poisoning right in the middle.
All right.
You should have Dan. Did you take a picture of it so you can put it online?
Of the Charlie Brown Christmas tree we have in the office?
I certainly can.
Okay. Here's the no dumb question. Should we, as a show, go get a real tree, invite everybody in at some point to decorate like should we take it upon ourselves?
No.
Okay.
Well,
no.
I was going to throw this out there.
That was a quick answer.
Julia does have, the warden, has like a 14 or 15 foot fake tree that I don't think she's using this year.
Uh-huh.
I could have them bring it in.
No, this place needs a massive tree.
Yeah, I mean,
like twice the size of that.
Don't we go get a real tree and have a little bit of a...
What you going to go... Why don't you just drive up there during the show? We'll do a remote up from the foothills somewhere, and we'll cut one down.
Well, that...
And then
that sounds
I don't know.
exhausting.
I haven't seen your parking lot lately. Do you got a flatbed truck at your house that you can haul in a 25-foot
You don't think the power of this show right now could garner ourselves a 20-foot tree delivered if we were going to pay for it? You don't think people are listening right now that would go make that happen?
How much do you think a 20-foot tree from a lot would cost you?
I don't know.
$500.
Is that it? $500?
Is that it?
I'll chip in $100. I'll chip in $100 for this.
Nobody brags about the nice things he's got more than Darren McKee.
Get 12 lives a day, and you can throw out $500.
Yeah.
Boo, 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 boo.
How many you got? One, Scott?
One.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if the Grinch is here in the studio amongst the two of you, fine.
Oh, I just sent Dan a picture. Dan, feel free to download that and put that on our webpage. I sent him a video.
No, I do not feel the responsibility to spend my money on a company tree.
No. Now, I offered to see if we could bring one in.
Happy to pitch in.
I offered to bring one in.
Now, listen, if we got a listener out there that happens to have a 20-foot tree on the back of their flatbed that they want to give to us for free, that'd be awesome.
I'll tell you this. They don't have to get, if I'm the only...
the needles, and who's in charge of the needles?
You see what he's about to do here? He's going to make us look like the bad guy.
I am going to make you look like the bad guy, because if somebody can bring us a 20-foot tree on a flatbed, I'll pay you right then and there. I don't care.
You would buy a $500 tree for the company.
Yes, because I would want us all to decorate it together on like a Wednesday night when there's no nuggets or abs.
What world
I'll
do
bring
you
the hot cocoa.
That would be great. That would be great. A Wednesday night or Tuesday, whatever.
Oh, no, I ain't putting in extra
time. Hold on. When was the last time you...
It's got to be for 12 to
When
3.
was the last... Do you have parties with other dudes to decorate trees?
No, but I
do you even have a tree up at your house yet?
No. I did go to my dad's house. I went
you
to
don't have a tree at your house, and you want to go buy a 20-foot tree for here.
I went
Are
to
you
my
saying
dad's
you
house.
really miss one, and your wife is the Scrooge?
Well, we got other little things in the house. I don't need the needles and all that sort of
Why
thing.
don't you buy yourself a tree?
Whoa. Why don't you steal that one from out there? They'll never notice
that tree in my place now would be perfect. That would be perfect where I am. I would happily put that in.
Why don't you just take that and put it on your bike, strap it down, and let's go. I want to see you right
You know what? He could put that on his back, right on the bike.
I am telling you right now. Well, we'd have to ask the powers that be
if you can take it.
But not to rag on the people here because everybody's awesome here. I love them.
Well, it's probably
you
Tick
know who
doing
you're
this
ragging
all by
on.
herself.
It is Tick. She was out there when I already talked to Tick about
the hardest worker here.
She said she's getting a new one.
Dave Fleck in here and ask him.
Wait a second. She said she's got a new one?
Yeah.
Okay. And listen, at our last building, that tree probably would have been fine.
She did buy that tree for this purpose.
Come on.
She did.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to rag on Tick because she's amazing. So I'm not going to do that. But that
you
tree... You
just spend 10 minutes.
Well, but we can use that tree we can put that in the studio. Let's put that tree in the studio. That'd be great.
I hear that Tick actually got it, brought it in, was going to put it in the corner of the GM, Dave Fleck's office.
Yeah.
And as soon as she walked in, he went, whoa, bah, humbug. And it scared her and she had to run away.
Dan, you got to put a picture online. It's the Charlie Brownest of all the Charlie Brown trees you could ever imagine. Come on, fellas. You wouldn't put up a couple of bucks?
No.
Where's your Christmas spirit?
I'll match all the cash you got in your pocket right now to sit
I
out
don't
there
have
for
any
the tree.
cash. You know I don't have any cash in my
off.
pocket.
Deal's off. Deal's off.
I also just don't get a thrill out of decorating trees with dudes.
We do it with the staff. We invite everybody in. We have some some tunes. We have a couple of cocktails. We have a thing. We watch a game.
I decorated my dad's tree last night.
How about this?
Sunday afternoon?
No. Thursday night, it's a road game for the Broncos. We bring a tree in here. We have everybody here from the station. We watch the Broncos Chargers together and decorate the tree and have some drinks.
No. Sounds like nobody's going to be watching the game.
What is wrong
When's
with
the
everybody?
game Thursday?
Thursday.
That's like this Thursday.
Yeah, not this Thursday. Thursday after.
That'll be important. So go ahead. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I like watching the game.
Dan?
I'm busy that day.
Oh, dude, you kidding me? He's got his green bong out for this year with red jewels on it.
Oh, he did decorate it. I saw it.
Hey, did you get that video I sent you?
Yeah, well, let me play it from here. I'm trying to figure this out,
Technology. I'm
going to make it. You know what? I'm sorry you're in Portland. I am sorry you're in Portland. I'm sorry you're in Portland. But I am going to have a party here.
Well, I mean, they don't. That's my history here. Scott's out there. Hey, team meeting on Friday. Well,
when are you leaving for Portland?
Actually, I leave for Sacramento Saturday.
And you're gone the whole week?
We play Sacramento on Sunday, spend the night, leave for Portland on
When
Monday.
Are you back?
Play when 23rd morning.
Oh my Lord, that's too late. All right, this week. Boy, I'm getting no support here, man. I'm getting no.
I mean, hey, you're on
I told you
this
I'd
one,
match
buddy.
all the cash in your pocket right now
Vic,
for my donation.
Vic Lombardi wants to chime in on this. All right, well, let's get to him next. Okay, fine. All right. We don't have a ton of time here, but we have very Charlie Brown type of Christmas tree that we're all kind of like whatever. And I'm fine to spend a couple bucks to get a really nice tree. Well, yeah, I'm
like the federal deficit.
I'm not a wealthy man, Jenny, but I know what love is. Vic Lombardi joins us. What do you got, Vic?
I'm sorry to impose on you guys,
No.
but I'm driving about town, and I'm hearing Bing Crosby here carry on about a Christmas tree ornamental gathering at the station.
Yeah.
And I'm here to warn both Scott and Tyler. You realize why Bing Crosby here is trying to push this on you guys, right?
What?
All he wants another reason to throw an artificial podcast production up.
I guarantee you.
Wait, so you're bombing on me too? So you're a Grinch on this as well?
I mean, the fifth podcast of the day isn't enough. Let's podcast everyone decorating the tree at the station while we're at it. I know what you're trying to do.
We don't have to podcast. We can just take pictures and repost, make it a video.
Yeah.
So Vic, we can hang some meatballs off it for you to make you feel more comfortable.
Listen, I get mad at my wife every year because she always buys these expensive trees and we use them for like 2 weeks. I tell you what, I will sell you the tree that we have already with ornaments on it. I will sell you that right now if you're willing to buy it.
And you know that's
how tall is it though? You know how tall the ceilings are. How tall is it?
We got like a 10-footer.
All right, but Vic, have you seen the Charlie Brown Christmas tree that's here?
I haven't been in the studio for a while, so no.
Tough life.
All right, so hold on.
It's tough to be the king.
If we had a Christmas tree trimming thing and there's some sort of game on it, some sort of social thing for the whole staff, are you telling me you wouldn't show up for it?
Probably not, Bing Crosby. I'm really don't want to have an Osmond family Christmas with you. All due respect.
So let me ask you this, Vic.
What is going on here?
You know how tall the ceilings are here. If they have a Christmas tree that's about as tall and as thin as you are, is that suffice for the space?
No, you probably will do without that, man. Just pretend it never happened.
I'm telling you, this tree belongs in a corner of a small office.
If it was in the corner of a small office, it would be beautiful. But the fact that
hey, there's Raj's office right behind that tree. He's not there. We can put it in. We ought to put it in Raj's office and decorate it. And when he comes in tomorrow, boom.
Vic,
D-Mac, I love you. You're always trying to bring people together, but in this case, it ain't gonna work.
Vic,
Sorry.
if I asked you for $50 for a tree, you would tell me what?
I would tell you, if we can get an endorsement deal on it, we make something on the side. Sure, let's go.
Now, if he asks you,
that's a thinker there, Vic.
You
think D-Mac hasn't already planned this out?
I'll think about that one.
If he asked you that to come to the party and he was going to bring a case of Camus Cabernet, would you come?
Oh well.
If there are drinks and food involved, that's a different story.
Now of course there would be.
Now we got something.
There would of course be drinks.
We
and
find
food.
a sponsorship.
Of course, that's
Lucas Liquor right there.
Well, are they still open? I don't even know.
Well, they might have a closed out sale.
All right, Vic. So I'm putting you down for $50.
All right, great. Love you guys.
Okay, bye, Vic. I didn't know Vic was going to come on to pile on. It was already 3 against 1.
Nobody likes extra responsibility.
Isn't it funny? The biggest Scrooge in this room right here is trying to come off as Vic
Oh,
called
my
him Bing
gosh.
Crosby, which I'm thinking from now to Christmas.
I'm the biggest Scrooge?
How
am I the biggest Scrooge?
You're the Scrooge. I think we call you Bing Crosby.
This is ridiculous. Who brought gifts for everybody on the staff last year?
I'm sorry. Are you talking about the re-gifted ice cream?
No, which is still there if you want some.
You mean the re-gifted wine that you guys didn't drink at your house?
Yes!
Oh, that one.
That was not re-gifted, though. That was not re-gifted.
The wine
was
of the month
rejected.
club.
It was a rejected wine from the household.
It wasn't rejected. It's like my wife doesn't like the Reds as much as me, and I had a bunch of bottles, and I brought them in for the staff. I paid for it, though. It wasn't.
But
it wasn't
you didn't
free.
pay for it as a gift.
Well, but
That's different.
But I did pay for it, and I gave bottles of wine to everybody as a gift.
Well, Moser brought hats for everybody.
He sure
Moser
did.
bought hats.
Yeah.
How am I the biggest Scrooge?
I've got a pile of T-shirts.
I've still got that bottle of wine from last year because I don't drink. It's still at my house.
Tyler, if you had a friend, you could give them that as a gift. It wouldn't be the first time you gave something that I gave you to somebody else.
I got to find a friend first.
But I'm thinking he's thinking, what if the wine sucks? Here's a no dumb question. Are you ever afraid to give a good friend bad wine?
Ooh. I mean, double re-gifting a bottle of wine. You know that bottle of wine sucks.
And you don't know if it's any good, right?
You guys are ridiculous. You guys do not have the spirit of Christmas.
All right, raise your hand if you
You do not have the spirit of Christmas.
Nobody wants extra work responsibilities. Nobody wants
Raise your hand if you listen to Christmas music on the drive in today.
Scott's got that one covered. Nobody get to ever call Scott a Christmas Scrooge. That's for sure.
You're being a Scrooge at work.
Scott skips Thanksgiving, which I'm very anti.
I watched the story of the Mother Mary last night on the plane ride home last night. Don't tell me I ain't in Christmas.
Well, then let's go. Let's bring some of that spirit here.
That's fine, and I love everybody, but I can't stand being with them.
It's a PhD. Georgie got traded. Details next.
Hey, the day you start to realize that your hair is falling out is a bad day. And if you're anything like me, you probably go online, you start looking for answers. You start buying the voodoo. You buy the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working the way you want it to. Your pocketbook's getting thinner. Your hair's still staying thin at the same time. Time to invest in yourself. Do it right with advanced hair restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it is your turn. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire team at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. Guys, they believe in their product so much that they guarantee it for life. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. That's a company that believes in the service that they offer. And that's a good feeling when you invest in yourself. So go change your life today. You don't have to settle with losing your hair. Call Advanced Hair Restoration and change your life. If you call today, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Well,
119 left, stays in the Colorado zone. Raymond up top for Sider, lets it go, deflected in front, save made Georgiev, rebound is there, cleared aside, still swept free, kept in the zone, Sider has it. Near side Raymond, one-timer, tipped on, save made by Georgiev! Pay homage to King George! What a sequence for Alexander Georgiev as he made 3 and 4 and 5 solid saves as the Wings were all over the Avalanche down low. And the last one may be his best.
Alexander Georgiev has been traded for Mackenzie Blackwood. Goaltender from the Sharks, Mackenzie Blackwood, who amazingly turns 28 today. Today's his birthday. In the deal, the Avs also get Giovanni Smith, and they deal Nikolai Kovalenko, a conditional 5th-round pick, and a 2nd-round pick in 2026. Also, they pick up a 5th-round pick in the 2027 NHL draft. Figure out how that all makes sense. Will it be the allowing 4 goals on 8 shots? The nickname Forgiev. Smashing his stick repeatedly. Throwing his stick. Who did he? Didn't he smash a defenseman with his stick in their shin pads? Didn't he?
The same game.
Clock somebody, something?
But he hit one of our own guys.
He hit one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He hit one of our own dudes.
He hit one of our own guys.
Will it be that? Will it be the exit early in the playoffs? What will be your most fond memory of Gorgie?
Well, after that, was it the first game last year in the postseason? He actually got better.
Winnipeg, one of the most horrific goaltending games of all time. Yeah. But they won 4 straight after that.
Yeah. Well, he's had plenty of streaks where he's looked more than competent. But that's always been the story. He's always just been a streaky goaltender.
So on this day that we're talking about football and the Broncos back into it, we have a goaltender trade with a team, by the way, that just allowed 1 goal in 6 periods of play and have won 3 out of 4 games on a 5-game roadie. With the final game tomorrow night in Pittsburgh, they might win 4 out of 5 games on this one.
Yeah, they probably made their mind up a long time ago. They probably been looking for the right trade partner, even going back to the Wedgwood trade.
Don't forget, after the first game of the season, they did a deal after the first game of the season for Kaapo Kähkönen.
Yeah. I give the team credit, man. I mean, they knew what the problem was, and at the time, I felt like they traded the wrong goaltender. Well, they traded both goaltenders, which is cool. But both guys that come in feel like they're the same deal. They're both kind of 1A, 1B goaltenders.
Does it work like sometimes it works with the team, that the team around the goaltenders, like the team will do it when you fire a coach in season, sit there and rally and go, wait, part of this is our issue too. We help the demise here, or they just take no blame and say, oh, it was just on those guys. Because usually the defense around Georgie wasn't always great either. Now, he didn't just win games for you either and stand on his head.
I'm going to guess this deal has been in motion.
Mm-hmm.
Probably that Buffalo game was like, let's steam it on down the tracks. Like, okay, it was rough. And maybe there were talks. But after that Buffalo game, what's ironic is why would you play? Well, I guess you had a back-to-back. So you had to pick one of the games to play Georgie in, right? So they picked the Detroit game, and he played fine. But then Wedgwood came out and threw a shutout. 4 lines, 60, 2 tendies all year. I got to admit, man, I am caught. This had to be happening a little bit ahead of time because really things had settled down and looked okay. It didn't look great, but it looked okay.
Nah, you had a lot of evidence. You had a lot of reasons to want to move on. And you weren't going to let a small little sample size change that.
All right, so the deal is done. Georgie's gone.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the next 2 weeks hold. Well, I mean, how many days do you give it? How many? I mean, what'd you say? Block putt, see puck, block puck,
see puck, block puck. Yep.
Let's see how fast. I mean, Wedgwood didn't take a long time to acclimate. Seemed like he got in it right away, right?
I mean, it seems like how much is there really to know on what's going on in front of you?
Well, you got. I would think, and I haven't played goalie in the NHL. I would think that you've got to know the tendencies from the guys on the backside on either side of my defense.
Yeah, your
over
outlets and everything.
Is McCarr coming down? Is he not coming down? Where's Taves? What are they going to do? What's Gerard like? What do they like the pucks kicked out? Do they like an advanced puck out, kick out, or do they want
There's a little bit of
behind
that,
the net? I mean, you got to figure that stuff out.
At the end of the day, your main job is to block the puck.
Oh, yeah.
See puck, block puck.
Yeah, there's not a lot of thinking to it.
Problem is, Georgia had too many of not see pucks and then not block many pucks.
A lot of it, too, is where are you giving up rebounds? How are you covering space? It's stuff that, in all honesty, I don't think most of us would really pick up on because I don't think we have that sort of hockey experience to know like where you should be and how you should be. So clearly it's not good enough. And Jared Bednar would certainly
Well, no,
know.
it obviously wasn't good enough because you don't make trades if they're, just for the sake of trades.
Right.
And that don't get you anything.
The sales pitch on Mackenzie Blackwood is he's on a bad team, but for what he was able to do on a bad team, it was actually impressive.
Yeah, and you hope those numbers move into the positive with a better team in front of you.
Yeah.
So
let's see.
the
Got a better win percentage, better save percentage.
Not the world's greatest sales pitch, though.
Well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of players get out of a certain system and go, what the guy down in Memphis couldn't get off the bench here. How's Jay Huff looking in Memphis?
He's great off the bench. He has been.
See a lot of instances like that too. I had a no dumb question I have to throw at you guys. It's sports related, NFL, NBA, whatever. I'll prerequisite with a couple questions. We live in a world right now of technology.
Mm-hmm.
You can communicate. I'm in Atlanta, communicating with my daughter and seeing her lovely face.
Mm-hmm.
In Denver via the FaceTime and all that stuff. We can do podcasts, as you know, and you can have guys up in near Fort Collins and other guys down here and somebody in Firestone and able to do it. The technology is unbelievable.
Yes. Someone in Maryland.
Yeah.
That's right.
Here's no dumb question.
Yes.
Why are the league offices in New York City?
For what?
NFL league office, New York City. NBA league office, New York. In today's date and time, why?
Because they want to pay the most rent possible.
Thank you.
Well, the funniest one ever.
Players Association is in New York.
That's
It's
your
a
old
fair
knowledge.
question. I mean, there's literally no relevance to where they are, location-wise.
No, not anymore, especially.
The funniest one of all time was the Pac-12 headquarters were in the priciest
Downtown
part of
San
San
Francisco.
Francisco for the Pac-12.
Yeah.
That was the most. New York, you can kind of get. I mean, it's, kind of a hub, a center of things. But the Pac-12 is in downtown San Francisco? Huh? How about getting a nice, mall space in Ogden?
Or in Sacramento. Or even
fine.
move over to Nevada.
Sure.
Right? You're still close to everybody.
Yeah.
Or Arizona. Well,
why are you bringing this up?
Because it just hit me. Well, one, the scheduling, and everybody thinks Denver's like right next door to everything else. I'm thinking, I like to see some of these schedule makers have to go on a trip one time with one of the teams. But then I was thinking, why is it in New York anymore? Why are the league offices in New York? Is it just New York matters? You're paying overpriced rent.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah. Who are you talking about? The NBA or the NFL?
Both of them there.
Do you know how much money these leagues make, Scott?
The NHL's exactly.
The NHL's in Toronto.
Well, hold on, I know
That ain't
exactly
cheap.
another big time. But don't you think you could save? Help me here. $2 to $10 million a year in rent.
Yes, I do, Scott. But I gotta admit, this feels like a really random, deep thought of,
I don't know.
of real estate
What
prices.
is going on with you? Who cares?
Because we talk about East Coast bias, and sometimes perception is reality. Would you not get rid of the East Coast bias as far as league offices goes?
No.
If you move the league office,
They don't care.
Go
No.
Chicago. Chicago's a big city. How many cities nowadays have international flights that go everywhere?
Everyone, Scott.
Right.
The
So
world's pretty
why
flat.
not have a league
Just put it in
office that
Omaha.
is centralized?
Put them
Why
in
not put it in
Omaha.
Omaha?
I'd put it in Omaha.
Why not?
Put it in the middle of the country.
Why not?
Yeah, it's good enough for Warren Buffett. It's good enough for Adam Silver.
They would save a lot of money, Scott.
Yeah, it's all good down.
So why, but you're not giving me a reason. You guys being snots, elitist. Why not move the league office to somewhere in the middle of the country?
You can go wherever you want. Doesn't make a difference. Go.
I
That's
don't know.
fine
Why
by
don't,
me.
why don't you move to Omaha?
Well, I'm not doing
random
buildings and stuff.
Well, I can see the outrage is real.
Yeah, because I think it's a waste. Listen, how much was your player association dues?
I don't remember. It was a lot, like 13,000 or something.
Oh my God! Wow. So
I don't pay it anymore.
And how much of that was going to help pay rent for the player association in New York? Why?
Yeah.
How many meetings am I meeting with the commissioner? Why don't seriously move to Illinois?
It's good to have you home, by the way.
Move to Memphis.
Okay.
When do we go to break?
Move to Dallas, Texas. I don't know why this doesn't bother you guys.
Why
do the snobs keep getting all the money?
Well, D-Mac's got all the money in the world, so I understand why it doesn't bother him.
Well, that's right. We don't travel like you do. You travel kind of a ridiculous amount. You do. It's kind of absurd how much you travel. So it's hitting you how stupid some things are that, you realize when the Nuggets game was over last night, I just walked downstairs. I didn't
podcasting.
Yeah. Actually, I was podcasting while the Nuggets game was on. I guess I just walked downstairs and I got some food.
Well, I just don't. Why don't you be centralized in the middle? You've got the 49ers, the Rams, you got the Vegas, you got the Chargers, you've got Seattle, you've got Denver, you've got that's on the west side of the country right there. Dallas, Houston.
I hear Sioux Falls is nice.
You know, so why not move it to Kansas City?
Sure.
I think it's a good idea.
That's a fine place.
Stupid. It's stupid to be in New York.
All right.
Just tell me a good reason why it's in New York.
Have you ever asked Adam Silver that?
I was.
Why don't you?
Yeah. Why are the league offices in New York?
Yeah, ask him that. You'll see him. You'll see him and talk to him before we will.
Do you think he'll have an answer? Or he'll just be like, I don't know, it's just the way it was.
Listen, it's a legit question if you could really ask Adele, Silver, Manfred. It's a legit question. I'm not sure why that bugs up your butt, but it is a legit question.
Because I would say quit being right there in the East and be snobs and have the East Coast bias. Be centralized, and now you take the East Coast bias out of you.
That's never going to happen. That's a different thing.
That's an American bias.
I don't
think the location of their offices has anything to do with that.
No, the reason of that is just because of money and location. The East Coast
population.
Yeah, there's more people there. It's just that's just the way
that
goes.
There's a lot more people that you don't have to deal with. Where's Nike's headquarters?
What?
There's a lot more people you don't have to deal with.
It's Eugene.
Who's the official shoe company or sportswear company of the NFL? Nike, right?
Yep.
Where's their
Oregon, Eugene.
Is that close to New York?
It's close to nowhere. Have you ever been to Eugene? It is a pain in the ass.
It's not in Eugene. It's
yeah, it is.
It's just outside Portland.
Eugene.
It's like a 30-minute train ride. Trust me, I've been there 100 times.
Hold on a second.
It's not Eugene.
Nike's not located in Eugene?
No.
Where's the University of Oregon located?
Eugene.
Are you sure?
No. The guy that helped start Oregon was the coach at Oregon.
Yeah.
No, but it's not in Eugene.
Where are they then?
It's in Beaverton, Oregon.
Is that not next to Eugene?
No, it's right outside Portland.
All right. Well, I guess it's not a plane. I thought it was in Eugene, obviously. I don't know.
Where's Culver City?
California.
Yeah. So just in the
they make good burgers.
Do you know the NFL? The NFL has a satellite office in Culver City, LA, in California.
I just don't understand why they have a satellite office.
$8 million rent there.
Actually, I did know that because I believe that's next to SoFi, where the NFL Network is located. I believe it's right next to SoFi Stadium.
Beaverton is just outside Portland, just like Scott said.
He's right. I'm wrong.
You take the blue train. I've been it a million times. You take the blue train up to Beaverton. Walk across the tracks, down a half a block or so. There's the office. Get on, bim, bim, bim. Carry your boxes back on the train. Go back downtown.
All right.
So Nike, you're your fish today. How far is Dubai from New York? 12 hours. What's the matter if you're in Chicago?
Don't stop now.
I'm not. I think the league offices being in New York sets a bad precedent.
All right.
You guys don't care. I don't know why you don't.
We don't care because we don't travel. I just told you. We just walk downstairs after the game.
I don't travel to league offices either.
No, but it's just like you're bugged by.
I'm just tired of sitting there saying that people think New York City is better than Denver.
Well, I'll go with you on that.
Okay.
I'm with you.
So why not give Denver a chance?
Sure.
I agree.
Sounds good to me.
Why not put your satellite? Why don't you put NFL Network in Denver?
Sounds good to me.
You make a lot of sense.
We basically started cable television.
The more I think about what Scott's
satellite.
saying.
And I don't blame him for being outraged.
The more I think about what he's saying, it makes sense.
Yeah. Did you think we were going to argue for New York?
Well, you're not arguing against it.
Well, we're just agreeing with
You
you.
wanted us to argue for it.
No, I want you to argue.
I think it bothered you the most that we weren't arguing for it.
No, you're trying to pacify me. You're not really involved.
Are we pissing you off?
Yeah, because
we're probably pissing you off.
Yeah, you're not involved in the conversation. Really,
You're probably actually more upset than anything.
You're pacifying me.
Listen,
move the league off. $84 million for a satellite.
I'm with you. All right, you know what?
You know what $84 million would do for the homeless?
Why do they even need a satellite? Work from home.
Let's football go. We tried to get John Michael Lyles. We couldn't quite get him, right? We were trying to continue with hockey. And that's what you get when we can't continue with hockey, right there. Let's football goes coming up next. All right. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. All sorts of stuff going on. And a reminder that the Avs did trade Georgiev for Mackenzie Blackwood. And, of course, we have Wedgwood and we have Miles Wood. So, Avs.
We got Wood.
Let's football go, Dan.
All right, let's start with the Fox NFL crew. This is from yesterday. Terry Bradshaw, they brought up Bo Nix and Sean Payton in LA. How well the tandem of Sean Payton and Bo Nix has done this year. And then they brought in Jay Glazer to tell a little story of just how infatuated Sean Payton was with Bo Nix even before the draft happened.
Okay.
First of all, you can't get in a conversation with Sean Payton without him bringing up how great Bo Nix is in like 0.2 seconds. I'm sure he did that with you this week straight, right?
He did, like, and just like talking
right?
to you. Can't get a conversation with you without telling how great you are either, Jay.
There you go, thank you. But here's the thing with Bo Nix. He loved him going all the way back in like March in his personal workout. And Sean, we all know Sean's crazy, right? We work with him. He comes up with this crazy idea like 2 days before the draft. He says, I'm going to fly to where Bo Nix is. And when he gets drafted, I'm going to knock on his door and personally tell him that we're drafting him. Like we talked Sean out of that, but that's how much he loved this dude. He was like, I want everybody to know he was always my guy.
And that was, listen, if he'd have picked first in the draft, Denver and Sean Payton, he would have
still would have gone with him. Absolutely. Yep.
Do you believe that first overall pick they're taking Bo Nix?
No, they would have taken Jaden Daniels. We know that because we've done reporting on that. We know it. But that's a fun story to tell you now.
I believe that Sean would have picked him as the third quarterback off the board.
Oh, who would you have? Jaden Daniels and then who?
Oh, I still think Caleb would have gone number 2.
I hadn't heard that, but I had heard that.
Well, it's
that
probably
Jaden
because it was never an option, right? Like it was never a realistic option to even scout Caleb Williams. There was no reason to even look into it.
Now that being said, he really did like Bo Nix.
I mean, knowing what we know now, it's a different story. I'm just saying at the time of the draft.
Yeah, it's a fun story to say like that, but I just don't think that's true, Scott.
No, I don't think if he'd have taken first. Now, I think if they were smart and if he really liked Bo Nix that much and they had the first pick, now you move down to 3 or 4 or 5, garner another couple picks somewhere else and still get your Bo Nix. I think he might have done that.
Well, I would also say if he loved him that much, it was a hell of a gamble just sitting around and waiting.
Hell of a gamble.
So I really don't buy any of it. Like I think he liked Bo Nix. Sure. He evaluated him, and he liked the idea of drafting him if he was there when they were on the board. But if he loved him that freaking much, there's no chance that he sits there and just waits.
I tend to agree with you. And to see Atlanta move up to 9 to get Penix, I mean, you could have moved up. I mean, Atlanta did. It was incredibly risky. But, hey, man, it's just like Dan Campbell. If it works out, you're a genius. If it doesn't, you're an idiot. And look at and by the way, winning that last game, talk about pointless. And we had that conversation. Remember how, like, for culture reasons, we had to beat the Raiders to have a winning season and all that crap from last year? It's totally irrelevant. And it was irrelevant then. That is BSB because there's too much turnover. And that last game of the year, it really does impact your draft status. You can try to win every game up until that point. But there is no point to win that last game of the year if you're already not in the playoffs. Zero. None as an organization. And thank God the Broncos lost that. Do you think Bo Nix would be on this team had they won that game?
So where would they have been?
They'd have dropped back to like where the Raiders were, 13, 14, 15, whatever. You know, they would have dropped back from 12. Raiders would have been in front of them.
I'm sure the Raiders probably would have taken him.
I do too.
See, I think the Raiders would have taken him if he was there, right? But I don't think the Raiders like particularly loved him.
Yeah, I everything I've heard that they weren't like enamored with the guy, but maybe they feel they have to.
I just don't think Bo Nix would be on this team had they won that last game. I really don't. I think he was going to go.
Maybe if they were there, if he really did love him that much, maybe he actually would have fired a few spots.
Okay. Well, okay. I mean, if you love him that much, but now you're giving stuff up. Like, again, the easiest path is just to simply lose the game, which they did, and it was the best thing for the organization. It was great. And Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels, Rookie of the Year, it's just one of them too. That's it. That's what it comes down to. Ain't nobody else going to step up for that.
So Bowers is out of the conversation.
Bowers is out of the conversation. Here's why. Their team is horrendous.
It has nothing to do with the team.
It has a little something to do with the team, and you're not going to get past two teams that are borderline not in the playoffs and making the playoffs. They have the same record, Washington and Denver. And you have 2 rookie quarterbacks. That is more valuable than Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers is having a great individual season.
Yeah,
Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels are both way more valuable than Brock Bowers.
The current betting odds on Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels minus 250, Bo Nix plus 180.
Oh, wow.
And then what do you think Brock Bowers is at?
Plus 360.
500. Yeah, something deep.
Not even in the ballpark. Plus 1,200.
Yeah. Yeah, well, is he third?
Mm-hmm.
So it really is a runaway between those
Caleb
two.
Williams is plus 8,000.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Next, Dan.
All right, let's go to the Minnesota Vikings here for just a second. They beat the Falcons yesterday 42-21, and Kirk Cousins returned to Minnesota. Sam Darnold, fellas, 22 for 28,
amazing,
347 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. So 2 questions here. Is Sam Darnold this generation's Rich Gannon? And do you think the Vikings hold on to Sam Darnold? He can leave after this year. Do you think they should hold on to him? And if so, what do they do with J.J. McCarthy?
They should move on and just bring up J.J. McCarthy.
There was a little stretch in there maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago for the Vikings where Sam Darnold was kind of coming back down planet Earth. He was throwing a lot of interceptions, and it looked like, okay, that's the real Sam Darnold that we know. That dude has done nothing but win ball games and do great things for that organization, and I think they would be nuts to let him walk. Nuts.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Well, it means that
$30 million?
Maybe. Yeah, and I guess it means you make JJ wait his turn.
Okay. I mean, that.
Dude, your team is is insanely competitive right now. Like on the verge of competing for championships. You're just going to let that quarterback go?
Well, what's their salary cap? I don't know where they are money-wise with anything.
Do you feel like the Vikings right now would have a chance in theory of winning a Super Bowl?
No. They have no chance to win a Super Bowl. They're having a nice season, though.
They have a better chance than the Broncos do.
I don't. You think the NFC is weaker than the AFC? You think the Lions are weaker than the Bills or the Chiefs?
Maybe not winning a Super Bowl, making a run. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know. You get in the playoffs.
I mean, my point, that's a damn good football team. And when you've got a damn good football team, generally speaking, you hold on to your quarterback.
He's got 28 touchdowns, 10 interceptions on the season. I don't know if that counted last game or not, but you got to remember, JJ also tore his ACL, right?
Yeah.
So
is that what it was? I can't even remember anymore.
I thought it was a torn ACL.
Meniscus repair, something like that.
Listen, Baker Mayfield went for $30 million to the Bucs. If you want to offer Sam Darnold $30 million, because somebody will, cool, that's fine, whatever. I mean, it's not a great plan to take your first round top 10 quarterback and not play him, but if you think you got the answer, then you got the answer. If you got $30 million, I do not know what their cap space and all that is.
When
worth.
was Aaron drafted by the Green Bay Packers? What round?
Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah.
He was the first round in the 20s.
Okay. When was
Jordan Love? Same thing.
The Vikings have lost 2 football games, boys.
I know.
They've lost 2 football games.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are. That is a championship competitive team. That team is dreaming of a Super Bowl right now, today, this year.
Well, fine, go for it.
That's crazy to talk about moving on from a QB.
See, I'm with you, but I have no problem with JJ. I don't know if I want to sit him down 3 more years, but I wouldn't have any problem sitting down 2 more years.
Yeah.
Go for it.
The JJ situation really complicates it, for sure.
It's a tough deal because
sometimes you just got to bite it, though. I mean, the 49ers had to bite it. They never get Trey Lance never materialized for them.
Right, but they still had a discount quarterback so they could build around. The Vikings wouldn't have that. They'd have. This is the problem with Zach Wilson for the Broncos. If he really hit,
so if the Denver Broncos were 11-2 this year, you would want them to change their QB?
No, I'm not saying I want them to do it. But there's no point in drafting that first-round quarterback if you're not going to play him.
Well, I know, but, I mean, things change.
Then change. But now you realize what that means. They had a plan to not pay a quarterback for basically 4 years, and now you're playing the quarterback next year.
Yeah, because the season was that good.
Well, then, cool. If they can do it, do it. You know, if you find your guy, find your guy. I have no idea. Do you know what their financial situation is?
No.
I know they have Justin Jefferson, and he's pretty good. I know they drafted first. Hey, listen, then they should trade. I'll give you this then. They should trade J.J. McCarthy. They should just trade him and get some value out of him.
Well, if they'd pay Sam, then yeah, they should.
Right. So that's the choice they have to make. I'm not against it. If they want to keep him, keep him.
Well, let me ask you this: did he have enough cash in the old bank that if all of a sudden you've got a first round pick at wherever they're going to be, 23, 24, 25, and you think Sam Darnold is your answer for and he's only 27,
right?
And he's your answer for the next 3, 4, 5 years. Could you not find somebody who's quarterback hungry up there around 4, 5, 6 and might say,
maybe,
sure, yeah, I'll swap with you.
Sure, you got all sorts of options. I'm just saying the biggest advantage of Bo Nix, for example, is now that you know he's your guy, and you know he's your guy. There's no questions there. Look what else you can do. By the way, I got some interesting. What are you doing with Garrett Bowles?
I mean, I've stayed consistent on what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to let him walk, and I think that's going to be a mistake. The checkbook has been open on that offensive line for a while now, and they've paid every single dude except for the center and Garrett Bowles. And Garrett over the offseason was asking for a new contract. He wasn't as vocal about it. He wasn't sitting out like Cortland Sutton, but he was asking for a new contract. He did not get that. And we are this close to free agency for Garrett Bowles.
I agree.
If you really were going to retain your left tackle, generally speaking, you don't let left tackles walk. You don't let quarterbacks walk. You don't let them get close to free agency if your plan is to retain.
You got about 3 weeks. I agree with you. You got about 3 weeks if you're going to keep Garrett Bowles to get it done. And if not,
that's pushing it, man, because he could really taste free agency at that point.
I got you. I got you. Every day gets a little dicier.
But the one thing that's going in the Broncos' favor here is you're talking about a dude that does not want to leave.
Correct.
You're talking about a dude that probably would take a team-friendly deal. If there was ever a guy that would, it would be Garrett Bowles. He's rooted. He's a family man. His kids have had specific needs that they've got it settled the way they want it here, you know?
But that's kind of my point. The beauty with Bo Nix is that you can spend money on other positions. You can spend money on Garrett Bowles.
D-Mac, of course, the most healthy way to be is on a young quarterback on a rookie contract. It's by far the most ideal situation.
And be good.
But for example, if Bo Nix got hurt this year and Zach Wilson had this team at 11-2, we would be talking about retaining Zach Wilson. That's what we would be doing.
It would sting, though. It would, because
sure it would sting.
Because you have so many other needs at other positions. Now, thank goodness, a lot of guys have really stepped up and played great that you're barely paying any money to. I mean, what are you paying Justin Stranad? Nothing. I mean, what are you paying Brandon Jones? Nothing relative to Justin Simmons. You're in the
but they got a lot of guys they got to make decisions on.
And you
that's how much, what happens when you get good, though.
No doubt about it. It's first world problems. Like, I think Cortland Sutton, I don't know about $30 million, but 25, I'd pay it. I'd keep Cortland here. I think he's earned it. And I thought he was going to get traded at the trade deadline.
And another reason you get rid of a veteran wide receiver because the other 3 or 4 guys are on rookie contracts.
What do you got? Another add-on here, Dan? You got another note on this story?
I was just going to ask you guys about Kirk Cousins. Over the last 4 games, he has 8 interceptions, 0 touchdowns. Do you guys think Michael Penix starts next week?
Their coach already said he wasn't going to. He already said Kirk's our guy. But I do think they should move on to Penix, and I don't care that they're close to first place. They're nowhere close to being anything in the playoffs. I think they 100% should move on to Penix.
Well, I think Kirk was borderline on the hot seat going into this weekend's game against Minnesota, and they got spanked. I mean, they got spanked. It was 42-21. I don't know if they'll actually move on, but there's going to be a lot of pressure, a ton of it.
All right, John Michael Lyles will join us. Alexander Georgiev has been traded for Mackenzie Blackwood. Kovalenko's gone too, and we picked up Giovanni Smith.
Fun little fact, according to the text line, Kovalenko's dad netted us Patrick Waugh.
That's a good one right there.
And now Kovalenko.
That is right.
That's us Blackwood.
Do you know who else came on that deal with Patrick Waugh? Do you remember? They were just doing the anniversary. The anniversure of that trade was just like a day or 2 ago. Do you remember?
The redhead that was a great power.
Keep going. You're right there.
Kern Kieran.
You're right there.
Starts with a K.
You are right there.
I know. Ken Kern.
You're so close. You got to get it. You're right there.
Red hair. Great on power
You
kills.
are right there.
Keen.
Well done.
Good job, Scott.
That was
good job, Scott.
You want to talk about throwing? That was a great throw-in.
Right?
Great throw in.
John Michael Lyles next. Hey, it's CMAC for Premier Heating and Air. The name says it all. They are the premier heating and air experts in town. They bring their comprehensive knowledge to you with the Premier Heating and Air Show, hosted by yours truly, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, Saturdays at 7:30, but the podcast is available wherever you want to go at altitudesportsradio.com. Call 720-547-8009. Get on the list with some great deals. Chilly day today. Tomorrow's going to be kind of nippy as well. So good time to be reminded to get that furnace tuned up. And hearing me and using my name, you save some money. It's only 49 buckaroonies. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and all sorts of other really cool deals. So it's my guy Reed, my guy Tom. It's Premier Heating and Air with American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. So save this number, 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning dealer. Thank you to Revitalized Health. Visit them at revitalized-health.com. Well, I actually did not see this coming, that the Avs would do a deal today, trading Alexander Georgiev, Nikolai Kovalenko for goalie Mackenzie Blackwood and for Giovanni Smith. And there's a few draft picks here, there, and otherwise going back and forth. But essentially, that's the deal. So we've got Scott Wedgwood. We've got Mackenzie Blackwood. Never mind Miles Wood. John Michael Lyles. We got wood on this team. Ain't no doubt about it, brother.
We got a lot of wood on this team.
We got a lot of wood. So, Georgie, okay, why do you think this happened?
I mean, listen, I'm not inside that room, but in the end, I think they're looking for just more stability in their goaltending core. And when you trade not one but two goaltenders in the span of 10 days, call it, I think they were just looking for more stability. And you've got two really reliable goalies that you now have, and you can kind of go with either one. And I think there was too much fluctuation, in the starting goaltender spot. And when Georgie's on, he's tremendous. And then when he's, when he's not necessarily on, then it can be a struggle, and you can't chase the game, especially come playoff time. And I think the one with Ann and Wedgwood. Sorry, I'm thinking Blackwood, Wedgwood. Yeah. With Wedgwood, you have to be able to rely on that backup position for 30 games a year per se, and they've kind of been looking for that since Pavel Francouz retired. And I think that was the first move, and then the second move is, listen, they've looked at Mackenzie Blackwood for a while. That's been no secret, and the fact that they're able to get him right now, I think they ended up having to make the move. And I think they got better in net. Is it a tremendous upgrade? I don't know that it's the biggest upgrade that we'll see, but I think they got better, and I think that's what they were looking to do. They definitely got more consistent.
John, do they continue the hot hand rotation in the early goings, or does Blackwood just come in as the number one guy?
Well, listen, Wedgwood played really well last night, but I could see them trying to give Blackwood quite a few starts. Here once he's a little bit settled. Just given how he's performed this year on a tough San Jose Sharks team. He's an above 900 save percentage. Yes, they give up a lot of shots, but he also is he's really good. And I go back to some of the games the Avs had against him in San Jose over the last couple of years, where he's essentially stolen the game. I think about the one where he had a shutout right until about 55 seconds left or so, and Cale Makar got one through from the blue line. And I think that I could see them giving him a number of games here once he's settled. But let's be honest, Wedgwood's played really well, in that kind of short window that he's been with the Avs as well.
Hey, when you do something like this, is there ever a relationship with the team and the goalie with the team that sometimes is irreparable also? I don't know. I mean, listen, you're all pulling the rope in the same direction is what I would say. It's not like, some of the games where, goalie doesn't perform up to par. Like, there's plenty of games where the defense isn't, on top of it, or, maybe there's some breakdowns, from the forward. So I don't think it's necessarily irreparable. I think they were just looking to get better. And listen, you've got a window right now of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen and guys like that, where it's win now. And if they've got a chance to get better and solidify any position, especially, goaltending, with kind of how it's been early in the year, I think that, Chris McFarland, Joe Sakic, and that team is going to do it. And like I said, I think they definitely got more stability overall, both in the starter and in the backup position. I think that's a huge thing. And what I will say is that can take a locker room and really, propel it forward.
watching, Wedgwood last night, the way that he played, and, especially in New Jersey, a tremendous team. And, that was one of the Avs' best, I would say, defensive performances, but all around performances this year. And, you get that, and then all of a sudden, the general manager goes out today and makes a trade to upgrade the starter position. All of a sudden, it's like, okay, hey, let's go on a run, 6, 7, 8, 9 games, hopefully, and that's something that when you're in that room and you see the management trying to make the team better, especially early in December. I think it's a pretty good feeling in that room right now.
All right, how about this? What's the difference as a player when you have a deeper belief that your goalie is there for you as compared to, I don't know about this dude. Can you play looser, better? You know what I'm saying? Like you just inherently believe that I always got a shot with this guy.
Oh, man. Well, listen, there are times when, it feels like every shot goes in, and, we've heard it, Nathan McKinnon said it, and all of a sudden you're down 3-0 in the first 5 minutes or 4-0 in the first 10 minutes. The sky can be, falling pretty hard. And, maybe you're not making the plays that you can make. Maybe you're second guessing that pass, through two guys.
All right, real quick. Do you think that was happening with Georgie? Not to be mean on him, but do you think that vibe was happening with him?
I mean, without being in that room, I don't think so. But I think there's always something in the back of your mind that says, who are we getting tonight, right? And I think that's the biggest thing, and you can't have that in a starting goaltender. It can't be who are we getting tonight? Are we getting the guy that's going to make, saves above expected goals, is 5, or is it going to be 3 below, saves below expected goals? Like that to me that can't be the mentality. Like, okay, who are we getting tonight? That's a tough way to start every game.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, and we'll see. It feels like, and D-Mac said this during the show, that it feels like they're starting to get back on it anyway, and let's see if this.
Well, there's some irony how well they were playing in the past 2 games, and now they do this deal.
Inject a little juice, though.
But the Buffalo game was ridiculous, and there's been a lot of ridiculous moments, and the consistency just hasn't been there, which is true.
The juiciest turkey always has a little injection of juice in it.
A little juice in the turkey?
Yeah.
All right, JML, we appreciate it, brother. We'll talk to you later. Thanks, you.
Guys.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks. Big news, man. You trade both your goalies in a season. Has that ever happened before? Both of them get
Pretty
traded?
wild, man.
Both?
And trade for 3.
And don't forget the great quote from Bednar when they had 3 goalies on the roster. Like, how are you going to make it work? I don't know.
We'll see.
Well, we've never done this before. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Well, it worked for a day.
I got to ask you guys another kind of no-dumb quick question. There's a Vine going on about Vic found a sponsor for the tree.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't on the Vine.
Scott continues to call it the Vine. Every time you call it the Vine, it cracks me up.
A Vine.
That's good. I'm sorry you're not on the Vine.
You didn't get included on the Vine?
I wasn't on the Vine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's too bad. Did you guys see that there was a Giants player who paid an OnlyFans model to take her shirt off during the Giants?
Was that a true story?
I don't know, but it's so good. I hope it's true. And she did. I don't know if it's true or not, but I just
to distract the Packers.
Saints.
It's pretty good.
It's a pretty good one there, Scott.
Well, I didn't see that.
I'll put you on that Vine.
I mean, what a thread. It's
thread. I'll call it
when did it go from Vine to thread?
I'll call it a thread.
I know there was an app called Vine, but
I'll call it whatever you want.
It's a Vine for a while. Because everything grows off the vine.
I get it. Are we
going to see a 15-foot tree in here tomorrow?
It's only 13, and I
doubt it.
I ain't got a flatbed truck.
Don't you just have it in a box?
Doesn't it come apart?
Yeah. Why do you need a flatbed for a tree in a box? You got a huge truck, by the way. Actually, you do have
of things in a box.
What are you talking about? You got the biggest truck here of anybody.
Yeah, but it's not a flatbed.
Your tree is gargantuan. Your truck is huge.
Am I the only guy here that would love to have had a flatbed at one time in their life?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have much purpose for a flatbed.
You got that on me.
You
Dan,
don't ever need it till you need it.
Dan, would you like it? Did you ever want a flatbed?
Today's the day.
I used to have a extended bed truck.
Dan's trying to outman you right now.
Oh, that's good.
He's coming off the top right there.
Good. Now he's got his dad's BMW he stole.
All right, we've got. Are they out at Hofbrau right now? The boys? They out there? All right. Nate and Andy at Hofbrau for Monday Night Football. More on a huge day in terms of goalie trades. How about that? Didn't see that coming.
Uncle Scrooge is on the vine, and I'm not.
We're here to talk about it on 92.5. See ya.
Oh, yeah, we're here. We're out at the Hofbrau today. Welcome in. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. We are with you until 6. Monday Night Football tonight, Cincinnati and Dallas. Watch the game here at the Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. There's 1,000 televisions. The food is terrific. It's Mexican Monday. You can get breakfast all day. My guy Carlos was just crushing bacon and eggs when I walked in here. Hell yes. No shame in breakfast for dinner. Nice job by Carlos. But we're with you today until 6 o'clock, and I feel as though there's some content to be discussed. Let's see. The Nuggets had a bit of a weekend, I would say. I'd call it, normally you would say up and down. I would call it down, like way down, like cratered down. And then up, but not nearly up enough. Now, I know you beat Atlanta by 30. You were going to have to beat them by 75 for me to feel better about what I saw on Saturday night. So the Nuggets weekend, that's going to be a topic today on the show. The AFC playoff picture will be a discussion point today on the show as the Chiefs, yes, the friggin' Chiefs, win the AFC West yet again. The damn doink for the division. Are you kidding me? But they hand the Chargers a loss, and now we got a 3-way tie in the wild card at 8-5. Broncos right now down in the tie breaks, but could that potentially change? We'll talk about that today here on the show. Denver getting ready for Indianapolis, and another wild Sunday in the NFL. A lot of good stuff that happened out there. We have a college football playoff field that is set. It doesn't include Alabama. Tip of the cap to the committee.
College football!
You didn't screw it up. You wanted to. I know you wanted to. But you managed to not screw it up. Our buddy Bill Armstrong's SMU Mustangs are in the field as well. They should be. So we'll talk about that today on the show. We had, Spring, the largest contract in the history of all sports ever given out to Juan Soto in baseball yesterday. 15 years, $765 million for Juan Soto to go play for Steve Cohen and the Mets. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Dick Monfort was right. He wanted to stay out east.
He was.
Dick had the
right.
intel. He knew. He knew there was he was never coming here. Not a
He
chance.
wanted to stay east because the Mets gave him $765, and apparently the Yankees offered $760. I think that's more than the Rockies are worth, quite frankly. So, yeah, Dick Monfort was right. I think Juan Soto wants to stay out east. Yeah, good move. Good move. The Dodgers, by the way, speaking of West, the Dodgers were only going to pony up $600 million. You're not going to be able to get it done with those kind of paltry sums. So Juan Soto will not be a Rocky. But Spring, host of Between the Pipes, there is a new guy between the pipes. He's not bumping you out there. No, he's not bumping you. Oh, we got a big goalie trade today. That's where we begin the show. Mackenzie Blackwood. Mackenzie Blackwood, late of the San Jose Sharks. Yes, Mackenzie Blackwood.
The Sharks.
Your new GK1. Thank you. The Avalanche, boy, Georgie plays like his best game of the year Saturday at Detroit.
Right.
And they ship his ass out of town. Georgie's gone. Nikolai Kovalenko is gone. Second-round pick in 26, fifth-rounder in 25 as the Avalanche acquire Mackenzie Blackwood, forward Giovanni Smith, and a fifth-round pick in 2027. A goaltending trade. Scott Wedgwood, shutout yesterday, 25-save shutout on the road in New Jersey, but we know what Scott Wedgwood is. He's a backup goaltender. The Avalanche needed a new first stringer, and they had it with Georgie. They ship him out, and they bring in Mackenzie Blackwood to be the goaltender for this team. So in the matter of basically a week, the Avalanche completely reconstruct their goaltending room. And in this remodeling job, Spring, they've chosen to go with the wood. They started with Wedgwood, but now they go Blackwood as well. A lot of wood.
They also
lot of
have
natural feel.
Miles Wood on the team as well.
This
team is built by wood.
They
have a lot of wood.
The lumber is there now for the Avalanches. They have changed out the goaltending room in an effort to try. And again, this is Chris McFarland. This is Joe Sakic. This is the franchise recognizing, okay, we have a top 3 player in the world, top 2 player in the world, arguably the top player in the world. We have the top defenseman in the world. We've got both of those guys on our team. They're in our prime. We're paying them each a fortune. We have another all-star in Mikko Rantanen. We have a top-heavy payroll. We're not going to get our captain back anytime soon. Drastic measures are going to be required if this team is to maximize the primes of legitimate star. Numbers will be hanging in the rafters one day. Eventually they'll be in the Hockey Hall of Fame kind of talent. Your job when you run an organization is you have to maximize that kind of stardom. Maybe we're looking over at Calvin Booth and the Nuggets right now as well when we say some of this, but we'll get there. But the Avalanche made a dramatic move and bring in Mackenzie Blackwood from the San Jose Sharks. The Avalanche going to pick up a little bit of Georgie's salary to get him shoved out the door. Spring, it's clearly, you look at this, and it's performance-based. There's no doubt about it. Georgie had a tough year. Had a hard time getting going. I know he played well the other night, but also it seems as though the way the organization has gravitated toward Wedgwood, that now there really was a rethinking of we need to do something right now. We need to do something in the room. We need to do something between the pipes right now. This is not a good situation. This is not tenable going forward. We need to redo the thing. I mean, reshaping your entire goaltending room that's a dramatic move to make it this time of year. But I credit the Avalanche. I tip my cap to the Avs today because they recognize something dramatic needs to get done, and they swing 2 trades, and they got 2 brand-new goalies.
Yeah, a couple things. First, you see me on my phone here. I feel like I'm Adam Schefter, except I'm not.
You're breaking the news.
No news. Connor McGahey was scheduled to join us next segment. Chris McFarland, Avs GM, is talking to the media now-ish.
Oh, okay.
So Connor's going to go listen to that, and then he'll join us at 3:45.
Okay.
In case you were going to tease him coming up next. We'll
3:45 is
Connor
so we're
McGahey.
doing a little on-air business today. Hey, the Avalanche are swinging trades. We're trading segments with guests.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And man, I had thought something very similar in that, like, hey, credit to the Avs for recognizing championship window.
Yep.
Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers in their prime. I mean, hell, I think Valeri Nichushkin right now, having him back, he's a hell of a player. He's not a future Hall of Famer, but he's a hell of a player. They have a team right now that can absolutely win it all. He's playing great of late. And then I think to myself, oh, you want to know what someone's snarky response to that would be? What about the Nuggets? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You have a window right now, and you're doing everything you can to maximize it. The Avs recognize something needed to be done. It's just easier to do in that sport. The aprons are making it tough in the NBA, but that's exactly what the Avs are doing right now. They are trying to capitalize, and it took the cost was Nikolai Kovalenko. That was the cost.
Yep.
He's a young
prospect they liked.
Young
player
him.
they liked.
I mean, he's got a couple years until he kind of comes into his own.
Yep.
So it just doesn't fit into the Avs window. That more fits into the Sharks window. Like, I'm sure that was a tough part. That was like, I don't think that they took any pleasure in trading Nikolai Kovalenko, but they knew what had to be done because Blackwood has a .911 save percentage. Georgiev is like 88%. That's just drastically different. And Blackwood, he was several years ago was one of, if not the best goaltending prospect in the NHL.
Former second-round pick.
Didn't work out with the Devils. They pulled the ripcord on him. They wanted him to be the guy. They thought he was going to be the guy. Then he goes to San Jose. That's a bad team, but he's had good starts for that team. So maybe now, he's on San Jose with a .911 save percentage. That's San Jose. Now he's on Colorado, a championship contending team. Speaking of San Jose, the only team in the NHL with a worse plus-minus in the first period this year is the San Jose Sharks than the Colorado Avalanche.
Wow.
The Avs need to pick their first periods up. They did that the last couple nights. A lot of that has been the goaltending. And Blackwood, this season, his numbers are far superior to Georgiev. They were willing to part with Kovalenko for that.
Yeah, they needed an upgrade, a dramatic upgrade. And you're absolutely right about that. Like, you can't be down 2-0, 3-0, hell, 4-0 at the end of first periods anymore. You can't do that going forward. I got a fun little note here for you, Spring. This is from Wikipedia, so we'll find out just how true it is. But this is about Mackenzie Blackwood, okay, out of Thunder Bay, Ontario, the young man. Out of Thunder Bay, which right away, great name,
yeah.
28 years of age. He was drafted by New Jersey. Has been with San Jose since 2023. But according to Wikipedia, his father was a fan of the Colorado Avalanche and encouraged his son to cheer for them. So Mackenzie Blackwood is according to Wikipedia, which has never lied to me, he's a born and raised Avalanche fan. That playing with that A on his sweater has been the lifelong dream of Mackenzie Blackwood, I'm only assuming.
There must have been. I like that. It wasn't Gabe Landeskog was the big Avs fan growing up.
Yeah.
That's something I really like. He's also reunited with Scott Wedgwood. They were in the same room in New Jersey. And Wedgwood he's brought the good vibes. He's a great vibe guy. Did you hear his line, Nate? He said, like, after he comes in relief of Georgiev, after Georgiev allowed those 4 goals in Buffalo, Wedgwood saves all 22 shots against. He gets the big hat presented to him by Nichushkin, and he says, he just looks at the room and he says, I knew that this team had a comeback like that in us before I even got here, something like that. He says, 4 lines, 60, 2 tendies all year. And the room just freaking popped. And I don't think Georgiev was bringing those vibes to the room.
You need that. You do need some of that, and you need a goaltender the guys can rally around. You need a goalie that the room is going to celebrate a little bit with some personality. Good to hear. Good to hear that Wedgwood's bringing that. They go and get Mackenzie Blackwood. You know, some of Georgiev's frustrations, the slam of the stick and everything else that was going on out there, may not have been good for the vibes. And let's be honest.
He got into it. There was one instance I remember not too long ago where Mikko Rantanen and Georgiev had a tense exchange on the ice.
Yeah.
I believe after Georgiev broke a stick, blaming Rantanen for a breakdown in play. There might have been just some disconnect in the room. There really might have been.
All right. Well, let's reconnect it with the all-wood goalie room now between Blackwood and Wedgwood. The Avalanche finding their ways. Connor McGahey coming up at 3:45. We'll tell you what Chris McFarland has to say on that conference call as well. It's all going down. We're live at the Hofbrau here today at 92nd and Wadsworth here in Westminster. We're rolling with you until 6 o'clock. Monday Night Football tonight, Cincinnati and Dallas. By the way, we'll have that game for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, so make sure you keep it right here after the show. We'll have that game. We're with you until 6. So much to do. Great to have you with us. Legwald coming up at 4 o'clock. It's a Monday on Kreckman and Lindahl. Yeah, it is a Monday, and we're out here at the Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. Monday Night Football tonight. Cincy and Dallas, Kreckman and Lindahl, we're with you today until 6. Broncos getting back to work, preparing for Indianapolis. Sean Payton talked today. We'll get that audio coming up in just a bit. But first, the Nuggets, they won. Hey, they won. They won by 30. In fact, they pretty much jumped all over Atlanta and took care of business last night. Joker goes off again, 48 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists. Yeah, he's unbelievable. He's gone for over 100 points over the last 2 games. Unfortunately, the Nuggets were 1-1 in that stretch. And I got to tell you, Andy, if going into the weekend, if you would have told me, well, they're going to split these 2 games in Washington and Atlanta, number one, I wouldn't have been shocked. And number two, I really wouldn't have thought it was going to go that way.
No, you had given us your famous Nate Kreckman ironclad guarantee.
Yeah.
That they would not lose in Washington.
You're not supposed to lose in Washington.
No, you really shouldn't.
No.
I don't think I've been that mad about a regular season game. I seriously, that was the most frustrating game I've seen, and I don't even remember when.
Nope.
They got back into it for a minute around the half, and then
they got it down to
just
6.
Poo playing.
At the end of the third, Jokic leaves. He comes back. They're down 13. Because the moment that he exits, they're a G League team. And it happened again in that game. And it was, Andy, quite honestly, nobody will want to hear this because people just want to blast the effort. And fair enough, because the effort wasn't good enough either. But also, it was the same thing that happened against Cleveland. It was another damn math problem game. The Wizards made threes. You didn't. That's how bad teams can beat you in the NBA. And Jordan Poole, of all damn people, a guy that's lit you up before in the past, Jordan Poole hits 9 threes, goes for 39 in that game, and if nobody else shows up offensively besides Joker, which is what happened in that game, you're not going to win. Jamal doesn't play. AG doesn't play. Nobody else had any kind of meaningful contribution in that game. You gave up too many damn layups, but you gave up too many threes. And you lose in Washington. Joker's frustration, to me, hit a tipping point on Saturday night with his post-game comments. He criticized effort. He criticized execution. He sort of, I would say playfully, but I don't even think it was playfully. Just like, you know what, back where I'm from, you don't get paid if you play like this.
No, I don't think he was kidding.
Yeah, and some real frustration coming out from him. He defended Michael Malone, but also criticized the coaching at the same time. Hey, this is on everybody that's going on right now. More than anything, I think if you're Nikola Jokic, you're just like, look, man, I'm not from here, okay? My horse isn't here. None of my horses are here. I don't need to be here, okay? I'm here because I want to win a damn championship because I'm the best basketball player in the world, and I would like to prove that. And, oh, by the way, I would like it if some of you would like to come along with me on this journey. It was pretty fun when we did it a couple of years ago. I'd like it if we could do it again. The team responded last night, which was huge, and they win by 30. I hope that I hope it's a tipping point moment in the season, Andy. I hope that Jokic going off the way that he did, ripping his teammates as he did, ripping the effort as he did, I hope that it has a lasting impact. Because he walked the walk the next night. He goes on and goes for 48. Hell, he's hitting half-court shots. Spring roll it. Right before halftime last night, Nuggets inbound the ball with 4.4 seconds to go before the break, and the guy just does this from 48 feet away from the basket.
4 seconds left to go for Denver. Jokic from half court will count if it goes. Got it! Nothing but net! Denver leads at 71-48. What can't this dude do?
Oh, you can do everything. By the way, shot that over Clint Capella. His old nemesis, Clint Capella. Shot that thing over a center and hit that shot last night. Westbrook started, played great defense all night against Trae Young. Andy, you talked about Saturday night. How much better did last night make you feel?
Well, I mean, I was shocked they came out and did what they did. Atlanta was supposed to be the tougher of the 2 games.
Yeah.
Now, I was glad to see that they responded that way. But
yeah, Atlanta's a decent NBA team.
But again, Aaron Gordon doesn't look right. I don't know what's going on with Jamal Murray. Now we got the never-ending hamstring problem.
Yep.
Reset
the clock on the conditioning.
Yeah. Well, look, dude. Guys, I do think it's a combination of things. Okay, first and foremost, you've got to get a better team effort than what you got the other night. Guys have just simply, you've got to play better, period. You've got to play better, and you got to look like you give a darn, okay? That's just the bottom line.
Peyton Watson getting beat on every backdoor cut.
Well,
My
and there's,
God.
no defense, no communication.
Minus 17 for P. Watt on Saturday.
Cannot have that. Christian
Against the
Brown,
Wizards.
let's be honest, Christian Brown, who's been phenomenal most of the year, he didn't have a great game the other night either.
Didn't play well.
He had some things where you're like, what's going on there?
Yeah.
But I would also say at the end of the day, too, I think Michael Malone has to wear some of this as well.
He does.
Look, you've got young guys that need to play, whether you like it or not. It was like we got all the guys back, and all of a sudden you didn't want to go back to that rotation. You need to play a Hunter Tyson. You may not want to, but you need to play a Hunter Tyson. You need to play Jalen Pickett. And I get it.
Okay
It's
last
frustrating.
night.
Well, yeah. But guys have got to feel good. Guys cannot constantly feel like, oh, I'm getting ripped out of here in 3 minutes if I screw it up.
Yeah.
You got to let them play a little bit free because Joker's going to break down. Joker's just, and I don't know, maybe it's a new baby at home, and I got to assume he's not sleeping as well as he probably would like to, that is going to give him this kind of honesty where he just says, yeah, I'm not putting up with this. And so maybe we're entering the era where Jokic is a little more vocal. I don't think Jokic is ever going to be the guy like LeBron that tells you who my teammates need to be.
Sure.
But listen, I would go back to the summer. Why is Russell Westbrook here? It was
Joker
made very
wanted him.
clear. Joker wanted to play with him.
Yep.
Because I think he wants some more compete out of these guys. Period.
Yeah.
And look, as much as Russ was a little ugly. Like, I like a lot of what Russell Westbrook brings, but man, you're not kidding. You're going to have to live with some bad shooting nights, and Saturday night was not a great night for one.
Last night was a perfect Russell Westbrook game. He took 6 shots. He scored 9 points. He had 11 assists, 2 steals. His defense on Trae Young was the difference in that game. That was a perfect Russell Westbrook affair. Take your 6 shots. They leave him open on corner threes. To his credit, he makes a lot of corner threes, shooting over 50% on corner threes this year. So I think he's put in the work to be able to do that. But again, if you try to expose him too much offensively, or at least have him shoot too much, it's rough. Now, he and Jokic is a fun combination to watch together.
Which is also still a work in progress.
He's such a good playmaker. He's so good on that pocket pass. He understands. Malone said it after the game last night. Russell Westbrook understands, get the ball to Nikola. Get the ball to Nikola, and good things are going to happen in this offense. He's very good on the entry pass. He's very good on resetting and then taking another entry pass. Jokic going for 48 last night. Russ was setting him up all night long. It's a good combination. Still, it doesn't change the fact you got to fix Jamal Murray. It does not change the fact that Jamal Murray has to get in shape and has to be at his best, because that combo of Jokic and Murray is what makes this team championship caliber.
Yeah, but, you need Aaron Gordon healthy and not looking a little bit tentative. You need MPJ. I like – there's a lot of improvement in MPJ's game, okay?
Yeah.
So I think there's still a lot to be happy about. But at the end of the day, when
he missed all 5 of his threes the other night.
When Murray and Gordon aren't playing, I want you to be the dang man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that believe you could be a number one on another team. Show that to us when the guys are not there.
Yeah,
show that to us.
And Porter, I know Porter played well yesterday. Still, he's 1 for 10 from 3 over the last 2 games.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, the 3. Well, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Julian Strother was a 3-baller out of college. He's struggling with the 3-ball. Well, I mean, what is going on with the Nuggets? Because you're right. It frustrates the hell out of me to watch other teams just hoist 1 3 after another and make the game twice as hard for you, and all they're doing is making up points on every possession. You talked about it last week. You can't keep trading 2s for 3s when they're hot. You got to play better defense out there.
They were outscored by 33 from behind the arc in the Washington game. It's the worst loss of the Jokic era. You cannot lose to that team. I don't care how much better they shoot than you. You have to defend, and you have to be able to out-effort them and win that game. But they're pro athletes. They're prideful. Okay? they're NBA players.
Dude, they hadn't won since prior to Halloween.
October 30th. October 30th was their last win. They snapped a 16-game skid against the Nuggets. It's just it's inexcusable. It's the thing that you have to hope. And the Nuggets, they do not play again until Friday against the Clippers because it's NBA Cup week. You have to hope that Washington game and what Joker had to say afterwards was enough of an embarrassment, enough of a call-out of everybody on this roster that isn't Nikola Jokic, that there is some pride that kicks in, there's better buy-in that kicks in, there is a stronger defensive effort night after night out of this team, just a professional effort. What they did on Saturday, that was not professional basketball. And that is striking to see when Nikola Jokic is having Andy, it's the best season of his career, and he's a damn 3-time MVP.
Yeah, well, here's the new pressure they're going to be dealing with because it's just getting louder and louder and louder. Was it Bob Myers that said it first that you cannot waste Nikola Jokic like this? You just can't do it?
Nope.
And the pressure he felt with Steph Curry. Well, that refrain is getting echoed more and more and more, whether you go to Twitter, whether you go to ESPN. Any of the pundits are now putting it out there saying that you've got to cash in on this thing.
Wasted greatness right now.
Yeah, wasted greatness. Now, look, I heard you guys talking in the first segment, had some traffic problems to deal with. It's just like what you got with McCarr and McKinnon, and even to Ranton to some extent.
Yeah.
Waiting for that extension to come through.
3 stars at the height of their powers.
The problem is, but you and Spring touched on it, here's the hard part about this thing. The Nuggets can't make a trade. Like it's already filling up. Trade Murray. Guys, they can't trade Murray. The extension hasn't even started yet.
Can't.
And again, they're not allowed by NBA bylaws. Trust me, they're not just sitting around
when can they move?
Loving all of this. There's rules to why they don't do some of the stuff that they do. Look, Michael Porter Jr. said it best in that podcast. You guys are going to have to prove it was worth keeping this core together, or I don't know what next summer's going to bring. But you can't have a hell of a lot of efforts like the other night where one guy's missing and nobody,
Here's the other thing, though, and this is something that I want people to remember, all right, is that Russell Westbrook has been, to me, a net positive addition to this team. He plays hard. He plays tough defense. He's a good playmaker. I think that Westbrook has also kind of had new life breathed into his career. There's no doubt that his ego took a few shots over the years. The trip to the Lakers was just an absolute nightmare for Russell Westbrook. This is a real prideful athlete. This is a former MVP. This is a future Hall of Famer. Okay? So that guy, I do think that this has been very good for him to come to Denver. I would just caution everybody, you don't want that role expanded too much.
No, it's like Reggie Jackson of a year ago, and I think Russell Westbrook's in a much better athletic place in his life than Reggie Jackson was.
Better player,
yeah,
to be
and
sure.
Look, he's probably in better shape to handle the minutes if he needs to.
Yeah.
But to your point, there's that perfect balance of him.
Yes. And there's also just, if you want to play Russell Westbrook 35 minutes a night, and especially if you want to do so in the postseason, they're just going to leave him alone. They'll double the hell out of everybody else, and they will leave him alone and say, go ahead and beat us from the outside. And you're going to watch a bunch of 4-17s, and you're going to be screaming, why is he taking so many shots? Well, because he's open.
Well, and this would work out better if you had some great rebounding. You also have been missing that.
Horrendous.
So
absolutely horrendous what has been happening. And to be fair to Jamal Murray, Saturday night's not on him. He didn't play.
Oh, no. There are a lot of people who are like, should Russ start? Well, Saturday maybe gave you the first thing of maybe not yet. Yeah. Russ is a good role player. Russ is a bench guy.
There's also, it's just look at the data. Defensively, the lineups with Westbrook are vastly better. Overall, though, the Jokic and Murray combo is still one of the very best in the NBA. The Jokic and Westbrook combo is fine.
Well, look, somebody's got to start hitting threes. They need a three-point shooter to become consistent at some point. Whether it's MPJ or Strother, I'll take anybody.
Yeah.
But somebody, please, hit your dang threes.
Make a three.
And defend the three-point line better.
Please.
You just have to.
Please. Okay? Just please.
Golly, man. Yeah, I was actually – I don't know that I've ever yelled at a November basketball game. I yelled a couple times – and then the Avs, at least the Avs are having some fun in Carolina.
Bad news, Andy. It's December.
No. Did they play Carolina? Who did the Avs beat Saturday night?
They played Detroit and New Jersey
That
over
was
the
at
weekend.
Detroit.
Yes.
I had the wrong red and white team.
Yeah.
Pick some more unicolors.
You damn candy canes. Nobody can follow what the hell you're doing right now. Andy, we had an interesting weekend. Dion telling Antonio Pierce, go draft them Sanders boys. Go get those Sanders boys. Just now openly lobbying. If there was ever any question, every mock draft that we looked at, the Giants going to take Shedeur. It's going to take Shedeur.
Well,
I don't know. I'm pretty sure Dion has a destination in mind. I'm pretty sure the Sanders boys have a destination in mind, and they are going to do everything they can to get themselves to Las Vegas to be the quarterback and the later round safety for the Raiders.
They were saying on NFL whatever today on ESPN, now the Raiders have either the best odds or in pole position for the number 1 pick, so they may not need to do anything.
Yeah.
They were saying that basically the Raiders' mantra is don't win another dang game. Just don't. And they don't have to try too hard. With Aiden O'Connell now going down with the Aircast, it's back to Desmond Ridder time, who, again, came into the Bronco game in an emergency situation, and I'm positive he didn't know the plays. I'm not sure he even knew who he was playing with in there.
Also, is Antonio Pierce going to be the guy?
Yeah, I'm sure he's like, yeah, bro, I don't got any say. Well, Shedeur and Brady are tight.
Right.
So a lot of people are already linking that, they'll want Shedeur no matter what anyway.
There's still a possibility Dion could be coaching there next year.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. All right. Here's 2 things I don't think fit. Bill Belichick at a college and Dion in the pros, all right? Because I think Dion is the fire and brimstone speech that I'm not sure grown men are all going to sit through, right?
Yeah.
Dion, Coach Prime's shown us when he's got the videos out, I'm going to show you how I motivate these guys with it. This is what it's like being a man, blah, blah, blah.
Sure. Dion could tailor his message to pro football.
He probably could. I just don't know if that's the thing. Look, everybody I talk to that has some sense of knowing him, they don't think he wants to go there. And I don't think Bill Belichick, like we said last week, I don't see him sitting at some mom's table, having a glass of lemonade, trying to close the deal on whether the guy's going to come play for him or not. In the middle of Kansas or something.
Asking the mom, you got a daughter too?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, that'll be the first question. Is that his sales pitch? Can you relate to the younger athletes? Have you met my girlfriend?
I don't even know how to use her phone. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, she snap bases me. I don't know what to do with that.
I want him to get that Carolina job so badly. I'm rooting so hard for that to happen right now. How about it? We got 2 ACC teams in the playoff, too. Clemson sneaks in, keeps Alabama out. SMU gets the at-large bid. We'll talk to our friend Bill Armstrong this week. They lose by a field goal at the very end of that game. Great ACC championship game the other night, and the committee didn't screw it up. They didn't.
By the way,
Alabama
real quick, one of our Twitchers, one of our famous protagonists on Twitch, Fishing for Cards, says, I haven't heard of the portal. Let me tell you, the portal recruiting goes.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to the house. You're not having the sandwich. It's simply about the check.
Yeah, the guy from the collective makes the phone
call.
The general manager handles all of that.
If you think they hate recruiting high schoolers, I've actually talked to a couple of coaches that have done the portal.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you this. I heard one visit was simply about, great campus. What's the check? What's the dollar amount? They don't even need to show up.
Andy, one visit? That's every visit now.
You think Bill Belichick wants to tell you what we're going to pay you to come play for me?
Every player that you see in college football that you like on Saturday is now in the portal looking for a bigger check somewhere.
Mike Van Gundy, who I guess is this close to getting let go last week till he finally redid his deal. Remember, he had the famous quote beginning of the year. You know what I'm so excited for August for? Now it's done. You can renegotiate with us at the end of the year. I don't want to hear from your agent or any of your other people till this is done.
Yeah.
Your money's your money, and shut up about it.
Jeff and Stan's underrated brother Mike. It's the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Connor McGahee joins us to talk about a new goaltender, Mackenzie Blackwood. That's coming up next.
Well, it's happy Monday to you, I hope. You know, we're a couple of ways from Christmas, a couple of weeks away from Christmas. Have you thought about what is on your shopping list for yourself? Probably you don't get asked a lot. What would you like? How about some better health? How about getting maybe your sex life back? It is the holidays, a time of love and joy, but if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, this season can be tough on you and your partner. If you'd like to go talk to some experienced folks that know how to help you find the right solution for your problem, and the right solution is the key thing here, you need to go and see the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll match you up with the right solution to get you feeling better and get your sex life back. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some will have you lasting an hour or more. Happy holidays. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Bottom line, they know what they're doing. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, and your initial visit's only $99. This does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose, and if the test dose isn't working in the office, well, your visit is free. So get your sex life back and give yourself a little bit of holiday cheer. They've got 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
McKinnon forces it loose. Congliano there as well. Scratching and scraping, trying to get the puck back into friendly hands. McKinnon to the point. Bo Byram walks the blue line. Over for Cale Makar. The blue line brothers are out there together. Makar will leave it for Nathan McKinnon. Top of the far circle, down low. Shot is there, Makar! Oh, no! Oh, no! Unreal save by Mackenzie Blackwood. This is an all-time performance from Blackwood, and that's not hyperbole. The only reason the Avs are not up 17-1 right now.
He's going to start saying a hell of a lot more of that. Mackenzie Blackwood is the new Avalanche goaltender. Georgie is gone. Avalanche acquired Blackwood today from the San Jose Sharks. There were other particulars involved in that trade, but let's be honest, the story here, the goaltending room is remade. Mackenzie Blackwood, Scott Wedgwood, all the Woods you can handle. We welcome into the program right now the voice of the Avalanche, our pal Connor McGahey. Connor, big day today for the Avalanche. Clearly you make this move because you feel like it's going to make your hockey team better. The question, Connor, how much better are the Avalanche after swinging this trade?
I do think, Nate, a lot better because his 9/11 save percentage on a bad team is above league average. If you take out the first 5 contests, because the Sharks didn't start well. I mean, they were 0-3-2. At least Blackwood was 0-3-2 his first 5. But if you go from October 27th, to now, his number is a .272 goals against, .916 save percentage, which is way above league average. I think if Colorado had gotten a .900 save percentage or better, really from either of their goaltenders, then we would be, I think, well inside the cut line in the Western Conference. So if you're north of 900, like Wedgwood is at 905, and definitely better now after that sterling performance last night in Jersey, then you're in great shape now with you're north of 910 at 911, and like I said, most recently at 916. So I think this improves the Avalanche in a big way. And when it comes to being shorthanded on the penalty kill, Mackenzie Blackwood is the top 5 netminder in the National Hockey League, and the Avalanche will need that because on the road they have the 31st ranked PK in the NHL. It is one of the things that has to step up and improve, and it really starts with goaltending. And frankly, one of the best in the league when it comes to playing shorthanded is Mackenzie Blackwood.
Why do this now, Connor?
Because you don't want to wait. Because it takes – people think that you can just call and make a trade like, hey, we'll call on a Tuesday and we'll meet for lunch tomorrow and we'll sign the papers at happy hour. You know, it doesn't work like that. It's like turning an aircraft carrier. It takes a while. So I think that the slow start, I think, was a shock to everybody's system. And I think that you start putting feelers out there and looking for teams that are in the right situation, right cap situation, right roster situation. What stage of a rebuild are they in? And then you acquire your targets and then you go after them. And I think San Jose makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. And I think you don't want to wait too long because it could be a hole that you can't necessarily dig out of. So if the timing works out, that you get a deal that you can work with, and Chris McFarland praised Mike Greer, the GM for San Jose, in his conduct in this, and a trade that makes everybody better, which I think it does, then that's what you're looking for. So I don't think you want to wait too long. I mean, you can only give, especially goaltenders, so much room to right the ship, and if they don't consistently, then with a team that's in a championship window, and it's a big window, let's not it's not like it's closing tomorrow, but it's win now for the Colorado Avalanche. So you have to have a solid goaltending tandem, frankly. I mean, think about when we won the Cup. When Kemper was out, who went 6-0 in the Stanley Cup playoffs to help win the Cup for the Avalanche? It was Pavel Francouz. So it's not just a starter. It's a starter and a backup. And over the past 2 weeks, the Avalanche, not even 2 weeks, the Avalanche have addressed both. And I think they are significantly better in the crease and in the locker room because the personalities on these two guys are significantly different than what we had before.
Avs in Pittsburgh tomorrow night. Connor McGahey joining us from the road right now. I'm assuming he is in Western Pennsylvania, but
I
Connor,
am indeed.
That's what I figured. The Avalanche getting ready to take on the Pens. Connor joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit RamosLaw.com. Connor, you just got done listening to GM Chris McFarland talk about this deal. Georgie played one of his best games of the season on Saturday at Detroit. Did Chris McFarland address, did that performance give him any pause at all in thinking about going forward with this trade, or clearly this is something that had been in the works for some time?
Yeah, I don't think that it did. I mean, it was an unbelievable performance, and Georgiev deserves his roses for that, and his bounce back after being pulled in Buffalo a couple nights before. So I just think that because of the longevity of trades in the National Hockey League, I don't think that, you can get close to a deal and all of a sudden when you have a 10-beller that Georgiev had, you just all of a sudden turn off the light switch. I think that once you have made up your mind to go and do it, you have to do it. And it's not just a flash in the pan. You're looking for long-term. You're looking for consistency. That was the attitude with Wedgwood, and I think it's definitely the attitude with Blackwood, because this is a team that not only should be in the playoffs, but competing for a division and looking to win rounds and win another cup with marquee players like they have. And I just don't think they got the consistency out of Georgiev. Can he be unbelievable at times? Yes. I mean, look at the latter stages of the Winnipeg series. He goes toe-to-toe with Jay Gottinger in the second round last year. But leading up to that, there were a ton of question marks. You just want fewer question marks when it comes to your goaltenders. So I think despite his stellar performance in Detroit, it had already been in the works. You had already committed to doing the deal, so you had to do it.
I want to go back to something that you just said in your previous answer, and I'm sorry I didn't get Nate's attention first because you said it kind of late. You mentioned the personality.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Connor, I thought about calling you and just talking you off the record with this, but now I'm going to do it on the record. The personality of the goaltenders, and there's a cut that I want to play a little bit later on, but, you heard it. You were there for it. You talked to Casey Middlestad after the game the other night, or maybe it was even just last night. You asked him about Wedgwood, and he went off just glowingly about how much he loves his personality. I think he said, he's got a lot of goalie in him, but in a good way, and he was laughing about it. You were laughing about it. But it just felt like to me, there's a guy that's calming the room down. I think we've all talked a little bit, at least on our end. I don't want to attribute this to you. One of the things I think they're missing is the levity, the balance that Gabe brings to the room. And I'm wondering if maybe Wedgwood will be able to do some of that. Do you think, did we just get to a point where the personality maybe wasn't a total fit between Georgiev and his teammates? I'm not saying they didn't like him, but, man, they showed the bench plenty. I know Bednar said flat out, quit smashing sticks, and I'm paraphrasing, but quit smashing sticks when things are going wrong. I just wondered, I'd said it to Scotty Friday night, and this has become the longest question ever, but
they usually are with you.
Yeah, they are, because I like talking hockey with you. I just felt like there was a personality clash, if you will.
Yeah.
Is it fair? Is it unfair? Where do you fall on that?
I don't know if it's a personality clash. I just think that, and I don't know who said it once upon a time, and I think I've told both of you this quote at one point, but in order to win, you need character and you need characters. And characters are important. I mean, you look back at the Cup run, and you had Pavel Francouz, who, was easygoing, made everybody laugh, knew his role, Bo Byram, Eric Johnson, who were keeping things light. And, I think that's important for a locker room. And Colorado didn't have that, especially in the crease. And I think it's good to have somebody who understands their role as a backup goaltender. And I don't think anybody understands that more than Scott Wedgwood, who's been around a long time in that role. To, if you need him to play 5 games in 7, he can do it. But if he's playing 1 game in 12, he can do that too. And the rest of the time, he's out there working. He's keeping guys light. He's making jokes. He's making the staff laugh. I think that's important, and I think you have 2 guys now that have not similar personalities, but what I hear of Mackenzie Blackwood is it's just being a guy, and I think there's something to be said for that on a professional sports team who's trying to win. It's like I think our goal with our job, the perfect balance of personality and professionalism, And I think that makes the very best of what you can do. And I think that's important all over the rink, all over the locker room, but the most important with both of your goaltenders.
Maybe one day we'll get that professionalism, Andy.
Don't worry about it.
That's why we bring Connor on.
Don't force it, Nate. Don't force it.
We can only aspire. Connor McGahee, everybody, voice of the Avalanche. They'll be in action tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. Any chance Blackwood is in by tomorrow, or is it Wedgwood's net?
No, Blackwood isn't feeling great. They just played in Florida on their way to Carolina, so he's going to go home and rest. So he's actually flying straight to Denver. The Avalanche have recalled Trent Miner to back up Wedgwood for the game here in Pittsburgh tomorrow. So
no E-Bug?
No E-Bug. I mean, the E-Bug will be there, but hopefully we don't need him. Trent Miner on his way to Pittsburgh as we speak.
You saw the financial consultant that was E-Bugging it for Seattle over the weekend, didn't you?
Yeah, former college hockey player. How about that? Not bad.
Yeah, until you fire. Let me just tell you. As a guy that once tasted a little bit against the pros, yeah, you think you know what's coming until you see it. They're like, this was a terrible idea.
Connor McGahee, everybody. Connor, hey, keep up the good work, man. Have fun tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. Enjoy this evening. I don't know, go get a sandwich or something, but have a good time.
Well, yeah, it's going to be, we've been doing appearances, NHL Network next, and then it's dinner and sleep because we've been on the road for 94 years. So,
all right. Well, thanks for squeezing us in today, Connor. We appreciate it.
Go to an Amish community and do some work.
Yeah.
Work a butter churn or something.
Well, he's already worked with wood all day long today, so that being Mackenzie Blackwood.
I'll bring back some delicious jams and jellies.
A pie. I hear they make great pies. I want some kind of cream pie.
You got
it. Perhaps. All right. Thanks, Connor.
See you, boys.
All right.
He's been on the road forever, and we're demanding pies. Just give me a damn pie.
Get us a pie. We require it. Mackenzie Blackwood is now a member of the Avalanche. All right. Big trade. It's gone down. Are the Avs better? Connor claims that they are. 9/11 save percentage on a bad team. Hey, we'll take it. We talk to Jeff Legwold next. Yeah, it is hour number 2 of the show. It is Jeff Legwold time on a Monday afternoon. We got Monday Night Football tonight, Cincinnati at Dallas. The Bengals will be the Broncos' opponent here in 3 weeks, but their more immediate concern is the Indianapolis Colts, who come to town here on Sunday. The Ravens, the Chargers, the Broncos, all 8-5 right now in that AFC wildcard picture after yet another crazy day in the NFL. Jeff Legwold joins us right now here on a Monday. Leggy, how you doing, man?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing quite well. Leggy, let's start with Sean Payton talking to the media today. He addressed the organization's decision to move on away from Josh Reynolds. What did you make of his explanation? Do you think it really fully encompassed everything that was going on there?
Well, I'm not sure any explanation over a roster move fully encompasses, at least the public one. So, but I do think I've been hearing all along that, they don't want to mess with this sort of chemistry they have right now. And, there's really no place for Josh Reynolds on special teams, and it's December. So I think ultimately, despite the guaranteed money hit, we once again see the Broncos' advantage of having deep pocket owners. I'm not sure 8, 9, 10 years ago, this is a move they make so flippantly, really. But, they're going with the young guys, which, I've been advocating for a while, a few years, really. And so I can't really be critical of that portion of it. But it does show you, your decisions in March don't always ring spectacular, in December. And this was probably a good signing early in the season. But again, it's $4 million guaranteed to a player no longer on the roster. And, I think it's their assessment. They like Devon Vele and Troy Franklin better right now.
All right, Jeff, how are they health-wise? They're pretty good health-wise heading into this thing, right? Except for Riley Moss. Do we have any idea further what's going on with Riley Moss?
Just, it's an MCL sprain, Andy. And traditionally that's a 4-week injury. So, I don't, it does depend on the guy. Sometimes I've seen like offensive linemen play sooner, but that's not a corner, who needs to run essentially full speed backward and forward. So I think, we won't know until we see practice this week if he's even advanced to that point. But, when they went away for the bye, he had not advanced to even light work on the practice field. But like all injured players, he did not get a bye. So he will, we'll see Wednesday what that looks like. But that, as we saw last Monday night, that is a significant injury. But Sean Payton did hint today that what we had talked about, the idea that your best players cover their best players, as in, he didn't say Pat Surtain's name out loud, but that's exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's the guy you go forward with. Jeff Legwold with here on a Monday. And Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Leggy, the matchup this week is the Indianapolis Colts, also a team coming off of the bye. They went back to Anthony Richardson. He's somebody that keeps your eyes glued to the television because he's got one of the best arms in all of football. He is a phenomenal athlete. He is a great individual talent, and he is also a guy that will absolutely make crushing mistakes and potentially blow it for his team. He can go either way. What is your read on where Richardson is at right now in his career and where the Colts are at right now?
Well, Richardson is, he was going to be a raw prospect even in the best of circumstances. And then they in my opinion, chose to rush him even into those circumstances. So they took the most under construction quarterback prospect on the board that year and essentially pushed him into the lineup, as quickly as they could. And I think we've seen the results. he is essentially an all or nothing player right now. It's either an immense downfield spectacular throw, or it's a lot of head scratching, 45%, 50% completion rate in all of the other things.
All right, Jeff, who do we need to keep an eye on as far as the playoffs? Is it the Dolphins anymore? Are they out of this thing? Is this, like, if they get this win this week against Indianapolis, is it pretty much guaranteed the Broncos are going to the playoffs?
It helps them immensely because, you'd have head-to-head over the Colts, Andy, which helps. The only thing the Dolphins have on the Broncos right now is AFC record. And if the Broncos keep winning, they take care of that. That'll be taken care of because they would have more wins than the Dolphins do overall. But they cannot tie the Dolphins in any fashion because that would mean the Dolphins would have likely a better AFC record. And they don't play the Dolphins head-to-head. The Colts, the Broncos can take care of themselves. The Chargers, in terms of playoff positioning, the Broncos get another crack at them next week. And, the Bengals probably can't get back in it at this point. But, the Broncos would have them head-to-head. But right now it's the Colts. And the thing to watch with the Broncos is AFC record. They're 4-4 in conference games. The Colts are 5-4 in conference games. And the Dolphins are 5-4 in conference games. But so that's really kind of the tiebreaker among those teams to look at. And, again, Broncos have all AFC games left. They can take care of their own business. And maybe they get a break in the finale because the Chiefs could be, wrapped up like crazy for all of it. And, would they rest everybody and all of that? That's for another day. But
real quick, what if the Broncos are the ones wrapped up? What if the Broncos are locked in and the Chiefs need it? Now, Buffalo's lost yesterday, maybe changes the scenario. But we could have one where the Broncos are actually cemented in where they're going to, and the Chiefs need a win to hold on to home field.
Yeah, I guess it's hard for me to believe, the Chiefs are going to lose 2 games here coming down the stretch. But, the Bills, have the half game edge or whatever on them. But I don't know. We keep thinking that the Chiefs are this incomplete team that don't look very good. And boy, what's wrong with them? And they're so vulnerable.
Yeah, but then they go and run off 4.5 minutes out of a game clock and win a game.
I know.
And then they just win I'm just convinced if the guy has a timeout and anything over 30 seconds, it's all in jeopardy for the opponent.
Oh, you can just doink in kicks. That doesn't matter. Unbelievable. They managed to pull it off again yesterday.
His third down stats are ridiculous. It's almost statistically stupid. I mean, he's unbelievable on third down. And even yesterday, they convert like 3, at the biggest times. It's,
the 3rd and 10, the jump throw to Worthy, it's just one of those plays where it's like there's no other human in the world that can do it. Of course he makes that play. The Chargers, it's you do everything right. You just get beat by the best player in the world, and then he goes down and eats up the clock and gets them into field goal range. They doink the damn thing in. Their kicker is banged up. It's whatever dark magic that they're doing right now.
Dude, he hooked it. That sucker was hooked.
Terrible.
I watched that damn replay again. That stupid kick. I hate that team with such a passion.
Their point
I'm so sick of them.
Is
God, I'm so sick of them.
56.
Yeah.
Plus 56, and they're 12-1. It's a joke. It's unbelievable.
I don't want to talk about them.
They've won 15 consecutive one-score games. Eventually, that has to catch up with you. It has to.
I hope in the playoffs. I hope they go double doink like your Bears once upon a time. Bink, bink, out. Peace. Nice season.
To be fair, they're your Bears.
They're not my Bears.
Leggy,
they were there. My Bears for one day. You lost your shot.
Leggy, who's going to be the number 1 back on this team the rest of the way? Is it going to be Jaleel McLaughlin? Is it going to lead this team?
Look, you just made Leggy laugh.
In carries, is it going to be Estime? Who's going to lead this team in carries the rest of the season?
I keep looking down, looking for tarot cards at some point just to see what they're going to do. It really is they're in a tough spot because the best pass protector is having the toughest time as a runner right now.
Yeah.
And, that was a big reason they played P. Ryan a lot last year in some of those situations. And, you saw the blitz pickup P. Ryan had last night, and you see how important it can be, even though we all kind of roll our eyes at it when a coach talks about it. But Javonte Williams is the best pass protector. And the struggle they're having is they're sort of tipping plays by who's in the game at running back. And they're trying to deal with that in some fashion and still get some production. Estime would be the best solution for that, but they seem unwilling to just commit to it to see what would happen. And some of that may be rookie quarterback. The needs of a rookie quarterback overpower everything right now. And I think that's some of the decision nobody really wants to say out loud, that they want to do everything they can to keep Bo Nix in as much rhythm as they can, at this moment right now.
Yeah, keep him on his feet. Jeff Legwold, everybody. We'll talk to him on Friday before the Broncos take on the Colts. Leggy, good stuff, man. Thanks.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Yeah, the Week 14 Sunday, wild as always in the NFL. No Bronco game. We're going to do some out-of-town rear smacking here, Andy. We're going to smack some rears from distance. We're doing that coming up
next. You really want to do
that? Think I might throw my shoulder out.
One of your least favorite people may get one.
A lot of my least favorite people are going to be getting them here. It's Craigman and Lindahl. Keep it here. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Sport Trade, Colorado's newest premium sports betting experience. If you're looking to bet Monday Night Football tonight, there is no better service to use than Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com. Download it right now. Best live wagering experience in the sports betting industry. We're talking about instant in-play bets, no spinny wheels. They don't cancel your bet or change the terms or the odds or anything else like that. Your bet's not going to get canceled. No, at Sport Trade, you lay down a live bet, it's going through immediately. Sport Trade knows live betting is a huge part of the sports betting experience, and they get you the best version of it. Plus, instant in-play NFL betting at half the vig. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Live at Hofbrau, Craigman and Lindahl. I'm Nate. That's Andy. We're with you today until 6. No Avs, no Nuggets tonight. Avs in Pittsburgh. Nuggets off until Friday. So we'll be carrying Monday Night Football tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bengals 4.5-point road favorites at Dallas, going up against Cooper Rush and the Cowboys this evening. NFL Sunday yesterday. Andy, game of the year? Was it game of the year? Bills-Rams? Game was unbelievable.
It was fun. Yeah. Sure. Are we just going off scoring?
86 points scored, not a single turnover. There was a blocked punt.
There was a bad decision
that resulted in a touchdown, but not technically a turnover. There was also a don't call a sneak there. Don't call the timeout. You guaranteed a loss, Sean McDermott. Our dude Josh Allen, 3 touchdowns through the air, 3 rushing touchdowns. First player to ever do that in NFL history in a single game, 6 tutties total. But let's talk about the other quarterback for a minute. Andy, Matthew Stafford he's going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He had a lot of lost years in Detroit playing for that dog butt organization. But when it comes down to like quarterbacks of our lifetime, that you could just watch a guy stand like old school, like stand tall in the pocket and just throw dimes, just lasers from inside the pocket. He's one of the best of our lives.
Oh, yeah.
The guy is just incredible. Puka Nacua goes off last night, put a lot of people in the fantasy playoffs. But Cooper Kupp had a great game as well. 320 yards, 2 touchdowns. Some of the throws, and I went back and rewatched a supercut of like Stafford's highlights just from that game. If you just want to watch like pocket presence quarterback porn, go watch Stafford's highlight reel from what he did yesterday against the Bills. Also, damn Buffalo. Josh Allen's incredible. He should win MVP. How seriously can we take you, though, if you're going to play that kind of defense right now?
Yeah, I know. It's what's kind of weird is Bills go and do that with no defense. And look, you're going to get into some of those games. Maybe you just chalk it up into that. I hope that's what you can do for the sake of not watching Mahomes play a 3rd Super Bowl.
You're going to play shootout games. It's going to
play shootout games, and maybe you didn't take an opponent seriously. A few teams did that yesterday.
Yeah.
Which brings me to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
Are you guys going down the same path you did a year ago? Is that what it is? You all are going to start hating each other and how bad the passing game is? They did a breakdown of a bunch of Jalen Hurts deciding not to throw.
Yeah.
Whew. A little rough, man. A little rough. By the way, real quick, you ever get a supercut? Supercut ever in your rotation?
I don't think I've had a supercut. I think I've had a master cut, but not a supercut.
Did you ever go to Fantastic Sam's? The one I used to go to was actually, I think it's like a golf store now, but it was just down the road.
So I used to hit the Fantastic Sam's in Cap Hill. And
was it fantastic?
It was fantastic. It was at 5th and Logan. It was like the best, cheapest haircut I ever got in my life. I had the same girl every time. She was just consistent. But you know what she was? She was Stafford in Detroit. And I think that she recognized her talents, and she needed to get to a bigger market.
Yeah.
And so she left there, and she went to some high-end salon. And I remember she texted me, and she was like, hey, you can come get your hair cut here. And I went, and then I paid for it once, and I was just like, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not doing 50. Was it 50? It probably was 50,
It was
right?
pricey.
Yeah.
It was. I don't remember exactly what it was. This was like 13 years ago. But it was pricey, and I was just like, all right, I'm out.
I got my wife that way once. I went to in a Sola salon. I went to a gal that she recommended. You need to pay more for your haircut. All right. And like you, I got tired of driving down to Cherry Creek and trying to find parking, this and that, so I snuck off and went to like Floyd's or something.
Yeah.
Came back in. I'm like, what do you think? Oh, it looks great. Yeah, she didn't do it, and I'm done going down there. I am not complicated. If you can't do the average white guy cut, I don't know. You shouldn't be in haircutting.
I'm thrilled for my girl. She got to a bigger market. She got a bigger paycheck. It was
good for her.
Yeah, she went and Juan Soto'd, and I was perfectly happy for her.
Where do you fall?
But I'm over here on a Chris Bryant budget.
What you going to talk about in a minute? Where do you fall on the shoulder rub deal?
I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I don't like it.
I did not come in here to be handled so much.
No. Now,
I mean, I'll let you touch my head. That's good enough.
That's fine. Cut the hair. We're done.
I had one guy, Manny.
End of transaction.
I had one guy, Manny, who would put the whatever that thing was, and then he'd just do it real quick, but then he'd give you a chop.
I don't need the chop.
The chop was all right.
You like the chop?
Yeah, Manny was a good dude. He just, yeah, and then you felt all right afterward. But otherwise, I don't know. Manny, hey, now, Manny could shave you. Manny would do the full shave with the straight blade, and I always kept thinking of Dumb and Dumber where he fakes the ketchup packet. But no, he never cut me.
The moment somebody touches me in a non-massage setting, I instantly tense up.
Like in public.
Yeah.
Hey, how do you think Deshaun Watson feels about that?
I instantly.
Is he not offered the shoulder massage when he goes to a asking for a friend?
Yeah, and Deshaun Watson keeps saying lower. It's uncomfortable for everybody.
No, it's
okay?
just the shoulders and the neck.
It's uncomfortable for everybody. No, I tense up. No, it's just.
I had one guy that actually got upset. I'm like, I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah.
I'm not attractive.
I'm not.
You don't have to.
I'm not going to give you less of a tip.
Yeah, you touched enough of the hair. Let's get out of here.
It's going to be
call
fine.
it a day.
It's going to be fine.
I don't want the shoulder massage. I don't want any of it. You keep whacking the table. It's driving. You are a table whacker today. When did this start?
How about our dude? His $3.1 million money line on the Eagles yesterday. Woo! Our guy was sweating that thing. Xavier Legette hangs onto that ball, and our dude,
I was about to say,
coughing up $3 million. But he gets it. Derek Stevens said, I saw an interview with him today. He said they took enough action that it didn't hurt him too bad on that game. They got enough action back on Carolina. Our guy gets his $442,857. But oh man, that thing was close right there. Bryce Young,
is he fixed? Should we get Dimitri Avanos back on? Is he fixed? Hey man,
5 touchdowns and a rushing touchdown, 2 picks last 5 games.
Is this where they were so bad at the beginning of the year and it was a mess?
Yeah.
But is Canales kind of like Sean Payton? Sean Payton just wasn't a mess, right? The Broncos weren't a mess beginning of the year. They were winning games as they improved. Carolina won winning game, and technically they didn't win yesterday. That looks like an improved football team. Do they not have a little of the same arc that the Broncos got going on where the offense has actually kind of found itself a little bit and they're not such a tough watch anymore?
I think Young's getting more comfortable. God bless. It worked out that Andy Dalton got in the damn car accident and Young was able to get back in there. It's unfortunate for Andy Dalton, but it worked out for Bryce Young. He's come back in. He's played well. If you're Carolina, you used a number 1 overall pick on the guy. I don't know how patient David Tepper's going to be, but you should go forward with him.
Well, what else are you going to do? What else are you going to do?
You can blow
Where are they? What are they in the draft order? They've actually won a few games.
They're 3-10. They're going to
here to be doing that.
They're going to have a good pick. They're 3-10.
Do you not like a little what you've seen from Bryce Young though? I feel like all right.
Yeah, I think he's played
give the
well.
Young man another year.
I think Tepper needs to be patient with it.
He's the one that drafted him. You don't have a choice, or your wife, or whatever.
Oh, he's got a choice. There's always a choice.
Yeah.
He can fire Canales and get rid of Bryce Young
What is
tomorrow.
going on with that building that was supposed to be the practice facility where he just walked in like a mob boss, whistled at all the workers, and they left?
Yeah, I think it's like sitting abandoned like those Olympic venues in Sochi. Yeah.
This was once going to be the Carolina Panther practice facility.
I think there's just like feral dogs walking around the place right now.
Why don't they send the monkeys that you used to give us updates on, round them up from that theater and let them go play in that thing?
Let them hang out there.
Fence it off. Kind of like the Lost World.
We haven't gotten an update on the macaques in a while.
Yeah, the macaques at the theater.
What are they up to these days?
And not the ones that Alanis Morissette was singing about.
All right, let's talk about the Chiefs here for a minute, okay?
Why? I hate them. Done. End of conversation.
They're not that good.
But are they?
Not.
But are they?
No.
Bro, they ran out 4.5 minutes of game time last night.
If you're 12-1, you're supposed to blow somebody out. You're supposed to beat teams convincingly somewhere along the line. Now I know that they got Pacheco back, which is only going to help him out. They might add Hollywood Brown. He's going to get some weapons. I don't think that's going to be an elite passing game all year long. But you got the Chargers, who – they get the lead, go down, drive down, get the lead. Herbert played well. He's playing with a knee contusion last night, but played well. And then the ensuing kickoff, lands short of the landing zone.
Right.
And
right.
so you give them great
so
field
we already
position.
know you're in position to blow this.
Right, exactly. Just start them off at the 40-yard line. The backup kicker doesn't call glass, doinks the damn thing in. 9 consecutive AFC West titles. They're going to have home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
They're probably going to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I'm going to spend the entire time banging my head against the table saying this team's not that good.
All right, so who's our only hope, Obi-Wan Kenobi? Is it Detroit? Is that it? Baltimore's a weird team, dude.
I know.
Like, Baltimore's
They're
the
too up and
anti-Chiefs. Baltimore should be the 12-1 team now?
But
that's
they were
what Baltimore should be.
They were a damn toe away from beating those guys.
Okay, but they still have found a way. They just keep blowing games they shouldn't.
I know. No, can Buffalo go into Kansas City and beat those guys?
Nah, I don't believe that. It's that witchy Black City whatever magic they got going on. They live in Salem. I hate the Chiefs.
Not right.
Did Taylor break up with Travis? Are we done with that yet?
No, there's still a thing.
Oh, good. Did we see it last night? I didn't remember.
No, she was. She had her tour closer in Vancouver.
Oh, she had to go make another bill?
She did,
okay.
yes.
Good.
She had a gig.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she couldn't go to her boyfriend's football
So
game.
Travis could do his cute little podcast that only brings in $100 million. She had to go close another show.
Still had to. Guy made the play at the end of the game. Made the play, got the catch at the end of the game because, of course, that's how it always goes with these guys.
Well, but you knew it. You know when I knew it? There was twice when I knew it.
Third
First
and
off,
10.
the jump throw that you talked about, you knew it. And then the minute the tackle was whiffed, who was that came flying up hell-bent for election and just whiffed?
Derwin James.
Yeah, where Patrick's like, nah, just stepped aside like a matador. You ain't got me.
Their right tackle has to false start to block anybody.
I know, and he never gets called.
He does sometimes, but
How about your guy Humphreys pulling a hammy, pulling the classic old guy and played in a while? Up there goes the hammy.
Yeah, exactly.
But and you know what? And none of it matters. They've lost all their defensive back. None of it matters. Nothing matters. By the way, when they're a small party wanted to be like, you couldn't have got just one thing. There wasn't a 7th-round pick for Samaje Perine as I watch him block and then make that catch and then break the tackles, go and get extra yardage and all.
This is my other concern about that team right now is, like, early on in the year, teams had a chance to get those guys. The Broncos were one of them. The Ravens were one. And everybody was. They were all one-score games. You didn't get them then, and now they're at the time of the year where they become invincible.
Oh, yeah, they're going to actually get interested.
They're
See, I don't know
that
that I don't think it's that they're bad. I just think they don't care.
Yeah.
I think they actually have done so much dominating their board. By the way, I love this. This is an upper level text.
Yeah.
I don't need the belt sander used on my back when I'm getting a haircut. I never really thought of that. It is a belt sander.
Smack on the rear to
to who?
Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. 14
just blowing it?
consecutive seasons without going to the playoffs. Just final minute of the game, Aaron Rodgers hits Davante Adams. All he has to do is go down, and then they can bleed out the clock and kick the field goal and win the game. But Davante Adams steps out of bounds, stops the clock. They then kick the field goal, go ahead, but the Dolphins go right down, hit the 52-yarder, and then they win it in overtime because Jonnu Smith, who didn't touch the ball in regulation, makes 3 catches on the winning drive, and 2 in. The Dolphins get it done. Jets are 3-10, 14 straight years without going to the playoffs. The
longest in professional sports.
Longest
now,
in
right?
pro sports.
Not the NFL, pro sports.
By the way, did you see that kicker just get trucked at the end of that game last night on the kickoff? Unbelievable. Dolphins are still alive. I'm not that worried about that team. I think the Broncos are fine. Take care of business on Sunday against the Colts. You're 4.5-point favorites. You're going to be okay. You'll get enough of a cushion. You should be a playoff team. But a smack on the rear to the Jets for being the most entertaining pile of garbage in the NFL this year.
Yeah, when Woody Johnson's first in the locker room, that ain't Jerry Jones. That's probably not going to end well.
No.
He probably told you all. By the way, okay, since we're doing fantasy pickups for next year, we've kind of played around with that. Would Davante Adams make a good Bronco? Have you read did you read the story about his contract situation that Ian Rappaport sent out yesterday?
What's the details?
Okay. Basically, no more guaranteed money or whatever, but he's a $39 million hit or something ridiculous. He's got a high number.
Yeah.
And basically, he said he made sure in the trade with the Jets that they weren't allowed to touch. He would not agree to anything that would affect his number next year.
Yeah.
He knows no one's going to pay it. He knows the Jets in particular aren't going to pay it. But he is not going to rework the deal if Aaron Rodgers retires or leaves or whatever, so he doesn't have to be on the Jets either. High probability that he becomes a free agent.
Is Moody old guy a good fit for this team where they're at right now?
Well, I don't know. I guess then I'm asking, is Cortland Sutton become such the dude for Bo Nix that you don't mess with that?
I wouldn't. Yeah, you've got a chemistry going on.
What
right
does
now.
this team need? If you could add, now I wish we could add it for the playoff run. Although, frankly, the way they're playing, maybe they don't need anything. But after, I look, that game the other night was probably it was.
Yeah, they need things.
Wasn't a perfect game, just was a really fun game. I don't know. Adams isn't a guy. I mean, that's a dude that can get open quickly. I'm not gonna lie. I told you last week I was not missing Jerry Jeudy at all. Watching him again just kind of shift open quickly.
Yep.
God, I wonder what he and Bo Nix would have been together.
I was
I was not thinking about that the entire time.
He had another good game yesterday.
But dude, he gets open quickly. He's fast. Bo would have hit him. That might have been. We might have got. I don't know. Can you say that? Because Cortland Sutton's been great for Bo.
But at the same
did they
time,
get rid of the wrong guy?
Okay, you're right now.
You weren't going to pay him $50 million. I know that.
Vele's a stud. Troy Franklin is improving. Marvin Mims is starting to turn into a decent NFL slot receiver, and you figured out different ways to be able to use him. Clearly, they need an upgraded tight end. Clearly, they need somebody else carrying the rock in the backfield right now.
And they're going to need some linemen.
Yeah.
Probably a left tackle.
You're probably going to have to do that. You're going to have your own draft picks. I'm thrilled with where they're at right now. Build it up. You got good young players getting great experience. It's why Josh Reynolds isn't here anymore. Not saying they don't need another receiver. They're going to, but also
not top priority.
It has become less of a priority.
No,
right?
I'd agree with you.
When we talked about it
I'd
at
agree
the
with
start of the year, and we talked about what are they going to need in the draft next year, we're like, oh man, they need an impact wideout. You got a first-round pick, go get a stud wide receiver. I still don't hate the idea of it. I wouldn't be mad if that was the direction they went. But you can address other more immediate needs. You can go tight end if you want to, where you're at, picking in the 20s. Might not be a bad thing. If Ashton Genty is there, that's certainly something for you to think about.
Oh, if he's there,
yeah,
run up to the podium with the card.
Absolutely. That could be a great Sean Payton player.
You don't need a pass rusher, do you? If you lock down Nick Bonito, do you need a pass rusher?
You're in pretty good shape.
Nah, I mean, you got to pay him.
You got Jonah Ellis there who's still on the cheap. Drew Sanders is going to come back.
You don't draft a guy and trade Bonito, do you? You don't go playing with that karma, do you?
You got good depth right there. No, you're in pretty good shape right now. Maybe interior defensive line. It's probably the biggest need right now on the
you
defense.
may have a few guys leave. I mean, I don't know what the future of DJ Jones and I'd like to see Jones and Franklin Myers and Malcolm Roach all hang around.
Sure, but nothing's forever in the NFL. We know how that works. But yeah, the Broncos they're amazingly in a better place than we thought they were. That tight end Warren for Penn State, watching him the other night. Ooh.
Well, that was the
player.
last mock draft at 23 or whatever. That's what they had the Broncos picking.
That's a pretty good player right there. Oregon's tight end's a stud too. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're with you here. It's Monday. We're at the Hofbrau. Cincinnati and Dallas. Monday Night Football tonight. Bengals are 4.5-point favorites. Quick break. When we come back, one of our local coaches said something today, and I swear to God, I've heard him say it before. We'll tell you what we're talking about next. Got some Bud Black audio you absolutely have to hear. But first, we got breaking news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. And your Heisman Trophy finalists, as the winner will be announced on Saturday. Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback from Oregon. Cam Ward, the quarterback at the University of Miami. Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty had himself a hell of a game on Friday, getting Boise into the playoff. And Travis Hunter, the betting favorite, the heavy favorite, to win the Heisman Trophy from the University of Colorado.
All right.
So,
what did you think of all the talk over the weekend? How about I just put it that way? A lot of chit-chat.
In regards to?
Did you watch the Boise State, the Mountain West Championship?
I sure did.
Brock Heward had quite a few things to say about Jeanty and how apparently Brock Heward thinks Jeanty should be the Heisman Trophy winner.
I mean, the guy has rushed for, well over 2,200 yards.
He doesn't stink.
He made the play of the game, really. It was the 75-yard touchdown run at the end of the first half was ultimately too much for UNLV to be able to come back from. Let me tell you, full disclosure, I was contacted by a Heisman Trophy voter today that wanted my perspective as somebody that has watched every second of Travis Hunter and also covers Boise State in the Mountain West and has watched Jeanty. And it was just a voter that was just reaching out and taking a variety of different opinions. And what I told this individual was Jeanty is incredible. And almost any other year, you would look at it and go, that's the best player in college football, and this is a guy that almost single-handedly carried his team into the college football playoff and a bye and an unreal season that he had. But at the same time, I said Travis Hunter's the best college football player I've ever seen. I think if you took Travis Hunter off of Colorado, they're barely a bowl team.
Right.
He's two players in one. He is arguably both the best wide receiver and the best cornerback in all of college football. I think that Jeanty will go down as one of the best runners up, whatever way you want to say it, that we've ever seen in a Heisman Trophy race. But ultimately, to me, Travis Hunter is the best player in college football, and that's who I would vote for, and that's what I told this individual.
All right, here's the other thing. Now, stay with me on this.
Okay.
I'm sure it's going to upset a few people. Scattaboo was quite impressive then in the Big 12 championship the next day.
Good player.
Doesn't it kind of speak to, again, I'm not calling either performance any less special. It's been a special year for Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah.
But you do see, again, I guess it goes back to Travis Hunter's doing things that we've never seen. I'd seen Brian Howell and everybody, of course, had to take to Twitter and have their war and going back and forth. And Brian Howell had something ridiculous about how many touches Travis Hunter had or how many touchdowns he had and, half the touches or whatever compared to third, a tenth, whatever it was to Jeanty and so on and so forth. But I'm just saying that I just think the Hunter thing is so unique. And I know it for the Boise State fans out there, it falls on deaf ears because, at least for me, I cover Colorado. But I'm just telling you, I've seen a lot of football and never seen anything like this guy. Champ Bailey was not like Travis Hunter. He wasn't. His coach, Dion, was not like Travis Hunter.
My closing argument that I made to this person that I talked to today was, in every game that he played in this year, Travis Hunter was the best player on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
On both sides of the ball, and he's one dude. And that right there, to me, is the argument of why this is the best player in college football. Jeanty's numbers are unreal. The guy averaged 7 yards a carry on 344 carries. And you only saw, last two games, the Oregon State and the UNLV game, he combined for a very nice 69 carries in those two games, and he averaged over 6 yards per rush in both of those games. He's unbelievable. I say this is no diss at all to the season that Ashton Jeanty had. I don't need to homer this thing up and get on one side of it. Just flat out, to me, if I had a Heisman vote, I would give it to Hunter with the understanding of Ashton Jeanty, it's kind of bad luck.
It's a shame they had to both happen in the same season.
Right, exactly, because Genty has put up one of the best rushing seasons that we've ever seen in our lifetime. He's an unbelievable talent.
Hey, look, I'd love to see him on the Broncos.
Yep.
I think he's the kind of guy in the backfield.
He's already on the Broncos.
Well, that's true. Yeah. The Denver Broncos.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
Can't say the orange and blue or the blue and orange or
no,
whatever.
You really can't.
Because the similarities just continue to hang there.
Got that damn blue field. But, hey, you know what? In the end, Genty's team moves on. Boise's, they're in the playoff. They get a 3 seed as they have advanced into the college football playoff.
They face Penn State, right?
Boise will get the winner of the SMU Penn State game.
That's right.
I won't tell Bill Armstrong you said that they're playing
I
Penn
forgot.
State.
I was thinking that they had to go to the seed. Okay.
Yeah, so they're the 3 seed. Arizona State got the 4 seed, and Clemson gets the 12th seed, the 12th spot in as the other conference champion after they upset SMU. That turned out to be a great game. A little bit of a slow start for Jennings, but he got going. That dude's a lot of fun as well. Great college football weekend, to be sure.
And the committee got it right. I know you mentioned you opened the show with this, but
they got it right.
You know, I of course had to see Nick Saban. Nick Saban's on ESPN today saying, look, this just devalues playing good games on your schedule.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It absolutely does not. It's if anything, to me, it should make an argument to you. If you're Alabama and you want to sit there and you want to say our conference is too deep, okay? Even our crap teams, even our Vanderbilts and Kentuckys and Oklahomas, who were down this year, but one of the teams that actually blew out Alabama this year, that even if our teams, if we have a down week, we can lose to one of those games. To me, it's a greater argument of, okay, if you want to be a 3-loss team and be able to make the college football playoff, then schedule up. Play something other than just playing Wisconsin in your non-conference. Schedule yourself a couple of Power 4 opponents and up your resume a little bit, because this is the reality for the SEC teams. One hiccup and you could lose against a bad Vanderbilt team. A bad Oklahoma team. That can't happen to you, so schedule up. That's my argument. The counter-argument that they keep making, that the AD made, that Saban made, of like, we'll just schedule nothing but cupcakes. Why would you do that? You need a better strength of schedule. Up it a little bit if you're afraid of losing teams and losing games in conference.
It's the perfect point, because I didn't think about it. But
drives me nuts.
Because I was thinking mainly about Vanderbilt, but I forgot how bad the Oklahoma loss was. Sorry, Spring.
They got blasted in that game.
Yeah, and that's not a good Oklahoma team this year.
No.
So
you lost 3 games. You lost to Vanderbilt. I got no sympathy at all for Alabama.
What's the next move? What do we get, 12 this time? Is 16 where it stops, or do they go all the way to 12?
They'll go to 14 next.
14?
Yeah, 4.
Oh, wow, we're only going to jump by 2?
Well, they want to go to 14. I heard a conversation with Brett McMurphy on VSiN earlier today. By the way, McMurphy, who spoiled the entire selection show by breaking the news yesterday. But I heard him make the point of he hasn't heard from anybody that they want 16, that 14 is the way to go. You preserve a couple of buys. We know it would go to the SEC and the Big Ten champ, that's ultimately who would get it. But you still got a couple of buys that 14 would be the number that they would want to go for. So that's going to be the next step. We won't get it for a few years, but that will be the next step, and we know that it's going to happen. Okay, Andy, Bud Black goes on MLB Tonight today. Bud's at the winter meetings.
Even though it wasn't tonight, it was today?
It was today. But Bud's at the winter meetings, okay? Apparently they took a moment to not think about how much money Juan Soto just made. And Bud Black's on MLB Tonight talking about needs for the club. They need a veteran bat. What did Bud Black say today when he was on MLB Network? Roll it, Spring.
So take a look at what they put together for the Colorado Rockies. Here are your off-season needs. Veteran slugger, bullpen arms, starting pitching. Did they nail it? That's pretty vague.
Well, I mean, those are 3 good things you want to get. We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant, right? We hope that Bryant comes back. I mean, there's the guy that we need to really bounce back.
There's a guy that we need to really bounce back.
How many different ways are we going to say this?
Hope that's the veteran slugger, huh?
Would you like to go in the Wayback Machine there?
What did Bud Black say when he appeared here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on the midday show last year before the start of the season? What did he say?
A healthy Chris Bryant. Guys, Chris has had a good spring, swinging the bat great. We need a full season of KB.
Oh!
Sure.
Just wash, rinse, and repeat. By the way, do you happen to see the Giants who chose not to pay Chris Bryant? They basically gave the exact same contract to Willie Adames, a guy who plays a more valuable defensive position and is younger and is actually producing. And they let Chris Bryant walk out the door and watch Dick Monfort give him all that money. Funny how that works.
Get those playoff tickets now. Or at least the season tickets.
Hey, at least he got his Lamborghini back. All is well. All's well for Chris Bryant.
Yeah!
You know he's going to get injured climbing in and out of that damn thing.
That might be part of the problem.
Could be the
he
back.
Might need
the
a
back
better,
issue.
Yeah. There's a guy that's got a Mustang that does not sit as low as that. Maybe with a bad back, you shouldn't be getting in and out of a Lambo too often.
No lumbar support in the Lambo, apparently. Yeah. Crackman and Lindahl, we got 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into Monday Night Football. Broncos back at it against the Colts. It's all coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Do you need truck or 4x4 accessories? Colorado Off-Road's the place, and it's the place to go and actually see what you're going to get. Now, I know shopping on the internet, that's a big thing, right? Everybody likes to go shopping on the internet. I will warn you, though, if you're going to get something like truck or 4x4 accessories, when we're talking about the step rails or maybe you're talking about a bed cover in particular, you probably want to see what you're getting. I go to the bed cover because, A, I get asked about it constantly, and B, it's the thing I would have made the worst decision on had I not gone and seen all the different types available and just what they could do, what they did differently, so on and so forth. Again, I got a video up right now. If you want to see all the things that Jerry has to offer, just go to my Instagram page, and he'll walk you through all the different display models that he has. But, yes, you want to go, you want to see it, you want to go by the showroom. The showroom is real easy to find. They got a lot of stuff there, and they can get stuff ordered in by the 20th. If you go by the 20th and place the order, you should be okay to be able to get it in by Christmas, he said. So you got a little bit of time still to get there. So go ahead and stop on by. The showroom, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC. Give them a call at 303-761-1264. Visit the web at cooffroad.com.
Yeah, we're out here at the Hofbrau on an excessively newsy day. Avalanche get a new goaltender. Mackenzie Blackwood, acquired via trade from San Jose. They shipped Georgie out after a really good performance on Saturday that turned out to be his last in an Avalanche sweater. Alexander Georgiev is gone. Mackenzie Blackwood is in, joining Scott Wedgwood in the goaltending room. Obviously, huge news today. We just got the word that indeed Travis Hunter is a Heisman Trophy finalist, along with Dylan Gabriel, Ashton Genty, and Cam Ward. So Travis Hunter is off to New York, where it is presumed that he will win the Heisman Trophy. He is the betting favorite to win the award here this year. So congratulations to Travis Hunter. By the way, he won the Lot Impact Award.
Is that like a Messier? A Ronnie Lott?
Good question.
Is it Lott, L-O-T-T? Am I just doing too much assuming?
It is L-O-T-T. It is a Ronnie Lott adjacent award. I don't know everybody that's on the committee.
Spring, if you do one thing before this show wraps up, which could be next month, who knows, you got to get Mark Messier on, and we have got to chat about this.
Clock's always ticking in the radio. Get on it, Spring.
You brought this up. Wasn't it your Rockhead of the Day or whatever it was
Messier
at the time?
Award, yes.
And I'm fixated with
you're obsessed with the Messier.
And how he sits there at a mahogany desk and decides who's going to get it. Did Ronnie Lott do the same?
It's a great
Did
question.
Ronnie Lott look in the mirror and go, you know who deserves the Ronnie Lott? What was it? Impact Award?
It's the Impact Award. Who has had the kind of impact that only Ronnie Lott can provide?
It's got to be Travis Hunter.
It could be. It could be. All-time great
He
player.
had impact on quite a few people.
I would say
Ronnie
so.
Lott back in the day.
Sure did.
How many of those hits would be legal now? Would every one of Ronnie Lott's tackles have been reviewed for targeting?
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Violent football back then with absolutely no regard for anybody's cranial health.
Or his pinky finger. You hear he regrets that.
I would too.
He said he's noted tough guy, for those that don't know.
Yeah.
Ronnie Lott said, take the finger, I got to get back out there.
Lost a finger.
But then they did a Football Life that I watched a few years ago, and he said, yeah, I really wish I'd have thought that through.
Big impact on his typing game. I bet he doesn't appreciate that.
Couldn't hold a bat. Is he not as good at softball? The old retiree softball league maybe he wanted to get into?
Does it affect his golf game? I would assume it would.
Right, yeah. I'd have to have a good swing to know.
Something you'd have to be able to overcome. Let's get into football news. Spring, let's do it right now. Sean Payton talked to the media today. Hey, cool.
Hey,
we got new football music. All right. I like it.
We'll do this one today. Why not?
Why
Happy
not?
Monday. Let's do the high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The Broncos are back from their bye week, and they get set for a big Sunday afternoon game with the Indianapolis Colts. The Broncos are 8-5. They are one win away from a winning season. Last year, they were 8-8 going into their season finale, and Sean Payton talked about how, hey, just getting a winning season would be a win. Is that same principle apply this year? Is the goal of a winning season enough for Sean Payton? Here he is today.
I don't know that one person downstairs, myself included, have thought about right now this team just having a winning season. I understand the question and I appreciate it, but I think our aspirations are a little higher.
I appreciate you asking me if simply getting to 9 wins is enough.
It's a good answer right there from Sean Payton, but also like that's such a good football coach answer right there of just like we're in the bubble. Indianapolis, go 1-0 this week. All we're concerned about, which that's the only answer that you can have right now. You can't be thinking too big a picture. The only thing the Broncos can do to help themselves is to continue to win games. You look at the schedule the rest of the way. Ravens are at the Giants this week, so Baltimore should get that victory. Chargers got a good Tampa Bay team at home, but Baker Mayfield can't stop turning the ball over. Yeah, they blew out a bad Raider team yesterday, but Tampa Bay got 2 interceptions and a fumble from Baker Mayfield yesterday. So Chargers got the Bucs coming up next, and the Broncos deal with Indianapolis. You got to keep winning games. You got to keep winning games. Try and improve that seeding. See if you can't get yourself a trip to Houston in that first game. Just keep winning, and that's got to be Sean Payton's focus.
Do you think too when he said, I'm not going to say he was annoyed by the question, but didn't we have beginning of the year wasn't like 9 like typically the least he won in New Orleans. He's good for like 8-9 wins all the time. Remember that?
He had 3 consecutive 7-9 seasons.
Okay.
There was that was the run where they had like historically bad defense, where every year you would look up at the end of the season and they would be like the number 2 scoring offense and like the number 32 scoring defense. That's obviously not the situation here. This team's got a great defense right now, but yeah, this.
Guy of his ilk, I guess I'm saying, is not celebrating 9 anything.
No,
right?
it shouldn't be, and again, not where they're at right now. Like last year, 9 wins is huge. This year, you want to win 10, 11. That's where you want to get to.
10 is
right
the number,
now.
I think.
Yes.
Right? I mean, sure, you'd love 11, but 10, just get to 10. I think you're in good shape.
If you win this week, you're in pretty damn good shape, even with Miami kind of rounding into form. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, Bill Belichick recently interviewed with the University of North Carolina for their vacant head coaching position after they fired Mac Brown. Bill Belichick went on the Pat McAfee show on ESPN today. He said that he's had a couple of good conversations with North Carolina, and they will see how it goes. Here is more from Bill Belichick today.
Let me put this in capital letters. If.
Yeah.
I-F. If I was in a college program, the college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, coaching, techniques that would transfer to the NFL. It would be an NFL program at a college level, and an education that would get the players ready for their career after football, whether that was the end of their college career or at the end of their pro career. But it would be, geared toward, developing the player, time management, discipline, structure, and all that. That would be life skills, regardless of whether they're in the NFL or in somewhere in business. And I feel very confident that I have the contacts in the National Football League to pave the way for those players that would have the ability to have the opportunity to compete in the National Football League. Whether they're good enough or not, I don't know, but they would be ready for it. I don't have any doubt about that.
Can't argue with him.
And he's given interview answers on the McAfee show right there. That's a guy that wants that job.
I think he wants – yeah. See, I saw another article today that said he was surprised that basically nobody had reached out to him to this point about coaching next year.
Right. Because there's 3 openings right now.
I think he wants a job. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong about the North Carolina job, and maybe that's ultimately the one that he takes. But
that was rehearsed.
No,
right
I'm with
there.
you, but I do think he does want to coach.
Yeah.
I still think he probably wants to go NFL if he gets chatted with.
I think he would prefer an NFL job as well, but just to your point right there, with nobody having reached out, the New Orleans Jets and the Bears all have an opening right now that nobody has even spoken to him yet. Because you can call him today. Him or Vrabel, you can just call him up today and start the dialogue. Hell, you could start the hiring process right now if you really wanted to. The fact that nobody has suggests to me that Bill may see this as his only path to a head coaching job.
It may be, and you may be right. It's wild that the NFL may think he's too old for them, but then college is going to go hire him.
I don't even know if it's age so much as it's ego.
Sure.
That they're worried about
or maybe
having to deal
too much
with.
Control or whatever.
Yeah.
I would also caution this, though. The Giants' job has not come open, and everybody has said forever they thought Bill would go coach the Giants.
Yeah.
So
it could be a possibility.
I think the Giants' job will come open along with the Jets' job, although technically it's open.
I think Jacksonville is the perfect fit for Bill Belichick. The idea of him having to go work for Brady and coach the Raiders would be hilarious to me, but I don't think that's going to go down.
Does Mark Davis have that kind of money? Did the selling off of the organization buy him some war chest now or something? He's going to need it now. He's going to be paying. He's getting rid of Antonio Pierce, right?
It's the NFL. You can always find the money.
Has he?
Once that TV check shows up, you're doing just fine for yourself. Yeah, they could find the money if they really needed to. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, we got Monday Night Football tonight. Cowboys hosting the Bengals at AT&T Stadium, and the roof is open tonight at AT&T Stadium. They will
There's
play.
no metal falling on any cheerleaders' heads or anything like that?
Yeah, is it chilly?
No metal falling yet. I think the sun will have set by game time. For the Cowboys, they will be without their all-pro right guard, Zach Martin. He was placed on IR. The Bengals had put their kicker, Evan McPherson, on IR, so they are rocking with Cade York as their kicker tonight.
Cade York. Where did Cade York come from?
I don't know. He's been kicking around
Washington. I'm seeing a photo of him as a commander.
Assorted different Cade York stops along the way. His headshot, he's got a pretty sweet mustache.
He can't be too old with the name Cade, right? How many years have we been doing Cade?
Nobody has a
There's
grandfather
been Cade McNown.
named Cade.
Right.
Ooh, Cade McNown. That's going into the Wayback Machine right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, UCLA.
Hockey defenseman.
Yeah. For your Bears, Cade McNown.
I told you. My Bears got their one shot. You're out. You screwed it up.
This is the thing, Andy.
If you make me yell at the TV, you're out.
That's what you signed up for.
No. I'm suffering some misery with the Bengals. I don't need any more.
I was going to say, by that logic, you can't be a Nuggets or an Avalanche fan anymore
Yeah,
either.
it's pretty sad. You can't really be anything, can you?
No, you really can't. It's Craigman and Lindahl. That is your NFL news of the day. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, Sean Payton talking to the media today, fresh off the bye, and yet Sean still manages to sound a little bit grumpy. Why is that the case? We'll find out next. Hofbrau at 92nd and Wadsworth, lovely Westminster, Colorado. That is where we join you from today. No Nuggets tonight. They blasted Atlanta after the worst loss of...
You think that beats even like those Detroit losses of a couple years ago at home?
The Millennium.
Or like the worst Detroit team ever? Didn't they come in there and roll them at home that one year? The Nuggets do have one of these.
The Washington Wizards...
had not won a game in a month.
Had lost 16 in a row.
3 years.
The closest game they had played was a 9-point defeat. Their point differential after the first 20 games of the season puts them right up there with the worst 20-game stretches in NBA history, over minus 300 over that stretch. Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's the worst loss that I can remember.
Yeah, look, I'm not arguing it, and I think what made it worse was, like you'd mentioned at the beginning, Jordan Poole is the guy going off on you, and you're like, we're really not going to stop this guy? This guy's got to come back again?
Hit 9 threes?
Ridiculous.
Painful. Absolutely painful.
I ask this in all seriousness.
All right.
And maybe it was MPJ a couple years ago. Who was the last consistent, just put it up on the board, the 3 points when he shoots it, guy that they had?
Healthy Jamal Murray. Healthy peak Jamal Murray, I would probably say.
Because they need that guy again. We need MPJ to be that guy.
Yeah.
Like a nice 30-point game, 7 of them on threes.
Yeah, you're right. Was
7 threes or something?
Was that second half of the 21 season when MPJ was just right under 50%?
He was really shooting the ball well.
Hell, I mean, the guy right now is Nikola Jokic.
I know, it's crazy.
Best three-point shooter you got.
But he can't be everything.
Pull up from...
We need some other guys to be other things.
Can he?
Well, I mean, he is everything, but it'd be cool if somebody else, like, again, that feels like a role for Strother. I really thought Strother, you drafted him for the 3-ball, right?
Hit 5 threes over the last couple of games. The problem is he gets hunted on the other end of the floor, and then Malone doesn't trust him, and that becomes a whole thing. Keep playing Strother. I like him. He's a good young player right now because there's no wrong answers coming off a weekend where you lost to the Wizards. I want to watch more Jalen Pickett minutes.
Sure.
I thought he looked pretty good last night.
Well, he was tearing it up in the G League.
Sure. Okay. Maybe a young basketball player needs something to click. Keep playing. Okay.
Well, if he can run the second unit.
Yeah. Jamal's banged up. By all means, keep playing the guy. Nuggets will be off until Friday when they play the Clippers. Avalanche got a new goalie today, Andy.
Yep.
Mackenzie Blackwood.
We've got Blackwood and Wedgwood in the goalie room.
That's right.
You know, it all shares the same room.
Avalanche, look, Blackwood's, I think, on a $2.35 million salary. This is the goaltending bin that they shop in, all right, because they spend all their money on their stars. We know what the Avalanche's payroll looks like, so this is what they do. And they're trying to get a guy in Blackwood who, former second-round pick, was considered to be the future, the goaltender of the future in New Jersey. Didn't really pan out for him in San Jose, and you hope that, okay, maybe something can click here now that you get a number 1 role in Denver, playing for the Avalanche, playing with a team with higher aspirations, and when all together and healthy, a very good blue line. 9/11 save percentage on a bad team in San Jose. The Avalanche have the lowest save percentage of any team in the NHL this year. I didn't have to tell you that stat. You already knew it anecdotally. The goaltending has been atrocious. Now it's up to Mackenzie Blackwood to come in and be the number 1 because Scott Wedgwood's he's a good backup goaltender, but also that's his role. Blackwood's the guy that you're betting on ceiling that he can be number 1.
Yeah, I know we talked to Connor about it earlier. If you missed it, 3:45 was the chance we got to catch up with Connor about this, but Connor McGahey. But I do think I'm not going to say the guys didn't like Georgie. I never got that vibe.
Yeah,
but there just was something weird going on. You could feel it watching the games, okay?
Yeah.
And Georgie constantly, I understand you want to get angry at folks, but, you smashing your stick some nights, I know it wore on Bednar because he said as much in the press conference.
Yeah.
And look, man, I just don't think you're in a space where you get to smash sticks again. No matter how bad the defense, and he got hung out to dry by some really bad defense, but you also had a blind spot on power plays from high point shots that you should have been able to glove.
Perfect example of it is look at what Jokic said on Saturday after they lost to Washington, and then he goes out the next night and puts up 48.
Right.
Because you got to, if you're going to be the guy to express that kind of frustration, like Georgie often was, you got to go out and walk the walk, and he wasn't good enough.
No.
And I think that ultimately costs you respect. When you're the squeaky wheel, that's fine, but you also have to be able to do the thing where you lead by example. Like, leading by example is what works. That's what Nikola Jokic does. I don't think Georgie was doing it.
Hey, Spring, and I'm sorry, but Spring, do you have the Casey Middlestat cut? Can we play that for Nate? I want everybody to hear this again from the postgame the other night. Because I think there's another thing this trade kind of does besides the obvious. Spring, are we able to play that cut?
Yep, got it right here.
Scott Wedgwood, his second shutout ever versus the team that drafted him, the New Jersey Devils. How important was it for you guys to get this win for him tonight? And he gets a shutout. This is a huge game on his scheduled start calendar.
Yeah, huge. Wedgie played great. He's been great since he's been here. I got to play with him a little bit before I came to Colorado, so I was happy to see him come here. He's a great dude and great personality in the locker room, so very happy for him tonight.
Is that personality piece really important for a group of guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure. I think he brings some humor and he keeps it pretty light, so he's got a bit of goalie in him for sure. So. In a good way, though. He's the man, so very happy to have him.
All right, so I think that's key there. That's why I want to play it. They do need some personality. They need to be less uptight. You can feel everybody gripping at times. And look, I get why you're gripping, okay? I did like Georgie. I think Georgie, again, I think he was a victim of a lot of bad defense on plenty of nights. But there are also times where you simply got to make that one save that keeps you in it, that one save that keeps momentum. He was unable to do that. And you can hear the smile in Middlestat's face as he talks about that, can't you? And again, I do think they need, I think Wedgwood, I think he may add a Cogliano, Landeskog type of element. Now, I started to wonder this before this trade was made because I heard that last night. We all saw the video after Wedgwood got his first victory. We talked about, the 4 lines and 3D pair and 2 tendies and blah, blah, blah. Can he be that big personality with the established starting goaltender supposed to be Georgie? And, again, he goes out. He has a shutout again last night.
Yeah.
Now, again, the Devils are no great shakes. But he did get the shutout. And I think in order for his personality to blossom, maybe it's even just easier, just another side product of why this is the good move to make right now is Georgie now, he's out of the way. Technically, we know Wedgwood is who they want to be the number one, but there technically isn't a number one right at the moment.
I think there was a staleness that had come with Georgiev, an expectation that was not met, lingering frustration, really from the way that this season started. It started as a nightmare with Georgiev this year, and the team needed to move on. This is an Avalanche team that when you talk about that part of it, Andy, of like chemistry-wise, to me they're in a weird place. They continue to be. They don't have their captain in the room regularly, even if he is around in it. What he's attempting to do in his rehab, it's not the same as being out on the ice every single night, so that is massive. You just brought Nichushkin back into the room. You know that there is guys can say all the right things all they want, and Val's playing really well right now. But also, there's a lingering awkwardness that's going to exist from all of that. Any tweak that this organization can make right now to be able to make that a little bit better, I'm all for. I think they need it. I think that when you have this kind of pressure of being a contender for that long, it just wears on guys.
It does.
I think it's happened with the Nuggets as well, and I think we've seen it play out with the Avalanche.
No, I would agree. That's why I think Jokic saying what he said Saturday night is a big development.
Yeah.
Okay. Because listen, Malone said the same thing,
right?
But it didn't hit in the same way for whatever reason.
Yeah. Now it's coming from the best player in the world who carries all of you, who makes you look good every single night.
Real quick, hit me with some of your random nuggets. Now I got 3 ballers coming. We got a Dale Ellis in the room from North Denver tweeting at us. Vashawn Leonard was mentioned.
Leonard.
What about Wesley Person? Do you remember when Wesley Person under Jeff Bzdelik was a Nugget? Woo. Remember him? The old throwback?
Let's see.
Mahmoud.
Noted marksman of Nuggets past. See, Vashawn Leonard would have been the first one that I would have gone to. Do you know CJ? CJ got a fur coat from Vashawn Leonard one time. I swear to God.
Yeah. What about Reggie Williams? Do you remember him? Low-key good three-point shooter.
Ooh, you're going into the Wayback
The
Machine.
Wayback
right
Machine, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I don't want to put
You wanna
Chauncey.
go that far?
I don't want to put Chauncey in there.
Okay.
But because he was so much more.
Right.
God, J.R. Smith when he was on.
Yeah, but kind of like Georgiev, you weren't really sure when you were going to get him on. He'd be on a heater, but his heater'd be a day. Then he'd come back, have another heater.
Yeah, exactly. No, JR, I just remember he'd get into a game and George would just tell him, like, please don't shoot a three. The first possession, JR would just hoist one up.
Well, did you say something, Coach? Watch this.
I didn't hear you over there. Nope. Uh-huh.
What about, remember, Mike Miller played here, but never played here.
He sure did. He didn't play much. He was a good veteran in the room, actually. Yeah. Did a great interview with Mike Miller right after they acquired him. We talked about his pet monkey. I swear to God.
You want to touch my monkey?
Mike Miller had a pet monkey. Sean Payton spent some time with the media today via Zoom call. His team is back from the bye, and Payton was asked his message to the team during the bye, what he learned about his team during the bye. Here was Sean Payton today.
I mean, look, we played Monday night. This morning we met. We kind of went through what we felt like we did well, who played well. Guys will work out lip. There's no grand message. Key for us is just the process, the routine, as we get ready for this game this weekend, and then certainly making the corrections in the game we just played.
Andy, if there was a grand message to be made, and first off, I don't think Sean Payton is a big grand message guy. I think he's very granular in what he wants out of his team. But if there was a grand message that this team needs to adapt or take on over the last 4 games, Indianapolis, the Chargers, Cincinnati, and Kansas City, what would you say it is?
That is a great question. You've got to be consistent offensively.
Yeah.
You know, look, I'm going Sean Payton on you. 2 weeks ago, week ago tonight was a really, really fun game.
Right.
I mean, a really fun game.
Yep.
But you can't get away with those turnovers. When you get to the Chargers,
It's
Bengals,
good
and
teams.
Chiefs, you cannot turn the ball over.
Yeah.
Okay. Defense, you better figure out the zone thing. Okay. Because Cleveland, as we saw, that's going to be something teams now kind of go after, right? Especially, what did Jeff Legwald tell us? That MCL injury that Riley Moss has?
Yeah.
It's a tough deal, man. We may not see. If we go off that 4-game timeline, it may be Cincinnati or even the Chiefs before he shows back up, if that holds true.
They didn't put him on IR, and also you got to worry about what version of him are you getting when he comes back. Is he trusting that thing to plant it? Because that's everything when you play that position, and especially you think about it. Okay, 3 of your last 4 games, and I think the weather's going to be okay this upcoming weekend, but you got a road game in Cincinnati, you got a home date against Kansas City to finish it up. You could be playing possibly either in cold or in some elements.
Nate, and we don't, I'm sure, hopefully Mike McGlinchey, who was with San Fran for a while, knows this. December football is a different deal, man.
Yeah.
It is a different deal. Remember, you came out of November a year ago feeling good, playoffs in sight. You were kind of the glory story and all that stuff. Defense was playing well, yada, yada, yada. And then you did not handle business in December. You've got to handle business this December better than you did a year ago.
When Surtain got banged up this year, we saw the secondary suffer from that. That was the Charger game in particular. Riley Moss goes out. You see the secondary really struggle as Jameis Winston put up massive numbers. They don't have great depth in their secondary. To be fair to the Broncos, most teams in the NFL don't. As soon as you start going with the backup corners, you watch things change out there on the field. But it does go to show you a little bit, Andy, of like, okay, this season has been fantastic, but also the organizational depth of the Broncos is not where they needed to be yet. And this is where you're still a couple of drafts away from really building it up and being able to withstand the way a team like a Detroit can, with as banged up as they have been so far this season, the way like the LA Rams can deal with it as banged up as they have been. You see these teams that have overcome massive injuries. The Broncos aren't really there yet, but knock on wood, they've had great health. So they've been able to kind of withstand all of that. Payton, expanding on that point right there, Sean Payton talked about what went wrong defending the pass against Cleveland and Jameis Winston.
Obviously there's things when the game ends that you look back on and say, hey, we would have done this differently. And, it's finding a way to get your best players against, their top receiver. But there were a handful of things, not just on defense, but in all three phases that we would have done differently. And we got to learn from that.
Yeah, I think the thing that he's hinting at right there is I would have put Patrick Surtain in man coverage on Jerry Jeudy a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to – you're just going to have to travel him.
Yeah.
And I know, they had said during the game, for those that didn't hear it during the Monday Night broadcast, Aikman and Buck said when talking to Vance Joseph and Sean Payton, they basically suggested they didn't necessarily want to travel Surtain with Jeudy because they didn't want to give away zone versus man.
Right.
You may just have to live with it or hide things better. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the risk that you run a little bit when you have to play that way. So the Broncos get back at it against Indianapolis this week. Colts are coming off the bye as well. Andy, we do have, in addition to Travis Hunter, going to the Heisman Trophy ceremony, we got a bowl matchup.
We do.
Are you fired up for a little Alamo Bowl action in your life?
If you want my honest answer, no, I would have preferred the Holiday against Miami.
Yeah.
That would have been a throwback to a fun time. And now I don't remember. I guess they played in the 70s. I don't remember that one. I remember the mid-90s one where I believe Rashaan Salam was still there. Miami came to town. It was a heck of a game. Not sure the Buffs actually won that one, but that was just a fun time.
Yep.
I thought it would have been fun to watch Cam Ward against Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. But we get to watch what many thought a month ago, was going to be the Big 12 championship matchup instead.
Now you get Jake Retzlaff going up against
Shedeur
Sanders and
again,
Travis Hunter and the Buffs.
I guess Coach Prime reiterated today or in some press conference, my guys are playing.
That's what he says. Says his dudes are playing. Okay, cool. I'm sure the Alamo Dome is really happy about
the
that.
BYU guys will play too, right?
I would
How many
think
pro
so.
and please forgive me.
They'll have a few.
Yeah,
they got a few. Yeah.
But if you're not a pro prospect, you play.
Go play
right?
in your bowl game.
You know what's going to end up happening as soon as they get to the contracts and all that stuff.
Yeah.
All this, they're going to be contracted to play these games. These bowl games are going to become part of your athlete contract when this all finally gets settled.
Ramy's got their bowl game matchup as well, Andy. CSU will take on Miami, Ohio in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl.
Now, see, I think they got the cool bowl.
Yeah.
Can we somehow
trade,
finagle an interview with Snoop Dogg? Just talking about his bowl game. What's cooler, his bowl game or the Messier Award?
I think
I'd take the bowl game.
I think it's the bowl game.
Would you want it to be the Nate Kreckman Bowl?
Well, remember Gronk.
Guacamole for all?
Gronk had a bowl game last year.
Yeah, that's right.
It was the L.A. Bowl hosted by Gronk because he had replaced the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl, but now Snoop Dogg's got the Arizona Bowl. The Rammies and Miami, Ohio.
What's the bowl gift bag look like?
A
bowl?
It's. I like what you did right there. Yeah.
Just asking.
I mean, I would assume that's a little bit of what they're getting, some gin and juice, perhaps. I don't know.
There you go. Is there a certain kind, Grey Goose? Are you wasting that with some juice? What kind of juice was the juice? If you did a gin and juice, which I've never done, what was the juice? Apple juice? Cranberry juice?
Swear to God.
Did you get a Capri Sun and mix that thing in just to hide your intentions?
Swear to God, me and my buddies may have mixed gin with Gatorade fruit punch one time in high school.
All right.
It was disgusting.
Yeah, that doesn't sound. Which color?
Fruit
punch,
the
you
red.
said. Red.
Yeah, the red.
Yeah.
Red Gatorade and gin.
Fruit punch went by me. You got to color that thing. You just got to tell me the color.
Not a natural meetup of flavors.
Nah, it
there.
doesn't sound like some, because gin is dirty. Gin is a sour of a liquid, I guess, to go with that, right?
We were 17-year-olds looking to get weird, so it did what we needed it to do.
By the way, just as we continue the verbal Rorschach test here.
Go ahead.
You mentioned Gronk. Did you see? I saw some tweet where Shaq was talking about maybe NFL versus NBA player boxing matches for charity, and he said he wants Gronk. He and Gronk could fight. If you're Gronk, if you're alive, who's fighting Shaq is my question.
You shouldn't.
And nobody.
I don't recommend
I know Gronk's a monster, or was. Gronk slimmed down. I don't recommend you fight Shaq. Shaq, I saw Shaq at the tail end with the Lakers and with the Heat.
Yeah.
You really don't understand what a mammoth human being that is until you've been by him.
Do you remember when William the Refrigerator Perry boxed Manute Bol?
Yeah.
First off, Fridge weighed 700 pounds. It was exhausted.
Manute had the reach on him, though.
Exactly. That was just it. He couldn't get in on Manute. It's not like Manute was hitting him really all that hard, but it was just he just kept him away with the jabs the entire time. So Fridge was useless against him. That's the challenge of boxing an NBA player.
Okay, one more thought you triggered. Did you check your Instagram today? Did you see the reel I sent you?
I did not.
Rocky IV's final fight set to the Mike Tyson sound effects. And I thought of it because Rocky could not get in on Dolph Lundgren. Rambo did not have.
Had a hell of a time.
Stallone kept having he had to just go in.
Yeah, had a
and
hell
in
of
a
a time.
real fight, there's no way.
It's because Drago was all juiced up, and Brigitte Nielsen was sticking those needles in his ass.
Yeah, but they showed that Rocky kept taking punches. I mean, the amount of CTE Rocky would have actually suffered.
Yeah, he didn't keep his guard up.
Nah, he just wanted to get hit because I just hope I go numb and then I can survive.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you wouldn't.
That's the thing that I still struggle with in the Rocky movies is the fight scenes. They're both great and the most unrealistic thing you've ever seen.
Oh, no, there's no doubt.
Any one of those punches lands, you're dead.
The older you get, the more you're like, stop it. Just stop it.
You're dead.
Yeah, you are dead.
Your spine just snapped.
Your jaw is hanging by one thing.
Your brain is leaking out of your ears. This is
You're
uncomfortable.
bleeding from all orifices.
For all of us to watch.
Everything's puffy.
Nothing is good right now.
They even have the corner though jibber jabber in the mic. Go watch the reel.
Who was Little Mac's trainer again? What was that guy's name? I don't know. He was the one that was always pedaling the bike, making poor little Mac have to jog behind him.
That's right.
So you can get the code.
In the sweatsuit. The grayest, most mundane sweatsuit ever.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. Yeah, this is what we do every single afternoon from 3 to 6 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, it's snowing outside, but that is of no consequence in my house right now. It's going to be nice and toasty because I have a brand new 2-stage high-efficiency furnace that I got at a great price for my friends at Apple Air. That's right. They just installed a brand new Daikin furnace system in my home. Gave me $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace. This exact same special, that's not just reserved for radio superstars like me. You can get in on this as well. Call 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813 or visit AppleAir.com. And again, you can save $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system. Also, if you're a new customer at Apple Air, give them a call. Again, weather's getting chilly outside. $43.95 for a furnace safety checkup. Best price you're going to get in town. No payments for 18-month financing is available, plus a free second opinion. Make sure you're getting the best deal by having Apple out for a free estimate. Check it out. Denver's HVAC experts that care. Apple Air, 303-733-2813, or go to AppleAir.com. Oh, you should watch Monday Night Football every Monday right here at the Hofbrau with us. We have got Cincinnati and Dallas tonight.
Who you got?
I'm going to take the Bengals.
Good.
Laying the 5 on the road tonight. I think they go in and get this victory. I don't trust that Dallas defense. They're terrible. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase have been great all year long. So I do think by the way, see the total on this game is 50.5. They're expecting some points to get scored since both of these defenses are awful. But I like Cincinnati tonight. Watch the game here at the Hofbrau. Obviously, the roads are a little interesting right now, so drive safely when you're on your way over here.
You'll be all right. So Ken and I watched the game with a bunch of our friends last week here at Hofbrau. I had some wings that were awesome. What was the sauce that I got?
Hofbrau Gold.
Hofbrau Gold. Got a little mustard in it.
Okay.
You would very much like it.
It's
we'll
very
get those
good.
next week. The stadium room was awesome. I could hear every bit of the commentary, even though we were in a group setting. If you want to rent that out, tough. Most of the year's taken up now. Real quick, you're going to have a watch party. Nate, you need to be here on December 19th.
December 19th.
You know why?
Okay, putting it down.
What's December 19th in the
Thursday.
Bronco world?
Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, guess who's going to be here? The barefooted one, Rich Carlis, will be watching the game here in Hofbrau.
Is he going to be wearing shoes?
I don't know. Does he watch a game with shoes on?
He comes in with flip-flops, and I'm not sure what happens after that.
Okay. Is this a no shoes, no shirt, no service establishment, or if you're a famous barefoot kicker, are you allowed
if you made
an exception?
He has an exception.
Okay, good.
It's grandfathered in.
Okay, that's important.
Yes.
I need
Was
to know
he the
that.
last barefoot kicker? He was, wasn't he? Was Treadwell a barefoot kicker? I didn't think Treadwell
We talked
was.
about that last week. I thought he was.
Do you remember? I think I texted
Why would
him. He
anybody
never
do
answered.
that?
I know Broncos had two barefooted kickers.
I don't feel like Treadwell was.
Why would anybody be a barefoot kicker?
I don't know. Did Rich ever tell you that?
I remember.
Ask him. You gonna
I'll
ask
have
him?
to ask him Thursday.
They all
I mean, he
claim-
told me once, but I can't remember what he said.
They all claim they have like a better feel for the ball.
Okay, but he
But
kicked
kicker-
barefoot in Cleveland,
But that's just it. Kickers today are better than they've ever been,
and none of them are barefoot.
and none of them are barefoot. So clearly,
Yeah, but you also remember back in the old days, none of them were soccer kickers either. They all came straight onto the ball, like
toe ball. the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
With the single bar, right?
Yeah.
Did Rich Carlis do the single bar?
No, he never did that.
You ever met Rich Carlis?
I never did.
Not very tall, but very effective at kicking the ball.
Kicker, you don't
And
need
a
to
great
be that
guy,
tall.
very very nice guy.
So he'll be here on the 19th. Watch the party here in the stadium room with him.
yeah, the Bronco quarterback club's coming in, and he's coming in with them.
Oh, very cool.
So they're going to have a watch party here that night.
So for Thursday Night Football for the Broncos and the Bungles.
Okay, what's the deal with New Year's Eve? We got to come get tickets now. Nate and I won't be here.
You can get
We'll
tickets.
be here a couple days out. But
Yes.
You can get tickets online or here inside the restaurant.
Well, what am I getting? Just a ticket?
Just a ticket. Plus, when you get the ticket, you
What
get
happens when I get here?
free party favors, and you get free champagne
Do I
that
get a champagne
night.
toast?
Absolutely.
Okay,
you get
good.
free
Are you
champagne
doing the toast?
I always do the toast. Absolutely.
Are you in a good mood when you do the toast?
Usually.
Do you know the words to Auld Lang Syne?
I don't, but we have it playing in the background,
Okay,
so I
good.
don't have to sing it with him.
Okay.
Do you do an Irish toast? What toast background do you come from? Hungarian?
Irish, actually.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yes, we'll
So do
have.
you do
we'll
an
have
Irish
lots
toast?
Of. We'll have lots of Jameson flowing.
All right. So get out here to
We
Hofbrau.
got Hot Lunch Band's going to be playing that night. We've got special.
Do you drop a
dinner
ball?
menu? No, we watch the ball drop on TV though. That's how we do it.
All this room, you can't drop a ball?
Get a tall ladder.
You can't just,
Stand
one
on
you just
top of
can't
it.
just,
I-
even just like a red ball from dodgeball days when you were in school?
Just a
Are you worried it's going to get thrown around?
A soccer
I'll get
ball,
a
whatever you've
pick-a-ball,
got.
pick-a-ball.
A
How's
wiffle
that?
ball.
Yeah.
A wiffle ball. There you
Yeah.
go.
Whatever
Yeah.
you need.
All right, Andy will try that this year.
We'll update this the next time we talk. I like a plan for dropping the ball.
Ken had no idea he was coming in for a consultation with Andy. I think that your New Year's Eve
Well, look.
celebration will be better as a result.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I mean it's
Put
always
it in the Cougar room. Just drop a ball.
okay. I'm always up for new ideas.
Okay, so Thursday, December 19th, Thursday Night Football, Broncos and Bengals, Rich Carlis, barefoot. It's a barefoot
Ask him
party.
why, but only one.
And none of the
Not-
rest of you
put
are
him on the
allowed
mic.
to take your shoes
Yeah,
off.
let him simply tell everybody in the room why he kicked barefoot.
Especially
now
Jesse
I do want to
Trujillo.
know. I'm kind of mad. Treadwell didn't get back to me if he was a barefoot kicker.
I remember you texted him last week
Well,
about
maybe
that.
I didn't send the text. I'm pretty good at that.
All right, find this out for me.
Do you remember? You don't remember Treadwell?
I don't
You were
know.
too young, weren't you?
Yeah.
What were you doing in '89? You
Uh,
were worried about.
I was
worried
going
about
to-
Ryan Sandberg.
I was
and
gonna
he
say-
going to win another MVP.
I was going to fourth grade. Dawson won MVP in 87. 89 was Boys' Zimmer, Andy.
Who?
Boys' Zimmer. 1989. They won
Spell
the
the
NL
first
East.
name.
BOYS
of Zimmer. Don Zimmer.
Boys
dude.
of Zimmer. Okay.
Boys of Zimmer.
No, I thought it was a guy. I didn't know anything about the Cubs. I thought it was Boysis. Like who? Like Moises Alou? I thought he had a cousin, Boysis Zimmer.
Don Zimmer, correct?
Vance Law over at third. Shawan Dunston at short.
Good old Shawan.
Rhino at
Why
second.
not just Sean?
Mark
Huh?
Grace at first because it wasn't spelled that way.
Why not Sean?
You had Dawson and Wright. Oh, man. Unbelievable Cub team. Jerome Walton in center. Rotation anchored by Greg Maddux. You want to talk about Mike Bilecki a little bit?
So it wasn't a Summer George.
It was the Boys of
the
Zimmer.
Boys of Zimmer.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
They went to the NLCS.
Did you have a song?
And then we ran into Will Clark and the Giants. Do you know to this day, Andy?
Tell me.
That is why when catchers and pitchers are talking at the mound,
right?
That's why they cover up with the mitt, because Will Clark was waiting, and he saw Maddox say fastball, and then he hit that thing 800 feet.
He grooved one.
Yes, and destroyed it, and that was the end of the Cubs that year. And so that's the lesson. Even if they know it's coming from Greg Maddux, they can still crush it. Major league hitters, they're no joke.
All right, I got to take it back. I didn't text Treadwell.
Well, there you go.
That was a long breakdown.
Well, we had to do that.
I feel like I can't remember.